Zhao Zheng, wake up! Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes to find a young man clad in ancient garb shaking him vigorously. Now that you're awake, go recuperate for a couple of days. The city is too bustling. I can't attend to you right now. The young man spoke rapidly, and before Zhao Zheng could protest, he forcefully fed him a few pills and hurriedly departed. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? As Zhao Zheng surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, he pondered these philosophical questions. Perhaps due to the effects of the pills administered by the young man, Zhao Zheng soon began to uncover the remnants of memories embedded within this body. This body shared his name, Zhao Zhengyan. He found himself in a vast city known as the Sword Chi Great Wall. Here, regardless of age or gender, all inhabitants were devoted to two pursuits from birth: mastering the sword and vanquishing demons. On the city walls resided a figure known as the Grand Sword Immortal, Chun Qingdu, who is said to have presided over the Sword Chi Great Wall for over a millennium. Sword Chi Great Wall, Chun Qingdu. Wasn't this the very world he had just finished reading about in Sword Comes? In his previous life, as an ordinary person, he had been captivated by the grand universe depicted in Sword Comes. To his astonishment, after an untimely demise, he found himself granted a second chance in this realm. The body he now occupied bore numerous injuries. There was even a penetrating wound near the heart. Before his soul entered, the original Zhao Zheng had already perished. Yet now, the wounds on his body were gradually healing. Zhao Zheng speculated that his arrival, akin to a reincarnation, had infused this body with a flicker of vitality. Coupled with the elixirs he had ingested earlier, his physical condition began to mend. Perhaps due to the acceptance of the original owner's memories, Zhao Zheng discovered that his threshold for pain had significantly increased. Such injuries were entirely bearable. Following the memories, he returned to a stone house. Just as he lay down on the bed, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding Sign and System binding successful. Indeed, the essential tool for a transmigrator had arrived. Zhao Zheng promptly began to explore the system within his mind. The rules were straightforward. He merely needed to sign in daily, and the system would dispense various beneficial items. Sign in immediately. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering the first day sign-in achievement and receiving a critical reward. The sign-in item has been automatically allocated to the system warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. Zhao Zheng quickly located the system's gift repository space designated 101010. Within the expansive warehouse lay a palm-sized box. Upon opening it, he discovered a red pill exuding a fragrant aroma. Sword Bone Cleansing Pill. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance one's swordsmanship aptitude. Summoning the system. Zhao Zheng first reviewed his information. Host, Zhao Zheng cultivation level. C. Viewing Realm Destined Flying Sword. None. Cultivation technique. A widely circulated basic chi refining method aptitude. Ant-like talent in this lifetime, he could barely touch the threshold of the fifth realm. Observing the qualifications evaluation at the bottom, Zhao Zheng smiled faintly. To say that the original self had no chance of transcending to the fifth realm is an understatement, even if by some stroke of luck. He managed to enter the realm of Jade Purity. In this vast world, he would merely be a larger ant. Currently, he could not even be considered an ant. All he desired was to live well and reach the grand conclusion of his journey. After swallowing the Sword Bone Cleansing Pill, Zhao Zheng suddenly felt as if every bone in his body was being cleaved by swords. An all-encompassing agony surged through him. Zhao Zheng writhed on the ground, unable to suppress his cries of anguish. After what felt like an eternity, the unrelenting pain finally subsided. After a considerable pause, he managed to rise, only to find himself coated in a layer of some black, unknown substance, accompanied by an overpowering stench. Ugh, it was unbearably foul. Zhao Zheng dashed to the backyard, drawing bucket after bucket of well water, scrubbing himself for 2 hours before he was finally clean. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Zhao Zheng eagerly opened his personal information. Host, Zhao Zheng. Qualification, barely possesses the semblance of a celestial being with a stroke of luck, may acquire a celestial realm companion. Aside from the enhancement in qualifications, the injuries he had previously sustained were now fully healed. His internal spiritual energy brimmed within him, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Thanks to the memories of his predecessor, Zhao Zheng found himself practicing swordplay with remarkable ease. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly within him, without any impediment. Clang, clang, the urgent sound of bells rang out, and Zhao Zheng's expression turned serious. This was the call to arms. The ringing of the bells signified the commencement of a new wave of assault on the city. Strapping on 2 standard long swords purchased with the entirety of his predecessor's wealth, Zhao Zheng swiftly bolted out of his room. Along the way, he encountered many fellow travelers. A despondent middle-aged man emerged from a dilapidated house. A spirited youth strolled out from an alley, and an elderly man soared forth on his sword from a mansion. An O1 was summoned. All acted spontaneously upon hearing the bells. The crowd moved silently toward the city walls, with a clamor of battle reverberated. From above, sparks flew from all directions toward the extensive Great Wall, as the collective resolve of the people converged like a raging wildfire. This journey was solely for the purpose of slaying demons. Feeling the palpable atmosphere around him, Zhao Zheng's grip on his sword began to tremble. "Kid, if you're scared, just go back." A gruff voice erupted beside him. Zhao Zheng turned to see a middle-aged man in a tank top, a gruesome scar running from his left eyebrow to his right jawline. "Uncle, I'm not afraid, I'm just exhilarated." A smile broke across Zhao Zheng's face. Afraid? Ha! How could he be afraid? He was merely thrilled at the prospect of slaying demons. "Good. Just don't get yourself killed." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, delivering a hearty slap on Zhao Zheng's shoulder. Though they had only exchanged a few words, the man felt an instant camaraderie with the youth. He fished a bottle of liquor from his pocket, took several hearty swigs, and tossed the bottle to Zhao Zheng. "Kid, when you return alive, let's go to the tavern for a drink." "Not a problem." Zhao Zheng seized the wine bottle, tilted his head back, and swallowed a few mouthfuls, expressing some dissatisfaction. "Uncle, this wine is rather insipid. In a moment, I shall procure a few heads of the demon clan to accompany it." "Good lad, I shall await your return." The uncle laughed heartily and soared up to the city wall on his sword. Watching the uncle depart, Zhao Zheng made his way into a throng of individuals at the Fifth Realm. Glancing around, amidst the dense crowd, he failed to spot the group he wished to see. "Everyone, form teams of 3 and ascend the city wall in order. Your task this time is to defend the eastern segment, spanning 150 li." Understood. As the words fell, Zhao Zheng swiftly formed a small team with the 2 individuals beside him. Under the guidance of a Yuanying sword cultivator, Zhao Zheng soon arrived at the base of the city wall. On the battlements, sharp sword, Qi sword, and the cacophony of battle erupted, as the surrounding violent spiritual energy seemed to mingle with the scent of blood. "Sir Qi Great Wall, I have arrived." Chapter 2. A frenzy of slaughter. Hundreds of sword immortals of the Fifth Realm hovered above the city walls. With each swing of their swords, a blade of air, extending over 10 meters, surged forth. Countless demon tribes met their demise upon contact with this sword energy, with survival being a rarity. 1,000 miles away, another group of Fifth Realm demons faced their adversaries. The clash of sword energies resulted in a shockwave that obliterated demons within a radius of several hundred meters. After engaging in battle, these formidable figures instinctively led their opponents away from the battlefield, causing tremors to echo from afar. Peering down from the battlements, a tide of demons surged forth. Most had not yet taken human form, retaining their original monstrous shapes. Towering figures, each at least 2 meters tall, charged forward with a bloodthirsty intent. The sheer visual impact alone intensified the pressure on the young warriors who had just ascended to the Fifth Realm and stood upon the walls for the first time. "Kill." Zhao Zheng bore an uncontrollable grin as he unsheathed his sword, cleaving a demon attempting to scale the walls in 2. The searing blood of the demon splattered across his face, and he casually wiped it away, tasting it with his tongue. The flavor was delightful. Zhao Zheng's decisive strike roused his companions, who had been momentarily daunted by the demon onslaught. Aspiring sword immortals drew their blades, joining the fray against the demons on the wall. Evading a streak of sword light from the left, Zhao Zheng pivoted, contorting his body to dodge a cold blade thrusting toward him. With a swift motion of his sword, he beheaded the demon that had attempted to ambush him. After advancing a short distance, he had already slain dozens of demons. While exhilarating, these initial foes were all weaklings, mere cannon fodder devoid of any Fifth Realm prowess. Their frailty left him somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he showed no mercy. As he harvested the lives of the demons, Zhao Zheng also kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. They had distanced themselves from the walls, each warrior now faced with demons several times their number. In a fleeting moment, a shadow suddenly erupted from among the corpses of the slain demons. A demon, concealed within the bodies, seized the opportunity to leap from the ground, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Though Zhao Zheng's realm was modest, his lethality far surpassed that of those around him. To eliminate such a budding sword immortal would earn him tenfold the merit. As the demon's sword drew closer, its eyes sparkled with anticipation. Die, human! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The demon watched in astonishment as a long sword appeared out of nowhere to block its strike with astonishing speed, leaving it bewildered. Almost immediately, it felt a chill at its neck, its strength waning. Why? Zhao Zheng offered no response, swiftly plunging his blade through the demon's heart before hastening towards the formidable foes ahead. You handle the demons here. I shall advance further. Zhao Zheng's two companions exchanged glances, a faint smile of resignation appearing on their faces. In the presence of such a genius, who slayed demons as easily as one would dogs, they knew that any rash attempt to engage would merely serve to hinder Zhao Zheng. With a confident stride, Zhao Zheng advanced, unleashing his sword against any demon that crossed his path. Thus far, no demon had been able to withstand his second strike. Soon, he arrived at a new battlefield, where the majority of the demon cultivators were at the Dragon Gate level, and the number of sword cultivators from the Sword Qi Great Wall was notably diminished compared to the previous battlefield. A swift glance revealed only a dozen or so sword lights surrounding him. New human warriors had appeared, besieging the demon cultivators, which led several demons to direct their assault towards Zhao Zheng. Undeterred by the onslaught, Zhao Zheng maintained his pace, often retaliating only after the demons had attacked. Yet, his strikes consistently landed a fraction of a moment quicker than those of his foes. He navigated through the chaos as if dancing among blossoms, untouched by any stray leaf. It seemed the demons had sensed Zhao Zheng's uniqueness. A dozen demons of equal rank could not even brush against this human sword cultivator. This youthful swordsman was evidently a prodigy of the fifth realm, and he could not be permitted to continue honing his skills on their kin. A command swiftly traversed from the command tent to the battlefield. In another part of the battlefield, a bashful young woman was voraciously consuming a vivid red substance, an expression of delight gracing her features as she savored what appeared to be an exquisitely delectable dish. Surrounding her lay 5 or 6 sword cultivators from the Sword Qi Great Wall, sprawled on the ground, their bodies pristine save for a gaping wound in their left chest. Their hearts mysteriously vanished. A sound transmission reached her, and the bashful woman perked up her ears in attentive anticipation. Another human genius had emerged. His heart would surely be even more delectable. With a few hurried bites, she swallowed the item in her palm, scanning her surroundings to discern the direction before launching herself forward like an arrow, her foot striking the ground with force. Zhao Zheng cleaved a demon attempting to ambush him in two with a single stroke, eliciting a look of gratitude from the rescued sword cultivator. Yet before the latter could express his thanks, Zhao Zheng's expression shifted abruptly. Forming a hand seal, the sword strapped to his back soared into the air, its tip racing toward the overhead threat. Clang! The flying sword collided with a demon's blade, momentarily revealing the figure of a demon swordsman. Realizing his assassination attempt had failed, the demon quickly vanished from sight. Zhao Zheng swept his gaze across the vicinity, failing to detect the concealed demon's presence. However, the mere fact that it could approach him so stealthily indicated its formidable prowess. It appeared he had encountered a talent amongst the demons. Zhao Zheng twirled his sword, unhurried in clearing the surrounding minions, fully attuned to his surroundings, probing for any anomalies. Suddenly, a heavy footfall resonated from afar. With each breath, the sound drew closer. Now within 100 meters of him, the bashful woman spotted Zhao Zheng, a glimmer of fascination flickering in her eyes. Leveraging the surrounding demons as stepping stones, she accelerated towards him, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. A demon warrior. He was still vulnerable and could not afford to take the hit directly. Zhao Zheng unleashed a sword strike, the blade's aura aimed directly at the eyes of the bashful woman. With a light step, he swiftly vanished like a startled phoenix. In response to the sword's brilliance, the bashful woman raised her left arm to shield herself, simultaneously executing a powerful kick in midair, pivoting towards the direction of Zhao Zheng's retreat. To her astonishment, he was a warrior of the Golden Body realm, a testament to his self-regard. Zhao Zheng's sword soared from behind him, hurtling towards the bashful woman as he summoned the spiritual energy within, enveloping the blade in a dense radiance before delivering a decisive slash. A thunderous roar echoed as the shockwave from their clash sent unfortunate demon creatures flying within a radius of several dozen meters, littering the battlefield with dismembered limbs. A vast pit, spanning several meters in diameter, emerged, remnants of sword energy and fist force lingering within its depths. Zhao Zheng and the bashful woman remained locked in combat, their sword and fist colliding as they maneuvered across the battlefield, neither able to gain the upper hand. A shadow, concealed by the corpses on the ground, stealthily approached their fierce engagement. Soon, an opportunity arose as the shadow lunged from the earth, thrusting a sword directly at Zhao Zheng's vulnerable back. Chapter 3. The Sword Immortal's Elegance. Zhao Zheng sensed the impending danger behind him. Simultaneously, the bashful woman became aware of another attempting to seize her prey. "He is mine," she roared, unleashing a surge of energy. Undeterred by Zhao Zheng's descending sword, she transformed her right hand into a lethal claw, aiming directly for his heart. Clang! In the face of peril, Zhao Zheng maintained his composure. The sword's aura erupted from the blade behind him, intercepting the encroaching shadow. Meanwhile, he steadied his own sword, directing a thrust at the bashful woman. With a gasp, she glanced down to find a long sword piercing through her chest, the sword energy swirling within, reducing her heart to countless fragments. Alas, she was so close. Just a moment more, and she could have savored the taste of this man's heart. With a sense of regret, the bashful woman fell to the ground. Having resolved one adversary, Zhao Zheng relinquished his sword and summoned it with his left hand. While gathering sword energy in his right, striking the tip of the blade against his chest, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, casting a glance at his injuries. A sword had pierced his left chest, and his left shoulder was marred with blood, revealing 5 deep wounds down to the bone. That fleeting moment had been perilous. Had his sword not been swifter by a heartbeat, he would have been pierced through the heart by the lurking demon. Of course, he was not in a much better state, heavily wounded. Biting down on a bitter medicinal pill, the acrid liquid coursed through his body, restoring some of his vitality. Feeling his strength rejuvenate, Zhao Zheng picked up a long sword from the ground and charged towards the assassin who had ambushed him. After injuring Zhao Zheng, the assassin had intended to remain concealed. Little did he know, his ally had been eliminated, and Zhao Zheng's dual swords relentlessly pursued him, leaving him with no means to hide. Exposed to the sunlight, the assassin's threat level diminished significantly. After taking the medicine, Zhao Zheng's injuries were temporarily suppressed, and the depleted spiritual energy within him began to replenish. After exchanging a dozen strikes, he swiftly dispatched the assassin beneath his blade. With the effects of the rage potion still lingering for another quarter of an hour, he could return to the Sword Chi Great Wall in merely 10 breaths and continue his assault. Zhao Zheng began to traverse the battlefield, delivering a strike here, a thrust there, lingering only a moment before vanishing once more. With his allies, the dynamics of the surrounding skirmishes gradually shifted toward the Sword Chi Great Wall. The demon clan attempted to encircle him, yet they could not predict Zhao Zheng's trajectory, consistently trailing behind him in vain. Some higher-ranked demons sought to intervene, but were staunchly thwarted by the Sword Immortals stationed at the Great Wall. Consequently, Zhao Zheng found himself unleashed on the battlefield. Uncertain of how long he had been running, Zhao Zheng noticed that the number of demons surrounding him was increasing while the sword cultivators dwindled. Suddenly halting to evade a slicing beam of sword energy that whizzed past his face, he surveyed the battlefield before him. Over 100 demons had encircled 6 sword cultivators, whose spiritual energy was severely depleted, their defenses beginning to falter. Meanwhile, at another location, 4 demons were besieging a young girl. These 4 demons coordinated seamlessly, each possessing strength rivaling that of the bashful maiden Zhao Zheng faced. The girl, trapped in her predicament, had strikingly bright eyes and a deep gaze, her elegantly arched brows lending her an air of valor. She yearned to break through the demon's blockade to rescue her companions, who were similarly ensnared. However, the 4 demons persistently obstructed her, while their kin nearby created distractions to sap her strength. Without hesitation, Zhao Zheng hurled the several broken swords he had scavenged into the air, directing them toward the girl's companions, while simultaneously compressing the spiritual energy within himself, infusing half of it into his long sword. This blade, forged in a sword workshop, began to develop fissures on its surface, having reached its limits after numerous battles. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered into countless fragments, and a concentrated beam of sword light surged forth, slicing toward the demons attacking the brave girl. Concurrently, Zhao Zheng shifted his form, drawing his sword from his back and entering the fray from another angle. To the left, a faint sound whispered in the girl's ear. Ignoring the two demons blocking her path, she unleashed her full potential, a surge of sword light radiating exponentially. Beneath that brilliance, her long sword silently pierced the heart of a demon, the sword energy swirling, resulting in its instantaneous demise. Damn it! You actually killed Zhou Ping. The remaining three demons gazed in terror at the suddenly materialized Zhao Zheng. With pursuers at his back, he knew he must resolve the conflict within 10 breaths. Ignoring the demons, Zhao Zheng swiftly clarified his intentions. Leave it to me. Buy me some time. The girl, noting Zhao Zheng's visibly grievous injuries, did not hesitate and immediately acquiesced. Zhao Zheng continued to extract more of his spiritual energy, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of sword light that inundated the three demons before him, forcing them into a desperate defense. After 2 breaths, Zhao Zheng's complexion turned pale. His recent offensive had halved the duration of the Berserk Potion, and he estimated only 15 breaths remained. With 3 more breaths passing, the previously thin sword light began to wane, and the demon clan, previously pressed down, transformed from defense to offense. Has it not yet improved? At that moment, the girl with closed eyes suddenly opened them. Her fingers stirred slightly, and a small sword, no larger than a palm, emerged from her dantian, instantly piercing the brows of 3 demons. The small sword, undeterred, flew aside, dispatching half of the demons surrounding her companion. Zhao Zheng, who was guarding nearby, noticed the girl's face visibly pale. Evidently, the burden of the small sword weighed heavily upon her. Seeing her companion's crisis alleviated, the girl promptly summoned back the small sword. Just then, among the demons encircling her companion, a monkey suddenly revealed its true form, slapping its chest, producing a blood-red orb in its palm. The blood orb seemed to have already locked onto its target, flying towards the girl's small sword at an incredible speed without the monkey's control. Bang! At the moment of collision between the small sword and the blood orb, the girl coughed up a few drops of blood, her body beginning to sway. This is dire. Zhao Zheng observed clearly that the girl's small sword could not escape the blood orb. Although it shrank significantly upon impact, once the orb disappeared, the girl would likely have no chance to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the girl's companion was still entangled by the demons, unable to provide assistance. Damn it! It's time to fight back. Zhao Zheng swallowed the remaining 9 berserk potions, feeling the depleted spiritual energy within him surge back to life. His dantian, already at its limit, began to ache faintly. Within him, the spiritual energy, driven by the potion, surged violently, causing his entire meridians to ache. Utilize this opportunity. Without waiting for the girl to respond, Zhao Zheng seized a knife from her waist, wielding it as a sword. In the next instant, he found himself before the blood orb, delivering a heavy downward strike. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the girl clang. The glass-like blood orb collided with the blade, producing a sound of metal striking metal. The blood orb was halted, and the girl immediately seized the opportunity to retract her small sword. Zhao Zheng poured forth all his spiritual energy, relentlessly striking the blood orb with dozens of blows. Cracks began to appear on its surface, intricate patterns spreading across it. Crack! The blood orb shattered completely. Zhao Zheng pressed on, unleashing waves of sword energy indiscriminately, freeing the girl's companion from peril, and shouted at the seemingly frightened sword cultivator. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Damn it, I'm nearly out of strength, and you all are still here watching the spectacle. The group, startled, immediately turned and fled towards the sword chi great wall. After the girl wielded her small sword, she seemed to have overexerted herself, lagging noticeably behind the others. Zhao Zheng had no choice but to rush over and hoist her onto his back. Hold on tight. If you fall, I want to take responsibility. The girl's words were drowned out amidst the surrounding cries of battle. High above, just as one individual was about to take action, he beheld an astonishing scene. The previously serious expression on his face darkened considerably in an instant. As he sprinted backward, Zhao Zheng sensed something amiss. The surging spiritual energy within him began to dissipate, and his body felt increasingly heavy. Damn it, his body wouldn't fail him at such a critical moment, would it? Hey, transfer your spiritual energy to me. What? The girl thought her ears were deceiving her. It is well known that channeling energy into another's body could lead to damage to their meridians if not done carefully. Hurry. There's no time left. Zhao Zheng shouted at the girl, his body faltering slightly. Damn it, women can be so nagging. I'm starting to see darkness before my eyes. If you don't give me some energy soon, we'll both end up as a pair of ghostly lovers in the afterlife. You're the one who put me in this position. Don't blame me if it hurts. The girl wrapped one arm around Zhao Zheng's neck and pressed her other hand against his back, allowing a pure stream of spiritual energy to flow into him. Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate, she cautioned. Zhao Zheng stomped down, his speed suddenly surging. His gaze was fixed firmly on the city wall. Seemingly oblivious to the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Hurry. Faster. Finally, he arrived. As Zhao Zheng's feet landed on the city wall, his spirit relaxed instantaneously, and he collapsed, just before losing consciousness. A final thought flickered through his mind. Why does the ground feel so soft? The girl, who had fallen alongside him, gazed down at Zhao Zheng sprawled across her legs. Initially inclined to push him away, she hesitated upon noticing the myriad of wounds adorning his body, feeling a pang of compassion. Ningyao. Sister Ningyao, are you all right? I'm fine. The girl quickly rose, discreetly withdrawing her legs from beneath Zhao Zheng's head, standing up and brushing off the creases in her pants. However, the bloodstain on her knee proved stubbornly resistant to her efforts. This is wonderful. Oh, it's this guy. Why is he unconscious? Let us take him home. Do you even know who he is? A group of young people gathered around, first checking on Ning Yao before finally noticing the unconscious Zhao Zheng. Falling into a contemplative silence. He appeared to be of their age, yet none recognized him. Now that Zhao Zheng was unconscious, were they truly to bring him back to their home? Zhao Zheng opened his eyes, realizing he lay in an unfamiliar room. His wounds were all bandaged, and he wore a fresh set of clothes. System, how many days have I been unconscious? You have been in a deep slumber for an entire day. Initiate the sign-in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a bottle of restorative spiritual potion. You have signed in continuously for 3 days. Please keep up the effort. Restorative spiritual potion. Consuming it will swiftly restore mental strength and spiritual energy. This potion is effective with a single intake of 100 milliliters. Zhao Zheng retrieved the restorative potion, observing the graduated markings on the bottle. The potion contained a total of 1,000 milliliters, enough for 10 uses. The frenzied potion he had consumed the previous day was also a reward from the sign-in. The System S offerings were indeed of the highest quality. Had it not been for that frenzied potion, he would likely have perished in the belly of a monster yesterday. The door creaked open, and the girl from the previous day stepped inside. You are awake. I am Ningyao. Thank you for yesterday. What is your name? Zhao Zheng gazed at the girl before him with astonishment. My father's surname is Ning, and my mother's surname is Yao, hence I am called Ningyao. So she was indeed Ningyao. He was surprised to meet her in person so soon. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Zheng introduced himself. Ningyu was not taken aback by Zhao Zheng's status as an orphan. Here, most parents were unable to accompany their children as they grew. Did your companions return safely? Yes, they all made it home unharmed. How is the situation outside? The fighting continues. Many of the demon clan from the upper 5 realms have ceased their attacks. One sat by the bedside while the other stood by the window, their conversation flowing like that of old friends, quickly dispelling any sense of unfamiliarity. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Upon Zhao Zheng's nod, Ningyao turned and soon returned with several bowls of food. Let us eat together. Having not eaten for 2 days since yesterday, Zhao Zheng found himself quite famished. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and after a brief chew, his expression changed. The meat still retained its blood. He also took some greens. These vegetables are salted. Why aren't you eating? As Ningyao lifted her bowl, she noticed Zhao Zheng had set down his chopsticks. Well, the vegetables have gone a bit cold. I'll heat them up in the kitchen. Ningyao looked at the steaming plate before her with surprise and reached for a piece. Wait. Ningyao acted too quickly. By the time Zhao Zheng grasped her hand, she had already placed the meat in her mouth. With an impassive expression, she swallowed the meat, set down her chopsticks, and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to the kitchen." Rising swiftly, Ningyao moved quickly, and Zhao Zheng, lagging behind, did not notice the slight blush on her ears. Fortunately, he had acquired culinary skills in his past life. In no time, a feast of fragrant and visually appealing dishes was laid out on the table. Moments later, the table was cleared in a remarkable display of appetite. Ningyao set down her bowl and could not help but let out a satisfied burp. Zhao Zheng felt a sense of joy. For a chef, the greatest compliment was to see their meals completely consumed. Achievement unlocked, feeding the great sword immortal. Zhao Zheng mentally awarded himself this title. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under her gaze, Ningyao diverted her eyes slightly. Shall we practice swordsmanship? Certainly. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Zheng realized that both of his long swords now only had a small portion remaining. He was left with nothing but empty sleeves, as his achievements from yesterday had yet to be accounted for. I have a few swords left at my parents' house. I can lend you some for now. Understanding Zhao Zheng's embarrassment after he had saved her, Ning Yao offered her swords with kindness. All right, thank you very much. Under the guidance of Ning Yao, Zhao Zheng arrived at the training ground of the Ning residence. On one side of the arena, 6 long swords hung upon the wall. As Zhao Zheng approached, each sword emitted a distinct resonance, either bright or deep, seemingly warning this outsider that without the owner's permission, he must not touch them. Chapter 5. The Sword's Name. Juing. These swords were crafted by a master swordsmith. Renowned swords possess a spirit. It is not solely a matter of selecting a sword, for these blades also choose their rightful owner. So it is. Zhao Zheng halted in place, releasing all of his internal energy. And a unique sword intent resonated from within him. The edge of my sword shall not be obstructed by anyone. Should I encounter demons, I shall slay them. Should I face deities, I shall vanquish them. If heaven seeks to hinder me, let it fall beneath my blade. Who is willing to accompany me? With a clang, a sword, its blade as dark as ink, unsheathed itself and soared before Zhao Zheng, swirling around him. This sword was named Juing. Ning Yao gazed at Juing with a touch of nostalgia. This sword was specifically forged by her father when he sought to marry her mother. It was unexpected that this blade would choose Zhao Zheng. Juing? A splendid name. Zhao Zheng grasped the long sword, and a sharp sword intent emanated from him. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate autonomously, surging against the golden gate in his dantian. With Juing in hand, Zhao Zheng's figure flickered. Appearing on the training ground, Ning Yao, let us battle. Ning Yao discerned that Zhao Zheng was on the verge of breaking through to the Dragon Gate realm and was audaciously attempting to shatter the mirror during combat. Such a reckless ambition. Feeling the sword intent radiating from Zhao Zheng, the sword at her waist also responded with a defiant resonance. If you seek battle, then let us engage. I shall demonstrate to you that sword cultivators of this world are divided into 2 types, myself, Ning Yao, and all other sword cultivators. At the instant their sword energies collided, a shockwave erupted, creating a vortex spanning Tianzhong. The remnants of their sword energies shattered the training ground's blue bricks, which disintegrated into powder before they could touch the ground. Before the sound of their first metallic clash faded, the two had exchanged positions 7 times. Ning Yao's wrist trembled as she thrust forth 13 afterimages with her sword, each shadow materializing into a fiery lotus. Zhao Zheng pressed forward rather than retreating. Sweeping the sword low and stirring a 3-foot gale, the fragments of blue bricks were swept away like torrential rain, forcibly shattering half of the fiery lotuses. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng traced a half-circle, conjuring a towering wave of illusion across the 100-zhang training ground. Ning Yao pierced forward like a falling star, the sword's edge transforming the surging waves into clouds. When the mist dissipated, the tips of their swords hung half an inch apart, vibrating in resonance that caused the weapon rack 30 paces away to collapse with a thunderous roar. The protective formations of the training ground's dome illuminated, yet still. The overflowing sword energy carved countless fissures into it. Zhao Zheng stood steadfast, eyes tightly shut, as his energy began to surge. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of sword light flashing within them. He had successfully ascended to the Dragon Gate realm. Thank you. It seems I have lost, Zhao Zheng said, a hint of regret in his voice as he sheathed Juing. In the final move, Ning Yao's sword was a heartbeat faster than his. It should have pierced his heart, but as it was merely a sparring session, she held back. Losing to Ning Yao did not leave Zhao Zheng feeling defeated. It was only after engaging in earnest combat with her that he understood why she alone could ascend to the pinnacle of their realm. Each strike she executed was perfectly timed, and her gaze seemed capable of discerning flaws that even he had not perceived. As their encounters continued, Zhao Zheng found himself increasingly out of sorts. Each afternoon, they would meet at the training grounds for practice. Ning Yao cast a lingering glance at Zhao Zheng before turning to leave. Among the sword cultivators of their level, Zhao Zheng was the first capable of matching her prowess. It was a rarity to find such a rival, and Ning Yao felt a stirring excitement. I haven't agreed yet, she mused. Her decisiveness was indeed remarkable. After tidying up the training area, Zhao Zheng ventured outside the city to hunt demons. Unbeknownst to him, upon his departure from the Ning residence, at least 10 pairs of eyes tracked his every move from the shadows. What of that individual's dossier? Inquired a voice from within the darkness. A meticulously prepared booklet was respectfully presented by an attendant. It contained a comprehensive account of Zhao Zheng's life from birth up until yesterday, circulating among several individuals present in the room. Merely an orphan, navigating the streets since childhood. Fortunate enough to possess a modicum of cultivation talent, a mere insect daring to covet Ning Yao. It was a foolhardy endeavor. What do you propose? rasped a voice, glancing toward the others. Wait another day. If he fails to grasp the rules, let someone teach him a lesson. No need for bloodshed. Rest assured. I shall ensure that young man willingly returns to his humble abode. From that day forth, Zhao Zheng's life took on a regimented cadence. By day, he hunted demons outside the city. By night, he practiced with Ning Yao, followed by late-night meditation and cultivation. Ning Yao had once invited Zhao Zheng to collaborate with her companions, but recognizing his somewhat uncouth style, he declined her gracious offer, fearing it might disrupt the harmony of the group. Upon signing in, he received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the achievement for 10 consecutive days of signing in and received a critical reward, a recipe for heroic wine. He toyed with the recipe for a moment before placing it back in storage. He had diligently maintained his signing in routine, but aside from the first day's critical reward, the subsequent days had yielded only mundane items. Entering the kitchen, he decided to prepare some noodles. As he was chopping vegetables, the door suddenly swung open. Young Master Zhao. Good morning, exclaimed a tall, white-haired matron as she stepped inside. Good morning, Granny Bai. The buns in the pot will be ready shortly. Could you please call for Ning Yao and Grandfather Nalen? Of course. Granny Bai lingered for a few seconds, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from the stove, her face radiating satisfaction as she departed with a bowl and utensils. Zhao Zheng couldn't shake the feeling that Granny Bai's gaze had been somewhat peculiar. She had scrutinized him, yet he sensed her look was imbued with kindness. With a swift kick, Granny Bai opened the door adjoining the kitchen. Nalen, old man, rise and join us for breakfast. Zhao Zheng, having risen early to prepare a meal for them, was met with Nalen Yesheng's nonchalance as he remained in the adjacent room, unbothered by the commotion. I merely wished for him to showcase his talents before you and the young lady. Nalen Yesheng hastily justified his inaction. Silence. Bai Momo shot him a glare. The young lady and Zhao Zheng are still friends. Refrain from spreading idle gossip. Should you ruin this opportunity, I shall not hesitate to deliver a blow. Yes, yes. Nalen Yesheng instinctively lowered his voice. Bai Momo turned swiftly and departed, intending to summon the young lady to the training grounds. Master, madam, Zhao Zheng is truly a good lad. On the battlefield, he risked everything to safely return the young lady. He has shown remarkable patience in dealing with her temper, and his talents are commendable. A future together with the young lady would surely make them an enviable couple. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Momo soon called Ning Yao to the dining table. The atmosphere at the table was lively, courtesy of Zhao Zheng, making breakfast a delightful affair. Ning Yao found herself savoring her meal more slowly than usual. After the meal, Zhao Zheng chose not to continue his training and, unusually, stepped out of the Ning residence. Are you Zhao Zheng? As he turned a corner, a group of strangers surrounded him. Who are you? Zhao Zheng quickly assessed the newcomers. Their casual stances belied the fact that they had effectively cornered him. I heard that you made quite a name for yourself on the battlefield a few days ago, claiming significant merits. My brothers and I are a bit short on funds. Mind lending us some? These individuals were all at the Dragon Gate realm, similar to him, indicating that they were not overly reckless. Yet, did they think they could intimidate him with their realm? Very well, Zhao Zheng nodded, then added, but you shall offer your swords as collateral. Draft an IOU. If you fail to repay by the due date, your swords will belong to me. The leader of the group scrutinized Zhao Zheng, his pupils narrowing. Given Zhao Zheng's aura, it was apparent he had entered the Dragon Gate realm. The leader and his companions were in the late stages of the same realm, and should they resort to force, they might struggle to subdue Zhao Zheng. Let us try a different approach then. Our swords are vital tools for slaying monsters. We cannot use them as collateral. Then it appears there is no other option, Zhao Zheng replied, feigning innocence as he shrugged. Wait. One of them halted Zhao Zheng, gritting his teeth as he pulled out a box from his pocket. Inside lay a purple gold crow fruit. How about a contest? If we win, your merits will belong to us. If you win, this purple gold crow fruit is yours. Zhao Zheng examined the fruit within the box. Its rich hue and the faintly dark pattern suggested that it was at least a century-old spiritual herb. He wondered which family would be so generous as to part with such a treasure merely to cause him trouble. Very well. Since someone insists on presenting me with a gift, I shall graciously accept. As for this heartfelt gesture, he shall repay it in due time. The recent skirmishes outside the city have subsided, and the streets are now bustling with wandering swordsmen. Some, noticing the unfolding spectacle, promptly clutch their goblets and alight upon the eaves lining the street. Come one, come all. Place your bets. 3-1 on Zhao Zheng. Even odds on Wang Ping's crew. It remains unclear who among them took the initiative to act as the bookmaker for this duel. yet their boisterous proclamations echo loudly, attracting even more onlookers to the fray. Surrounding the street, at least a dozen celestial swordsmen have materialized. Among the throng, a one-armed maiden, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly takes to the skies on her sword, heading towards the Ning residence. Soon, the one-armed girl and Ning Yao appear at the street's edge. A space has opened up as Zhao Zheng and Wang Ping, at the forefront, have taken their stance. Ning Yao, hurry and stop them. Wang Ping's group is ruthless. No need to rush, Ning Yao reassures, having assessed Wang Ping and his associates. It is clear they are overly ambitious in seeking trouble with Zhao Zheng. Just wait and see how Zhao Zheng wields his sword. With a reminder, Ning Yao, accompanied by Dai Zhang, moves closer to Zhao Zheng, where the view is more advantageous. Zhao Zheng, noticing the arrival of Ning Yao and Dai Zhang, turns to greet them. In that fleeting moment, a small sword suddenly launches from Wang Ping's grasp, hurtling from Zhao Zheng's blind spot, aimed directly at his back. Simultaneously, Wang Ping draws his broadsword, his figure flickering as he materializes before Zhao Zheng. To duel with me and dare to be distracted? You might as well lie in a hospital bed for years. The thought of a genius falling to his hand exhilarates Wang Ping, hastening his sword strikes. As the blade, Zhu Ying, is unsheathed, the sword chi rends the stone slabs around Zhao Zheng into fragments. The icy glimmer of the sneak attack has yet to approach within 3 feet when the sword's edge, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, rebounds, the small sword crying out in despair as it plummets to the adjacent street. Zhao Zheng, wielding the sword sheath in his left hand, suddenly transforms his stance, unleashing a force akin to mountains and seas. The resultant gale grinding the blue stone slabs beneath into powder. Wang Ping's pupils constrict in alarm as the hastily raised broadsword is bent into a crescent by the sheer force. Before the remnants of the sword sheath can dissipate, Zhao Zheng has already pivoted closer. The blade of Zhu Ying seems to shimmer with the brilliance of celestial constellations, its momentum crashing forth like a chaotic tide. I cannot withstand this. Wang Ping's expression darkens, his hands trembling as his swordplay grows erratic. Zhu Ying suddenly accelerates, slicing through Wang Ping's defenses with several strikes. Subsequently, the sword sheath sweeps across, sending Wang Ping crashing through several buildings, engulfed in dust and debris. With a cough, Wang Ping rises from the ground, feeling his face swollen all around. As he opens his mouth, blood accompanied by several teeth spills forth, gazing at Zhao Zheng, who approaches with an unhurried demeanor. A flicker of dread crosses Wang Ping's eyes. Zhao Zheng's strength far exceeds his expectations. We've wasted enough time, let us all engage. Zhao Zheng unleashes a flurry of sword lights from Zhu Ying, enveloping Wang Ping's lackeys in the onslaught. Be careful. Run. After a brief tumult, Zhao Zheng retrieved his prized purple gold crow fruit from the unconscious Wang Ping. Fortunately, the fruit remained unscathed. After inspecting its condition, Zhao Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the street, surveying his surroundings, and inquired loudly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to fight?" The young man's brows arched with confidence, and despite having just fought a battle, his aura had grown even sharper. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, Nailin Yixing and Granny Bai watched the spirited youth with delight. "Old fool, if anyone dares to bully us, don't hesitate to strike them down without mercy. Rest assured, our Ning family will not be trifled with." With that, Nailin Yixing vanished into thin air, his presence completely dissipating. "Bravo, Brother Zhao. Haha. I'm making a fortune today. Bring me the finest wine you have. I shall drink in excess." Cheers erupted among the sword immortals, though a few lamentations interspersed the celebration, belonging to those unfortunate souls who had lost their bets. Seeing no one else approach, Zhao Zheng sheathed his sword and walked over to Ning Yao, greeting the nearby Dai Zhang. "Apologies for the wait. Once the matter is settled, return promptly." "Understood," Ning Yao replied with a raised brow before turning to leave. Zhao Zheng also turned, heading in the opposite direction. Dai Zhang lingered momentarily, glancing around before following Ning Yao. Sometime later, Wang Ping and his companions regained consciousness. The shopkeeper approached with a bill in hand. "Come, it's time to settle the debt." Wang Ping pulled out a handful of silver coins, and with the support of his brothers, they prepared to leave. As they reached the entrance, an arm suddenly extended, blocking their path. "Not enough. You owe 6 more small summer coins." "Shopkeeper, these rickety tables and chairs could be bought for 10 sets with those coins." Wang Ping's gaze turned menacing as he looked at the shopkeeper. "These antiques were imported from Howren Tianxia, and the price I've given you is already a discounted one." The shopkeeper replied leisurely, seemingly just now sensing the ominous energy emanating from Wang Ping. A glint flickered in the shopkeeper's eyes. In a moment of daze, Wang Ping felt as if he stood in the wilderness, a colossal golden dragon peeking from the clouds, and he found himself devoid of the courage to stand. Have you made up your mind? Will you pay or not? Yes, we will pay immediately. Wang Ping appeared desperate, frantically rummaging through his and his brother's pockets for coins. Chapter 7. A new scene atop the city walls before noon. Zhao Zheng returned to the Ning residence carrying a package of spiritual herbs. On his way, he spotted Ning Yao at the training ground and casually asked, "Ning Yao, how much did you earn?" "What?" Ning Yao was taken aback by the seemingly nonsensical question. "You know, from the match between Wang Ping and me this morning. Wasn't there someone betting? Did you not place a wager?" Ning Yao's cold gaze fixed upon Zhao Zheng. "Ah, what a loss, what a loss." Zhao Zheng discerned her expression. After a pause, he added, "Next time such an opportunity arises, take a cue from me." "Absolutely not." Ning Yao expressed her refusal, stating that her family's finances were sufficient, and any excess would merely gather dust in storage. "However, I am impoverished. Relying solely on slaying monsters yields meager earnings. Perhaps we could set up a competition, with the odds stacked in my favor? Or perhaps we could engage in a match, where you feign defeat." Ning Yao shot him a disdainful glance. How had she not realized the thickness of his skin in private? He expected her to partake in this charade, deceiving others for profit. Did he not consider that even if she agreed, the scorned sword immortal would ensure his return in a most undignified manner? Observing Ning Yao practicing her swordplay once more, Zhao Zheng recognized that his plans for wealth were futile. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved the alchemical furnace he had acquired from a previous sign-in and measured out 1/10 of the spiritual herbs, following the recipe for the heroic wine. With a sudden roar, flames burst forth, charring the herbs to a crisp. Peeling back, the burnt exterior revealed some usable remnants, which Zhao Zheng did not disdain. Continuing his efforts, after toiling for half an hour, the furnace successfully condensed a liquid, although it appeared somewhat peculiar. The liquid was a deep green, and upon closer inspection, it bore no trace of the aroma of wine. Perhaps the brew made from spiritual herbs differed fundamentally from that of grains. Pouring a cup, Zhao Zheng took a tentative lick, only to be met with a bitter taste that contorted his face in distaste. This concoction was indeed unpalatable. Undeterred, he approached Granny Bai, brazenly presenting the recipe for the heroic wine. True to her reputation as a seasoned expert, she glanced at the recipe and assured him that he could collect the wine in 3 days. After a lengthy afternoon of practice with Ning Yao, who had thoroughly bested him, Zhao Zheng felt that his swordsmanship and agility had improved slightly. Thus, he resolved to venture out and explore. Having spent many days in the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had yet to truly appreciate the city. He had initially invited Ning Yao to join him, but she had summarily rejected the offer without a second thought. Undeterred by his unsuccessful invitation, he shamelessly requested Ning Yao to sketch a map of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning why a local would need a map. Zhao Zheng replied nonchalantly that he wished to explore some historic sites, hoping to stumble upon fortuitous encounters. He was sincere in his intentions and not mocking Ning Yao. Despite his prowess in combat, his skills were largely augmented by the system and the sharpness of his sword, while the cultivation technique he possessed was a common, overlooked method. Regrettably, the system's rewards were entirely random, and he had no idea when he might acquire a more refined technique. Upon receiving the map, Zhao Zheng hurriedly made his way to the city walls. Once atop the ramparts, he quickly surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a thatched cottage. Changing course, he swiftly approached and seated himself beside the cottage. He meditated for a considerable time, and as dusk approached, Zhao Zheng opened his eyes, feeling a twinge of frustration. It is said that the sword energy within the Sword Qi Great Wall favors prodigies. He sat here for several hours, yet not a single strand of sword energy graced him. Since meditation yielded no results, he decided to practice swordplay instead. After much exertion, Zhao Zheng, having gained nothing, turned his attention to the elder sword immortal seated not far away. He produced a bottle of wine, a prize from a previous lottery. Mustering his courage, he approached the elder sword immortal and offered the wine. "Grandfather Chun, I happened upon this fine wine. Would you care to try it?" Chen Qingdu opened his eyes and scrutinized Zhao Zheng, making him feel as though his very soul was being laid bare, causing a flutter of trepidation in his heart. After a prolonged moment, Chen Qingdu accepted the bottle, took a sip, and found it indeed delightful, rivaling the renowned Qingzhou Mountain Divine Wine from Haran World. "Hee, Grandfather Chun. How's the wine?" "Quite good. I'm glad you like it. In a few days, I shall have another new brew ready. I will bring it to you at once." "Grandfather Chun, merely drinking wine lacks flavor. How about some snacks to accompany it?" Zhao Zheng produced a steaming roast chicken from his pocket and looked at Chen Qingdu with eager anticipation. Chen Qingdu regarded Zhao Zheng several times. Aside from that scoundrel named Liang, he never expected to encounter such audacity within the Sword Qi Great Wall, among the city's youths, who would not feel intimidated by him, save for Zhao Zheng. Alas, Liang departed too soon, missing a reunion with his own brother. Zhao lad, speak your mind. What do you desire? Chen Qingdu took a bite of the chicken leg, washed it down with some wine, and found the flavors quite pleasing, given the offerings before him. He was inclined to listen to the intentions of this young man. Grandfather Chen, I would like to request a cultivation technique. Zhao Zheng, putting aside his jovial demeanor, bowed earnestly to Chen Qingdu. Chen Qingdu regarded him with a neutral tone. Zhao lad, my legacy is not suited for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he deftly disassembled the chicken and poured more wine for Chen Qingdu. After finishing his last cup, Chen Qingdu waved his hand, signaling Zhao Zheng to depart. As Zhao Zheng descended from the city walls, he suddenly heard Chen Qingdu's voice. Zhao lad, during the full moon, you may visit the stone tablet grove to the west of the city. Thank you for your guidance, Grandfather Chen. Zhao Zheng's heart leapt with joy as he bowed toward the thatched cottage atop the walls. He glanced upward at the crescent moon above, knowing that it was still 10 days shy of the full moon. Recently, the sword immortals practicing their swordplay atop the city wall had observed a curious sight. Every morning, noon, and evening, a boy of 12 or 13 would scamper to the elder sword immortals' thatched cottage, bearing a basket filled with unfamiliar delicacies. Although they could not savor the flavors, the incessant clatter of chopsticks and the faint aroma wafting through the air hinted at the delectable nature of the fresh fare. Some remarked that those dishes were likely nothing special, but what a foolish assertion that was. The sword immortal spat, reflecting on the years spent practicing swordsmanship atop the city walls. How curious it was that he had never witnessed the esteemed sword master dining there before. Observe. The Qin family, emulating the youth who delivered meals to the sword master, were swiftly cast aside before they even reached the city's edge. A sword immortal directly inquired with Zhao Zheng about surplus food, offering to purchase it. Zhao Zheng replied that the food was prepared for his family and was not for sale. As the days passed, the sky bore witness to the emergence of 3 luminous jade discs. Time flowed onward. Chapter 8. Nocturnal stroll through the stone tablet forest in the dead of night. Zhao Zheng rapped upon Ning Yao's door. In an instant, a fully attired Ning Yao emerged. They exchanged a glance, leaped over the courtyard wall, and swiftly made their way toward the stone tablet forest. Following their departure, shadows emerged from the darkness, stealthily trailing behind. At the Ning residence, Nalan Yi stood unguarded in midair, silently observing the figures shadowing his young mistress, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. With a subtle movement, he melded into the night, becoming as elusive as a whisper. As they traversed the bustling East Street and passed through the commoner's district, the remnants of crumbled walls came into view. At the heart of this desolation stood a multitude of towering stone tablets, each taller than a person. These tablets had appeared at an unknown time, weathered by years of wind and rain, their surfaces marred and eroded, some reduced to mere bases, their forms indistinguishable beneath the rubble. Zhao Zheng had visited this stone tablet forest once before, on the day the sword master had spoken of it, but had returned empty-handed. Yet tonight, as the full moon illuminated the grove, a sense of change permeated the air. Entering the forest, Zhao Zheng found an unexpected tranquility enveloping him. The inscriptions upon the tablets began to shimmer and dance, reminiscent of fish in water. A figure flickered in the shadows, reappearing in another spot, as if the somnolent forest had awakened at that very moment. Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao exchanged a cautious glance, instinctively tightening their grips on their swords as they advanced with trepidation. The moonlight grew ever brighter, almost blinding. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Zheng found himself standing before a graveyard of broken swords, with Ning Yao having vanished from his side. Was this the inheritance spoken of by the sword master? The blade, Ju Ying, still hung at his waist, and the system's repository remained accessible, providing him with a measure of confidence. Calling out Ning Yao's name several times yielded no response, prompting Zhao Zheng to scrutinize his surroundings. The moon above was identical to the one he had seen upon entering the stone tablet forest, leading him to surmise that time here mirrored that of the outside world. Behind him lay an impenetrable darkness. Retreating a few steps brought him no closer to escape. It appeared that forward was his only option. The moment he stepped into the graveyard, a profound solitude enveloped his heart. Surveying the standing swords around him, he envisioned the gallant sword immortals, unleashing their blades toward the heavens. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, as if inquiring, Do you harbor regrets? The myriad swords quivered lightly, their resonant sounds echoing as if from eons past. For the sake of eternal peace, we harbor no regrets. Zhao Zhengfu, with a heart attuned to the spirit, discerned how to seek a legacy that resonated with him. Closing his eyes, he unleashed the sword intent that enveloped him, wandering through this sword grave, in search of the harmonious sound of a sword that called to him. A man clad in scholarly robes, wielding a ceremonial sword, appeared beside Zhao Zheng. I have a question. Can you answer for me, a millennium hence? Zhao Zheng replied, Apologies, I am but a novice and lack the knowledge to respond to your inquiry. With a sigh, the figure in robes dissipated into thin air. Soon, a man wielding a colossal sword, his upper body exposed and radiating a commanding aura, obstructed Zhao Zheng's path. If you wish to proceed, you must first engage in combat with me. Zhao Zheng stepped forward, sword in hand, and the two swiftly became entwined in battle. Zhao Zheng's garments were shredded by the sword energy, droplets of blood staining his white attire a pale crimson. With a decisive thrust, Zhao Zheng pierced the man's throat, pressing onward, as he discerned that the resonant sword call lay just ahead. Youth, I have a melody for you. Please lend your ear. I am tone-deaf, Zhao Zheng retorted. With a swift motion, he cleaved through a guzheng, leaving behind a few lingering melodies that echoed in the air. It was impossible to recall how far he had traversed, or how many souls he had encountered. At last, Zhao Zheng arrived at the source of the beckoning sword call. A figure, obscured in visage, sat leisurely in a pavilion, a cup of wine in hand, indulging in self-reflection. He glanced at Zhao Zheng, his eyes revealing an inscrutable expression. You have arrived, the man greeted him naturally, then, without awaiting a response, tossed his sword towards Zhao Zheng. In astonishment, Zhao Zheng caught the man's sword. And in that instant, he realized this sword was the embodiment of the man's legacy. Surely, this is too simple? Just like that? Haha, why complicate matters? I prefer simplicity. The young man, as if sensing Zhao Zheng's thoughts, laughed heartily, transforming into a flurry of light that enveloped Zhao Zheng. Following the guidance of the luminous points, Zhao Zheng began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. For him, this was an entirely new path, the flow of energy accelerating with each moment. Once he memorized the route of the unnamed technique, the points of light within him vanished entirely, and darkness enveloped his vision. In the next heartbeat, his sight returned, revealing that he stood once more in the grove of stone tablets. At this moment, he was in the same position as before. His wounds and the rips in his clothing vanished, yet a faint weariness lingered in his spirit. Zhao Zheng turned to his side, where Ning Yao had just opened her eyes. When their gazes met, he was struck by a hint of sharpness. It appeared she too had reaped significant rewards. Did you acquire the technique you sought? Indeed, and you? Tomorrow, I shall challenge the Dragon Gate realm. Zhao Zheng was taken aback, realizing the pressure he felt from Ning Yao's gaze. To understand, Ning Yao, in her pursuit of perfection, chose to break through the barriers of her cultivation when she reached a state where there was no further advancement. Previously, she had remained at the ocean observation realm, honing her swordsmanship and vanquishing demons. One wonders how magnificent her demeanor will be upon breaking through the Dragon Gate realm. A gentle breeze swept through the forest of stone tablets, dispersing the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Nalin Yixing gazed contentedly at the two young figures retreating into the distance before turning his attention to the unconscious individuals on the ground. With a swift thrust of his long sword, he obliterated their dantians and severed their tendons. Sigh, he lamented, indeed age has caught up with me. I never anticipated that such a trivial task would leave me feeling so weary. In the dead of night, the lights of a certain mansion suddenly flickered to life. The occupant surveyed the incapacitated subordinate sprawled upon the ground and crushed the teacup in his grasp. Nalin Yixing, you old relic, why do you not depart this world? They understood that this was a warning issued by the exceptionally skilled assassin. It is worth noting that among their dispatched personnel was a nascent soul sword cultivator. Yet they were effortlessly incapacitated by that old wretch. The highest cultivation level present among them barely reached the celestial realm. Should that old man exchange his life for theirs, it would be a most unwise bargain. Since the old fellow intends to protect Zhao Zheng, they decided to bide their time. After all, time was on their side. The following day, Ning Yao's friends gathered at the Ning residence. Nalin Yixing and Granny Bai secured the gates of the Ning mansion, activating the protective array and taking to the air to guard the estate. Today, no one was permitted to disturb the young lady's momentous breakthrough. In contrast to the strict vigilance within the mansion, the training ground exuded a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 9. So sour, Lady Ning. Do you not need to enter seclusion? Among the group, only the attentive girl, Dai Zhang, expressed concern. hoping that her other companions would not impede Ning Yao's breakthrough. Daizhong, fret not. For Ning Jia, transcending realms is as effortless as drinking water. There will be no issues, boomed the boisterous fatty Yinzhua, calling out for Daizhong. Come and taste the pastries. The new sweets from Ning Jia are utterly delightful. Ning Yao gently patted Daizhong's hand, and while she herself felt at ease regarding her impending breakthrough, Daizhong's palms grew clammy with anticipation. Ironically, it was she who found herself comforting Ning Yao. Rest assured, I have long been prepared. Come now, freshly made peach blossom cakes. Daizhong, have a piece. Ning Yao, you too, come and taste. Just as Daizhong was about to say something, Zhao Zheng dashed from the kitchen, placing the still-warm peach blossom cakes into Daizhong's hands. Quick, try this. It's my first attempt at making these. I welcome your feedback. In his previous life, he had mastered the art of culinary creation, and indeed, he spoke truthfully. This was genuinely his first attempt at crafting peach blossom cakes in this life. Delicious. The interruption from Zhao Zheng left Daizhong at a loss for words. Ning Jia, I shall head over first. How are the peach blossom cakes? Zhao Zheng inquired with a smile directed at Ning Yao. Not bad, I suppose. Hurry and enter seclusion. I have prepared a grand feast. I await your emergence to celebrate. All right. Ning Yao cast a lingering glance at Zhao Zheng. Ever since he arrived at the Ning residence, the atmosphere had become considerably livelier. Such a transformation brought her immense joy. Turning to enter the pavilion atop the dragon-slaying platform, Ning Yao took a bite of the pastry in her hand. In truth, she had just told a little white lie. Zhao Zheng's pastries were not merely acceptable, but rather delightful. Thus, let the breaking of the mirror commence. A pulling sensation emanated from her dantian, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her core, swiftly coalescing above her head into a vortex of spiritual energy. The onlookers in the training ground, engaged in idle chatter, immediately fell silent upon witnessing this spectacle. They observed the diameter of the energy vortex expand, grow larger, and continue to enlarge. Eventually, the vortex above Ning Yao enveloped the entirety of the Ning residence, which spanned several acres. My goodness, what a grand display. Yanzhu stared in awe at the vortex that consumed the landscape. It was common knowledge that Ning Yao possessed extraordinary talent. Yet this was the first time they had witnessed the disparity between her prowess and their own. Zhao Zheng, young Master Chun, how large was your energy vortex when you broke the mirror? Approximately 200 meters, replied Chen Sanxiu, who had always adhered to the proprieties of noble families. Now visibly affected by the sight of Ning Yao in the pavilion. 230, came the succinct response from Dong Huafu. Zhao Zheng, looking somewhat bewildered, recalled that during his own breaking of the mirror, he had fought Ning Yao, and there had been no such vortex. Well, whatever. I'll just say mine was about the same, he shrugged. Among those present, only the three of them had reached the Dragon Gate realm, while Daizhong and Yinzhu were still honing their skills in the ocean viewing realm. Nevertheless, they were certain that no matter how much they practiced, they could never produce a spectacle akin to Ning Yao's. Shortly thereafter, the sky underwent yet another transformation. 3 strands of sword energy manifested above the city walls, emitting a soft chime as they flew directly into the vortex above the Ning residence. The sword immortals training atop the city walls noticed this scene and turned their gazes towards the distant Ning residence, comprehending the extraordinary vortex that set itself apart from the ordinary. It must be Ning Yao. Who else could possess such talent? Haha, truly worthy of Ning Yao. Impressive. Truly impressive. Even the chief sword immortal, rarely emerging from his humble abode, glanced towards the young woman in the pavilion, his eyes reflecting a rare kindness and warmth. Information rapidly circulated among the sword immortals on the city walls, and soon those lying in ambush outside the Ning residence received word to retreat immediately. As today was not a day for provocations, they feared that causing trouble before the chief sword immortal would result in the loss of several families from the Sword Qi Great Wall the following day. Zhao Zheng, observing the 3 strands of sword energy actively approaching Ning Yao, suddenly found the pastry in his mouth rather sour. He picked up another piece and took a bite. It was still quite tangy. I must have inadvertently added vinegar, he mused. An hour later, Ning Yao emerged from the pavilion with remarkable tranquility, and Granny Bai and the others had relaxed their guard, allowing the Ning residence to return to its usual laughter and merriment. After bidding farewell to Yinzhu and the others, Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao engaged in a sparring match. Before the bout commenced, he specifically requested Ning Yao to use her full strength. Thus, he experienced for the first time the taste of a crushing defeat. Within the confines of Longman, he found himself facing Ning Yao, and apart from his initial offensive move, he was soon overwhelmed, reduced to a mere defensive stance. Zhao Zheng, you must strive harder. You cannot afford to fall too far behind Ning Yao. Upon returning to his chamber that evening, Zhao Zheng delved into the legacy of the young man, which, in addition to the nameless qi refinement technique, encompassed a plethora of sword techniques. Time slipped by, and Zhao Zheng had now resided at the Sword Qi Great Wall for a month. System, check-in. Congratulations, host, on your continuous check-in for a month. You have achieved a critical milestone, and the reward, Insight Stone, has been dispatched to your system repository. Insight Stone? Merely hearing its name ignited an eagerness within him to search through the repository. Soon, he held in his hand a stone the size of a fist, entirely black in hue. Insight Stone. Holding this item allows one to enter a state of enlightenment at any time, significantly enhancing the user's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the principles of the Tao. Indeed, it was a treasure akin to those in the realm of cultivation. Zhao Zheng left a note outside his room, indicating his newfound comprehension. He settled into a cross-legged position, grasping the Insight Stone, and activated the legacy. At the moment of activation, the stone emanated a profound aura that enveloped him. Characters that once eluded his understanding were instantaneously unraveled into comprehensible content. The more he grasped, the greater his exhilaration became. Around him, the ethereal silhouette of a vast river began to materialize. As the illusion of the river coalesced, several strands of sword energy from the castle's ramparts shifted direction and, in the next instant, appeared above Zhao Zheng's head. Sensing the river's essence, these strands joyfully altered their course, diving into the river and transforming into droplets, completely merging with it. On the ramparts, Chun Qingdu observed the faint strands of sword energy that only he noticed and let out a soft exclamation. Surprisingly, the sword energy of his old friend had stirred. The grand sword immortal calculated swiftly, and soon the sequence of events unfolded in his mind. So, your legacy had remained there all along? Chun Qingdu stepped out of his thatched hut, his gaze fixed upon a certain direction in the north, where the wild and rugged Tuayu Mountain lay. Back in the room, as the droplets of sword energy merged with the illusion of the river, Zhao Zheng's form flickered momentarily. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on the banks of a long river, where a young man tended a campfire, warming a jug of wine. Ah, young one, we meet again, the young man greeted Zhao Zheng with a cheerful smile. It was none other than the individual from whom Zhao Zheng had received his legacy amidst the stone tablet grove. Yet, how could he manifest once more? Chapter 10. The figure in the river within this Sword Qi Great Wall, remnants of my sword energy still linger. Feel free to ask anything. I have ample time. Zhao Zheng stared in astonishment at the young man, whose name remained unknown to him. Could he possess the ability to read minds? How else could he discern Zhao Zheng's thoughts so effortlessly? Rest assured, it is not mind reading. Young one, your thoughts are clearly etched upon your face. A single glance reveals all. The young man beckoned Zhao Zheng over, pointing to his own nose and saying, my name is of no consequence to you. Simply call me master or something else, as you wish. Do you see that river? Zhao Zheng nodded. It was an unmistakable river, after all. From now on, you may visit the river daily to practice your swordsmanship. The effects here are remarkable. Once you acquire your own flying sword, you may cast it into the river, which will serve as an excellent means of honing your blade. How old are you, lad? 14, Zhao Zheng replied. That will suffice. Come, join me for a drink. The master produced 2 cups and poured a warm, fragrant rice wine for Zhao Zheng. After savoring the delightful beverage, the master encouraged Zhao Zheng to continue his sword practice while he sat by the campfire, offering guidance intermittently. In this timeless realm, Zhao Zheng lost track of how long he had been there. It was only when he felt utterly exhausted that the master gently sent him on his way with a flick of his robe. When Zhao Zheng regained his sight, he realized he was still in his room, the evening sky darkening outside, having spent 2 full days with his master. After a moment of reflection, he discovered that his understanding of sword techniques had improved by at least 30%, with only a slight mental fatigue from his time by the river. Truly, the Insight Stone was a remarkable treasure. After signing in, Zhao Zheng hurried to Ning Yao's room, knocking on her door, and pressed the Insight Stone into her hands. This stone is a valuable asset. You can take it with you while you cultivate. Before Ning Yao could respond, Zhao Zheng held his growling stomach and quickly excused himself, saying he would find something to eat in the kitchen. As Ning Yao gazed at the Insight Stone, her attention shifted to his swiftly fading silhouette. Muttering fool under her breath, yet she decided to head to the kitchen nonetheless. The Insight Stone proved to be an extraordinary aid for cultivation. That evening, Ning Yao entered seclusion, and 3 days later, She emerged radiating an aura so sharp that even Grandmother Bai felt a sting from it. Upon her return, Ningyao offered the Insight Stone back to Zhao Zhang, who initially intended to refuse it, but she explained that her recent gains were substantial, and further use of the stone would not be significantly beneficial in the short term. Realizing that one could not overindulge in knowledge, Zhao Zhang agreed to set it aside temporarily. However, such a precious item could not be left to gather dust. On that day, Grandmother Bai also began her seclusion. A month later, a tremendous martial aura surged from the depths of the wilderness, descending upon the Ning household. Grandmother Bai appeared high in the sky, catching the martial energy with her hands, which transformed into glimmering golden orbs in her palms. Simultaneously, the demon clans of the wilderness dispatched their forces to uncover who had become the martial sovereign within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Congratulations, Grandmother Bai, on your return to the realm of the martial sovereign. Well done, Grandmother Bai. Fortune from misfortune, indeed, old woman. Zhao Zhang, Ningyao, and Nalan Yixing surrounded Grandmother Bai to offer their congratulations. Come, everyone, share in the joy of this old woman. Madame Bai distributed all the martial arts beads to the three individuals, with Zhao Zhang and Ning Yao collectively receiving approximately 4/5 of the total. Thank you, Madame Bai, Zhao Zhang said, his heart brimming with joy as he accepted the martial arts beads. With these, his physique would undoubtedly strengthen. Why do I receive so little? Nalan Yixing protested, feeling aggrieved. Does this old woman even comprehend the notions of fairness and justice? Enough. I understand your impatience. Hurry and retreat to your seclusion. Madame Bai retorted. Upon receiving the piece of enlightenment stone, Nalan Yixing promptly silenced himself and gleefully returned to his retreat. If the old hag, Bai Lianshuang, could ascend from the mountain peak back to the realm of cessation, then surely he, Nalan Yixing, could also rise to the 5th realm. To celebrate Madame Bai's regained strength, Zhao Zhang prepared an extravagant hot pot feast, and the three of them secretly celebrated behind closed doors. After indulging in food and drink, Zhao Zhang clutched a copper stove with one hand while carrying a basket of ingredients in the other, soon arriving at the city wall. He retrieved tables and chairs from behind a thatched cottage and called out, "Grandfather Chun, dinner is ready." As Zhao Zhang arranged the hot pot ingredients, Chen Qingdu emerged from the house. Observing the lavish spread on the table, Chen Qingdu clicked his tongue, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it into the bubbling copper pot. "Grandfather Chun, you must taste this wine. We brewed it for nearly half a month." And even Grandfather Nalan couldn't resist sneaking a sip when it was ready. The clear liquid flowed into the wine cup like silk. Chen Qingdu took a sip and declared, "Excellent wine. Moreover, there was a unique flavor within, potent enough that a cultivator at the 5th realm could experience a significant enhancement in their prowess after consuming it." "Young man, how did you manage to incite such commotion with that girl from the Ning family?" he inquired. "Hee, I merely proposed an idea. The key lies in Madame Bai's own prowess," Zhao Zhang replied. Chen Qingdu cast a skeptical glance at Zhao Zhang, discerning that the lad was not speaking entirely truthfully. The emergence of a martial artist at the realm of cessation naturally piqued his interest. Bai Lianshuang had been in a state of stagnation for many years. It was curious that she broke through just as Zhao Zhang entered the Ning residence. Noticing the disbelief etched on Chen Qingdu's face, Zhao Zhang felt compelled to swear an oath. "By the heavens and earth, I, Zhao Zhang, am an honest child. I merely gave Madame Bai a stone and did nothing else." In this world, it seemed that speaking the truth garnered no belief. "Grandfather Chun, how does this wine taste? If you find it delightful, I shall bring you a jar every day." Overwhelmed by Zhao Zhang's persistent chatter, Chen Qingdu waved his sleeve and dismissed him back to the Ning residence. Zhao Zhang rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Hey, old proud one. Don't think I didn't notice that your hand has yet to leave the wine." Of course, such words remained unspoken, as he dared not offend the Grand Sword Immortal, who had harmonized with the entire Sword Qi Great Wall. This impudent boy. Chen Qingdu seemed to hear a certain individual's thoughts. With a flick of his finger, a sharp pain echoed in his ear, prompting him to take a hearty sip of his wine. Setting down his cup, he soon realized something was amiss on the table. Once a table laden with ingredients, now each plate holds but half of what it once did. His fine wine, once plentiful, now remains only a third, the rest having mysteriously vanished. In this world, who would dare to provoke the formidable Chen Qingdu? With 2 fingers pressed together, Chen Qingdu pointed towards the distant mountains, drawing a line in the air. Instantly, a cascading sword aura enveloped the horizon, materializing above the mountains. A colossal golden-armored giant leaped from the earth, shattering the sword aura with a single punch, then delivering a kick that obliterated the remnants entirely. A hearty laugh echoed in Qin Qingdu's ears. Fine wine, exquisite dishes. This meal has left me thoroughly satisfied, even in my blindness. Chapter 11. As long as one can endure, one shall persist recklessly. Come one, come all. To my dear brothers and sisters and esteemed villagers. Today marks the grand opening of our Sword Immortal Winery, with over 10 exquisite wines for you to savor. Zhao Zheng stood at the entrance adorned with the sign of Sword Immortal Winery, ringing a copper gong as he deftly beckoned passers-by. Our winery does not offer mere ordinary wine. Our brew, named Heroic Wine, is crafted from a myriad of precious herbs. Surely you know of the renowned Sword Immortal atop the city walls. He himself has praised this wine, and our dear Ning Yao, upon tasting but a sip, experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation. Originally, this wine was a closely guarded secret, but in the spirit of helping you slay more monsters, I have reluctantly decided to offer it at cost. Just 10 snowflake coins for a bowl. Yes, only 10 snowflake coins. You can't go wrong with that. Inside the shop, the reluctant volunteer, Dai Zhang, shielded his face, unable to bear the sight. Ning Yao, will you not intervene as he recklessly boasts? It's one thing to claim that she broke through her limits thanks to this wine, but Zhao Zheng brazenly fabricates tales about the Sword Immortal himself. Does he seek to endanger his life? I have tried to intervene, Zhao Zheng replied, but I speak no falsehoods. Ning Yao wore a look of resigned amusement. Let him be. At worst, I shall plead with Grandfather Qin to spare his life. Did the Sword Immortal truly say so? Young man, surely you jest. Indeed. The sound of the gong and a series of promotional phrases from a bygone era captivated many passers-by, though most remained skeptical of Zhao Zheng's claims. It was certainly not due to the price. His wine was not beyond their means. Fear not, dear family, I would never deceive you, Zhao Zheng declared. Producing a transparent glass sphere, infusing it with spiritual energy, an image materialized within. The figure, white-haired and exuding an air of authority, was none other than the esteemed Sword Immortal. What a fine wine it is, the Sword Immortal's voice echoed, albeit with a peculiar tone. See, I speak the truth. Zhao Zheng exclaimed as he retracted the glass sphere. Bring me a bowl. I too wish to savor the exquisite wine once enjoyed by the illustrious Sword Immortal. I am curious about its flavor. The previously hesitant onlookers immediately gathered around, and as Zhao Zheng found himself overwhelmed, he quickly summoned Ning Yao and Dai Zhan, who had been hiding in the tavern, to assist him. The Sword Qi Great Wall was not particularly vast, yet the commotion at the winery swiftly reached the castle's summit. Those Sword Immortals, who were ardent connoisseurs of wine, abandoned their sword practice and hurried on their flying swords to the winery. The establishment had prepared 100 jars of the exceptional heroic wine, and after a few young sword cultivators consumed the beverage and broke through their limits, it was sold out in less than half a day. Zhao Zheng's voice was nearly hoarse as he persuaded the lingering patrons to depart. How did we fare today? Ning Yao gestured a number. To their astonishment, they had amassed over 300 small summer coins. This wine was indeed selling remarkably well. If they continued at this pace, in a few years, he could approach the Sword Immortal and propose to purchase the Sword Qi Great Wall. As he indulged in this delightful dream, Zhao Zheng suddenly sensed a dangerous aura descending from above. Before he could react, a streak of sword energy struck him down to the depths below, several dozen meters underground. A cry of agony echoed from the earth. Ning Yao drew her sword, cautiously surveying the surroundings. A gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This lad has spoken without discretion. It is fitting he learns a lesson." It was Grandfather Qin from the castle. Ning Yao cast a glance at Zhao Zheng, feigning death underground, and began to snack on sunflower seeds alongside Dai Zhan. It is not an enemy attack. Fret not. Underground, Zhao Zheng lay flat for a while, sensing the faint danger dissipate before he sprang back to the surface, appearing as if nothing had transpired, swiftly filling the hole and mending the roof pierced by the sword energy. To be frank, when struck by that slender thread of sword energy from Qin Qingdu, it was indeed painful, yet not to a degree he could not endure. His loud cry was merely to ensure the Sword Immortal would hear him. After all, a child who cries receives candy. When adults chastise you, stubbornly resisting will only invite double punishment. He howled once more, then lay underground a while longer, waiting for the Sword Immortal's ire to pass. As for the reason behind the Sword Immortal's intervention, Zhao Zheng was already aware. The glass orb he had presented, containing recorded images, was a compilation he had pieced together over several days from the Sword Immortal's words. That phrase was akin to a video edited with precision. I see now. You truly fear nothing. Ning Yu soon grasped the crux of the matter. Ah, it's a trivial affair, merely a trifle. Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Tomorrow, he would bring several jars of heroic wine along with a sumptuous feast, The Sword Immortal, being magnanimous, would surely overlook the incident. Since the winery's grand opening, its reputation had spread far and wide. From that day forth, there had not been a single vacant seat within the establishment. Setting aside the capital, along with his and Ning Yao's shares and Daizhan's wages, he converted the remaining summer coins entirely into spirit herbs for brewing. With the demand for heroic wine soaring, Granny Bai could scarcely manage alone. Thus Zhao Zheng found himself with an additional task each day. Alongside sword practice and cooking, brewing wine. After expending a considerable amount of precious elixirs, he finally succeeded in brewing a decent wine. During this time, the reclusive Nalan Yeshing ascended to the realm of Yupu. The Wudao stone was entrusted to Daizhang, and soon thereafter, all of Yanzhua and Ning Yao's companions had utilized the Wudao stone, resulting in a breakthrough to the Longmen realm for each of them. Their current task was to continue refining their swords, for the Wudao stone had temporarily lost its efficacy for them. Upon their first encounter with the Wudao stone, Saiyans like Qin Sanxiu and Yanzhua revered it as a divine artifact, an extraordinary treasure capable of elevating any cultivator's realm without cost or restrictions. When Ningyu presented the Wudao stone to them, both of them had to summon immense willpower to suppress their rising thoughts, to avoid arousing any suspicion at home. They had all taken refuge in the Ning residence during this period. Staying at the Ning residence had its merits and drawbacks. The advantage lay in their camaraderie, as they shared meals and accommodations, fostering deeper bonds, while also having the opportunity to consult Ning Yao regarding their cultivation queries. The downside, however, was that being in Ning Yao's presence often led them to question their own intelligence, as she would effortlessly grasp concepts and then turn to teach them. Granny Bai relished this new way of life. Ning Yao's smile became increasingly radiant, and outside the city walls, the demon tribe had quieted, their lives improving. Zhao Zheng sat in the pavilion, toying with the Wudao stone while observing the training grounds below. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chapter 12. The Sword Immortal of the Lower City. What are you pondering? Ningyao inquired as she joined Zhao Zheng at his side, gazing at the training field. I wonder when Grandfather Qin will descend from the city. When he does, I must give him a proper welcome. Do whatever you wish, by Granny, Nalan Grandfather, and I will support you. Although she could not discern Zhao Zheng's thoughts, she knew that as long as he wielded a sword, any troubles before her would ultimately dissipate. It's time for sword practice. Ningyao summoned her innate flying sword and ascended the dragon-slaying platform below her. As the sounds of the swords resonated, Zhao Zheng's heart gradually found peace. Indeed, why should he fear anything in this place? Even if the sky were to fall, there was still a tall figure to bear the weight, regardless of whether it was the founders of the 3 teachings or others of the 14 realms. They would need to consider who stood behind them to grasp the stories in his mind. In the Sword Chi Great Wall, the people were genuinely simple and unpretentious. In such a splendid place, it was lamentable that only a handful of young individuals would depart, while many good souls perished in the struggle against the demon tribe. He could not accept such an outcome. He pulled out a flask of wine and took a hearty swig, then leapt to the highest point of the pavilion. Addressing the city wall with a booming voice, Grandfather Chun, I have a matter of utmost importance concerning the Sword Chi Great Wall that requires your presence in the city. Please descend, Grandfather Chun. Within the pavilion, Ning Yao rose and extended an invitation. Chen Qing stepped out of the thatched cottage, gazing towards the Ning residence. And with a light chuckle, he appeared beside Ning Yao. Zhao, my young friend, and you too, Ning Yao. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my counsel? Chen Qing seated himself, leisurely partaking of the delicacies laid out before him. Indeed, Zhao's culinary skills are quite remarkable. Even these tidbits are delightful. Grandfather Chun, I possess a treasure I wish to lend to you, Zhao Zheng said, presenting the Enlightenment Stone with both hands. Chen Qing casually accepted the seemingly ordinary stone. But upon contact with the Enlightenment Stone, the sword energy around him flickered, and a palpable aura emanated, causing Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao to instinctively kneel. Zhao Zheng's face flushed crimson as spiritual energy surged within him. Gripping his sword, he valiantly resisted the overwhelming pressure of Chen Qing's presence. In contrast, Ningyo maintained a far steadier composure, her back erect, as a small sword danced around her, radiating a sharp aura, her kneeling knee gradually rising. Under this potent energy, time seemed to blur. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Qing emerged from his state of enlightenment, retracting his aura. His gaze swiftly swept across the Ning residence. Noting the young ones sprawled on the training ground, and the determined by Lian Shuang and Nalan Yeshing still enduring within the confines of the room. Good children, all good children. He mused. This time, it was indeed his own oversight. He had not anticipated that Zhao Zhang's offering would further refine his swordsmanship. With a flick of his finger, Qin Qing unleashed several delicate strands of sword energy that penetrated the foreheads of everyone in the Ning residence, imparting them valuable insights and experiences suited to their growth. Zhao, my young friend, are you truly willing to part with this enlightenment stone? Such a treasure, even I, with my extensive experience, have never encountered before. It is likely that the ancient celestial court of millennia past possessed no such wonders. This enlightenment stone is beneficial to any cultivator, he continued, having first-hand experience of its limitless utility. Therefore, he could not help but inquire once more. Zhao Zheng brushed off the dust from his clothes, grinning as he replied, Grandfather Chen, I never claimed it was a gift, it is merely a loan. There is a stipulation, however, should either I or Ning Yao require the enlightenment stone. It must first be returned to us. Of course, Qin Qing acknowledged. Yet, I have a small request. Do you not think the inscription on the sign of the Sword Immortal Winery appears rather ordinary? Qin Qing fixed his gaze upon Zhao Zheng for a considerable time, the two maintaining eye contact for at least a minute, with Zhao Zheng unwavering. His intent was clear. He would persist in his stare until Qin Qing acquiesced. Having just lent out his family heirloom, he felt entitled to a reward, even if it meant inscribing a poem atop the city walls. Grandfather Chen, I mean no harm. I simply wish to keep a piece of your calligraphy for admiration. Qin Qing recognized that this young man was destined to reach the 14th realm. Surely a testament to his audacity. Fetch me some paper and ink. Zhao Zheng responded with a sound and swiftly returned to his room, retrieving a roll of azure paper. This paper was previously deemed a costly indulgence by Lu Chun, and with the addition of a gifted brush and ink from the system, yet another treasure was at hand. Qin Qingdu's brush danced across the paper, the characters Sword Immortal Winery gleaming resplendently. The unique quality of the brush, ink, and paper perfectly encapsulated Qin Qingdu's sword intent, revealing not a hint of its essence. Zhao Zheng sensed its value. Indeed, a remarkable item. The talisman paper flawlessly captured an essence of sword energy from Grandfather Qin, allowing for comprehension of his swordsmanship and, in dire moments, serving as a means of self-preservation. Grandfather Qin, please don't be in such a hurry to depart. As Qin Qingdu set down his brush, intending to leave, Zhao Zheng hurriedly approached and grasped his sleeve. Young man, do you have something to say? Qin Qingdu's gaze turned menacing, and Zhao Zheng instantly felt an ominous aura envelop him. You see, since you've come, and mealtime has arrived, why not stay for lunch? Zhao Zheng spoke while casting furtive glances at Ning Yao. You are indeed Grandfather Chen's favorite. Come and assist. Grandfather Chen, Ning Yao called out, and with that, Qin Qingdu reconsidered, turning back with a fierce glare directed at Zhao Zheng, an expression decidedly unfriendly. He had meticulously nurtured his finest cabbage, only to have it inadvertently pried away by the household pig. Although Zhao Zheng had just presented a precious gift as an elder, Qin Qingdu felt it inappropriate to admonish him immediately. At the dining table, the sight of the venerable elder seated prominently evoked an uncontrollable excitement among all present, be they the younger generations or the elders by Mama and Nailan Yeshing. This meal was one they could share with their descendants, a cherished memory. Do you know? Back in the day, your grandfather or grandmother dined at the same table as the Great Sword Immortal. Following lunch, the unabashed Yanjua cautiously observed the Great Sword Immortal, his eyes darting as he nervously inquired, Grandfather Qin, might I request your guidance on our sword techniques? Qin Qingdu smiled. When drowsiness beckons, a pillow arrives. Of course. Excellent. The crowd erupted in unison. Zhao Jing joined the throng towards the training ground, watching as Qin Qingdu patiently instructed Yanjua and the others, pondering what the Great Sword Immortal would teach him later. Little did he know, the ageless yet youthful heart of the Sword Immortal was contemplating how to find a reason to discipline him. That afternoon, the sounds of lament echoed within the training ground, lingering ominously over the Ning residence. Chapter 13. Zhao Zheng's fated sword. In the early morning, as Zhao Zheng awoke, he immediately called upon the system. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for achieving 100 consecutive days of check-ins, earning the special achievement, 1 in 100. Rewards will be dispensed in the form of a spinning wheel. Before Zhao Zheng lay a spinning wheel adorned with at least 1,000 markings, each fleeting name igniting a spark of desire within him. The rewards, immortal swords, millennia of cultivation, and eternal ginseng were enough to make one salivate at the mere sight. With a thought, the previously sluggish wheel began to accelerate. Stop. The rapidly spinning wheel gradually came to a halt, its pointer landing on a small segment, and the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the sword embryo of the Julian sword. Will you refine it into your life sword? Refine it immediately. In the next moment, Zhao Zheng found that within his spiritual space, a small sword resonated with his thoughts. Even in its incomplete form, the mere proximity of the sword embryo sent a prickling sensation through him. Upon inspecting the information of the Julian sword embryo, Zhao Zheng's emotions were beyond description. Julian sword embryo, a sacred artifact used by the sage of the primordial world, Tong Tian, can be shaped using the host's spiritual energy. A sword once wielded by the sage Tong Tian, this blade was certainly on par with the four heavenly swords. Once he fully harnessed the Julian sword's might, ascending would be as effortless as cutting through a dog. Ding! Wandering sword energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Friendly reminder. Absorbing sword energy can accelerate the shaping process of the Julian sword embryo. Absorb. Zhao Zheng hesitated not for a moment. Previously, he had attempted to offer spiritual energy for absorption, yet he found that the majority of his energy had been consumed. With the progress bar on the sword embryo barely registering a fraction, if left to his own devices, it would likely be an age before the Julian sword could be born. In the following moment, Zhao Zheng heard a resounding and audacious sword cry from the Julian sword embryo. As if it were taunting the surrounding sword energies, you pathetic beings have lingered here for millennia to no avail, not even comparable to a sword fairy. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Zhao Zheng. The wandering sword energies within the Sword Chi Great Wall possess their own pride. Even the disciples of their own lineage would be disregarded if they did not meet expectations. Now, a sword dared to mock them, claiming they were inferior to a mere sword fairy? The uncle could endure, but the aunt could not. A strand of sword energy above the Ning residence stirred. Swiftly determining the location of the offending sword, it darted into the room. Upon entering Zhao Zheng's brow, it quickly discovered the crude, sword-shaped flying object that had dared to insult it. How could such a rudimentary entity have the audacity to mock? It was determined to teach this little thing a lesson on how to respect its elders. The sword energy gathered its strength and lunged toward the Julian sword embryo. With a resounding clash, the sword energy struck, akin to colliding with a piece of ancient black iron. The Julian sword embryo remained unscathed, while the sword energy exploded into fine shards. Subsequently, the Julian sword embryo emitted a strong pulling force, drawing in all the fragmented sword energy. Zhao Zheng gazed at the progress bar on the sword embryo, which had just increased by 0.01. A mere wisp of sword energy was hardly sufficient. The Juxian sword embryo continued to activate its taunting skill, this time significantly expanding its range. It sensed a plethora of sword energy not far from the city's edge. Huh, you can't even manage a mere tickle. You scoundrels ought to return and find a rope to hang yourselves. Or, perhaps you should kneel before me. I might reluctantly accept you. As these words fell, another wisp of sword energy burst through the window, piercing directly into Zhao Zheng's brow. This seemed to serve as a signal. As a swarm of sword energy surged into the room from all directions, transforming Zhao Zheng's chamber into a sieve. Upon arriving at the ruined room, Ning Yao could not find Zhao Zheng's figure. Instead, she only beheld a dense orb of sword energy enveloping the area. Her sixth sense informed her that the missing Zhao Zheng was within this luminous sphere. What kind of cultivation technique is Zhao Zheng practicing to create such a commotion? Ning girl, this lad is merely training his lifebound flying sword. There is no need for concern. You may return to your own cultivation, came the voice of Chen Qingdu. At that moment, a stream of sword energy arrived, restoring Zhao Zheng's battered body. Subsequently, Ning Yao heard Zhao Zheng's robust wail. His cries were so vigorous that she felt reassured. She departed with peace of mind, taking a moment to inform Granny Bai of the situation to alleviate her worries. On the city wall, Chen Qingdu's eyes reflected the scene at Zhao Zheng's brow. The flying sword, merely in the shape of a sword, taunted the overwhelming sword energy that filled the entire mental space, while the sword energy retaliated with various sword techniques against the flying sword. The flying sword exclaimed in delight, continuing its sharp-tongued mockery. Its biting words were indeed venomous. It had even momentarily provoked the sword energy within Chen Qingdu himself. Had he not sensed the anomaly and suppressed his own sword energy, the Ning residents would likely have faced a renovation costing millions. Observing closely, Chen Qingdu noted how the flying sword seized every opportunity to absorb the fragmented sword energy, gradually transforming its shape to resemble that of a sword. Listening to Zhao Zheng's cries, Chen Qingdu poured himself a bowl of wine. Ah, this sound pairs delightfully with the drink. He retrieved a recording stone to capture the moment. It would be a pity not to relish the sight of that lad in distress repeatedly. The tumultuous scene of sword energy on the city wall was swiftly subdued the moment he sensed it, with only a few ascended beings recognizing something amiss. However, after the Sword Immortal's intervention, none dared to investigate the cause of Chun Qingdu's actions. It is well known that the absence of internal strife within the Sword Qi Great Wall, overseen by Chen Qingdu, is not merely due to respect for seniority, but because this elder is exceptionally formidable. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, an elderly man with hollow eyes and disheveled hair, clad in garments whose colors were indecipherable, chose today not to continue his meticulous creation of landscape paintings. Instead, he sat at a table, gazing toward the horizon. This self-blinded old man bore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, as if he had caught sight of an exceptionally rare and intriguing scene. Extending a hand, he retrieved a jar of wine upon its return. Pouring a cup, he lifted it slowly to savor its contents. At his feet, a gaunt old dog, little more than skin and bones, lunged eagerly at his feet, desperately licking the wine-soaked earth. Such a lack of dignity. The old man disdainfully kicked the dog away. Chapter 14. Awakening and transformation. At the moment when countless flying swords pierced his body, Zhao Zheng felt as though he were ensconced within a blazing furnace. Every inch of his flesh and every bone being relentlessly battered. He fainted from the agony, only to awaken once more to the unbearable torment. In the end, his voice grew hoarse from the cries of pain, and a semblance of numbness appeared on his face. Yet, regardless of how fiercely he struggled, the suffering did not abate. On the surface of his body, a sword energy from Chen Qingdu immediately began to heal him as his physical form crumbled. This cycle repeated countless times. And just as his consciousness began to blur, he finally heard the voice of the system. The Zhuxian sword embryo has successfully opened its edge. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first life-bound flying sword. The Zhuxian sword quivered with vitality, and the sword energy that had previously been drawn to it by taunts was swept out from Zhao Zheng's forehead space all at once. Devoid of the sword's mockery, Chen Qingdu reclaimed the remaining sword energy back to the city wall. A cursory glance revealed that Zhao Zheng's life-bound sword had absorbed at least 1/10 of the sword energy. 1/10 may seem insignificant, yet over the millennia, countless sword cultivators had honed their craft in this place. With a new wave of sword cultivators every century, spanning over 100 generations, each with at least 10,000 practitioners, the magnitude was profound. Who could say what magnificent spectacle would accompany the emergence of Zhao's life-bound flying sword? Even Chen Qingdu found himself filled with anticipation. He produced the Enlightenment Stone, continuing to capture the flicker of inspiration he had once perceived. To his astonishment, the path that had been lost to the ravages of time now revealed itself anew. Countless swords of light flickered in Chen Qingdu's eyes. His somewhat stooped back gradually straightened, and the once pale strands of hair at the roots began to show hints of black. Zhao Zheng opened his eyes to find himself lying upon a familiar bed, his body feeling entirely normal, as though the lingering pain in his consciousness had merely been a fleeting dream. Rising, he reached for the teapot, intent on pouring himself a cup of water. With a crack, Zhao Zheng stared in disbelief at the shattered teapot in his palm. Just moments ago, as he grasped the teapot, he noticed a crack forming in the handle and instinctively supported the body. To his dismay, with only a slight exertion, the entire teapot fractured. What was happening to his body? "Zhao Zheng, you're awake," exclaimed Granny Bai, entering through the door. Upon seeing him standing by the table, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes. "Come, quickly eat something." As the savory aroma of the meal wafted through the air, Zhao Zheng felt a burning sensation in his stomach. He picked up his chopsticks and devoured the food voraciously, while Bai Momo, seated beside him, recounted the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. It turned out that from the day he fell into a coma to the present, 10 days had already elapsed. It was Ningya who first discovered Zhao Zheng in his unresponsive state. Bai Momo explained that her young mistress, upon realizing Zhao Zheng's persistent unconsciousness, had carried him to the city walls to consult with grandfather Chen. The reason for Ning Yao's absence was revealed by Bai Momo. The war outside the city had reignited. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately set down his chopsticks, intent on rushing out. Fortunately, Bai Momo's quick reflexes allowed her to restrain him. "Do not worry, this time. The Demon Clan is merely conducting routine training, with only a few at the Fifth Realm overseeing it. It is precisely because of this that I could remain at Ning's residence to watch over you." A semblance of relief washed over Zhao Zheng, and he swiftly finished his meal. Grabbing the Juying sword hanging by his bedside, he bid farewell to Bai Momo and dashed toward the city walls. Upon checking his personal information, Zhao Zheng was astonished to discover a significant enhancement in his abilities. Host: Zhao Zheng. Cultivation level: Dragon Gate Realm. Physical body: Martial Courage Realm. Destined Sword: Zhuxian Sword. Cultivation method: an incomplete technique derived from a sword cultivator's deductions a millennium ago. Talent: fortuitously developed a postnatal sword bone physique. Young man, you can now barely be considered a genius. His body had inexplicably attained the strength of a fifth-realm martial artist, and his talent was rated considerably higher than before. The only extraordinary experience he had recently encountered was the collective mocking during the Zhuxian Sword's manifestation. Zhuxian Sword, can you draw forth that sword energy once more? After 10 days of unconsciousness, Zhao Zheng had elevated his talent and bodily strength. He certainly wished for more such low-cost, high-reward opportunities. The Zhuxian Sword in his spiritual space emitted a soft chime, and Zhao Zheng understood its meaning. Previously, it was due to its active nature that the essence diffusing from the sword embryo was absorbed by his body, resulting in such a substantial enhancement. If he were to experience it again, Zhao Zheng would merely have to endure the hardship. System, I interrupted my sign-in for 10 days. Has it had any impact? Zhao Zheng suddenly pondered a crucial question. When he signed in now, would it count from the day he interrupted, or would it restart? Rest assured, host. This system records your accumulated sign-in count. Even if you were to interrupt for 10,000 years and then sign in, you would still resume from 100 days. Then let us sign in. Perhaps Zhao Zheng's previous stroke of extraordinary luck in drawing the Zhuxian Sword had influenced the reward this time, which turned out to be quite ordinary. He retrieved a mask received from a prior sign-in and put it on. Upon contact with Zhao Zheng's face, the mask began to melt. In mere moments, it conformed perfectly to his visage, revealing a face with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding a sense of determination in the mirror. Truly, the ever-changing mask was remarkable, capable of altering even the expression in one's gaze. Zhao Zheng scrutinized his own visage, convinced that even if he stood before Ning Yao at this moment, she would fail to recognize him. He stored the shadowless blade in the system warehouse, changed into a coarse, humble attire, and strapped to his back a sword, mass-produced in the workshop, worth a staggering 1 snowflake coin. Demon Clan, I am upon you. Ascending to the city ramparts, Zhao Zheng surveyed the surroundings, quickly spotting Ning Yao and her companions. The quintet was encircled by over 100 demons. He observed that Ning Yao, amidst the chaos, occasionally wielded her sword to neutralize the threats posed to her comrades. Surrounding their small team were numerous young sword cultivators, banding together to fend off the advancing demons. The demons on the battlefield were predominantly below the nascent soul realm, while many sword immortals of the fifth realm merely stood guard atop the city walls, maintaining vigilance without any intention to engage. This represented an unspoken understanding between the sword Qi Great Wall and the wilderness. Mutual slaughter was permissible. Yet should any demon dare to exploit their superior numbers or realms to oppress the younger disciples of the sword Qi Great Wall, they would soon discover the true sharpness of Chen Qingdu's sword. As Zhao Zheng appeared on the city walls, the surrounding sword immortals cast a glance in his direction. Of course, it was not his striking visage that drew their attention, but rather the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar fifth-realm martial artist atop the ramparts, naturally capturing their instinctive curiosity. Within a thatched cottage, Chen Qingdu glanced at the fifth-realm martial artist who had leaped from the city wall, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Such audacious behavior was oddly familiar. Chapter 15. The man feared by the demon clan as Zhao Zheng leapt from the city wall. The ground approached at an alarming speed, yet he did not decelerate. Instead, he propelled himself downward, landing forcefully upon a demon's head, continuing his momentum forward. The unfortunate demon, serving as his makeshift platform, wobbled before collapsing to the ground. Selecting a spot densely populated with demons, Zhao Zheng struck down with a powerful fist, sending demons flying in all directions within a radius of several meters. He swiftly unsheathed his long sword and began to deliver the finishing blows. The number of demons felled beneath his sword rapidly escalated. Some demons immediately retaliated, hurling various weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, towards him. Come forth. Zhao Zheng surveyed his surroundings. Noting the absence of any significant threats, and with his proximity to the city walls, no station demon dared to employ underhanded tactics against him. He reached out and seized a long sword that was thrust toward him from behind, and with a firm grip, shattered it into fragments. Having acquired a solid understanding of his current physical prowess, he faced the incoming weapons with indifference, evading only a select few while allowing the rest to come within striking distance. Even weapons imbued with spiritual energy merely left white marks upon his skin. Relying on his formidable physique, Zhao Zheng endured the onslaught of demon attacks, and once he closed the distance, he retaliated with a punch for each foe that approached. Here stands a fifth-realm martial artist. Before he could fully relish the moment, a commotion erupted among the demon clan. What is the meaning of this? Here I stand, a formidable warrior of the fifth realm, and you, creatures of the demon clan, dare to call for assistance? Where is your fervor when faced with a strong opponent? Should you not rise to the challenge? The demons retorted, nonsense. We fear not death, but we do not relish offering our heads on a platter. Having dispatched one unfortunate foe, Zhao Zheng intended to proceed when a sudden whistling sound erupted from his left. Turning his head, he beheld a massive boulder, weighing several hundred pounds, hurtling towards him. As it barreled through, several demons who failed to evade were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist upon impact. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Zheng summoned his strength, channeling it from his calves to his back, and then to his arms, delivering a powerful punch towards the oncoming boulder. The rock, which had been careening towards him at breakneck speed, came to an abrupt halt before Zhao Zheng, followed by a series of cracking sounds as it shattered into countless fragments. Remarkably, Zhao Zheng's stance remained unshaken. What is this? Zhao Zheng turned his gaze to a demon man who had suddenly appeared. In a casual manner, the demon clapped his hands and, gripping a long staff with one hand, proclaimed, I am Wu Liang, of the human race. You have earned the right for me to remember your name. The instant Wu Liang finished speaking, he sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Zhao Zheng, leaping high with his staff poised to strike. How cunning these demons are! Why can they not adopt some of the noble virtues of Confucianism? Resorting to a sneak attack, Zhao Zheng hurled his sword and, gathering strength beneath his feet, swiftly vacated his position. That strike created a deep crater upon impact. As Wu Liang's staff struck the ground, Zhao Zheng appeared at his side, delivering a powerful kick. Rather than using his staff for defense, Wu Liang raised one arm to absorb the blow. That was quite a forceful strike. Let us have another. Wu Liang's eyes began to shimmer with a hint of crimson as he swung his staff horizontally, forcing Zhao Zheng to retreat, and then, seizing the momentum, he enveloped Zhao Zheng within a relentless barrage of strikes. The unending flurry of staff strikes ensnared Zhao Zheng, compelling him to focus solely on defense. Wu Liang, with his staff in hand, felt his eyes growing ever brighter. It was nearing. He sensed the cracks beginning to form in the defenses of this human warrior. At that moment, Wu Liang seized a fleeting opportunity, thrusting his staff through Zhao Zheng's defenses, aiming directly at the left side of his heart. Suddenly, a left hand appeared before the staff, and as the palm was pierced, Zhao Zheng deftly grasped Wu Liang's staff. In that instant, the resonant chime of the Zhu Xian sword echoed within his mind. Are you suggesting that you wish to consume this staff? The sword quivered slightly, transmitting a wave of longing to Zhao Zheng once again. If you desire it, then take it. With the master's consent, the Zhu Xian sword stirred, and a minuscule black hole materialized. Zhao Zheng felt a gentle warmth in his palm, and in the next moment, the staff he had been gripping vanished without a trace. Within the depths of his consciousness, the Zhu Xian sword conveyed a delectable appraisal before once more falling into silence. In the realm of spiritual exchange within the space between the eyebrows, appearances can be deceiving. In reality, merely a fraction of a second has transpired. Wu Liang never anticipated that his weapon would vanish inexplicably. In that moment of shock, Zhao Zheng seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his lower body, striking his vital point. The sound of cracking eggs echoed in Zhao Zheng's ears. Wu Liang clutched his leg, collapsing in agony, the sight of his wound eliciting pain in Zhao Zheng merely by observation. To spare Wu Liang further suffering, Zhao Zheng swiftly beheaded him. Discovering the effectiveness of this technique, Zhao Zheng subsequently employed it against several formidable members of the demon clan he encountered, one of whom was a woman. I truly am a good person, he muttered to himself, only to realize that the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the demon clan members who had previously encircled him had all retreated, seemingly frightened, taking several steps back at his gaze. This human is utterly shameless. How dare he launch such a low blow, and even mockingly taunt after slaying Lord Wu Liang? Such a deranged human is not one they, the lowly demons, can provoke. Zhao Zheng soon discovered that he was out of opponents. No matter where he ran, he could hear the demons exclaiming in fear, referring to him as the egg-cracking demon, causing the surrounding demons to scatter in panic. Nearby, the sword cultivators regarded Zhao Zheng with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. After years of sword practice, it was their first encounter with someone whom even the demons feared. Well, if necessary, I can always change my appearance tomorrow, he mused. Upon returning to the city wall and communicating with the Sword of Extermination, Zhao Zheng learned of its hidden capabilities. It could temporarily unleash its power by devouring rare treasures from heaven and earth. In the Sword Chi Great Wall, these treasures were most prominently found in various weapons. Besides weapons, ores, and other spiritually infused items were eagerly consumed by the Sword of Extermination. After recently devouring a long staff, the progress bar indicated that the sword had completed one of its charge. Once it reached 100, it could unleash a fraction of its original might. Zhao Zheng instructed the Sword of Extermination to explore the system warehouse. Unfortunately, the items acquired through sign-ins were deemed useless by the sword, rendering them unworthy of consumption. Even if he spent all his divine coins on ores and similar items, it would likely yield minimal results. Where could he procure some unclaimed treasures? Observing the chaotic battle below, an idea began to form. As twilight approached, the demon camp sounded the retreat horn, prompting the sword cultivators to sheath their weapons and return to the city wall. Zhao Zheng donned a different guise, blending in with the battlefield cleanup crew as he moved against the tide of people. By chance, he encountered Ning Yao and her group, who were discussing their bounty from today's demon hunt. As Zhao Zheng brushed past, Ning Yao instinctively halted, turning to gaze at the diminutive figure that had just passed. "What troubles you, Sister Ning?" A few individuals followed Ning Yao's gaze, observing a group engaged in cleaning up the battlefield, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Ning Yao fixated on the diminutive figure of a man for several moments before averting her gaze. "It's nothing. Return home and rest early. We must continue hunting demons tomorrow." "Understood." Ning Yao did not elaborate, but as the man brushed past her, she instinctively felt that his profile bore a hint of familiarity. Yet, after scrutinizing the man's back for a few seconds, she could not identify the person he resembled. Meanwhile, sensing the piercing gaze behind him dissipate, Zhao Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Ning Yao's intuition is remarkably sharp. I deliberately kept my head down and did not even glance at her. Yet she nearly recognized me. Thankfully, all was well. "Zhu Xian, I shall rely on you shortly. Alert me to any treasures." The Zhu Xian sword acknowledged and indicated a direction. Zhao Zheng moved aside the bodies of the demon clan and began to search the ground. Before long, a palm-sized fragment appeared in his hand. In the next instant, the fragment vanished, consumed by the Zhu Xian sword. Ding! Progress bar increased by 0.1. A tangible sound seemed to resonate in his ears as Zhao Zheng continued to search for the next target. With a vigorous effort, he wielded a shovel, unearthing a stone from the ground, and uncovered a jade piece the length of a finger. Done. Springing from the pit, Zhao Zheng proceeded to another desolate location, busily wielding his shovel until a half-meter-wide hole emerged in the earth. A glance around revealed that outside the city walls, there were already hundreds of such pits. It was only when the city walls began to urge him to return that Zhao Zheng reluctantly made his way back. Today's haul was substantial. With the seamless cooperation between him and the Zhu Xian sword, the progress bar had surged by 23. This ancient battlefield beyond the city held countless treasures. Though they were merely fragmented remnants disregarded by others, the Zhu Xian sword did not disdain them. To it, even the smallest morsel was a feast. Zhao Zheng cast a backward glance at the earth, recalling that beneath the Sword Chi Great Wall, a high-ranking deity seemed to be in slumber. He did not wish to offer this deity to the Zhu Xian sword, but rather had his eyes set on the divine weapon, a long knife, held by that deity. If fragments of spiritual tools could enhance the Zhu Xian sword's progress, then a pristine divine weapon would likely allow it to escort him through the wild realms. He pondered whether the Elder Sword Immortal could assist in excavating this slumbering deity. Upon reaching the thatched cottage, Zhao Zheng inquired with Chen Qingdu. Chen Qingdu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Zheng. "Young man, Ning Yao possesses another celestial sword. Shall I bring it along for you?" "No need, no need. Just that divine weapon will sustain me for quite some time. Let the naive remain with Ning Yao for her protection." Chen Qingdu pressed his hands down, and the thatched cottage extended a radius of 100 meters, where time seemed to come to a standstill. Even the revered figures of the three teachings would find it impossible to perceive the happenings within this realm. He merely posed a tentative inquiry, yet was taken aback by the astonishing revelation from Zhao Zheng. It is noteworthy that apart from him, only Ning Yao was privy to the existence of the immortal sword within her, and she would certainly not divulge such information lightly. Zhao Zheng, this young lad, was surprisingly aware of the name of the celestial being and the presence of a concealed turtle beneath the surface. "What else do you know, young one? Pray, enlighten me." Zhao Zheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with curiosity as the river of time flowed, deliberately avoiding his position. The friction between the water and the barrier occasionally erupted into bursts of golden light. Observing a corner of this river, Zhao Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Such a spectacle was rare to behold. Unlike the character Qin Pingyan in the books, who traversed the river of time as if returning home, one must consider the formidable background he possessed, with a divine corporeal form wielding the pinnacle sword of the 15th realm, and a teacher who was the 4th sage of Confucianism, not to mention his senior brothers, who were at least at the ascendant realm. Grandfather Chun, it's mealtime. Shall we dine while we converse? Qin Qingdu nodded with a smile. Zhao Zheng promptly retrieved some roasted chicken and roasted goose from his storage, showing no reluctance in the presence of Qin Qingdu. This elder, who had sacrificed his own cultivation to protect the Sword Qi Great Wall for millennia, had always earned his admiration. Moreover, in the end, this elder had met a nearly suffocating demise to send the Sword Qi Great Wall to the realm of vibrant colors. Qin Qingdu observed Zhao Zheng's ability to summon items from thin air, and with a flick of his fingers, his eyes glimmered with a hint of golden light. Yet he could not discern the young man's method. An intriguing lad. He has even revealed his means of self-preservation. Very well. I shall listen attentively to the words of this youth. Grandfather Chun, if this world can harbor 4 realms, might there not also exist a 5th realm of Sword Qi? The sage ancestor had once spoken of this to me, and the Confucian temple is in search of the traces of this 5th realm. I have a question, grandfather. Regarding the sword cultivators of 1,000 years ago, who bore the guilt of the Xingtis, why is it that even after a millennium, we remain in the same plight? Qin Qingdu found himself at a loss for an answer. How could he respond? Should he assert that the blood of the Xingtis still flowed within the veins of the sword cultivators? Nonsense. Ultimately, it boiled down to him and that great ancestor of the wilderness not possessing sufficient strength. Perhaps they deemed our power too insignificant, rendering our opinions inconsequential. Zhao Zheng mused to himself. Young lad, what is your intent? Upon hearing this, Qin Qingdu's gaze towards Zhao Zheng turned slightly askew. This boy, usually so discreet, today seemed to be on the verge of instigating something significant after indulging in a bit too much of the fermented brew. I yearn for every parent to be able to accompany their children as they grow. I desire for children to learn to read and write from a young age and to marry when they come of age. I wish for everyone to witness the beauty of green mountains and clear waters. In the dead of night, a sudden knock echoed at Ning Yao's door, startling her from her meditation. Ning Yao, it is I. Ning Yao lit the candlestick and opened the door, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion upon seeing Qin Qingdu standing outside. Why has old Qin come at this hour? An arm reached out from behind Qin Qingdu, encircling his neck. Old Qin, why aren't you drinking? Is it that Brother Zhao's wine is unpalatable, or do you not wish to honor me? The sudden silence in the air was most unsettling. Ningyu quickly pulled the inebriated man into the house, bid a hasty farewell to Qin Qingdu, and with a swift motion, shut the door with a decisive thud. She feared that if her actions were delayed, a banquet might be held at Ning Manor the following day. Chapter 17. Visitors from the Qin family. How did I end up here? Zhao Zheng lifted his gaze and found Ning Yao seated cross-legged at the edge of the bed, while he himself lay on the floor, covered with a soft quilt. How did he find himself in Ning Yao's room? A glance at his attire reassured him. His clothes were intact, and it appeared that Ning Yao had been considerate enough to cover him with a blanket. The hour was growing late, and if Granny Bai were to come and call Ning Yao for breakfast, it would be quite awkward for him to be discovered inside. Zhao Zheng tiptoed to the window, and just as he pushed it open, Granny Bai's voice echoed from outside. Miss, it's time for breakfast. Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Zheng disregarded the potential for leaving traces behind. He swiftly leaped out of the window and deftly returned to his own room. Understood, Granny Bai, Ning Yao responded, turning to glance at the ajar window, a slight smile gracing her lips. Ah, why is this window open? It would be prudent to keep it closed at night to avoid the chill. I shall remember, Granny Bai, please do not chide me further. In the presence of Granny Bai, Ning Yao rarely displayed a hint of girlish charm, yet she recalled the elder's advice to secure the window tightly each night. This window had been left open by a certain coward who had fled, presumably too timid to return and close it. Zhao Zheng appeared at the dining table, carrying a steaming basket. I have recently perfected a culinary delight. Do give it a try and let me know how it tastes. As he lifted the lid of the basket, the steam dissipated, revealing glistening soup dumplings that captivated the onlookers. Granny Bai and Nalin Yeshing chuckled as they picked one up, and under Zhao Zheng's suggestion, took a small bite, savoring the delightful broth within. Their eyes brightened. The flavor was indeed exquisite. Ning Yao observed the eager Zhao Zheng with a smile. Only she understood the reason behind his rare effort in preparing breakfast that day. These soup dumplings are delicious. Will there be more tomorrow? Ning Yao inquired, her expression radiant. Certainly, Zhao Zheng promised, thumping his chest for emphasis. I have been craving roasted meat and Sichuan cuisine for lunch lately. As she spoke, Ning Yao's gaze occasionally drifted toward Granny Bai and Grandfather Nalan. No problem. Zhao Zheng replied, his smile somewhat strained. Let us have something lighter for dinner. Agreed. Zhao Zheng clenched his teeth and reluctantly agreed, unable to resist casting a glare at Ning Yao. Hey, I've already consented to so much. Don't push your luck. Ning Yao disregarded Zhao Zheng's glare. Linking her arm with Granny Bai's, her tone noticeably lighter. Granny Bai, Grandpa Nalan, what would you like to eat in the next few days? Zhao Zheng will prepare it all. Very well, Grandpa Nalan and I will make do with whatever is available. Granny Bai gently patted Ning Yao's arm. Well aware that the young lady had seized upon Zhao Zheng's vulnerabilities to tease him mercilessly. Granny Bai, it's nothing, just say the word. Nalan Yang listened with great interest to the conversation among the three, but suddenly, he disappeared, only to return to the dining hall shortly after. There's a visitor from the Chen family, seeking to meet Zhao Zheng. Who is it? The head of the Chen family, Chen Shi. I'll accompany you. Ning Yao would not allow Zhao Zheng to refuse, her demeanor suggesting that if he dared to decline, she would swiftly divulge the incident of him sneaking into her room to sleep last night to Granny Bai. Zhao Zheng was dragged along by Ning Yao to the reception hall, where a handsome middle-aged man stood quietly in the lobby. It was indeed Chen Shi. This must be Zhao Zheng, young friend Zhao? To Zhao Zheng's surprise, this seasoned warrior, who had slain countless demons and etched a character on the city walls, possessed a remarkably gentle disposition. Yes, Chen Sword Immortal, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Shi scrutinized the youthful figure before him. He had not anticipated that the aloof patriarch of the family, who had never engaged with the clan for millennia, would personally send word the previous night, requesting him to visit this young man named Zhao Zheng. Retracting his gaze, Chen Shi was somewhat astonished, not because Zhao Zheng was ordinary, but rather due to his physique, which bore the hallmark of a swordsman, coupled with his youth, marking him as a prodigy. Yet, why would the ancestor regard him with such favor? Though discontented with the ancestor's treatment of the family, Chen Shi was nonetheless bound to fulfill the Elder Sword Immortal's command without hesitation. This is what the ancestor instructed me to give to you, young friend Zhao. Please accept it. After presenting Zhao Zheng with a spatial ring, Chen Shi took his leave. What is inside this ring? I have no idea. Zhao Zheng spoke the truth. He recalled that last night, during a conversation with the Elder Sword Immortal, they had seemed to be in high spirits, even toasting one another. After that, he had lost consciousness, remembering nothing further. Ning Yao picked up the spatial ring and scanned its contents with her spiritual sense, her eyes widening with astonishment. She tossed the ring back to Zhao Zheng. You take a look for yourself. Zhao Zheng caught the ring, and in the next moment, his mouth fell agape. Am I dreaming? Ow! Why are you pinching me? Zhao Zheng glared at Ning Yao, clutching his side where she had just struck him. I was merely trying to help you confirm whether you were dreaming or not. Ning Yao replied with a mischievous smile. All right, no need to thank me. I'm off to practice my sword outside the city. With a casual wave of her hand, she departed the hall with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Zheng returned to his chamber, clutching the ring, and pondered for a long time, unable to fathom what grand tales he had spun with the Grandmaster Sword Immortal the previous night to warrant such a lavish gift from the Elder. Within the ring, there lay nothing but swords. A hasty glance revealed that each sword was of at least spiritual weapon caliber, albeit marred with numerous scars, many being remnants of broken blades. Yet, the sheer volume suggested that the Grandmaster Sword Immortal might have bestowed upon him the shattered swords of millennia worth of sword cultivators. Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to cast it aside. Releasing the constraints on the Zhu Xian sword, it instantly materialized in the palm of his hand. Before he could retrieve the swords within, the Zhu Xian sword swiftly consumed the spatial ring, eager not to lose a moment. After swallowing the spatial ring, the Zhu Xian sword appeared to have grown considerably, resembling a drunken man swaying unsteadily, careening towards him with reckless abandon, nearly stabbing him in the face. The sword's consciousness manifested in his mind. Master, I have overindulged and must rest for a few days to digest. Would this sword not damage itself? As he observed the sword's body becoming increasingly round, an ominous premonition flickered through Zhao Zheng's mind. Under his anxious gaze, the sword's expansion halted at its peak, and the energy recharge progress bar began to rise slowly. The sword's form slimming down slightly. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside the sword Qi Great Wall, in a subterranean chamber, two figures cloaked in black robes emerged in a recently excavated cave. Above them, The sounds of battle reverberated. Chapter 18. The plans of the Monster Clan. Why have you suddenly contacted me? One frail figure endeavored to maintain composure, though urgency tinged his voice. It was important to note that this was merely 100 miles from the Sword Chi Great Wall. If discovered here, he would swiftly face the wrath of the Grandmaster Sword Immortal's sword energy. I require all the latest information on Zhao Zhang, who currently resides in Ning's estate. Very well. I shall provide it in 5 days. The frail figure, perplexed by their interest in Zhao Zhang, still acquiesced to the task. At most, I can provide you with 2 days. That is too tight. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal has been closely monitoring the Sword Chi Great Wall during this time. That is your concern to address. The black-robed figure's demeanor was resolute. Having spoken, he fell silent. Time trickled by, and soon, the frail figure's voice of concession echoed within the cave. Fine. Do your job well. Rest assured, when that day comes, your rewards will be plentiful. The black-robed figure tossed a spatial ring. Upon probing it with his consciousness, the frail figure's previously grim expression lightened considerably. After the two figures dissipated, the cave was swiftly obliterated by the onslaught of the Monster Clan. As dusk fell and the Monster Clan withdrew, Zhao Zhang once again appeared outside the city, shovel in hand, resolutely continuing his treasure-seeking endeavors. After much effort, the progress bar for the Zhuxian sword increased by 10. With the swords provided by the Chen family, it would take no more than 2 days for the progress bar to reach its maximum capacity. At that time, the Demon Clan would witness the formidable power of the celestial sword from another realm. Zhao Zhang was lost in delightful thoughts when the surroundings suddenly shifted. The next moment, as he regained clarity, he found himself inside a thatched cottage. Chen Qingdu looked at Zhao Zhang with a disapproving gaze, one that instinctively filled him with a sense of foreboding. Grandfather Chen, what brings you to seek me? Zhao Zhang inquired, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. He believed that even the great Sword Immortal would not unjustly chastise him. You scoundrel! Instead of diligently practicing your swordsmanship, what are you doing? With a sharp glance at the grinning Zhao Zhang, Chen Qingdu sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed upon him. Should Zhao Zhang's response fail to satisfy him, he would be compelled to experience a newly comprehended sword technique. I was merely practicing my swordplay, Zhao Zhang replied, setting down the shovel in his hands. Noticing the shift in Chen Qingdu's demeanor, he quickly adopted a more earnest expression, rushing over to cling to Chen Qingdu's legs and lament, Grandfather Chen, I am but a poor lad. Seeing you take out your precious swords, I couldn't bear to consume them. Those discarded items outside the city only pollute the environment. So I took the liberty to clean them up. It was merely a bit of effort, he continued. After a lengthy complaint, Zhao Zhang perceived that Chen Qingdu's gaze had grown increasingly perilous. Thus, he promptly stood up and darted towards the door. Grandfather Chen, it's late. I shan't delay your rest any longer. Farewell. You brat, I have a sword technique that would suit you perfectly. Grandfather Chen, I am quite dull-witted. I fear I cannot grasp such profound swordplay. That is of no consequence. It merely requires a bit of effort, Chen Qingdu countered, using Zhao Zhang's own words to silence him. The next moment, Zhao Zhang's cries echoed throughout the thatched cottage. An hour later, Chen Qingdu, feeling refreshed, began to enjoy his dinner. Indeed, giving Zhao Zhang a good thrashing had significantly improved his mood. The following day, Zhao Zhang arrived at the Sword Immortal Winery. Each time he passed the counter, he could sense 2 unabashed gazes fixed upon him. After delivering the wine, he approached the counter, looking somewhat helplessly at the 2 individuals who seemed to be idly bored. Miss Ning, if you two have nothing to do, you could assist me in delivering some wine, he suggested. We have to manage the accounts with Dijon. This is a significant matter that cannot be taken lightly, Ning Yao replied, blocking Zhao Zhang's mouth with a noble pretext. As she observed Zhao Zhang, her gaze involuntarily fell upon his eyes, or rather, the area surrounding them. At that moment, Zhao Zhang's eyes bore unmistakable dark circles, resembling a champion of sleepless nights, and no remedy or spiritual energy could alleviate them. Zhao Zhang, what has happened to your eyes? Dijon could not suppress his curiosity, voicing his inquiry, as Ning Yao's expression mirrored his inquisitiveness. Last night, I got up in the dark and accidentally bumped into the wall, Zhao Zhang explained. Zhao Zhang responded with unwavering certainty, his expression revealing the truth of his words. Urging trust, Ning Yao scoffed, convinced that he never spoke honestly. Who could have struck a wall so evenly to create such dark circles? With Zhao Zhang's playful banter, time passed swiftly, and soon Ning Yao and Dai Zhang had returned home. As the last few guests finished their drinks, the winery closed its doors. Strolling along the dimly lit street, Zhao Zheng suddenly felt a warmth in his embrace. He reached in and retrieved a jade piece. This jade, a tool he had acquired through a signing-in process, would heat up if anyone within 10 meters harbored hostility towards him. The higher the temperature, the greater the malevolence lurking in the shadows. At that moment, the jade radiated at least 60 degrees, indicating a lethal intent from someone stalking him. A profound sense of danger surged from behind, prompting Zhao Zheng to lunge forward. Instantly, a searing pain shot through his back. He reached to touch it and found his hand drenched in blood. He quickly rose, drawing his sword, Zhu Ying, and vigilantly scanned the surrounding darkness. Reaching into his pocket, he activated the talisman within. As the talisman ignited, the wound on his back began to mend gradually. The flying sword that had ambushed him remained hidden. Zhao Zheng struck at the nearby buildings with several sword strikes, demolishing them, yet no adversary emerged. It seemed that an array had sealed off this area. To think that someone would expend such resources to target him under the watchful eyes of the Sword Immortal was quite flattering. With a wry smile, Zhao Zheng continued his swordplay, dismantling the surroundings. As he persisted in his destruction, he finally caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking in the darkness. Found you. With a surge of speed, he unleashed a brilliant beam of sword light from Zhu Ying. A long knife appeared from another side, its blade clashing against his sword light. Both forces stalemating for a moment before shattering simultaneously. At that instant, a small sword darted along the ground, unexpectedly soaring upward as Zhao Zheng engaged with the wielder of the long knife. The speed was such that when Zhao Zheng sensed the impending danger, the small sword was merely a finger's breadth away. He deftly redirected the tip of his sword onto the long knife, shifting it just enough for the small sword to pierce his left shoulder, wedging itself between the bones. The small sword writhed, but Zhao Zheng tightened his grip and, with a flicker of thought, the small sword was consumed by the Zhuxian sword. A muffled groan echoed from the shadows. The destruction of the assailant's life sword evidently brought them discomfort as well. Come out, all of you. Do you not fear the Sword Immortal for colluding with the demon race? Chapter 19. The might of the Zhuxian clap, clap, clap. A man donned in a cat mask appeared atop a rooftop, astonished as he gazed at Zhao Zheng. The knife-wielding man retreated beside him, guarding his presence. Zhao Zheng, I did not anticipate your resourcefulness. Zhao Zheng probed with his divine sense, but the mask worn by the man seemed to obstruct his scrutiny, rendering him unable to discern the true visage beneath. The taciturn man wielding a blade did not conceal his visage. Yet within Zhao Zheng's recollections of the sword Qi Great Wall, there was no swordsman resembling him. The masked man's voice resonated with vigor, devoid of any scent of blood. Evidently, the individual whose life-bound flying sword had been destroyed still lurked in the shadows. From their brief exchange, Zhao Zheng discerned that the taciturn man's prowess was on par with his own, and the hidden assailant's strength was not to be underestimated. The masked man commanded respect from the taciturn swordsman, indicating that his abilities surpassed those of the latter. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Sighing, Zhao Zheng observed that the masked man had no immediate intention to strike. He took out some gauze and began to tend to his wounds. My good sir, have I offended you in some way? Please inform me, and I shall amend my conduct. Are you, Zhao Zheng, afraid of death? The masked man regarded Zhao Zheng with a hint of amusement, his words laced with a playful tone. A swordsman, once frenzied on the battlefield, fearful of death? The masked man nearly burst into laughter. Such a statement, living is preferable, for who truly wishes to perish? Yet, one must ponder, if you do not die, some hearts shall remain unsettled. The masked man cast a wistful glance at Zhao Zheng, cautioning him not to indulge in delaying tactics for rescue. Let me enlighten you. Within this formation, unless one side is entirely vanquished, the array shall remain unbroken. Thus, the revelation struck. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Zheng's figure retreated several hundred meters in an instant. In his wake, a slender black line appeared, cleaving the surrounding structures in twain. Clearly, the conversation between the masked man and Zhao Zheng was a ruse to grant the assassin an opportunity. Zhao Zheng grasped a talisman, casting it skyward while invoking a chant, an intense light illuminating the night. With his eyes shut in anticipation, he sheathed the Zhu Ying and summoned the Zhuxian, his speed surging as he directed a strike towards the masked man. The taciturn man silently raised his long knife to intercept Zhao Zheng's path. Zhao Zheng did not flinch. Rather, he quickened the tempo of his swordplay. As blade met sword, a luminous arc of moonlight surged towards the taciturn man. With a resounding cry that echoed across the heavens, the Zhuxian trembled with exhilaration, yearning for its long-awaited return to the world. The long knife wielded by the taciturn man was also a remarkable spiritual weapon. However, as the Zhuxian revealed its edge, A fissure erupted at the point of impact between the two weapons. Subsequently, the long knife was effortlessly cleaved in two, the sword light hurtling toward the taciturn man. For the first time, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the taciturn man's eyes. Before he could utter a word, his head had already rolled to the ground. None noticed that the blood seeping from the taciturn man had permeated the earth, activating certain runes beneath. The assassin darted from the shadows, his chilling longsword silently appearing behind Zhao Zheng. The masked man was not idle either, a barrage of long swords, manifesting from his countless lifebound flying swords, descended upon Zhao Zheng like a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zheng propelled himself forward, his body shifting a few steps as the tip of a sword emerged from his right shoulder. Grasping the sword's tip with one hand, he swiftly swung his blade, severing the assassin's longsword. Subsequently, he deftly evaded the onslaught of flying swords, advancing toward the masked man. A wave of sword energy, overpowering and all-encompassing, erupted from the masked man's hand. Several flying swords, sinister in their intent, aimed for Zhao Zheng's vital points. With a fierce shout, he withdrew the broken sword and, relying on his instinct, deflected the incoming blades. He positioned the Zhuxian horizontally across his chest, channeling an unimaginable force through its gleaming edge. In the next instant, he sped back, crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt. Coughing, Zhao Zheng pushed aside the timber that had fallen upon him, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. They truly overestimated him, aside from two at the Dragon Gate realm. They had even dispatched a Yuan Ying sword cultivator to assassinate him. Would he truly meet his end here tonight? The masked man, rather than pursuing, gazed mournfully at his longsword, a weapon that had accompanied him for decades, now marred by a conspicuous notch. Ning Yao must genuinely care for you, lending you even that legendary immortal sword. In the masked man's perception, aside from that fabled sword, what other weapon could allow a mere boy at the Dragon Gate realm to inflict harm upon his blade, regardless of the opinions of others? Zhao Zheng swallowed a healing pill, feeling a slight alleviation in his chest, and swiftly darted into an adjacent, intact building. Knowing that he was up against a Yuan Ying realm opponent, it would be folly to confront him head-on. If only he could delay long enough. Ning Yao would sense something amiss, and as long as the sword immortal acted swiftly, he might yet survive. At that moment, the number of spiritual swords within the spatial ring in Zhao Zheng's possession was dwindling rapidly. A sword energy, spanning 100 meters, descended upon a cluster of houses, obliterating them entirely, thus revealing Zhao Zheng's figure. The assassin refrained from attacking, yet Zhao Zheng felt an ominous sharpness locking onto him. Secretly retrieving an object from the warehouse and concealing it within his robes, Zhao Zheng retaliated with a few strikes, continuing his game of hide-and-seek with the masked man. The masked man, lacking patience, leapt into the air, unleashing countless beams of sword light that annihilated everything in sight. A beam of sword light from the left was obstructed, prompting the masked man to flash forward. Got you. This brat is as slippery as an eel. Just as Zhao Zheng intercepted a beam of sword light, he caught sight of the masked man materializing before him. He was about to summon Zhu Ying when a sudden surge of danger emanated from behind. The assassin had made his move. Time was of the essence. Zhao Zheng released the Zhuxian, but the sword light before him cleaved a deep, bone-revealing wound into his chest. In that moment, the Zhuxian emitted a piercing cry, momentarily dazing both the masked man and the assassin. Despite Zhao Zheng's desperate evasion from the masked man's strike, he could not escape the assassin's ambush. As a sword pierced through his heart from behind, had he met his demise? The assassin drew his long sword and swiftly beheaded Zhao Zheng. Master, he is indeed dead. Observing Zhao Zheng's severed head, the masked man carefully stowed it away, as it was crucial for his family's prospects of receiving greater rewards. Let us depart, he commanded. The masked man shattered a jade tablet and waited for several moments, only to find no change in their surroundings, his expression darkening instantly. After repeatedly attempting various methods, neither of them could escape the formation. Damn it, those greedy scoundrels intend for me to take the blame. The masked man seethed with rage. It was clear that this was not what had been initially agreed upon. Had he known the formation allowed entry but no exit, he would not have come to claim credit. As time passed, when the masked man could not escape even after revealing his trump card, he could no longer contain his emotions and cursed at certain members of his family, pointing skyward. In the midst of his tirade, he suddenly began to cough. Noticing the dark red blood pooling beneath him, the masked man came to a realization. So I am merely a discarded pawn as well. He had been poisoned. Since they wished for his demise, he decided to take a gamble. to see whether the Ning family would arrive first or if he would succumb first. Xiaoyi, help me find a clean place to sit. The assassin silently assisted the masked man to a corner where the wall remained intact. The masked man attempted to suppress the poison within him using his spiritual energy, but discovered that it dissolved upon contact with the toxin. While the antidote in his possession proved utterly ineffective, his trump card had long been uncovered. It seemed those old-timers had lost faith in him. Xiaoyi, do you think we can still survive this? The assassin remained silent, but the masked man was not angered. He simply craved someone to converse with. Xiaoyi, once we return, you must sever ties with the Death Warriors, adopt a name, and live well. Thank you, master. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's response, the masked man was about to smile when a sudden chill coursed through his chest as a sword tip pierced through his back. Chapter 20. The Sword Immortal descending from the city walls. Master, I am sorry. They told Xiaoyi that as long as you are dead, my brother can live normally. The masked man realized the truth. No, do not blame yourself. Xiaoyi knelt beside him, and only when a pool of blood formed beneath the masked man did he step forward to assess his condition. Master is indeed dead. I am sorry, master. Brother, you must live well. Xiaoyi drew his sword and took his own life. In the final moments before consciousness faded, he seemed to see a colossal beam of sword light cleaving through the heavens, illuminating the dark path ahead. Ning Yao, wielding her sword, was the first to arrive. Descending gracefully through the air, she soon spotted the person she had been searching for. Feeling somewhat dazed, she landed, gazing upon the scarred, headless corpse, her emotions gradually subsiding. Simultaneously, the sword energy surrounding her surged, the realm she had suppressed rapidly ascending. Mid-stage of the Dragon Gate realm. Late stage of the Dragon Gate realm. In the moment when Ning Yao was about to break through to the great perfection of the Dragon Gate realm, an aged hand pressed down on her shoulder, forcibly suppressing her ascension. Ning girl, remain calm. This individual is not Zhao Zheng. Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, Ning Yao ceased her struggles. She scrutinized the figure closely, unable to discern any differences. Chen Qing did not elaborate further. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a specific point. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword light descended to the depths below, and with a slight movement, the light lifted the concealed individual from the ground. It was indeed Zhao Zheng. Hello, have you had breakfast? Zhao Zheng managed a feeble smile as Ning Yao approached. She flew to his side, longing to extend her hand to assist him, yet found herself unable to do so. Zhao Zheng bore a grievous wound across his chest, a gash deep enough to expose bone, stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, while his left shoulder was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Additionally, there was a penetrating injury to his right chest. With Zhao Zheng's emergence, the corpse on the ground began to transform into a palm-sized scarecrow, with the name Zhao Zheng inscribed on its back. This substitute scarecrow was a hard-earned life-saving talisman, unexpectedly revealed amidst the Sword Chi Great Wall. Rest assured, your life sword and Dantian remain unscathed. This will not impede your future sword practice. The head swordsman glanced over, entirely disregarding Zhao Zheng's severe injuries. Ning Yao shot an irritated glare at the head swordsman, frustrated that he remained oblivious to Zhao Zheng's condition while Chun's grandfather continued to make light of the situation. Utilizing Ning Yao's support, Zhao Zheng gradually stood up. The previous battle, although swift, had lasted nearly 2 hours, and coupled with his significant blood loss, he was genuinely exhausted. Ning Yao assisted him in bandaging several wounds. After a moment's respite, he consumed a vial of blood-replenishing elixir in one go, feeling the wounds beginning to itch, prompting him to ask Ning Yao for help in moving towards the head swordsman. Zhao kid, don't overthink it at such a young age. Be cautious of turning gray too early. Chen Qing spoke before Zhao Zheng could utter a word, waving his hand to return both individuals to the Ning residence. Unbeknownst to them, 2 beams of sword light silently merged into their respective long swords. Chen Qing surveyed the area and discerned the peculiarities of the formation. It was a scheme to taint the foundational array of the Sword Chi Great Wall with the blood of sword cultivators. He calculated the 3 corpses lying on the ground and immediately recognized the handiwork of a particular family. I haven't acted for a few hundred years, and yet some dare to kill within the Sword Chi Great Wall. With a swift motion, Chen Qing returned to the city walls. With a single gesture, a 1,000-meter-wide waterfall of sword energy abruptly manifested in the sky, continuously cascading and obliterating the damaged formation barrier, revealing everything within. Although it was the dead of night, the head swordsman's display awakened everyone. The dark courtyard was illuminated once more. Swordsmen soared from their residences, hastening towards the street that had been demolished at an unknown time. Does anyone recognize these three individuals? The three corpses laid out conspicuously on the ground drew the attention of the swordsmen who had arrived earlier, yet none could identify them. The esteemed sword immortals exchanged glances, seemingly pondering the identity of the assassin fostered by which clan. It remained a mystery what transgressions had provoked the chief sword immortal to take action. What? We must return. The chief sword immortal has moved. The air behind them grew restless, and soon a startling revelation swept through the entirety of the Sword Chi Great Wall. The chief sword immortal had descended from the city walls. In the Chun clan, Patriarch Chun Shi could no longer contain himself upon hearing the news. He summoned his sword and soared towards the parapet. This ancestral figure of the Chun family had refrained from descending during numerous crises that nearly annihilated their lineage, remaining still even when the demonic forces were on the verge of breaching the Sword Chi Great Wall. What, then, could have incited such wrath this time? Meanwhile, from the Dong clan, Dong Sange took to the skies on his sword. At the hidden official's residence, the bored Xiaoxian, toying with his braid, remarked, "I shall go witness the commotion," and promptly leaped through a window. That night, the skies above the Sword Chi Great Wall were filled with thousands of sword immortals ascending on their swords, a spectacle that stirred the encampments of the demon race outside the city. Several ascendant demons responsible for the military drills gathered in urgent consultation, contemplating their escape strategy should the Sword Chi Great Wall mobilize its forces. It was imperative to note that no royal presence from the savage lands was dispatched this time. With only a handful of formidable cats, they stood no chance of even garnering a glance from the prominent sword immortals. As the demons fretted within their encampment, Chun Qingdu descended from the city walls to find the open space below already teeming with numerous arriving sword immortals. Within the city, the continuous flicker of sword light signaled the hurried arrival of many. "What are you all doing here?" "I merely wish to stroll about," Chun Qingdu declared, yet this time, his words fell on deaf ears. The sword immortals maintained their distance of several hundred meters, their gazes following the chief sword immortal as he wandered leisurely through the streets. This was an unprecedented revelry in 10,000 years. To ask them to leave was simply out of the question. Chun Qingdu surveyed the somewhat unfamiliar streets, noting how much they had transformed from his memories, with only he, the aged figure, remaining unchanged. 10,000 years had passed. He and a group of fellow sword cultivators had settled here, motivated by the Confucian promise. Over the millennia, the inhabitants of the Sword Chi Great Wall had undergone countless generations of change, while the once vibrant sword cultivators of yore had dwindled to a solitary figure, struggling to survive in this realm. Without needing to look, Chun Qingdu understood that the current generation of sword cultivators harbored a deep-seated fire within them. Why did the descendants of these convicted disciples still bear the burden of guilt in the present day? Why were they condemned to be born amidst the endless yellow sands, inhaling the acrid winds and the stench of demonic blood? Why were their children destined to repeat their fate? The aura that Chun Qingdu inadvertently exuded cast a profound silence over the land. The three revered sages guarding the celestial canopy sensed this deep and profound energy. Sharing a glance, each arrived at their own resolutions. Chapter 21. The demon's midnight escape. Chun Qingdu had held his vigil atop the city walls for 10,000 years, witnessing the passage of time unfold. The sword immortals, along with their parents and grandparents, even those from earlier generations, had grown up right before his very eyes. He was acutely aware of the grievances and anger that resided within their hearts. Yet, due to his presence, the injustices they felt had to be suppressed. This knowledge weighed heavily on him. Thus, from the day Chun Qingdu took his post atop the city's walls, he had largely refrained from intervening in their affairs, burdened by a sense of guilt. Now, some individuals, emboldened by his remorse, had the audacity to turn their blades against their own kin. It seemed he had neglected to remind them of the city's rules for far too long. Chun Qingdu approached a grand mansion, extending his hand to summon a myriad of sword energies, which converged into a formidable blade that would terrify even those at the ascendant stage. He spoke, his voice resonating throughout the entire Sword Chi Great Wall. The Liu family and others, totaling 233 individuals, have colluded with the demon race to harm their compatriots. Their crimes are punishable by death. The remaining individuals shall be conscripted into the death battle camp and will have their identities restored after 1 year. With a sweeping motion, Chun Qingdu unleashed a colossal beam of sword light that obscured the sky, sweeping across the entire Sword Chi Great Wall, spreading far beyond its confines. Except for the 233 condemned souls, the rest merely felt a gentle breeze caress their faces. The guilty, however, upon hearing Chun Qingdu's decree, immediately drew their swords, unleashing their innate divine abilities in a futile attempt to block a fraction of the sword energy before them. Regardless of the prowess of their techniques or the might of their artifacts, they crumbled like decayed wood under the weight of that sword light. In an instant, the souls and bodies of the 233 were obliterated within the radiant blade, leaving only their discarded weapons and innate flying swords, which Chun Qingdu chose to spare. He recalled the flying sword of Zhao, which required the consumption of rare materials to evolve. Following that single strike, the sword Qi Great Wall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Whether they were sword immortals of the fifth realm or venerable elders at the pinnacle of the ascendant stage, their expressions mirrored one another: shock, terror, and exhilaration. It was revealed that the zenith of our sword cultivators could wield a power that transcended the heavens. A sword cultivator of the 14th realm could indeed single-handedly battle an entire city. Unbeknownst to Chun Qingdu, his mere display of power had deprived his younger kin of witnessing the full might of a pure sword cultivator at the 14th realm. Had he known their thoughts, he might have echoed the words of the old blind man. You are but newly ascended. Your perspective is still limited. To see me is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. When, by chance, you ascend to the 14th realm, you will perceive me as an ant gazing at the vast sky, after cleansing the city of those transgressors. Chun Qingdu returned to the city walls with a sense of disinterest, leaving behind a simple instruction for Chen Shi. You shall handle the remaining individuals from these families. As you command, Chun Shi replied respectfully, watching as the elder sword immortal departed. The three saints stationed in the heavens above, upon witnessing the elder's return, finally felt their apprehension dissipate. The demon race was indeed fortunate. The Taoist elder observed the scene outside the city with a hint of schadenfreude, while the other two saints turned their gazes toward the same direction. At this moment, at the sword Qi Great Wall, nearly all the sword immortals had drawn their swords, soaring through the air. The commotion was so immense that it attracted several upper 5 realms of the demon clan who had come to investigate. Meanwhile, the 5 upper 5 realm demons were hastily retreating deeper into the night, pursued relentlessly by the residual sword energy unleashed by the leading sword immortal. One demon lagged behind and was swiftly overtaken by the sword energy's aftermath. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength, yet was utterly unable to resist the onslaught of the sword energy. One by one, they fell until only one demon remained. Fleeing 100 miles beyond the sword Qi Great Wall, where the sword energy finally dissipated, just a mile further lay the encampment of the demon clan. It was unclear what this fortunate survivor reported, but the 3 sages were astonished to witness the demon clan hastily dismantling their tents. The leaders of the group promptly led the demon forces in a swift retreat, merging their ranks into the shadows of the night. Could it be that the demon clan's military exercise had concluded in less than 7 days? What? The demons fled just like that. Upon hearing this news early in the morning from Ning Yao, Zhao Zheng was jolted upright in bed, inadvertently aggravating his wound. And he groaned in pain before lying back down obediently. These are from Grandpa Chen, she said. He instructed me to ensure you recuperate well and advised against venturing outside the city for the time being. Ning Yao handed Zhao Zheng a spatial ring. Upon receiving it, Zhao Zheng probed inside with his consciousness, discovering hundreds of weapons within, and he responded gleefully. Zhao Zheng's greatest virtue in this lifetime was his obedience. In the days that followed, he remained indoors, devotedly feeding the Excalibur, vowing not to step outside the Ning residence until the sword's progress reached 100. Initially, Zhao Zheng had contemplated that once the Excalibur reached 100, he would venture outside the city for some leisure, hoping for the chance to stumble upon a lost upper 5 realm demon. However, it seemed that in this fantastical world, a tree that stood out in the forest would never live to see the day it matured if it grew too tall too quickly. It was no wonder that, in the cultivation novels he had once read, the protagonists who were not invincible were all diligently seeking enlightenment. Last night, he had lifted the restrictions and allowed the Excalibur to consume those spiritual artifacts, and now its progress had reached 78. Estimating that it would take another half-month to complete. In the subsequent days, Zhao Zheng's daily tasks consisted of system check-ins, feeding the Excalibur, cooking, and practicing swordplay with Ning Yao and Yin Zhua. After a grueling half-month of training, Zhao Zheng watched as the progress bar on the Excalibur climbed from 99 to 100. Upon carefully sensing it, he noted that the sword energy's eruption lasted approximately 1.5 minutes. While this duration might not suffice for slaying foes, it would certainly serve to preserve his life. Thus, after a fortnight, Zhao Zheng finally stepped out of the Ning residence, heading straight toward the city wall. Along the way, he encountered several sword immortals practicing on the battlements. To his surprise, they acknowledged him with nods instead of the usual indifference. The leading sword immortal had descended from the city for the first time, and his fierce actions against the Liu family and several others showcased his fondness for this young man. They were filled with curiosity regarding the favored disciple of the venerable sword immortal and the heights he might attain in the future. After exchanging greetings with every sword immortal along the way, Zhao Zheng approached the humble abode of the great sword immortal and retrieved a steaming breakfast from his basket. He stood by, observing as Chun Qingdu leisurely savored his meal. Today, it seemed that Grandfather Chun was in good spirits. Grandfather Chun, my life-bound flying sword has informed me of a remarkable treasure lying beneath our city. Chun Qingdu cast a calm glance at Zhao Zheng but refrained from responding. This sword, Qi Great Wall, is akin to a celestial sword. Perhaps I should bestow it upon you? Noticing Chun Qingdu's silence, Zhao Zheng remained unbothered and poured a cup of wine for him. Just as Chun Qingdu lifted the cup to his lips, Zhao Zheng added, Grandfather, why not slay the executioner lurking underground and send me the weapon? Chapter 22. A midnight conversation. Chun Qingdu forcibly suppressed the wine, threatening to spill from his mouth. His gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning, locking onto Zhao Zheng's form. Who exactly are you? I am Zhao Zheng, affiliated with the sword Qi Great Wall. Grandfather Chun, I have come across some intriguing revelations. Shall we converse over drinks? Zhao Zheng maintained a familiar demeanor with Chun Qingdu, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of sword energies surrounding them. Pour the wine. Chun Qingdu, skeptical of being intimidated by a mere child, replied, what you ponder in your heart will ultimately come to pass, but the sword Qi Great Wall is left with but a handful of children. As he raised his cup, the liquid within rippled ominously. When they first arrived in the savage world, they were aware of the agreements made with Confucianism. Now, he stood alone. How did Zhao Zheng know of this? Chun Qingdu cast a glance at the attentive sword immortals around them, snorted, and with a flick of his finger, severed the flow of time surrounding the thatched hut. Zhao Brat, no one shall know of our conversation now. I am quite curious about what else you might know. Grandfather, a millennium is a long time. You may await the Confucian promise, but what of them? Seeing Chun Qingdu's lack of reaction, Zhao Zheng prepared to drop another bombshell. Grandfather, soon enough, you will likely arrange for Ning Yao to venture into the Lizhu cave, yes? And so, rest assured, no one will gain the favor of that ancient sword. Ningyu cannot, nor can the reincarnation of the high-ranking figure from the Thunder Department. Her master has always been but one. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chun Qingdu's eyes. This implied that the monarch of the heavenly court from a millennium ago had his reincarnation right beneath their noses in the Lizhu cave. Taoist ancestors, the most sage. In the Buddha, they had sought that singular being for ages, only to discover it was right under their gaze. Amused by the notion that these old geezers would overlook such a detail, Chun Qingdu raised his cup and took a hearty swig. Zhao Brat, sit down and chat. We have ample time today. He poured Zhao Zheng a cup of wine, urging him to take a seat. Zhao Zheng complied, but just as he moved, a disheveled old man with hollow eyes suddenly appeared in the vacant space. The blind old man unceremoniously raised his wine cup and downed its contents in one gulp, exclaiming, "Ah, this wine has a delightful flavor. You may converse amongst yourselves. Pay me no mind," he said, casually waving his hand as he picked up a plate of food and began to eat heartily, occasionally taking a swig from the wine jug. With each sip of wine and bite of meat, he indulged in his meal with great pleasure. Old blind man, do you truly wish to listen? Chun Qingdu inquired of this ancient acquaintance from millennia past. What? Are you conspiring to launch an assault on me, the old blind man, in my 10,000 great mountains? Certainly not. Haha, then the old blind man has nothing to fear in hearing your plans. Upon hearing the old blind man's audacious response, Chun Qingdu chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Zheng. Quickly now, did you not notice that you are about to gain an ally? Senior GCI. Since you believed a millennium ago that you could improve this world, why, after all these years, do you place your hopes on something so ethereal? Zhao Zheng pressed on. Is so-called hope merely to perceive that ethereal essence, yearning for its mercy upon the world? GCI continued to drink and feast, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Zhang's probing questions. Then allow me to strike hard, Zhao Zhang declared. Senior GCI, you surely do not wish for your future disciple to be bullied, do you? Zhao Zhang threatened directly. After all, Li Huai was merely a child, and he saw no impropriety in the strong overpowering the weak. Even in terms of lineage, he had the formidable sword Qi Great Wall standing behind him. As Zhao Zhang spoke, the old blind man felt a faint connection to the unfolding fate. He calculated and found that he would indeed form a master-disciple bond with someone in the future. Yet, further inquiries led him into a void. He could discern neither the name nor the whereabouts of this disciple. This Zhao Zhang was undeniably intriguing, and it was no wonder that the old fellow Chun Qingdu had chosen to seize this moment in the river of time. GCI set down his chopsticks and, pointing to his empty eye sockets, retorted, Zhao lad, since you seem to know things that many old men do not, you must surely know how I lost my sight. Indeed, Zhao Zhang nodded, then continued, Senior, do you not wish to see how we at the Sword Qi Great Wall will break free from this confinement? GCI gave him an encouraging glance, urging Zhao Zhang to elaborate. A millennium ago, those sword cultivators who aspired to become gods were indeed guilty. However, those who reached the Sword Qi Great Wall were not at fault. Our ancestors were deemed accomplices. I can accept that. But, Senior, must the descendants of the guilty forever bear the mark of their forebears' sins? If so, this world is truly distasteful. Our ancestors stood guard at this portal for 1,000 years. You surely understand how they upheld their duty. Yet, no gratitude is extended to the Sword Qi Great Wall for their enduring service. Thus, Senior, your act of removing your eyes was indeed justified, at the very least. That wretched Hao Ran is unworthy of being gazed upon. Haha, well said, lad. GCI laughed heartily, tossing the wine jug to Zhao Zhang. The words of this young man resonated with him. Had it not been for Chun Qingdu's interest in Zhao Zhang, he might have considered taking him as a disciple himself. In this world, from GC's perspective, each passing year seems to pale in comparison to the last. The revered sages and their disciples once spoke with such eloquence. Yet all GCI perceives now can be distilled into 4 words. The human heart declines. Perhaps that venerable group has truly aged, losing the fervor that once propelled them skyward eons ago. Presently, these elders seem to pin their hopes for world transformation on a singular entity. How ironic it is that they appear to regress with each passing day. This evening's revelry brought GCI immense enjoyment. Before departing, he tossed Zhao Zhang a blank waste token, instructing him to explore the 10,000 great mountains at his leisure. Should he encounter any demon clans, he could brandish the token, and they would accord him respect. At dawn, Zhao Zhang bid farewell to the great sword immortal. Upon returning to his chamber, he opened his palm to reveal a swirl of pale golden water dancing within his grasp. This was the essence he had gathered atop the city walls, drawn from the river of time itself. When Grandpa Chen extracted the waters of time, every cell in Zhao Zhang's body resonated with comfort, enveloping him in warmth akin to that of a mother's embrace. There was not a trace of discomfort to be found. As the night wore on and the wine flowed, Zhao Zhang shared tales with the 2 elders, recounting the life of a destitute child dwelling in the realm of caves. Just before his departure, he gazed upon the flowing waters beside him, unable to resist dipping his hand into the stream, astonishingly managing to draw forth the waters of time. Even after Qin Qing retracted his sword, the water in Zhao Zhang's hand remained undiminished. Gazing at the modest amount of water he held, an audacious idea suddenly ignited within him. Chapter 23. The Gathering in the Mouse Hole. In the wild and untamed world, within a vast mouse hole, the space was immense, with 10 thrones as grand as mountains scattered around. The cave perpetually exuded a chilling aura. Should a demon of the Yuan-Ing realm inadvertently wander here, the mere atmosphere could severely injure them. As time passed, figures began to materialize upon the previously unoccupied thrones. A diminutive individual, dwarfed by the throne, settled into the second highest seat. After taking his place, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of the other throne's occupants. Casually, he produced a book and began to read at a leisurely pace. As he neared the halfway point of the tome, a stirring was finally felt among the other thrones. A breathtaking woman adorned with a regal crown and a dark dragon robe, her head of a human and body of a serpent, perched majestically upon a throne the size of a mountain. Her elongated dragon form trailed upon the ground. Surrounding her were hundreds of diminutive, graceful maidens, akin to celestial beings from a mural, their colorful streamers fluttering as they cradled pipa instruments. Next to her appeared a diminutive elder, his arms resembling those of an ape, shouldering a long staff, with hands casually resting upon it. Though his hair and brows were white, he donned black attire and, with each breath, would draw in one or two of the Pipa maidens from neighboring thrones, chewing them thoughtfully. A few thrones away, a tattered robe began to materialize, drifting slowly, devoid of contents, swaying in the wind with a haunting rustle. Aside from these three, the remaining thrones remained silent. Mr. Zhou, your sudden summons has piqued our curiosity. What matter requires our attention? Are we to confront the rascals of the Sword Qi Great Wall once more? If it does not involve attacking Howren, do not count me in. Voices, both chilling and gruff, reverberated within this hall, aptly named the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Clearly, as a formidable demon commanding a territory, no one held the human-born Zhou Mi in high regard. Despite his strength being lacking, he occupied the second throne due to the favor of the ancestor. This is the recent intelligence from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Please peruse it at your leisure. Zhou Mi responded without ire to the cacophony. Why should he concern himself with a bunch of brutes clamoring about? In his heart, he understood that only the great ancestor, who ascended to the heavens millennia ago, truly comprehended the grand design. The other demons were merely pawns upon the chessboard. Is it worth Mr. Zhou's time to summon us for a mere insect of a Dragon Gate realm? Surely, you are not trembling in fear of the Sword Qi Great Wall, one scoffed. Boring. I shall take my leave. However, as Yuan Shou's figure began to dissipate, a single remark from Zhou Mi compelled him to retake his seat. Gentlemen, should you accomplish this task well, it shall be noted as a significant merit. When the grand curtain rises, I shall allow you to be the first to enter the realm's gate. Thus began a strategic assembly orchestrated by Zhou Mi within the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Once several of the great demons departed, Zhou Mi cast a glance at the sand table depicting the Sword Qi Great Wall, silently murmuring the name Zhao Zheng. He could not believe that the venerable sword immortal, who had not descended from his castle in a millennium, would be intimidated by the Sword Qi Great Wall's pointed swords aimed at his kin. For millennia, the demon race had made certain inroads into the Sword Qi Great Wall. Yet once their covert operations were exposed, the sword immortal had shown no reaction. Therefore, let him see what peculiarities this Zhao Zheng of the Dragon Gate realm possessed. Achio, Zhao Zheng sneezed, wondering which fellow was extolling the virtues of his honest and reliable character. It seemed that being exceptionally admirable led to unwanted attention. Zhao Zheng called Ning Yao, who was waiting at the entrance of the Ning residence, upon noticing Zhao Zheng lost in thought behind her. I'm coming. Zhao Zheng hurried to catch up with Ning Yao, and the two proceeded toward the city walls. Along the way, they encountered several sword immortals, all of whom greeted them with cheerful smiles. Zhao Zheng could now name each sword immortal they met, and he could engage in brief conversations with them. After all, it was common knowledge that the practice of swordsmanship was akin to a continuous investment of money. Although sword cultivators wielded formidable power, the reality remained that practitioners were often impoverished. The sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall were not just poor but also fond of indulging in drink. The various recipes for spirits that Zhao Zheng acquired from the system were, in fact, more delectable than the legendary Qin Shun mountain wine of Howren. The wine was delightful, yet not inexpensive. Some sword cultivators could afford only a bowl of wine daily to satisfy their cravings. Fortunately, Zhao Zheng generously gifted a few sword cultivators a pot of wine each day, and thus far, none of the recipients had been repeated. As a result, after establishing his winery, his relationships quickly improved. Sister Lu Ji, here is today's wine. Upon arriving at the city, Zhao Zheng tossed a jar of wine to a tall and spirited woman. This lady was the one whom Liang favored, who had once remarked that Lu Ji's long legs were the most attractive feature. The taste of this wine is rather lacking. Zhao, when will you and Ning invite me to savor some exquisite wine? Sister Lu Ji, please refrain from such talk. We are merely friends, Zhao Zheng replied, his gaze catching sight of an elderly man with a darkened expression nearby, prompting him to caution Lu Ji. Go on, practice your swordplay, and we shall converse later. Lu Ji smiled as she watched the two depart, finding Zhao Zheng's use of the word friends rather amusing. At least far better than a certain man who only dared to speak flowery words. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, a diminutive man napping suddenly sneezed. Ah, it must be the fairies of the world thinking of me. Just you wait, fairies. I, Liang, the most dashing swordsman of Howren, shall soon return. After bidding farewell to Lu Ji, Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao swiftly approached the thatched cottage. They respectfully knocked on the door and placed the breakfast inside. With a wave of his hand, Chen Qingdu sent Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao into a segment of the flowing river of time. Ning Yao took a moment to acclimate to the pressure enveloping her beneath the river's waters, while Zhao Zheng, who had been beside her, had already begun practicing his swordplay nearby. His movements were fluid and seamless, unperturbed by the river of time. Ning Yao, you must strive harder, she silently encouraged herself, moving to another side to commence her sword practice for the day. During their recent night conversation, Zhao Zheng had discovered that he had entered a domain suppressed by the river of time, where his sword intent and the Zuzhen sword within him thrived. After the discussion, upon returning to the Ning residence, he realized his sword intent had significantly advanced. Thus, Zhao Zheng urged Ning Yao to seek out Chen Qingdu for training. With his persuasive charm comparable to a harmonious bond, Chen Qingdu ultimately consented to assist them in their sword practice. While enjoying his meal, Chen Qingdu observed the situation and noticed Zhao Zheng's diminished stress. With a flick of his finger, a minuscule sword energy flew forth. Zhao Zheng, caught off guard, was struck by the sword energy, sending him tumbling into the flowing waters of the river of time. Ning Yao glanced over and, noticing Zhao Zheng's predicament, a glimmer of amusement passed through her eyes, but she quickly turned away, feigning ignorance of the scene. Emerging from the river, Zhao Zheng grasped his sword, Shuiying, and looked up at the canopy of this small realm. Grandpa Chen, it was my oversight just now. Let us go again. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of sword energies burst through the canopy like crashing waves, descending upon Zhao Zheng with the force of thousands of pounds. Chapter 24. Before parting, every day was filled with sword practice, cooking, and slaying monsters, occasionally gathering with Ning Yao and the others. Zhao Zheng believed this life could continue indefinitely. However, on this particular day, after the sword practice had concluded, Chen Qingdu called the two of them to a halt. In the vast expanse of the Howren world, the Lizhu Cave is set to open its doors in just a few days. Ning girl, you shall depart for the Lizhu Cave tomorrow, instructed Zhao Zheng. Ning Yu nodded in agreement. This fabled place of opportunity had been mentioned to her previously by Chen Qingdu. Initially, she had intended to decline, but Zhao Zheng had persistently encouraged her. Since the fortunes within the Lizhu Cave are entirely dependent on one's capabilities, why should they refrain from pursuing them? Those opportunities, which could be squandered on the internal strife among the youths of Howren, would be better utilized by them. Zhao Zheng's reasoning held merit. It was said that a renowned blacksmith, capable of forging semi-divine weapons, resided within the Lizhu Cave, which would be an excellent opportunity for them to acquire a fine sword. Meanwhile, Zhao Zheng gazed at Chen Qingdu, his eyes nearly squinting with anticipation. Grandfather Chen, what about me? You wouldn't wish for Ning Yao to venture alone, would you? To which Chen Qingdu replied, Zhao boy, it is not that I oppose your involvement, but your military exploits are insufficient for the journey to Howren. Ning girl's passage was secured through her parents' achievements, he added. Grandfather Chen, might you lend me some military merit? Zhao Zheng implored, leaning closer to Chen Qingdu, unabashed in his request. Huh? Do you truly believe that an old man like me, who hasn't slain a demon, possesses any military merit? Chen Qingdu retorted. Zhao Zheng shot an incredulous glare at the shameless elder. After all, he had taken great risks to inform Chen Qingdu of the potential events following the sword's arrival, only to find that Ning Yao was to embark on this journey alone. After a prolonged discussion, Zhao Zheng's persistence finally exasperated Chen Qingdu, who dismissed him back to the Ning residence with a wave of his sleeve. Upon landing, Zhao Zheng immediately pulled Ning Yao into a room, disregarding any reservations, and conjured forth a collection of rewards he had signed for. Ning Yao, take this jade token. It is a counterpart to mine. Should either of us face dire peril, the token will serve as a warning. If shattered, it allows instantaneous travel between the two tokens. Additionally, these vials of blood can restore you completely from severe injuries. These talismans will activate automatically should you find yourself in danger. Ning Yao listened patiently to Zhao Zheng's earnest instructions as the array of protective items on the table continued to grow, her gaze softening with each new addition. This is all I possess for now. You remember how to use them, right? I will draw a map of the Lizhu Cave shortly, he continued. Before he could finish, Zhao Zheng felt a sudden impact against his body as Ning Yao leaped into his embrace. Before he could utter a word, he felt a warm sensation brushing against his cheek. A soft voice, accompanied by a gentle breath, whispered near his ear, I will remember, and I shall return safely. Zhao Zheng tightened his embrace, tenderly stroking the girl's silky hair, choosing silence. On the city ramparts, Chen Qingdu caught sight of the scene unfolding at the Ning residence and smirked, retracting his gaze. The finest cabbage in my garden has indeed been picked, he mused. That rascal, Ning Yao, is merely 13, and he has already ensnared her heart. Humph, it seems that his sword practice has been too lax. He still finds time for such distractions. On this evening, Zhao Zheng spent the night in restless contemplation, meticulously mapping out the distribution of forces within the Liju Cave heaven. Noting individuals to avoid and the opportunities that lay within. He recalled that in the narrative, Ning Yao arrived at Liju Cave heaven several days later than others, thereby missing out on precious chances. Thus, he resolved to ensure that Ning Yao departed at dawn the following day and traveled at full speed. On the subsequent morning, Zhao Zheng, Granny Bai, and Nalan Yixing escorted Ning Yao to the boundary gate, only returning to the Ning residence once her figure had completely vanished from sight. Granny Bai, Grandfather Nalan, fret not. Ning Yao is cherished by both Grandfather Chun and that esteemed ancestor of the shrine. Her journey is merely a respite, and she shall return swiftly. I discreetly inquired with Grandfather Chun, and he has left protective measures upon Ning Yao. She will undoubtedly be safe. With Zhao Zheng's reassurances, the worry on Granny Bai's face lessened considerably. In the days that followed, Zhao Zheng's routine remained unchanged. Yet the dining table felt incomplete without the attentive young woman listening to his words, and during sword practice, he missed the companionship of the girl by his side. He had grown accustomed to having Ning Yao at his side. Gazing up at the threefold moon overhead, he pondered what Ning Yao might be doing at that very moment. Within a certain inn in the vast world, Ning Yao sampled the cuisine prepared by the innkeeper, her brow furrowing slightly. She found herself longing for the flavors of home. Pushing open the window, she seated herself by the sill, looking up at the somewhat unfamiliar moon above, her fingers tracing the translucent jade token in her possession. Some separations are merely a prelude to more meaningful reunions. Dong dong. The bell atop the city walls tolled 10 times consecutively. Within the city, all sword immortals, unless on the verge of a breakthrough, took to the skies on their swords, heading toward the wall. The last time the bell rang 10 times. It signaled the conflict with the Demon Clan over the 13. Now, as the bell tolled once more, it indicated that the Demon Clan, which had been silent for nearly 2 months, was stirring again. Zhao Zheng made his way to the city walls, his gaze sweeping the horizon. Beyond the city, a thick mist had descended, obscuring visibility and only allowing the distant, echoing roars of the Demon Clan to be heard. Extending his divine sense, he found that the mist greatly hindered his perception, revealing only 100 meters of the scene within. Chen Qingdu emerged from his thatched cottage, casting a glance outside the city. With a flick of his broad sleeves, the dense mist began to swirl backward. From within the fog, astonishing roars erupted, mingled with muffled sounds of injury. Ultimately, Chen Qingdu's superior skill prevailed, as the retreating mist unveiled the demon army before the spectators. On the ground lay a sprawling formation of demons stretching for miles, above which 3 colossal thrones floated in the air. To the left stood a diminutive elder, shouldering a long staff. He was the ancestor of the mountain-moving apes of the wild, known as Yuan Shou. In the center was a breathtaking woman adorned with a royal crown, possessing the head of a human and the body of a dragon. Also one of the rulers of the aquatic domain of the wild, named Yangshi. On the throne to the right lay a tattered robe, seemingly sensing the gaze from the sword Qi Great Wall. From beneath the robe, the figure of a gaunt old man emerged, the sword immortal Long Jun. Chen Qingdu. We are not here to assault the sword Qi Great Wall. Impatient was Yuan Shou, who swiftly revealed his towering form. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent and primal ferocity surging towards the city walls. Several great sword immortals, their blades humming lightly, held back Yuan Shou's fierce momentum beyond the city limits. My esteemed ancestor is merciful and does not wish for the suffering of the innocent. Surrender a sword cultivator named Zhao Zheng from the Dragon Gate realm, and my ancestor promises that for the next 20 years, the savage wilderness shall not encroach upon a distance of 10,000 miles from the sword Qi Great Wall. Chapter 25. Sword strikes the throne upon the city walls. None responded. All present shared a silent understanding and began to accumulate their sword intent. After a brief moment of time, Yuan Shou discerned the choice of these sword cultivators. Humph, since you refuse, I shall slay you all, and then my demon kin will personally retrieve that human from the city. Kill. Yuan Shou took the lead, leaping into the air and traversing a distance of 1,000 miles in a single bound, wielding a staff thousands of meters long, crashing down towards the sword Qi Great Wall. Behind him, spiritual energy coalesced into a mountain spanning several miles, descending with the force of his strike. As he gazed at the figures of the humans atop the city walls, Yuan Shou's eyes reddened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the humans turn to a puddle of flesh and blood beneath his staff. Die! A brilliant beam of sword light shot skyward, enveloping Yuan Shou's form, reducing the rapidly descending mountain to mere dust. Dongsang leapt forward, positioning himself before Yuan Shou, his long sword transforming into a colossal blade of light, striking Yuan Shou farther away. As Dongsang made his move, the other sword immortals sprang into action. Chen Shi, Xiao Xian, and other great sword immortals sought out the remaining two throned demons, while the rest of the sword immortals engaged their respective opponents, all skillfully distancing themselves from this battleground. The upper-level cultivators, particularly the sword cultivators, could devastate the land within a 1,000-mile radius with each fierce confrontation. Should they all engage in battle before the city walls, none of the mid-level sword cultivators or demons would survive. After Yuan Shou initiated his assault, the relentless tide of demons also launched their offensive. Zhao Zheng, aware that he was the target of the demons, changed his appearance before descending into the city. Once on the battlefield, he summoned the Excalibur and focused on slaying the demons adorned with fine equipment. He recognized the throned demons that had appeared: Yuan Shou, Yang Ji, and Long Jun. As for the orders purportedly from the ancestor, he dismissed them, knowing that the ancestor still slumbered in Mount Taiyu and would not awaken for many years. It seemed that the scholarly figure from the wilderness had taken note of him. Glancing at the progress bar on the Excalibur, which had reached 99, Zhao Zheng resolved to make a significant impact. Amidst the demons, he moved swiftly from one location to another, and soon the progress bar of the Excalibur was fully charged. In the realm of Zhu Xian, if you were to unleash your full potential now, could you manage to contend with those three formidable beings? The tip of the Zhu Xian sword gently flickered, conveying a thought to Zhao Zheng. These demonic entities were no match for a single strike of its blade. Should its master restore its complete power, even shattering the heavens and recreating the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water would pose no challenge. Zhao Zheng offered a few words of praise, his gaze sweeping across the distant battlefield as he pondered which of the great demon lords to sacrifice the sword to. The sword immortal dragon lord was currently impoverished, devoid of any treasures. As for Yang Ji, the robe she possessed, refined from countless river currents, was indeed a remarkable artifact. Yuan Shou wielded a commendable staff, and his millennia of cultivation had bestowed upon him a skeletal frame that could likely fuel Zhu Xian. After a period of observation, Zhao Zheng made his choice. Yes, it shall be you, Yang Ji. He swiftly withdrew his form and raced towards the tumult of water and sword energy 100 miles away. Before long, Zhao Zheng arrived at the battlefield, where the transformed Yang Ji was engaged in a fierce struggle alongside Lu Ji and Qi Tingji. He stood a good 10 miles from the fray. Yet the sharp sword energy was palpable. Each of Yang Ji's magical maneuvers summoned a water dragon several thousand meters long. It took the combined efforts of Lu Ji and Qi Tingji to vanquish it. Zhu Xian, shortly I shall bestow upon you all my spiritual energy. The Zhu Xian trembled in his hand, sensing the chains entwined around its core loosening slightly under Zhao Zheng's spiritual force, a long-lost power flooding through the blade. Zhu Xian was exhilarated, unable to suppress the sounds of its sword song. Yet, it understood the gravity of the situation. The melody resonated solely for Zhao Zheng's ears. He felt the weight of Zhu Xian increasing, its power beginning to slip beyond his control. Recalling the moment when his master, the sword immortal, had struck, Zhao Zheng emulated that gesture, raising Zhu Xian and executing a horizontal slash towards Yang Ji. A resounding sword song echoed across the battlefield as the sound reverberated. Whether among sword cultivators or sword immortals, their innate flying swords emitted soft chimes, their blades dipping slightly, as if paying homage to the sword that had sung. A beam of sword light surged forth from the corner of the battlefield, overwhelming all who beheld it with a singular sensation: terror, dread. I cannot withstand this. At that moment, Yang Ji's mind was suddenly pierced by a fierce alarm. Her sixth sense warned her of a presence capable of claiming her life. What could it be? She instinctively struck aside Qi Tingji, who was attacking her, and as she tilted her head, she caught sight of the blinding sword light. She darted left and right, but found herself unable to evade it, as if this sword light had already locked onto her. Drink. As Yang Ji restored her true form, her dragon tail struck fiercely against the surrounding space. However, as the tail descended, The shattering of space she had imagined did not come to pass. In fact, despite her full-powered strike, not even a single crack in the fabric of space appeared. Cursed be it, this peculiar sword light had even sealed the very space. Yet Yang Ji would not resign herself to fate. With hands forming seals, countless strands of water essence surged from her robe. Nearby, the river she controlled, the Yueluo River, flowed mysteriously upwards toward her palm. As Yang Ji separated her hands, a spear of flowing water swiftly materialized in her grasp. Gazing at the spear, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. This weapon contained half of her essence. With a sudden flick of her dragon tail, she thrust the spear towards the resplendent sword light. Upon contact, the spearhead began to shatter. Connected to the spear's essence, Yang Ji let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This spear, a manifestation of her origin, represented her last resort. She had not anticipated that even her essence would falter under such a sword light. Yang Ji. In the distance, Yuan Shou noticed her distress and bellowed, striking down a blocking flying sword with his staff as he rushed to her aid. Dong Sanging appeared in Yuan Shou's path, transforming his life sword into a colossal blade exceeding 10 meters in length, swinging it towards Yuan Shou. Faced with this strike, a glint of anger flashed in Yuan Shou's eyes. Even he, hailed as the strongest of the demon race, could not disregard Dong Sangjing's assault. He could only raise his staff, his steps hindered, helplessly watching as Yang Ji's figure vanished beneath the sword light. After consuming Yang Ji, the sword light continued westward for thousands of miles, obliterating demons and mountains alike along its path. Today, the skies beyond the city lay cloudless, and of the 10 thrones of the wilderness, only 9 remained. Chapter 26. Encountering fellow travelers, Yang Ji was dead. The sword immortals shouted, "Let us slay." The few great sword immortals quickly regained their composure, roaring as they turned to attack the nearby demons. With Yang Ji's demise, Lu Ji and the others were liberated, immediately dispersing to encircle the other 2 thrones. Yuan Shou had formed a bond with Yang Ji millennia ago, and as he regained his senses, he found himself beset by countless sharp sword lights, 5 ascendant sword immortals uniting in their assault. Yuan Shou braced himself with one arm, absorbing the onslaught of sword light, while wielding his staff single-handedly, forcing his way through the encirclement. The sword immortals did not leave unscathed, leaving behind an arm that stretched over 100 meters. The remaining Dragon Lord, seeing the futility of the situation, sounded the retreat. Under the leadership of the sword immortals, the sword energy long wall pursued for 1,000 miles, only returning to the city once they reached the banks of the Yueluo River. While everyone else was engaged in the hunt for demons, Zhao Zheng quietly returned against the tide, intent on making his way back to Ning Mansion alone. The moment he stepped onto the city wall, the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, and the next second, he found himself standing before Chun Qingdu's thatched cottage. Chun Qingdu surveyed the young man before him, his mouth making sounds of wonder. The previous strike went unnoticed by others, but he, standing atop the city wall, perceived it with clarity. This young man's enigmatic life sword possesses a certain intrigue, capable of severing a formidable 13-tiered demon in a single stroke. "Grandfather Chun, is there something amiss?" Zhao Zheng inquired, gazing into Chun Qingdu's eyes, where a glimmer of inscrutable light danced, instilling in him a sense of impending misfortune. "Young Zhao, can your sword still unleash its power?" Zhao Zheng probed, sensing the Zhuzhen sword nestled within his brow, now entwined with a celestial robe, precisely that which belonged to Yang Ji. The progress bar above the Zhuzhen sword stood at 15, steadily increasing as the sword's tip consumed the robe. Zhao Zheng speculated that once the Zhuzhen had fully devoured the robe, the progress bar would reset to 50. The sword, having unleashed its formidable energy, appeared unaffected, instead brimming with excitement. As his consciousness brushed against the Zhuzhen sword, it urged him on, eager for Zhao Zheng to procure more treasures, enabling it to strike freely once more. "Grandfather Chun, if you could provide me with another spatial ring, I could slay another throne demon in 3 months. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingdu's eyes twitched in response. "Yunavi, boy, do you think the spiritual swords I gifted you are as plentiful as cabbages in a field, sprouting anew in 3 months? Though, when considering the exchange of a pile of damaged spiritual swords for a throne demon, it seemed a worthy trade. Yet, the treasury of the Sword Chi Fortress was not abundant, and 3 months to eliminate a throne demon was far too slow, outpaced by his own casual strikes. According to the customs of our Sword Chi Fortress, you may inscribe your thoughts upon the city wall. Ponder it well." Grandfather Qin, I wish to reserve it for now. Very well. Zhao Zheng had already envisioned what he would engrave upon the wall, a single character insufficient to encapsulate his intentions. The remnants of the demon clans in the wilderness would need to be cleaved in half by sword. With this determination solidified, an inexplicable shadow flickered in the hearts of the throned demons lounging or reclining within the various royal cities of the wilderness. However, regardless of their inquiries, they could not discern the source of the fleeting unease. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zheng, Chen Qingdu returned to his thatched hut, retrieving the insight stone to continue his meditations. As time passed, the once dull silver of his long hair began to regain its luster. Having previously merged his ethereal form with the sword Qi Fortress, his path had appeared obscured, but with the aid of the insight stone, he rediscovered a route leading to the 15th tier, by the banks of the Yellow River. As the demon army retreated to this point, countless water spirits surfaced, while another throned demon, the Bone King Baiying, emerged to intercept the pursuing sword cultivators. After several clashes with Baiying, Qin Shi and his companions realized they could not subdue this demon, thus halting their pursuit. 3 days later, the rejuvenated demon army launched another assault on the Sword Qi Fortress. Zhao Zheng, still wearing an unfamiliar face, navigated among the demons, occasionally thwarting lethal blows aimed at the sword cultivators, while at other times, ambushing those demons adorned in fine equipment. Over time, both humans and demons on the battlefield became aware of a particular swordsman, one with an exceptionally thick skin and a penchant for frequent costume changes. This specialized ambusher appeared on the battlefield each time with a completely different visage and physique, leaving the demon clan unable to locate him for an ambush. One day, Zhao Zheng wandered through the chaos of battle and spotted a petite female demon clad in semi-divine armor, wielding a spirit weapon longsword, casually tossing talismans at her foes. A mere glance revealed to Zhao Zheng that this female demon was quite affluent. The armor she donned and the longsword she wielded could significantly enhance the value of the Zhanxian. Moreover, this diminutive demon seemed to have just recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, making her an irresistible target. Zhao Zheng felt his interest piqued. With a swift motion, he vanished into the tumultuous battlefield, stealthily approaching the petite demon's position, as she fished a talisman from her bosom to intercept several sword lights. A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhao Zheng's eyes. A flaw. His sword, Zhuiying, unsheathed silently, artfully evading the surrounding attacks, and positioned itself behind the petite demon. Gathering strength, the long sword leapt upward, releasing a beam of sword light. Sensing the impending danger from behind, the petite demon's lips curled into a sly smile. Got you, shameless human. She crushed a pearl in her palm, conjuring a barrier that emerged from her body, intercepting the sword light before her. At the same time, she swiftly turned, instantly locking onto Zhao Zheng's silhouette. How dare you ambush me? Die. The demoness shouted fiercely, igniting several talismans in her possession, her speed surging dramatically. In her perception, Zhao Zheng appeared as a radiant night pearl, exceedingly conspicuous. The moment she made her move, Zhao Zheng realized he had been targeted, and with her swiftness, he could not hope to escape. Trouble. Holding Zhuiying, Zhao Zheng advanced a step, unleashing a flurry of sword lights toward the petite demon. The barrier before her, having endured several waves of assault, finally began to crack. With a resounding snap, it shattered. A prime opportunity. Zhao Zheng propelled himself forward, his form flowing like a dragon or serpent, and in an instant, he stood before the demoness, thrusting his longsword towards her left chest. Startled by Zhao Zheng's sudden action, she barely had time to raise her longsword for defense and was forced to meet his attack with her bare hands. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Zhao Zheng held the sword with one hand while using the other to block the punch she threw, his gaze drifting downward. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Despicable." Chapter 27. Surprise? More like a fright. You, a human, ambush me and still have the audacity to call me despicable? The demoness Reniyao, infuriated by Zhao Zheng's words, felt her face flush crimson. She retaliated with a kick, but Zhao Zheng raised his leg to block her strike. The two exerted force simultaneously, breaking the stalemate and creating distance between them. Zhao Zheng cradled his somewhat bruised arm, gazing at Reniyao from a short distance away. The female demon had just withstood his blade with her corporeal form, emerging unscathed. Possessing a physique comparable to that of a golden body, she nonetheless chose to engage in long-range combat on the battlefield, revealing a truly sinister intent. Reniyao gazed with a twinge of sorrow at the armguard on her arm. The sword strike delivered by Zhao Zheng had exceeded her expectations, leaving a faint crack on the once pristine armor. This was a treasured item that even her father seldom donned, and now, having taken it without permission, it had sustained damage. Had she known better, she would not have succumbed to curiosity and ventured forth from the sword Qi Great Wall. Do not presume that saving you would yield a fine weapon. Ren Yao summoned the half-immortal long sword bestowed upon her by her master, charging forth to engage Zhao Zheng in fierce combat. Given the formidable defense of her armor, she often employed a strategy of trading blows for damage. Zhao Zheng's body could hardly withstand the might of a half-immortal weapon, forcing him into a defensive posture as the initiative gradually shifted to Ren Yao. Observing Zhao Zheng, who was now being suppressed by her, Ren Yao began to feel a sense of triumph. The fact that he could withstand her assault for such an extended period indicated that he was indeed the prodigious talent her master had spoken of. Defeating him would surely earn her great military merit. Once she vanquished Zhao Zheng, upon her return home, both her master and father would undoubtedly commend her. With this thought in mind, Ren Yao's offensive intensified, her long sword slicing through the air with relentless precision, each strike aimed squarely at Zhao Zheng's vital points. As time passed, Zhao Zheng's defenses began to falter, and wounds began to mar his body. In a swift motion, he dodged a thrust aimed at him. But before he could regain his footing, a fist struck toward his chest. He raised his arms to shield himself, blocking the blow. However, when his arms collided with Ren Yao's fist, an overwhelming force surged from her. Zhao Zheng's defense was breached. His arms were forced apart, exposing a momentary vulnerability. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ren Yao's eyes as her poised long sword surged through the gap between his arms, its sharp intent directed at his chest. As the tip of her sword neared his heart, a smile began to creep upon her face. How could this be? The relentless advance of her sword abruptly halted just a finger's breadth from Zhao Zheng. No matter how she strained, it would not advance further. She glanced at her arm, and to her surprise, noticed a translucent thread, akin to silken strands, wrapped around her right wrist. The other end of the thread lay taut on the ground. When had she fallen into his trap? Suddenly, Ren Yao felt a sharp pain in her wrist, taking advantage of her momentary distraction. Zhao Zheng struck her sword away with a punch and did not linger, pursuing her blade as it vanished from the battlefield. Thief, do not flee. Ren Yao instinctively sought to chase after him, but as she exerted herself, she found that the thread had ensnared her, halting her movement, and her strength was insufficient to sever it. Drawing her weapon to cut the thread would only delay her further, and that human had already disappeared without a trace. Ren Yao surveyed her surroundings, uttered a curse, and set off in search of nearby sword cultivators. After parting ways with Ren Yao, Zhao Zheng continued to exploit the resources of the demon clan elsewhere. Previously, after luring Ren Yao into a trap, he did not wish to eliminate her. However, when he contemplated taking her life, an overwhelming sense of danger loomed over him, as if the very moment he acted against her, he would meet his demise. The world of Jianlai is one of a high-caliber fantasy, where one's intuition remains remarkably acute. Thus, he ultimately seized only a sword from Ren Yao and made his swift exit. Faced with such a formidable opponent, whose defenses and offensive capabilities were high, he deemed it prudent to retreat for the time being. He had never encountered a demon of Ren Yao's appearance in Jianlai. Could this be a consequence of the changes in the world since his arrival? Nevertheless, although he could not strike against her, the previous skirmish was not without merit. Zhao Zheng toyed with the cold, long sword in his grasp, which, astonishingly, turned out to be a semi-divine weapon. The Zhuzhen sensation in his forehead detected the exquisite treasure in his hand, urging Zhao Zheng to consume the sword. Go ahead, it's yours. The Zhuzhen sword devoured the semi-divine weapon, and its progress bar surged by 10 points, equivalent to the fruits of his labors over the past 3 days. If he were to encounter Ren Yao again, he could certainly repeat the experience, for that woman clearly exuded the aura of wealth. In the evening, after tidying up the battlefield, Zhao Zheng returned to the Ning residence and soon succumbed to slumber. That night, he dreamt once more, envisioning Ning Yao entering the Li Zhu cave heaven several days late, just as depicted in the original narrative. Subsequently, in a narrow alley, he clashed with the royal prince of the Gao family, suffering grave injuries at the hands of an elderly eunuch. Stop! Zhao Zheng bellowed, and the scene before him abruptly froze. He found himself standing in the alley, glancing around in confusion. Something was amiss. Why was he having such a dream? System. Sign in. Estimating that it was well past midnight, Zhao Zheng attempted to check in. Sign-in successful. The host has signed in for 152 consecutive days. Rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check at your convenience. The system was still operational, and the Zuzhan in his brow remained active. Reflecting on the memories from before sleep, he was certain he had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Thus, someone must have targeted him. Intending to resolve matters within his dreams, Zhao Zhang glanced at Ning Yao, who was propping herself against the wall, blood seeping from her mouth. And a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. He summoned the Zuzhan's sword, and the once frozen scene resumed. Zhao Zhang stepped forward, appearing before the elderly eunuch. And with a single strike, a gash appeared on the eunuch's neck. He then launched the Zuzhan sword, piercing the heart of the Gao prince, nailing him to the courtyard wall. My name is Zhao Zhang. Miss, you are gravely injured. We must attend to your wounds immediately. Zhao Zhang approached Ning Yao, gazing at the wary girl before him, speaking gently. Although this was their first encounter in the dream, Ning Yao, after studying his face for a while, felt a vague sense of familiarity. Thus, she did not resist as Zhao Zhang lifted her onto his back, carrying her to an inn, where he prepared medicine to staunch her bleeding. Zhao Zhang remained vigilantly by the bedside, waiting until Ning Yao had consumed her medicine and drifted into a deep slumber before he gently pushed open the door and leaped onto the rooftop. Surveying the enchanting Lizhu cave heaven before him, he had just traversed the small town multiple times, encountering numerous characters from sword combs, yet many others were conspicuously absent. The elderly Yang from the family pharmacy, leisurely smoking in the back courtyard, the teacher Qi Jingchun from the school, and the Taoist elder Lu Chun, who tended to a fortune-telling booth beneath the old locust tree. None of the hidden bigwigs of the town had made an appearance. Mr. Zhou Mi, having observed for so long, ought to emerge and extend a greeting. Chapter 28. Immortal? My apologies. The sword is named Zhu Xian. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Zhang spotted a middle-aged scholar, somewhat disheveled and with streaks of gray in his hair, emerging from a nearby bookstore. Invited by the sword immortal Zhao, how could Zhou Mi dare to refuse? A pot of tea had already been brewed in the tea house. Why not share a cup together? The sight of this disheartened scholar of righteousness took Zhao Zhang by surprise. To be candid, his earlier exclamation was merely intended to provoke the figure who had intruded upon his dreams. In the entire barbaric realm, those demonic beings were adept only at fighting. The delicate task of manipulating dreams was far beyond their capabilities. However, upon Zhou Mi's actual arrival, Zhao Zhang felt a pang of trepidation. This man was a genuine figure of the 14th realm. Although he was likely here only as a fragment of divine thought, Zhao Zhang was still a mere fledgling. Feeling the weight of Zhu Xian in his grasp, Zhao Zhang found his confidence bolstered. This was, after all, his dream. Who was to fear whom? With newfound assurance, he descended from the rooftop to stand beside Zhou Mi, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him. Zhou Mi was unfazed by Zhao Zhang's gaze and calmly inquired, Zhao Sword Immortal, what are you up to? Zhao Zhang sought to discern the vestiges of the once-spirited magistrate within Zhou Mi. You may be disappointed, Zhao Sword Immortal. Zhou Mi chuckled softly, seemingly unaware of how dissimilar he was now from the ambitious scholar who had once proposed a counteroffensive against the barbaric lands to the esteemed Sword Immortal. No. If we set aside our current positions, I would argue that the present Zhou Mi is far superior to that magistrate. As they engaged in casual conversation, they soon arrived at the tea house. Zhou Mi, intrigued by Zhao Zhang's response, expressed curiosity regarding his reasoning. This is the first time I've heard such a perspective. That magistrate could only place his hopes in others, whereas you, Mr. Zhou, dare to defy this realm, grasping the future within your own hands. Does that not surpass the magistrate? You, Zhou Mi, are destined to become the sovereign of the celestial court, and your actions toward both humans and demons are devoid of selfishness. To be frank, I hold you in high regard. Haha. Zhou Mi could not contain his laughter, astonished that the one who understood him best would be a sword immortal from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Zhao, may I refer to you as such? Upon receiving a nod from Zhao Zhang, Zhou Mi continued, I perceive in your dreams that you seem to possess some understanding of future events. I am aware of the grand trends, but the finer details elude me. Why is that? Because I have arrived, and action is not an option. The three teachings have awaited for millennia, observing as the hearts of the world gravitate downward, only to find that the savior they anticipated is none other than the sovereign of the heavenly realm from 10,000 years ago. This celestial ruler, at the 16th realm, once forsook divinity for the sake of humanity, choosing to embrace the human race and wander the mortal path. Now, a millennium later, those who once united to challenge the heavens have abandoned the prospect of self-reliance, instead placing their hopes upon an elusive figure. The founders of the three teachings and those esteemed sages seem to regress with each passing day. Ah, indeed, indeed. Zhou Mi burst into laughter, and upon hearing Zhao Zheng's response, he lost the desire to pursue further inquiries. As Zhao Zheng stated, the tide of fate remains unchanged. Thus, his plans with the grand ancestor of the wilderness will undoubtedly unfold in the future. As for other matters, even if Zhao Zheng were to divulge them, would his every action alter this inevitable outcome? Since you possess knowledge of future events, why not wait a few years and observe the sword Qi Great Wall from a distance? I assure you, the demon race will not infringe upon the sword Qi Great Wall in the slightest. And I shall grant you the entirety of the area spanning 300,000 miles to the north of it. Mr. Zhou, do you believe that the sword cultivators behind me would acquiesce? Zhou Mi raised his cup to sip his tea and sighed. If the sword Qi Great Wall were to yield, it would not have allowed a mere 20,000 souls to obstruct the wilderness for a millennium. Alas, alas. Zhou Mi repeated himself, uncertain whether he lamented the late acquaintance with Zhao Zheng or something else entirely. Mr. Zhou, I appreciate your exquisite tea. Now that it has been consumed, I must take my leave. Though I enjoyed our conversation greatly, my current station compels me to make an attempt to retain you. Of course, that is entirely possible. The atmosphere between them was remarkably congenial, betraying no indication that they had only just become acquainted moments ago. Zhou Mi poured out the remaining tea, and above them, dense clouds amassed, shrouding the sky, while countless bolts of lightning danced within the layers. The thunder roared. Zhao Zheng looked up, acutely aware that the ominous clouds enveloping the dream realm had locked onto him. Should he make any sudden movement, a cacophony of thunder would descend upon him. Zhao, my young friend, what have you decided? I am grateful for your kind intentions, Mr. Zhou. But Zhao Zheng's words trailed off, yet Zhou Mi had already surmised his thoughts. Alas, Zhou Mi pressed his palm down, causing the thunderclouds above to swirl intensely, converging upon the tea house. Soon, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet tall and clad in armor of lightning, emerged from the clouds, brandishing a long spear aimed at Zhao Zheng. This being is a puppet meticulously crafted by the ancient heavenly court's Lord of Thunder, a figure who could be deemed a celestial being in times long past. Zhao Zheng grinned widely, drawing the Zhu Xian sword to his side, mimicking the motion of unsheathing a blade. Celestial being? Mr. Zhou, are you aware that my destined sword is named Zhu Xian? The sword quivered with excitement in Zhao Zheng's grasp, ready to unleash its full potential at last. A delicate beam of sword light emerged, colliding with the long spear of the Thunder Giant. There were no extravagant visual effects, nor a stalemate. Upon impact, the sword light effortlessly cleaved the spear in two. The Thunder Giant, sensing imminent danger, let out a furious roar, and from the stormy clouds descended countless bolts of lightning. His form diminished in size, yet his aura swelled exponentially. The giant clenched his arms, sinewy muscles bursting forth with indigo arcs of electricity, hurling a sinister purple lightning dragon that split the heavens. In that fleeting moment when the sword light manifested, the thunderous radiance was abruptly extinguished, transforming into a myriad of crystalline particles, the reverberations causing the flora within 100 miles to bow in reverence. The giant released a thunderous bellow as his iron bones shattered under the sword light. Spiderweb cracks forming. At the instant his waist was severed. The plasma erupting from the break had not yet dissipated before it was torn into gossamer stardust by the subsequent sword light. The remaining sword brilliance pierced the heavens, weaving countless golden threads through the thunderclouds above. The once tumultuous storm clouds fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the pitch-black sky suddenly cracked open, allowing radiant sunlight to cascade down upon the tea house. It was time to return. As the words fell, cracks appeared in the streets surrounding Zhao Zheng and the sky overhead. Following the sound of shattering glass, this dreamscape, along with the figure of Zhou Mi standing behind Zhao Zheng, was utterly obliterated. In an inn on Beipingzu, Ning Yao, lying in bed, suddenly opened her eyes and cried out Zhao Zheng's name. Chapter 29. Seeking help through the night. Grandpa Chen, help me. I nearly died just now. Grandpa Chen. In the dead of night, Zhao Zheng clawed at the door of the thatched cottage, wailing incessantly within. After nearly a full incense stick's worth of time, the door finally creaked open, revealing Chen Xingdu, who regarded the sobbing boy before him with exasperation. What trouble have you stirred up this time? Over time, He had come to understand Zhao Jing thoroughly. If the boy was quiet, he was surely up to no good. When he caused trouble, it was always of significant magnitude. Grandpa Chun, I swear this time it wasn't my fault. Zhao Zheng lunged forward, clutching Chun Qingdu's leg as he began to recount his plight. He detailed how Zhou Mi had plotted against him the previous night, while Chun Qingdu calculated with his fingers, confirming that Zhao Zheng was indeed not jesting. Who would have imagined that the once disheartened scholar from Haoran Tianxiao had now grown to such a degree, able to deploy strategies to evade his scrutiny? You shattered that dreamscape with one sword strike last night? Yes, Grandpa Chun, I used the technique you taught me. What do you think? Very good, Chun Qingdu replied, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Zhao Zheng. The boy was taken aback by his smile, for he knew that whenever Chun Qingdu smiled, it usually boded ill for him. Grandpa Chun, there shouldn't be any problems, right? No problem, of course not. Chun Qingdu shook his head. With such an outstanding prodigy, how could there be any trouble? From this moment onward, you are likely to gain notoriety in the wilderness, perhaps even surpassing Ning Yao. Zhao Zheng is genuinely on the verge of tears. The list mentioned by Chun Qingdu is a specialized ranking of genius sword cultivators from the Sword Qi Great Wall, tailored for the wilderness. On this list, Ning Yao and her companions are all featured prominently. Zhao Zheng recalls that whoever defeats Ning Yao will be rewarded with a royal city, along with a guarantee of safety from a powerful demon for a millennium. I haven't done anything so remarkable. Surely, that literary figure, when high, cannot be so short-sighted? Zhao Zheng has no desire to become the top contender. Young man, do you believe that the dream you experienced yesterday was merely an ordinary one? If my instincts serve me correctly, that scholar was gravely injured due to your sword strike. How about this, young man? Why not take a journey to Haoran? Grandpa Chun, are you dismissing me? You must be. Zhao Zheng saw through the old man's thoughts. It wasn't fear of trouble from the demon tribes in the wilderness that troubled him, but rather a desire to rid himself of Zhao Zheng. Nonsense. I am merely expressing my care for the younger generation, Chun Qingdu replied with utmost seriousness. In the wilderness, at a school beneath Mount Tuayu, Zhou Mi, meditating with crossed legs, suddenly jolted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, suppressing the turbulent aura around him. Zhou Mi grasped a fragment of his divine consciousness, absorbing the memories therein. Upon witnessing Zhao Zheng's brilliant sword light, Zhou Mi's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. What an astonishing sword! The power of this strike is utterly comparable to when Chun Qingdu and his companions cleaved Mount Tuayu. The key point is that Zhao Zheng is merely at the mid-fifth realm. There is undoubtedly something amiss with his innate flying sword. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Mi produced a list inscribed with numerous names, the foremost being Ning Yao. He took up his brush and inscribed Zhao Zheng's name above hers, adding a note beside it in smaller script, detailing the rewards for eliminating Zhao Zheng. It assured a direct advancement to the 14th realm and the acquisition of 10 royal cities in the wilderness, along with resources amounting to tens of thousands. The sheer volume of smaller text detailing the rewards was staggering. The resources obtained from Zhao Zheng's demise far outweighed the total of all others on this list combined. This list must be disseminated throughout the entire wilderness within a day. As the order from Mount Tuayu spread, the great demons, who were previously ensconced in their territories, clutched the list, their eyes turning crimson. The fact that this Dragon Gate human, Zhao Zheng, could be eliminated to secure a place in the 14th realm was astonishing. Not to mention the subsequent trove of resources capable of sustaining a lineage for a millennium. It was truly a case of slaying one to enrich many. Some demons, indifferent to the Sword Qi Great Wall, hastily packed their belongings and set forth towards it. A day later, Zhao Zheng, filled with reluctance, arrived at the location of the interdimensional gate. Standing before the gate, he cast a lingering glance back at the street behind him and sighed heavily. He never anticipated that the scholar when high would so decisively elevate him to the top of the list. Did I not merely sever a thread of your divine consciousness? Is it truly necessary to harbor such a grudge? That list was disseminated to the Sword Qi Great Wall this morning, prompting many idle sword immortals to congregate at the entrance of the Ning residence, merely to catch a glimpse of Zhao Zheng, a figure of the 14th realm. Upon perusing the list, Zhao Zheng's immediate inclination was to consider binding himself and presenting himself to Zhou Mi. The generous reward was indeed tempting. The chief sword immortal summoned him, mentioning that numerous ascended beings and great demons from the wildlands were preparing for departure. Although Chen Qing could ensure Zhao Zheng's safety, He could not indefinitely prevent him from venturing forth to slay demons and hone his swordsmanship. After much contemplation, yesterday's just emerged as one of the viable options. Regarding the military merits required for entry into the Howren realm, Zhao Zhang's prior defeat of Yang Ji conveniently afforded him enough to make several round trips. Bidding farewell to Bai Momo and grandfather Nalan, Zhao Zhang stepped through the dimensional gate, and in the next moment, he found himself on a platform abundant in spiritual energy. To the left of the gate stood a young boy, donned in a fishtail crown, engrossed in a book. To the right lounged a disheveled man, sword in hand, who hailed from the sword Qi Great Wall, known as Zhang Lu, a participant in the fateful wager against the Wildlands. His loss in the pivotal match indirectly led to the demise of Ning Yao's parents. Young man, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. What is your name? Zhang Lu, rarely roused from his slumber during daylight, scrutinized the youth before him. The lad, merely a fledgling sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm, was certainly not renowned like Zhang the Great Sword Immortal. Zhao Zheng was acutely aware of Zhang Lu's animosity towards Howren. Yet he could not concur with Zhang Lu's deliberate defeat in that match, which colored his perception of this great sword immortal unfavorably. Hey, young one, are you not aware of Zhang Lu's stature? Presently, he stands as an immortal here, remarked the small-looking boy beside him, who, despite his youthfulness, was the second in command of the Upside-Down Mountain, seemingly offering Zhao Zheng a well-meaning caution. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, Zhao Zheng replied with a bow. His purpose for this journey was to seek kin in Baoping Prefecture, and he humbly requested directions for boarding a vessel. Chapter 30. The merchant on the mountain, you and that young lady who came here not long ago. What is your relationship? The young boy did not answer Zhao Zheng's query, but countered with one of his own. It was known that in all the years, only Ning Yao had ventured from the sword Qi Great Wall, along with this youth of similar age. Such a young child departing from the Great Wall clearly indicated the approval of the legendary chief Sword Immortal. Though the young boy had never visited the sword Qi Great Wall, he had heard tales of the girl held in high regard by all the great sword immortals. However, as he appraised Zhao Zheng, he found nothing particularly remarkable about this youthful cultivator, who seemed to possess no more than the potential of the Jade Purity realm. Zhao Zheng merely smiled. What is the nature of my relationship with Ning Yao? That is of no concern to you. If you possess the capability, then guess for yourself. Youngster, upon descending the mountain, visit the second grocery store. There, you may announce my name, and the proprietor will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, little Taoist. Zhang Lu gazed at Zhao Zheng's retreating figure, casting a glance at the young Taoist beside him, suddenly recalling something. I remember that grocery store is notoriously deceptive among the Upside-Down Mountain. Are you truly sending this little fellow there, unafraid of him holding a grudge? Do I fear a child? The young Taoist remained unfazed. Though appearing youthful, he had cultivated for over a century. Even if this young man from the sword Qi Great Wall were to cultivate for another 100 years, he would still not prevail against him. Upon descending from the realm gate, Zhao Zheng did not immediately proceed to the grocery store, having only seen it in books before. He now had the opportunity to witness this vast mountain seal with his own eyes. First, he sought a tavern to rest, only to discover that the taverns controlled by the second lineage of the Dao were exorbitantly priced. A mere ordinary room demanded 10 snowflake coins. Had he not earned a little money from selling wine, he would not have been able to afford even a tavern stay. Exiting the tavern, Zhao Zheng wandered along the street and came across an eatery, where he inquired about prices. Spotting a tea house, he entered to purchase a pot of tea, listening to the various fresh tales about the vast world from nearby conversations. Since the Upside-Down Mountain seized the realm gate from the vast and the wild, it had transformed into a treasure trove. The daily influx of fairies and the rent from every shop on the mountain yielded profits exceeding that of the combined sword Qi Great Wall. Zhao Zheng estimated a figure and felt a surge of interest. This Upside-Down Mountain, profiting from their sword Qi Great Wall, was shockingly stingy, offering no dividends. And each time Xiao Jianxian and the others ventured out for supplies, they received no discounts. The Upside-Down Mountain had truly gone too far. Should we not let Grandfather Chen take action to claim it for ourselves? Drawing forth a flying sword, he penned his thoughts, and the sword swiftly took flight, discerning its direction before plunging into the realm gate. The young Taoist, witnessing the flying sword approach, flicked his finger, sending forth the talisman to intercept it. At that moment, Zhang Lu, who had been sleeping nearby, turned over and inadvertently grasped the talisman that the young Taoist had launched, crumpling it and tucking it into his bosom. Zhang Lu, have you forgotten our duty? Delayed by Zhang Lu, the flying sword hastily soared towards the sword Qi Great Wall, eliciting some anger from the young Taoist. Did someone pass by just now? No. Indeed, Zhang Lu stated with feigned seriousness. You. The young Taoist raised his hand, his breath becoming uneven with frustration. Yet in the presence of a renowned sword immortal, he felt powerless to retaliate. Shortly thereafter, the flying sword was hurled back from the sword Qi Great Wall, spiraling through the air before wobbling its way back to its master. Zhao Zheng caught the flying sword and opened the letter, which bore but a single word, roll. It seemed the elder sword immortal had no intention of bullying the small. Alas, what a pity. After spending an entire day leisurely wandering around the upside-down mountain, Zhao Zheng finally located the shop he had been seeking. Upon entering the establishment named Jiuzhou Publications, a middle-aged man, presumably the proprietor, approached him. Esteemed guest, what news do you wish to purchase? Zhao Zheng replied, I am not here to acquire news. Rather, I have a significant business proposition to discuss with you. As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his pocket, neither gold nor wood, inscribed with the character for sword. Upon seeing the token in Zhao Zheng's hand, the middle-aged man's expression shifted abruptly. His smile vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor tinged with a hint of respect. My lord, please follow me upstairs. Zhao Zheng followed the man to a reception room on the second floor. The man indicated that he would summon the decision-maker shortly and requested Zhao Zheng to wait. Zhao Zheng accepted this without protest, carefully stowing the token away. This token had been obtained from his superior, the Sword Immortal, after much persuasion. It symbolized his authority to act on behalf of the entire Sword Qi Great Wall. Before long, a maid entered, bearing exquisite pastries. Zhao Zheng sampled the delicacies and found them to be far superior to those from his hometown. Before he had finished his tea, an elderly man, clad in simple attire and radiating warmth, entered the room. Esteemed sir, I am Wang Pe, the manager here. May I inquire your name? Wang Pe did not belittle Zhao Zheng due to his youth, addressing him with respect. I am Zhao Zheng. I have come to discuss a business matter with you. Wang Pe requested Zhao Zheng to present the Sword Immortal's token once more to confirm the young man's authority to represent the Sword Qi Great Wall. Whatever collaboration young Master Zhao wishes to pursue, I, Wang Pe, can assure you of my utmost commitment. Wang Pe, just about to sip his tea, was startled by Zhao Zheng's next words. Let us discuss the impending counteroffensive against the Radiant World. Such matters were typically beyond the purview of someone at the Jade Purity realm. Wang Pe scrutinized Zhao Zheng, discerning a hint of jest in his eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Zhao, such topics are not to be taken lightly. Haha, merely a jest to lighten the atmosphere, Zhao Zheng responded, albeit with a somewhat forced smile from Wang Pe. I have heard, Mr. Wang, that you possess a fleet of intercontinental ferries engaging in commerce across the 9 provinces. Not at all. It is merely a means to earn a modest living. Now, let me outline my requirements. Zhao Zheng toyed with the token in his hand. First, all materials required by the Sword Qi Great Wall must be procured from you at cost price. Second, all supplies must be delivered bi-weekly. Here is the list for your review. Wang Pe quickly scanned the list, silently calculating his potential profits and losses, and soon his expression grew increasingly troubled. Young Master Zhao, at this price, my subordinates will be left with naught but the wind. Upon signing the contract, the spoils shall be divided, granting you a full 20% for your exclusive sale. Or perhaps 30%? Wang Pe cautiously suggested a figure. 1.5%. Very well, I accept. Wang Pe's urgency was palpable. How could this youth negotiate in such a counterproductive manner? Rest assured, young Master Zhao, I shall immediately dispatch individuals to commence the procurement of supplies, which will be delivered within a fortnight. With the contract finalized, Wang Pe's spirits lifted considerably upon learning of Zhao Zheng's recent intentions to set sail, promptly thumping his chest in assurance that he would make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 31. The wine of worry-free solace. After securing the contract with Wang Pe, Zhao Zheng declined his attempts at retention and turned to enter another weapons workshop. Soon, he emerged holding a new contract, proceeding to his next destination. By day's end, he had acquired over a dozen freshly minted contracts, the essentials for sustenance, living, and the spiritual stones required for cultivation at the Sword Qi Great Wall, as well as the rare materials needed for sword maintenance, were largely secured within that day. In previous years, the supplies procured by the Sword Qi Great Wall were at market prices, and various materials obtained from slaying demons could only be sold at their material worth. Given the significant number of demons in that region, prices were particularly low. Of course, the merchant's willingness to sign contracts stemmed from the token Zhao Zheng presented, coupled with the fact that they collectively absorbed a substantial share of the Sword Chi Great Wall's market. By all accounts, it was a venture that promised no losses. The Sword Chi Great Wall could be likened to a small town of 200,000. A veritable enclave within the vast realm of Howren. At present, it was evident that self-sufficiency was an unattainable goal for the Sword Chi Great Wall. Zhao Zheng's intention was to first attract a wave of merchants through mutual benefits, fostering deeper cooperation with the Sword Chi Great Wall, thus ensuring a better quality of life for his compatriots. That very night, he dispatched his plans along with the contracts back home via a flying sword. He had no time to linger and verify the merchants' promises. However, he trusted that these astute individuals would not dare to entertain deceit. None would risk incurring the wrath of 100,000 sword cultivators. Early the next morning, Zhao Zheng checked out of his lodgings and set off to conclude matters at the Zhifang Crossing and the Upside Down Mountain, with intentions to board a ferry to Beipingzi that very day. As he descended the staircase, lost in thought for an indeterminate time, he suddenly noticed a quaint and serene wine shop just a few steps away. Enticed by the faint aroma wafting from within, he altered his course and entered the establishment. Perhaps due to the early hour of his visit, the shop was attended only by an elderly proprietor behind the counter and a young attendant dozing against a pillar. The sound of Zhao Zheng's footsteps roused the attendant from slumber, who gazed at him in surprise but chose to ignore him, shifting positions in an attempt to return to sleep. Approaching the counter, Zhao Zheng regarded the elder with the intention of purchasing a barrel of the fragrant wine he had previously detected outside. "Young lad, the wine I offer here is rather expensive. A jar costs a small coin of shu. Then I shall have a jar." Zhao Zheng produced a small coin of shu and placed it upon the counter. "Su Jia, why do you tarry?" The elderly proprietor barked at the idling shopkeeper, then turned to Zhao Zheng to add, "By the way, our establishment has a rule. We only sell wine, no side dishes." Zhao Zheng nodded in understanding. Many esteemed wine houses have their own customs, and besides, he preferred to drink without accompaniment. The youth named Su Jia soon emerged with a jar of wine and a wine cup. The jar was modest in size, akin to a human head, and upon opening it, a rich aroma wafted forth. Zhao Zheng poured a modest amount and took a sip from the cup. The flavor was subtle, lacking the dazzling impact he had anticipated, yet it was agreeable. As Zhao Zheng savored the wine, Su Jia leaned closer, offering him a handful of crispy peanuts. "Brother, where do you hail from?" "The Sword Chi Great Wall." Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's origin, Su Jia's eyes gleamed with excitement. "You come from the Sword Chi Great Wall. Surely, the sword cultivators there engage their foes with flying swords, slicing through the heads of demonkind? Is the scenery of the Sword Chi Great Wall as beautiful as they say?" As they exchanged questions and answers, a sense of familiarity began to blossom between them. Noticing Su Jia's lips looked parched, Zhao Zheng passed him the wine cup. Su Jia did not hesitate, taking it and draining it in one go, leaving a promise of waiting as he dashed to the back of the wine shop. Before long, Su Jia returned, balancing several plates of cold dishes along with an empty wine cup. "Come, sample my culinary skills." Noticing Zhao Zheng's gaze, Su Jia understood. "You treat me to wine, and I shall treat you to food." Zhao Zheng, not one to be pretentious, accepted the chopsticks, and the two began to enjoy a delightful pairing of wine and dishes. The jar contained only about 2 pounds of wine, and it was not long before they reached the bottom. "Alas, we are out of wine." Zhao Zheng poured the last drop into his cup. The flavor intensified with each sip, but regrettably, it was all gone. Suddenly, 2 unopened jars of wine plummeted onto the table. Zhao Zheng turned his head towards the elderly man guarding the counter. "Zhao Zheng, these 2 jars of wine are my gift to you, as a token of gratitude for the Sword Chi Great Wall's protection over us for so long." As Zhao Zheng gazed upon the jars, memories of the immortal sword cultivators who eternally guarded the city walls surfaced in his mind, evoking an inexplicable sense of grievance. He swiftly uncorked a jar, grasped it, and began to drink deeply. The fragrant liquid trickled down his chin. After finishing 1 jar, Zhao Zheng swayed slightly and seized the second jar to continue his indulgence. With the 2 jars consumed, he let out a hearty belch, his vision slightly blurred as he regarded the elderly proprietor. "Boss, is there more wine?" "There is more wine. But would you prefer the complimentary kind or the one you pay for?" "Of course, the complimentary kind." Although his mind was slightly foggy, Zhao Zheng grasped the key point. He certainly wished to partake in the free offerings. To pass up on a bargain would be folly. "Zhao Zheng, do you see that wall beside you? You may leave behind a piece of calligraphy. As long as your words bring me satisfaction, I would not hesitate to consume not just a jar of wine, but to finish all the spirits in the establishment. Very well. Zhao Zheng followed the innkeeper's gaze and soon spotted the wall that had already been adorned with numerous inscriptions. He staggered toward the wall and observed that the lower section had been entirely filled, leaving only the higher portions blank. Su Jia, fetch me a ladder. The ladder was quickly brought over, and Su Jia steadied it as he watched Zhao Zheng's unsteady ascent, promptly cautioning him, Zhao Zheng, be careful not to fall. Rest assured. Utilizing the ladder, Zhao Zheng swiftly reached the elevated area. Gazing at the blank expanse before him, he pondered what words to inscribe. Images involuntarily surfaced in his mind of the scene atop the city wall, young and vibrant sword cultivators soaring through the air, unleashing their blades towards the expanse beyond the city. Their appearances varied, some disheveled, others dignified, and yet others relaxed, but in that moment, their swordplay was undeniably magnificent. Within the city walls, wisps of smoke ascended from chimneys, dissipating the solemnity that enveloped the battlements. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhao Zheng. He grasped his brush and, with fluid strokes, penned a statement upon the blank canvas. Upon completion, he closed his eyes, succumbing to his stupor. Had it not been for Su Jia's vigilant watch, who caught him as he began to topple, Zhao Zheng would undoubtedly have suffered a severe fall. The elder approached the wall, silently reciting the inscription that stretched across the top. We, as sword cultivators, must strive to be the foremost in the realm. Chapter 32. The bustling ferryboat. The more he contemplated, the more he appreciated the depth of that phrase. The elder retrieved a birdcage from beneath the counter and opened it, allowing a golden-billed yellow sparrow to flutter out. As it neared Zhao Zheng's penned words, it unexpectedly pressed its head against the wall, inhaling the lingering scent of ink. After several calls from the elder, the sparrow reluctantly returned to the cage, yet its head remained turned towards the words left by Zhao Zheng, revealing a palpable sense of longing. Master, what is wrong with the little yellow one? Su Jia, having settled Zhao Zheng, missed the previous scene and was intrigued by the sparrow's peculiar behavior. Nothing of consequence. The elder lit a pipe and took a drag, exhaling a cloud of white smoke that obscured his expression. He gazed blankly at the inscription high above, his eyes reflecting a tinge of nostalgia. Upon waking from his stupor, Zhao Zheng found himself in an unfamiliar room. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of the tavern, and fragmented memories began to resurface. It seemed he had indulged in 3 jars of wine the previous night, and, at the innkeeper's invitation, had left a line of text on the wall. Good morning, Zhao Zheng. Good morning. Su Jia and the innkeeper had been waiting in the tavern, and after exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Zheng approached the wall, now covered with various inscriptions. Not only were there poems and verses, but also the bold proclamations of a previous patron. Zhao Zheng soon located the line he had written the night before. As a sword cultivator, we ought to be the finest in the realm. Indeed, the things penned under the influence of wine possess a distinct quality. This sentiment drained the ink from Zhao Zheng's belly and was perhaps the most fitting expression he could conjure. His gaze wandered across the wall, soon landing upon a line of text, the script resembling a dog's pawing. After a prolonged scrutiny, he finally discerned its meaning. The thought of numerous maidens waiting ardently for him stirred a pang of guilt within his conscience. Such an unappealing yet unique handwriting, coupled with the audacious tone, made it abundantly clear to Zhao Zheng who had inscribed those words. A Liang, ever so self-absorbed. It is a pity that someone with the charm to easily ascend to the 14th realm still lacks the courage to confess his feelings to the beloved Lu Ji. You deserve to remain single for a lifetime. Achoo. In the quaint town, Liang, engrossed in play with several children, suddenly sneezed. Liang, are you unwell? If you're sick, it would be dreadful. One must consume the most bitter medicine. I am not ill. It must be that some fairy is missing me. Liang produced a few skewers of candied hawthorn from behind, exclaiming, Come, let us share some candied hawthorn. After admiring the calligraphy on the wall, Zhao Zheng approached the shopkeeper to inquire about purchasing a few jars of forgetfulness wine. Forgetfulness wine is a specialty of this broken paradise. If taken away, the essence of forgetfulness would vanish. Understood. Shopkeeper, please prepare 3 jars for me. The shopkeeper ceased his persuasion, retrieving 3 jars from beneath the counter and beginning to package them. Shopkeeper, if I wish to return, how do I find this forgetfulness wine shop again? Here. Entry relies on fortune. If luck is on your side, a few steps around Upside Down Mountain will lead you to this wine shop. Thank you for yesterday's hospitality. I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhao Zheng bid farewell to the shopkeeper and Su Jia, stepping across the threshold of the wine shop. When he turned back, There was no trace of the shop to be seen. In that fleeting moment of departure, Zhao Zheng stored the wine into the system's warehouse. After a brief wait, he opened a jar and took a small sip. The taste remained unchanged. It appears that his system holds a slight superiority. Arriving at the ferry, Zhao Zheng boarded a boat stretching 1,000 meters. The steward, having received the news, personally came to greet Zhao Zheng, a figure deemed untouchable by his employer. Furthermore, the boss had expressly instructed him to accommodate Zhao Zheng's requests to the fullest extent, provided it was within their means. Thus, the steward understood the demeanor required when addressing the young man before him. Young Master Zhao, we have several of the finest rooms available on this vessel. Please take a look and choose one you prefer. This steward, Wang, was astute in reading the room. Sensing Zhao Zheng's interest in the ferry, he regaled him with tales of various amusing occurrences aboard. Each room suggested by Wang was exquisite, adorned with a rustic elegance that concealed an air of nobility. Selecting a room by the sea, Zhao Zheng decided to rest for a while, prompting manager Wang to leave a booklet and discreetly depart. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Zhao Zheng was greeted by two exquisite young maidens, both in the bloom of their youth. Greetings, young Master Zhao. We are Chunhua and Xiu Yue, your dedicated handmaidens. Please feel free to inquire about anything you wish. After placing the fruit platter down, the two maidens stood silently against the wall, motionless, resembling wooden puppets, as Zhao Zheng offered no further commands. Come here and converse with me, he beckoned. The two girls promptly approached and stood before Zhao Zheng, yet hesitated to take a seat, expressing that they would be punished if the manager were to catch them. It was only when Zhao Zheng's expression turned stern that Chunhua and Xiu Yue nervously settled down. Young Master Zhao, tomorrow afternoon, there will be a treasure appraisal event on the first floor. If you are interested, you may attend. Chunhua, the elder sister, possessed a lively disposition and quickly engaged Zhao Zheng in conversation. In contrast, Xiu Yue, the younger sister, was more reserved, often sitting quietly beside Zhao Zheng, pouring tea, and only speaking up occasionally to add to her sister's remarks when Chunhua overlooked something. How long have you both been aboard the vessel? Zhao Zheng inquired. Xiu Yue and I have been on the ship since we were 5 years old, Chunhua replied, a flicker of pride glimmering in her eyes. At barely 20, she and her sister had traversed many remarkable places in the vast world, an experience many could only dream of. Chunhua needed no prompting from Zhao Zheng. Her words flowed freely, reminiscent of a lark's melodious song, bright and delightful. Over the course of the afternoon, Zhao Zheng learned from Chunhua that she harbored a strong dislike for a manager surnamed Li, who had subtly threatened both her and Xiu Yue due to their beauty. While the scenery aboard the ferry was indeed enchanting, it became monotonous over time. The girls' happiest moments were those days when the ferry docked for a rest, during which they would explore the nearby towns. After conversing for a while, the sisters realized that Zhao Zheng was not an ancient cultivator preserving youthful looks, but rather a few years younger than Xiu Yue. Thus, emboldened, Chunhua invited Zhao Zheng to join them in a game of cards. The three spent a delightful afternoon in the room, gradually diminishing their initial unfamiliarity. With the company of the two maidens, time flew swiftly. The following afternoon, Chunhua and Xiu Yue promptly knocked on Zhao Zheng's door, ready to accompany him to the treasure appraisal event. Chapter 33. The Malice of Humanity. The rules of the treasure appraisal event were straightforward. Goods could be exchanged for other goods, or transactions could occur using celestial currency. However, the waters ran deep, and unscrupulous individuals often sought to exploit the unwary. As they made their way, Xiu Yue recounted tales from previous appraisal events, where individuals had been deceived into spending vast sums of celestial currency on worthless trinkets. In this treasure appraisal, the ferry merely provided the venue and maintained basic order. Thus, participating in such transactions tested the buyer's discernment and insight. Autumn Moon, could you estimate the value of this sword? Listening to Autumn Moon's well-reasoned words, Zhao Zheng's thoughts stirred as a chilling short sword appeared in his hand. Autumn Moon lowered her gaze, meticulously examining the sword's design and the intricate patterns upon it. After securing Zhao Zheng's consent, she cautiously cradled the short sword in both hands, taking a considerable amount of time before returning it to him. After a moment of contemplation, she felt confident enough to speak. This short sword is likely forged from cold light iron, and the fish scale-like patterns on it suggest a result of extensive tempering. The estimated price of this sword should be around 450 Guyu coins. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Zheng was somewhat astonished. This sword had been gifted to him by a weapon merchant, and its price was indeed close to what Autumn Moon had stated. 480. Zhao Zheng then produced another weapon for Autumn Moon to appraise. For some weapons, she was unfamiliar with the materials. Yet her intuition allowed her to make estimations that were not far from their true value. Intrigued, Zhao Zheng paused to engage in conversation with Autumn Moon. Unbeknownst to them, Chunhua, who had been leading the way, did not notice the two had stopped. As she turned a corner and looked back to say something, she suddenly felt as if she had collided with something. Raising her head, she found a rotund, greasy face approaching her, its slanted eyes betraying unabashed greed. Chunhua, did I hurt you? Allow me to help you, said the man. Chunhua stepped back, evading the outstretched hands, and quickly replied, Manager Li, I am fine. Chunhua, where's your sister? That little girl has run off to slack again, hasn't she? My sister and I are accompanying young Master Zhao from the Hanhai Pavilion. We are not slacking off. Manager Li gazed at Chunhua's slightly flushed face, which bore the mark of anxiety, and a certain tension tightened within him. This girl and her twin sister had grown increasingly enchanting. Chunhua, look at you. After all these years, still toiling away. Why not yield to me and enjoy a life of luxury? Manager Li, please conduct yourself with dignity. Chunhua forcefully swatted away Manager Li's hand, biting her lip and warning him with a fierce glance. Manager Li appeared somewhat irked, anger flickering in his eyes. How dare she refuse him? Merely a pair of ornamental vessels. He retaliated with a slap aimed at Chunhua, who was caught completely off guard. A startled cry escaped her lips as she crashed against the adjacent wooden wall. Who do you think you are? Here, I can take you. And no one would dare speak a word. Manager Li leaned down, pinning Chunhua's resisting hands with one hand while seizing her collar with the other, yanking forcefully. Tear. Chunhua's collar tore, revealing her fair skin and a hint of white at the edges, which sent a jolt of excitement through Manager Li. His eyes turned bloodshot as he dragged her into an adjacent empty room, grasping her hair and tossing her inside. Witnessing the tear-streaked beauty before him, Manager Li could hardly contain himself as he began to unfasten his belt, lunging toward her. Help! Chunhua quickly dodged to the side, making a dash for the only exit. Heh, little beauty, scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come. Li Guan was utterly unconcerned about Chunhua's potential escape. As she dashed towards the doorway, Li Guan promptly activated the defensive formation within the room. Chunhua collided headfirst into the barrier, which merely trembled slightly at the edges. Allow me to share a critical detail. Once the formation is activated, no matter how raucous our commotion within, it remains unheard outside. As Chunhua sought refuge in the room, despair flickered in her eyes upon hearing this revelation. Even in death, she resolved not to allow Li Guan to succeed. When Chunhua's cry for help echoed, Qiu Yue's expression shifted dramatically. Young Master Zhao, my sister is in trouble. Zhao Zheng and Qiu Yue hurried to the spot where Chunhua had vanished. The observant Qiu Yue soon discovered a bead on the ground, a decorative piece from her sister's hairpin worn that day. The doors lining the corridor were now sealed by the formation, proving difficult to open. Zhao Zheng made an attempt. The formation was resilient, and he surmised it would take him at least a dozen seconds of full effort to breach a single room's defenses. The critical concern was that there were at least 10 rooms, and a wrong choice would surely spell disaster for Chunhua. After explaining the situation, Qiu Yue's gaze flitted between the rooms, and guided by her intuition, she pointed to the 6th room. Young Master Zhao, please assist in breaking this formation. Zhao Zheng summoned the Zhuzhen sword, channeling all his energy into it. A massive sword aura surged forth, colliding with the formation, producing a thunderous roar that caused the very floor beneath them to tremble violently. Qiu Yue lost her footing and fell to the ground. Her eyes fixed on Zhao Zheng as he dismantled the barrier, silently praying that her choice of room was correct. After striking the formation over 100 times, the defensive array finally succumbed to Zhao Zheng's relentless assault and shattered. The door exploded into fragments, flying into the room, quickly followed by a man's anguished cry. Zhao Zheng stepped inside and immediately spotted a rotund man pinning Chunhua down. The man clutching his bleeding arm and regarding Zhao Zheng with a flicker of fear in his lust-filled eyes. Who are you? I'll have you know that my brother-in-law is the chief steward's brother-in-law. Zhao Zheng kicked the threatening Li Guan against the wall, causing him to scream and spit blood. With a mere glance, Zhao Zheng instilled terror in Li Guan, who promptly covered his mouth in fright. The look Zhao Zheng had cast upon him was reminiscent of that reserved for the deceased. No matter how formidable his connections, they were rendered meaningless in the face of death. Thank you, young Master Zhao, Chunhua managed to say, hastily donning the tattered remnants of her clothing and suppressing her tears as she expressed her gratitude. Had Zhao Zheng been any slower, she would have indeed faced a dire fate at Li Guan's hands. Sister. Upon entering, Chu Yue immediately noticed the handprint on Chuanhua's face and the bruises on her shoulder, gasping in shock as she rushed to embrace her sister. Seeing her beloved sibling, Chunhua could no longer contain her pent-up grievances, and the two sisters, who had relied on each other, wept together in an embrace. Zhao Zheng withdrew his coat from the ring and draped it over Chuanhua's shoulders. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Grabbing the fainting Li Guanshi, he dragged him down the corridor as one would a lifeless pig. Chapter 34. The Dragon of Jiao Long Go. Due to Zhao Zheng's violent entrance, the floor was now littered with wooden spikes and shattered ceramics. As Li Guanshi was pulled away, he felt numerous cuts forming on his back, yet he dared not utter a sound, biting down hard on his own arm in fear of betraying his presence. As the footsteps drew near, a flicker of hope ignited in Li Guanshi's eyes upon seeing the figure standing in the center. Brother, please save me. This man intends to kill me. Wang Guanshi, witnessing the groaning Li Guanshi on the floor, felt a flash of disgust. Upon noticing Zhao Zheng standing beside him, along with the ravaged room behind, a sudden realization struck him. Young Master Zhao, might I inquire what transpired here? Although he had a hunch about the situation, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. This fat man has bullied my people. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Brother, it's not like that. I was merely conversing with Chunhua. It was this young Master Zhao who misunderstood. Seeing Wang Guanshi's respectful demeanor, Li Guanshi realized he had encountered insurmountable trouble and hastily sought to clarify, fearing for his very life. Silence. Wang Guanshi shot Li Guanshi a disdainful glare, a decision forming in his mind. The intimidated Li Guanshi immediately fell silent. After spending considerable time with this distant relative, he understood that Wang Guanshi was not jesting. Younger Master Zhao, I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's wrongdoing. Please accept this warm jade, which possesses the ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Wang Guanshi, feeling the sting of loss, presented a box. Upon opening it, a palm-sized jade stone radiating a gentle warmth was revealed. This warm jade, if auctioned, could incite fierce competition among the elite of the Jade realm, representing a significant portion of Wang Guanshi's wealth. Yet now, he was compelled to offer it as an apology, causing him great heartache. Bending slightly, he extended the warm jade with both hands, yet Zhao Zheng remained silent, refusing to accept the offering. Thus, Wang Guanshi understood that the matter was far from resolved. Li Guanshi, for stealing the possessions of a guest today, you shall be cast into the bottom storage. Brother, please, no? We are relatives. Li Guanshi pleaded. The bottom storage housed various blood foods. Wang Guanshi's command was tantamount to a death sentence. Despite his desperate cries, he could not escape the grip of the two men restraining him and was dragged away amidst his lamentations. Younger Master Zhao, here is the contract of sale for Chunhua and Chu Yue. I implore you to accept it. Witnessing Zhao Zheng's indifference, Wang Guanshi resorted to his final gambit. Chunhua and Chu Yue were his prized assets, cultivated over many years. Yet now, thanks to this gluttonous fool, all his investments had gone to waste. Today's events, I wish to keep concealed. Rest assured. Upon witnessing Zhao Zheng finally accepting the items, Manager Wang felt a weight lift off his heart. At that moment, Chu Yue emerged from the room, accompanied by a now composed Chunhua. Noticing the traces of tears on Chunhua's face, Manager Wang approached to offer his comfort. Chunhua and Chu Yue had previously received much care from Manager Wang, maintaining a cordial relationship with him. However, after today's incident, Manager Wang understood that the best he could hope for was that Chunhua would not harbor resentment towards him. Following the unfortunate incident, Zhao Zheng had no intention of attending the appraisal meeting and returned to his quarters with the two girls. After soothing Chunhua to sleep, Chu Yue knelt before Zhao Zheng, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for saving my sister. From this day onward, Chu Yue shall be in your service. Rise, Zhao Zheng urged, in my homeland. Kneeling is not customary. As he helped Chu Yue to her feet, he elucidated the reason for accepting both her and Chunhua. He planned to establish a business at Harantianxia, and Chu Yue, being particularly price-sensitive, was the ideal candidate for the role of head manager. I will ensure the shop is well managed for you, young master, Chu Yue promised. Feeling fortunate to have encountered such a benevolent employer, Zhao Zheng returned the contracts of servitude to Chu Yue, intending to discuss the finer details of the business with her in a few days. Upon learning of Manager Li's fate and the prospects for herself and Chu Yue, The carefree Chunhua quickly shook off the shadows of despair and regained her vivacity. One afternoon, while Qiu Yue was out on an errand, Chunhua pushed open Zhao Zheng's door and knelt before him, requesting to be taught the ways of cultivation. Her reasoning was simple. She wished to protect her sister, ensuring that her own misfortunes would not befall Qiu Yue. As she spoke, she began to unfasten her clothing. "What are you doing?" Zhao Zheng swiftly grasped her arm. Chunhua, having little of value aside from her own body, blushed deeply as she replied softly, "All right, I understand. From today onward, both you and Qiu Yue shall cultivate with me. This manual on qi cultivation shall serve as an advance on your wages." Almost caught in a compromising situation, Zhao Zheng had not anticipated Chunhua's actions. Thank you, young master," Chunhua exclaimed, holding the thin manual in her hands, tears of joy streaming down her face. A manual that could grant them the ability to cultivate was worth more than the lives of an entire clan. Even selling the two of them would not suffice to reclaim it. When Qiu Yue returned, Zhao Zheng, indulging in pastries, began instructing the two girls on how to meditate, aiding them in discovering their first breath of spiritual energy. Though the days at sea were monotonous, Chunhua's cheerful chatter added a touch of delight to the journey. As the ferry navigated through a particular channel, Zhao Zheng noticed the crew becoming busier. Sailors were hauling plump sheep and cattle from the hold, transferring them to smaller boats tethered to the side of the vessel, then releasing the small boats and raising their sails. The steward of the Golden Core realm appeared by the side of the boat, performing a hand gesture. Soon, a gust of wind filled the sails, and the small vessel, laden with cattle and sheep, gradually glided toward the nearby sea trench. "What is happening?" the young master inquired. "My lord, we are offering a sacrifice to the Dragon King," Chunhua explained, understanding that this was her master's first journey away from home. The trench ahead is known as the Jiaolong Trench. Each time a boat passes through here, it must offer a blood sacrifice, praying that the Dragon King, in consideration of the offering, will allow safe passage. "Jiaolong Trench," Zhao Zheng murmured, curiously asking, "Chunhua, having spent so much time on the boat, have you ever seen the Dragon King beneath the Jiaolong Trench?" "No," Chunhua shook her head. "But I have heard tales of a ferry from another continent that capsized in the Jiaolong Trench because it failed to present a blood sacrifice. Then after today, you can say you have truly witnessed a Jiaolong," Zhao Zheng remarked, gazing at the distant sea surface. Chapter 35. The provoked Jiaolong. Chunhua found it peculiar that her master would suggest she might see a Jiaolong. In the next instant, a shadow stretching thousands of meters emerged from beneath the previously tranquil sea. That is, before Chunhua could finish, the shadow burst forth from the water, hovering in midair, revealing itself to be a Jiaolong. Its massive head, several meters in size, swept over the cattle and sheep on the water's surface, exuding an air of disdain. With a flick of its tail, a colossal wave surged forth, pulling the livestock beneath the waves. The tremendous swell caused the nearby ferry to rock violently. The steward struggled to stabilize the vessel, his heart filled with unease as he watched the Jiaolong transform into an elderly man clad in elaborate garments. "The blood sacrifice has been claimed. It cannot violate the rules, can it?" he pondered. As the ferry steadied, it began to move forward slowly. When it passed beneath the old Jiao, the creature made no move. The steward had hoped to navigate the Jiaolong Trench without incident, but unexpectedly, halfway through, the vessel collided with something, forcing it to slow down. The steward leaned over the side and saw two Jiaolongs, each several hundred meters long, gripping the underside of the boat with all four claws, preventing further progress. "This is it. The old Jiao must be planning to attack the people on this boat." Yet, as the steward responsible for the vessel, he had no choice but to confront the transformed old Jiao. The reason for the ferry's halt soon became apparent to the passengers, who gathered at the windows to observe the interaction between the steward and the old Jiao. "My lord, each time we pass through the Jiaolong Trench, we adhere to the custom of offering a sufficient blood sacrifice. I implore you to show mercy and allow us to proceed. Upon our return, I will prepare double the offering in gratitude." The old Jiao sneered, casting a glance at the young Jiao swimming below, a flicker of sorrow passing through its eyes. The Dragon Clan, once the dominant force in the skies and rains, now finds its descendants reduced to a meager diet of sea fish and the foul-smelling flesh of cattle and sheep. However, this humiliation shall cease today. Beneath the waves, hundreds of dragons moved in a peculiar manner, a mysterious aura emanating from the ocean depths, enveloping hundreds of miles of the sea in an instant. The elder dragon no longer concealed its presence, and under the influence of this enigmatic energy, its power surged, transcending the confines of the Yuan-Ing realm to reach the Jade Purity realm. Today, in a rare moment of good fortune, I shall use this vessel of mortals to celebrate the emergence of a Jade Purity dragon in our lineage. With a powerful swipe, the Elder Dragon pulled the steward Wang back onto the ferry. As the words left its mouth, serpentine forms, each at least 100 meters long, surfaced from the water, their greedy eyes surveying the humans aboard the vessel. The ancestral memories whispered to them that the youth among these humans were the most delectable, and that the cultivators among them could elevate their own powers by consuming them. Witnessing the formidable dragons, all at least at the Dragon Gate realm, and the commanding Elder Dragon of the upper 5 realms, the passengers aboard the ferry turned pale. Steward Wang stood, immediately directing his subordinates to activate the defensive array while calling upon all passengers to unite in facing this crisis. In a room on the top deck, a young man's demeanor turned grave as an elderly woman, serving as his protector, gently patted his shoulder. "My lord, do not act rashly. Once the array is breached, I can still shield you for a time." This elder, possessing a cultivation level matching that of the former Elder Dragon, had somehow acquired an array that granted her the status of a sage in this small realm, elevating her power into the upper 5 realms. "Grandmother, shall we not intervene to stop these dragons?" the young man inquired. "My lord, allow me to impart a crucial lesson. When venturing into the world, our foremost duty is to ensure our own safety." Although the elder was unafraid of the dragons, she knew that should harm come to them, the Elder Dragon would surely retaliate, making it impossible for her to protect her charge. Similar conversations echoed throughout the vessel, where a group of highly skilled cultivators, capable of standing against the Elder Dragon, now merely observed the ferry under attack. They contemplated how to escape once the ferry's protective array was shattered, unwilling to expend even a trace of their spiritual energy. Upon seeing the encroaching dragons, Zhao Zheng realized that today he would have no choice but to draw his sword. "Chunhua, Xiaoyu, remain in the room. I have reconfigured the array." "My lord," they protested, "your cultivation is not yet sufficient. Perhaps we should wait." "Do not worry. I have faced more formidable beasts than these. This is merely a minor skirmish. In times of peril, activate the talismans I have given you, and I will return as swiftly as possible." "Understood. My lord, please take care." Zhao Jingchao waved his hand dismissively, propped himself against the windowsill, and leapt out with determination. A fierce dragon, detecting his presence, opened its foul maw, eager to devour this seemingly effortless meal. A brilliant flash of sword light cut through the air, and the head of the dragon soared skyward, while its remaining body continued on for a distance before plummeting onto the deck. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle. Who among them possessed such audacity, daring to strike when none had the courage to do so? This was the lair of the dragon, after all. Having dispatched a lesser beast, what would happen when the elder emerged? Zhao Zheng did not hesitate. Several beams of sword light surged towards the nearest dragons. Dragon blood splattered, staining the clear seawater with a dark crimson hue. "Foolish child, you seek your own demise." The Elder Dragon, previously gliding through the air with ease, grew furious upon witnessing the repeated slaughter of its kin. No longer in the mood for sport, it summoned the seawater beneath, coalescing it into a towering water dragon that surged towards the ferry with a ferocious roar. With a resounding crack, a visible fracture appeared in the protective formation, and an influx of spiritual energy began to mend the rift. The somewhat smaller water dragon adjusted its form and charged again. The crack widened once more. With a thunderous impact, the water dragon struck for a third time, dissipating in the process, while the defensive formation shattered into pieces. With the barrier gone, the Elder Dragon lunged at Zhao Zheng. Unfazed by the incoming sword light, it met the attack head-on, its formidable flesh shattering the luminous blades. Once in close quarters, the Elder Dragon delivered a devastating punch aimed at Zhao Zheng's chest. The force of its fist disturbed the surrounding air, creating a vacuum for dozens of meters. In the face of this onslaught, Zhao Zheng gripped his sword with both hands, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, stepping forward to meet the attack. In that instant, a fleeting afterimage appeared behind his sword. Nearby, Wang Guanshi, entangled in battle with another dragon, could not help but close his eyes at the sight of the youth resembling an ant attempting to shake a tree. Chapter 36, Bloodshed Tick-Tock. The Elder Dragon gazed in disbelief at its right hand. A gash now marred its palm, golden droplets of blood cascading down into the sea. Feeling the pain radiating from its hand, The elder's previously stoic expression transformed into a smile, its murderous intent intensifying as it looked at the young Zhao Zheng, who had just resurfaced from the depths. "You have my respect, boy." No sooner had the words escaped its lips than the elder spun around, revealing a colossal dragon soaring high above. With a fierce flick of its tail, it aimed to strike at Zhao Zheng's position. A deluge of hundreds of tons of seawater surged upwards, only to crash back down. The elder dragon, puzzled, gazed at the surface of the sea. Its tail had not connected with anything. That boy had vanished without a trace. Yet, as a sovereign of this realm, it was certain that no one had breached its domain. Where could that boy have fled? In the system warehouse, Zhao Zheng busily adjusted the few broken ribs in his chest and swallowed several blood vials, his pale complexion gradually warming. Previously, when the old dragon struck with a punch, Zhao Zheng discreetly swapped his weapon, Zhu Ying, for Zhu Xian. Although the power of Zhu Xian had been significantly sealed as a celestial sword, its inherent sharpness remained largely intact. The old dragon, confident in his physical prowess, did not evade Zhao Zheng's approaching strike, but faced it head-on. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. While Zhu Xian breached the old dragon's defenses, Zhao Zheng could not entirely counter the force of that punch, which sent him plummeting to the seabed. Following several previous bursts of fortune, the area of the system warehouse had expanded to 100 square meters, now capable of accommodating living beings. Feeling a tingling sensation in his chest, Zhao Zheng exited the warehouse, submerged in the ocean, and after a brief circuit, emerged on the opposite side of the ferry. At this moment, with the formation shattered, the dragon serpents had climbed aboard the ferry, and some previously concealed cultivators, realizing that these dragons intended to spare no one, could only rise in defiance. Above, 2 Yuanying, 3 Jindan realm cultivators, and an 8th-level martial artist besieged the old dragon. Zhao Zheng swiftly located his previous room, slaying the few juvenile dragons that obstructed his path with a single stroke, and knocked on the door in a specific pattern. The door soon opened, revealing Chunhua and Xiaoyu, who gazed at Zhao Zheng in astonishment. "Young master, you're unharmed," Chunhua exclaimed upon seeing him standing before her. "Fear not. Your young master possesses numerous trump cards. Even if a true saint were to arrive, he would remain unscathed," Zhao Zheng retorted with a hint of annoyance, lightly tapping Chunhua on the head. This girl, though quite attractive, regrettably had a tendency to chatter. "Young master, aren't you going out to help?" Chunhua asked, unable to restrain herself as Zhao Zheng entered the room and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, had been signaling her sister, but unfortunately, this oblivious elder sister had her full attention on Zhao Zheng, completely missing Xiaoyu's pleading gaze. "Young master, I am but a minor Karami of the Longmen realm, while that old dragon is now at the Yupu realm." Although Chunhua did not comprehend the meaning of the term Karami that Zhao Zheng used, she was well aware of the disparity between their realms. Noticing Zhao Zheng fiddling with his fingers, Chunhua chose to remain silent, fearing another tap on her head. Zhao Zheng pulled a chair to sit by the window, with Zhu Xian swirling around him. Whenever a dragon approached, it would swiftly dart away, and the dragons that Zhu Xian dispatched would plummet into the sea, only to be devoured by Zhu Xian in the next moment. Dragons, no matter how feeble, bore the name of dragons, making them, to Zhu Xian, a meager means to restore its power. In the sky, the old dragon seemed overwhelmed, completely ensnared by 6 individuals led by Wang Guanshi, helplessly witnessing the juvenile dragons fall one after another, spilling their blood at the hands of the human race. "Young master, that old dragon is already losing. Why doesn't Tia just give up?" After a brief silence, Chunhua could not help but voice her thoughts. "Where are we now?" Zhao Zheng posed an irrelevant question. "The dragon's lair, you say? Do you now see, aside from that old dragon, any other adult dragons?" Upon hearing these words, Qiuyue's hand trembled as she poured tea, while Chunhua was equally startled by Zhao Zheng's inquiry. Even a single old dragon required the utmost effort from those powerful cultivators to be contained, as for the dragons, measuring over 100 meters in length. According to the young master's description, they were akin to human children aged 7 or 8. Thus, when these juvenile dragons' elders emerged, would those aboard the vessel truly survive? Although the cultivators on the ship could not contend with an old dragon at the Yupu realm, they could, through combined strength, slay a juvenile dragon at the Mid-5 realm. A scarred man, with one swift motion, beheaded the fallen juvenile dragon, wiping the scorching dragon blood from his body with a hearty laugh as he approached the juvenile dragon. "Huh. Today I, Old Wang, shall savor the exquisite taste of dragon liver. What is a meal without wine but a tasteless endeavor? Here, I have plenty of liquor. A barrel of wine circulated among the crowd, igniting a sense of camaraderie. The surrounding juvenile dragons observed the humans advancing toward them. The fear and trepidation on their faces had vanished, not disappeared, but rather shifted onto their companions, now encircled by humans. As time passed, the dying roars of the juvenile dragons gradually spread. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the sea. The old dragon, upon hearing this, exhibited a glimmer of delight. One is not enough. A 500-meter-long dragon surged forth from the ocean, its bloodshot vertical pupils locking onto the scarred man and his companions, as well as the decapitated juvenile dragon before them. Humans, you dare to slay my offspring? You seek death, merely killing a few beasts. The scarred man retorted, Brothers, there lies a great dragon. Let us charge together. The cultivators at the Dragon Gate realm, undaunted by the golden core dragon, followed the scarred man into battle. A fierce clash ensued, cries of anguish mingling with the hot blood spilling forth. Zhao Zheng noticed the commotion on the deck and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the exquisite sword, which sang with delight as it soared toward the battlefield. The golden core dragon, relying on its robust physique, engaged in a brutal exchange with these feeble humans, aiming to swiftly shatter their resistance. Suddenly, the highest-ranked scarred man, caught off guard, was struck by the dragon's tail, sending him flying dozens of meters. The golden core dragon, seizing the opportunity, pursued relentlessly, its gaping maw ready to swallow the severely injured man whole. Yet, a delicate chime resonated through the air, and the golden core dragon felt a chill at its neck, soon followed by a warm flow trickling from the same spot. A dragon's head, several meters in size, crashed onto the deck. Astonishingly, this golden core dragon had been slain by a single sword strike. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the sea erupted with a cacophony of over 10 thunderous explosions, while the sky above was swiftly shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 37. What on earth? How could this be? Haha, they had been watching the show from below all along. Why on earth did I board this ship? As the crowd beheld the scene unfolding in the heavens, despair seeped into the hearts of all present. At this moment, the sky of this small realm had already been veiled by dark clouds, with dozens of serpentine figures, each stretching a kilometer long, flickering in and out of sight among the gaps in the clouds. Just one ancient dragon would require the combined might of the entire crew to restrain. The number of kilometer-long serpents that appeared here was easily more than a handful. How could they possibly fight against this? The ancient dragon, entangled with Wang Guan's group, gazed at those aged beings, comparable in years to himself, and could no longer suppress his excitement. With old friends emerging, there was no need to continue this charade. The ancient dragon transformed into a human form, vanishing from before Wang Guan and his companions, only to reappear before a man of golden stature. With a single punch, he crushed the man's blocking arms to dust, without any hesitation, directly piercing through his chest, his palm now cradling a still-beating heart. The ancient dragon regarded the heart in his hand and squeezed it forcefully, causing it to explode into a mist of blood. Swift and decisive, a deafening roar of dragon song reverberated through the air. These millennia-old dragons transformed into human forms, each confronting Wang Guan and his companions, while the remaining ones directed their onslaught towards the ferry. The disparity in realms, coupled with their bodies akin to exquisite spiritual artifacts, led to Wang Guan and his group suffering grievous injuries and plummeting into the depths of the sea. At the instant the dragons made their move, Zhao Zheng rendered Chunhua and Qiyue unconscious, securing them in the storage, as a piece of azure talisman paper materialized in his hand. Inscribed upon it were the words "What on earth?" with the two characters for command accompanied by ample blank space above. Sensing the nearby kilometer-long serpents indulging in rampant slaughter, Zhao Zheng forced out several drops of his essence blood and swiftly inscribed upon the talisman. As he wrote the characters Lu Chun, a wisp of divine light emerged from the talisman, reaching far into the Li Zhu cave heaven, where Lu Chun was reading palms for a woman. Sensing the call of his name, he exchanged a few kind words with her before sending her on her way. Immediately, Lu Chun closed his eyes and focused on the location summoning him. Ah, someone has arranged a small realm here. Lu Chen's ethereal form materialized above the dragon's gorge. Finding no direct entry, he flicked his sleeves and spat a few times into his palm. Then, he raised a fist, shaking it vigorously a few times, and with a huff, swung his fist towards the small realm. This punch bore no particular distinction, yet upon striking the small realm, the entire space began to tremble. The ancient dragon in midair suddenly spat out blood, his realm becoming unstable. The ancient dragon sensed someone outside forcefully breaking the formation. He immediately expelled several droplets of his essence blood, which fell into the array stones at the seabed, temporarily stabilizing the small realm that had been on the verge of collapse. The countenance of the old dragon grew pale. For the essence of blood he had just expended equated to a quarter of his total blood volume. Yet, even with the reinforcement of his vitality, fissures began to manifest throughout this miniature realm. Old fellows, assist me in stabilizing the formation. Upon witnessing the gravely injured old dragon, the aged figures aboard the ferry promptly revealed their true forms, plunging into the depths of the sea to serve as the focal points of the formation. With the inclusion of these ancient dragons, the fractures within the small realm were swiftly mended, and the old dragon state was restored to equilibrium. Casting a sardonic glance at the remaining human figures aboard the ferry, the old dragon scoffed. Even with a practitioner of the immortal realm outside, none could hope to breach the suppressed miniature realm fortified by the collective strength of his clan. Meanwhile, Lucien observed the barrier before him beginning to mend. Exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be that I have been burning the midnight oil too much, still yet to awaken? Very well, witness the earnestness of my strike." With that, Lucien swung his fists with deliberate vigor. Crash! The barrier of the small realm shattered into fragments, and the waters of the sea plummeted several meters in an instant. The old dragon, along with the dragons that had transformed into focal points, spewed blood in unison, their bodies marred by countless cracks. Save for the one elder dragon of slightly higher cultivation who had yet to succumb to unconsciousness. Struggling to gaze skyward, he was met with the sight of a figure adorned with a lotus crown, reciting the mantra of Amitabha, proclaiming, "I am not a priest who takes lives intentionally." His eyes widened in astonishment. How could this individual possibly be here? Was it he who shattered the miniature realm? At that moment, the old dragon, attempting to articulate a complete thought, found himself gravely wounded as the saint of the miniature realm. Just before his consciousness faded, he longed to grasp the priestess' robe and lament, "Master, we have brought calamity upon the Dragon King's temple." Lucien soon pinpointed the source of the summoning, stepping forth to stand beside a boy of about 13 or 14 years. The youth, appearing quite refined, maintained his composure amidst the chaos. "Young one, are you aware of the consequences of invoking my name so frivolously?" Lucien inquired, casting a warning glance at Zhao Zheng. "Master Lu, I hail from the Sword Qi Great Wall, a disciple of the esteemed Sword Immortal." Upon uttering this, the facade of indifference on Lucien's face melted away, revealing a warm smile. "No wonder you possess such striking features. You are indeed a disciple of the venerable Elder Chun," Lucien exclaimed, affectionately patting Zhao Zheng's shoulder, while his other hand, concealed within his sleeve, calculated the boy's origins. The deeper he probed, the more astonished Lucien became. He found himself unable to ascertain the precise lineage of this Dragon Gate realm youth, only confirming his affiliation with the Sword Qi Great Wall. "Master Lu," Zhao Zheng began, but was interrupted. "Ah, do not feel distant by addressing me so formally," Lucien interjected smoothly. "My master and your master are of the same generation. As I have practiced for a longer duration, if it does not offend you, simply call me Brother Lu." "Brother Lu, I am Zhao Zheng, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Well said, well said." Lucien nodded in agreement, only to then notice Zhao Zheng extending his hand before him. He was somewhat perplexed by Zhao Zheng's intention. Could it truly be as he had surmised? "Brother Zhao, what is this?" "Brother Lu, in our hometown, it is customary to present a gift when recognizing a kinship. Elders are expected to offer a token of greeting," Zhao Zheng replied casually, producing the Zhu Xian sword. "Behold, this sword was given to me as a welcoming gift when I became a disciple of Grandmaster Chen." Lucien's eyes widened as he gazed upon the long sword in Zhao Zheng's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, this was no ordinary weapon. It was a semi-divine artifact. To possess such a blade as a Dragon Gate realm cultivator was indeed astonishing. Had the standards for taking on disciples become so rigorous? In his own time, disciples had wept and pleaded to be accepted. "My brother, I am quite pressed for time today. I might be able to make it up to you next time," Lucien said, feeling compelled to reciprocate with something of value, especially in light of such a generous gift. "Very well, then. If you could kindly inscribe your name upon it." Lucien scrutinized the paper word by word before lifting his gaze in disbelief at Zhao Zheng. "You truly expect me to sign?" "Indeed," Zhao Zheng insisted with a firm nod. Chapter 38. "Brother, I have finally found you. After Lu Chen acquiesced, Zhao Zheng quickly retrieved paper and pen, inscribing the date and stating that his elder brother owed him a welcoming gift. He refrained from specifying what the gift was, confident that their esteemed Xinjiang Jiao would not offer anything trivial, as the matter had already been put forth. Zhao Zheng held the freshly penned promissory note, gazing earnestly at their Xinjiang Jiao. Brother, my dear brother, once you sign this, we shall be sworn brothers, though we share different fathers and mothers. For the first time, Lu Chen found himself at a loss when meeting Zhao Zheng's gaze. With a deep sigh, he accepted the paper that Zhao Zheng offered, carefully inscribing his name at the bottom. Upon seeing Lu Chen's signature, Zhao Zheng swiftly secured the note, planning to collect his due when he later visited the Li Zhu Dongtian. As he pocketed the promissory note, Zhao Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. Brother, oh brother, why have you only just arrived? Your younger brother nearly lost the chance to see you. In the depths of the sea, the severely injured flood dragons, upon hearing this, spat out blood in frustration. You Haven Tea even lost a hair, yet you dare to complain here? Are the people of Sword Qi Great Wall so shameless? Zhao Zheng retorted, We, the people of Sword Qi Great Wall, have always been simple and honest, but alas, it is a Liang, that scoundrel, who has imported the vices from Haoran Tianxia. The flood dragon groaned, Achio. A Liang scratched his nose, pondering if Sister Lu Ji was thinking of him again. Observing Zhao Zheng feigning sorrow, clutching at his own clothing and dabbing his face, Lu Chen could hardly contain himself. What are you trying to do? Calmly adjusting Zhao Zheng to a more upright position, he inquired, Zhao Zheng, how do you wish to deal with these flood dragons? Brother, since they choose to defy the rules, let us address them according to the rules. The utterance of brother by Zhao Zheng caused a throbbing headache for Lu Chen. He had merely been polite, yet this young man took it as an invitation, addressing him repeatedly as brother. Lu Chen, a mere novice Taoist, found himself entangled in matters far beyond his humble existence, unable to bear the weight of the Sword Qi Great Wall and its accompanying destiny. Today, Lu Chen resolved to administer punishment on behalf of the sage. With a flick of his fingers, a waterfall of sword energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the Jiaolong Gorge. In an instant, both the ancient and young Jiaolong met their demise, their flesh and scales evaporating, leaving only bones and whiskers behind. A guest has arrived. I must take my leave, Lu Chen declared, collecting the remains of the Jiaolong and placing them into a spatial ring, which he thrust into Zhao Zheng's hands. Without waiting for a response, his divine thoughts swiftly retreated. 1,000,000 miles away, under the shade of a locust tree, Lu Chen sat leisurely, processing the memories of that divine thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhao Zheng was indeed an intriguing young man. At this moment, at the borders of the Great Li dynasty, a girl with brows resembling distant mountains wandered through the wilderness, poised to arrive at the Li Pearl Cave a day before its opening. After Lu Chen's departure, Zhao Zheng probed the ring with his consciousness, discovering not only the treasures belonging to the Jiaolong, but also a collection of valuables from the gorge, all bestowed upon him by his elder brother. My brother is truly a man of noble integrity, he chuckled. As Zhao Zheng planned to return to the ferry, the Zhuxian sword unexpectedly transmitted a thought to him, expressing a desire to emerge. Out of curiosity, Zhao Zheng released the sword. Upon its release, Zhuxian soared over the ocean, its tip unwaveringly directed towards a specific location. Are you suggesting that there is something valuable there? Zhao Zheng inquired. Zhuxian nodded affirmatively, indicating that the treasure was indeed noteworthy. If even the Zhuxian sword considered it valuable, it must possess the caliber of a celestial weapon. Zhao Zheng returned to the ferry to seek out Steward Wang, who at that moment was recuperating in solitude. Despite his injuries, upon hearing Zhao Zheng's call, Steward Wang persevered to meet him. The mysterious powerhouse who had shattered the seal and cleansed the entire Jiaolong Gorge was witnessed by all who remained aboard the ferry. Thus, when Zhao Zheng mentioned that he needed to linger for a few days and requested a small boat from Steward Wang, the steward patted his chest, proclaiming, Young Master Zhao, there is no need for such formality. The ferry is due for a significant overhaul. This was indeed true. However, the refurbishment would only require a couple of days. Yet, Steward Wang understood that none of the surviving individuals aboard the ferry would oppose his decision at this juncture. After ensuring that the unconscious Chen Hua and Xu Yue were settled, Zhao Zheng followed Xu Xian into the depths of the sea. Soon, he arrived at a mountainous region beneath the waves, where Xu Xian prodded a particular spot at the mountain's base, signaling that the treasure it had discovered lay within. However, For reasons unknown to Zhao Zheng, he hesitated to act immediately. Zhu Xian swam to the forefront, bobbing in front of him, conveying its confusion. "Master, why do you delay?" Zhao Zheng gazed at the underwater mountain range, momentarily lost in thought. The mountain stretched for hundreds of miles as far as his eyes could perceive, and the point Zhu Xian indicated was at the very bottom of this vast expanse. Zhao Zheng wielded the Zhu Xian sword, attempting to cleave through the mountain range, which proved unexpectedly resilient, resulting in merely a fissure no deeper than a finger's breadth. After repeated communication with the Zhu Xian, it was discovered that the treasure lay hundreds of meters behind a wall of rock. He procured a dozen array stones and delineated a space of several square meters beneath the sea. Upon returning to the ferry, he sought out Manager Wang to purchase a substantial quantity of white sugar, charcoal, and saltpeter, along with sulfur from the vicinity of the undersea magma. Zhao Zheng meticulously prepared several thousand pounds of explosives. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Zhao Zheng wielded the Zhu Xian for 7 or 8 hours, forcefully creating a gash extending 200 meters deep. He enveloped the explosives in spiritual energy, filling every crevice within the fissure. Retreating to a safe distance, he struck the fuse within the array stone with his sword. Sparks ignited, swiftly racing toward the explosives. Zhao Zheng, moving with haste, soared above the ocean's surface on his sword. Mere seconds after his escape, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The ocean's surface bulged into a massive dome, waves towering dozens of meters high, radiating outward in tumultuous surges. Even the ferry, situated a kilometer away, was stirred by the commotion. Manager Wang, a tsunami has suddenly erupted. Upon receiving treatment for his injuries, Manager Wang promptly emerged onto the deck. As he beheld the explosive waters nearby and a figure unceremoniously hurled into the air, he was met with Zhao Zheng, who had already steadied himself. "Hold back the waves. Remember, no one is permitted to approach the southwestern direction." "Understood." Zhao Zheng patiently awaited an entire day in midair until the sea floor finally calmed. Returning to the depths, he found his previous location now submerged beneath countless boulders, revealing a fissure thousands of meters long before him. The Zhu Xian sword trembled gently, urging Zhao Zheng to hasten. It had sensed a marked increase in the aura emanating from the treasure. Guided by the Zhu Xian's direction, he soon ventured deep into the mountain range, kicking aside an obstructive boulder to uncover the concealed object below. The Zhu Xian urged him to retrieve it, sensing it as the prized treasure. Chapter 39. The vanished Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng reached out and grasped the object, feeling its chill yet the gentle warmth akin to jade. It appeared to be an unremarkable stone, lacking any distinctive features. Its only merit was perhaps its exceptional hardness. Striking it with the Zhu Xian, he found it merely wore away a thin layer of its surface. Seeking a cavern beneath the sea, he summoned the Zhu Xian's sword, which circled the stone, scraping its surface with the blade. Could it be that the true treasure lay within? Observing the sword's actions, Zhao Zheng suddenly conceived a possibility. He began to infuse spiritual energy, causing the Zhu Xian to accelerate its circling speed. Brilliant sparks erupted from the stone's surface, illuminating the dark cavern with countless fireflies. After a day and night of relentless effort, having drained his spiritual energy multiple times, he finally succeeded in polishing away the stone's outer layer. At this moment, Zhao Zheng held a palm-sized stone mirror, attempting to infuse it with spiritual energy, his consciousness probing within. The stone mirror absorbed the energy flawlessly, yet it remained unresponsive. It seemed that even the art of refinement was ineffective. "Zhu Xian, do you know how to activate the stone mirror?" After countless failed attempts, Zhao Zheng had no choice but to seek assistance from Zhu Xian. The tip of the Zhu Xian sword swiftly grazed Zhao Zheng's hand, a drop of blood falling from the sword's tip and landing perfectly on the stone mirror. It was as if a droplet of water had fallen onto the surface of a still lake, sending ripples across the surface of the mirror. Zhao Zheng focused intently on the mirror, faintly hearing the sound of splashing water, followed by the increasingly clear sound of surging tides. Suddenly, a strong pulling force emanated from the stone mirror, and in an instant of distraction, he was drawn inside. Zhu Xian followed closely behind, diving into the mirror's surface in pursuit of its master. As Zhao Zheng's breath vanished, on the city wall of the Sword Qi Great Wall, Chen Qingdu rarely turned his gaze toward the interdimensional portal behind him. "Chen Qingdu, that kid's aura has vanished. Are you not concerned?" The old blind man's voice thundered in Chen Qingdu's ear. "Everyone must face death. It is merely a matter of early or late." Chen Qingdu retrieved a wine gourd. Taking a sip, "This kid may not possess remarkable talent in swordsmanship, but his brewed wine is quite delightful. He had not anticipated that hidden within the vast realm of Howren, there lay an ancient celestial weapon. The old blind man fell silent, his hollow eye sockets reflecting the figure of a girl wielding a sword. Genius? In the past millennia, he has encountered countless prodigies, as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Even Qin Shengdu himself was not the most outstanding during his path of cultivation. One could even call him average. Only those who survive to the end can be deemed true geniuses. After a dizzying whirlwind, Zhao Zheng found himself in a desolate riverbed, not far away. A river shimmering with golden light flowed gently. Above him hung a bright moon, its pure light illuminating the riverbank. Beside him, Zhu Xian emitted an excited ringing sound. The time felt amiss. It had clearly been noon before he entered, yet upon crossing into the mirror, it had abruptly transformed into night. Grasping Zhu Xian, Zhao Zheng began to search for a means of escape. After wandering back and forth a few times, he discovered he was confined to this riverbed, less than 50 meters in length. Whether he swam upstream or downstream, after a certain distance, a thick fog would materialize before him, preventing him from breaking through its barrier. The riverbank was barren and dry. He attempted to dig several holes, but found nothing of worth. Zhao Zheng's gaze shifted to the golden river. The water was deep, obscuring whatever lay beneath the surface. He dipped one hand into the water, and in that instant, it felt as if countless needles pierced through his palm, deeply embedding themselves into his bones. Zhao Zheng yanked his hand back sharply, a lingering sensation of pain on his face, yet his left hand remained surprisingly unscathed, as if the sudden agony had merely been an illusion. After the pain subsided, Zhao Zheng perceived a slight enhancement in the defensive capability of his left hand. Could it be that the river's waters were aiding him in refining his physical form? Yet, the remnants of agony lingering in his mind made him hesitate. Perhaps a gradual approach would be wiser? Suddenly, Zhao Zheng recalled the slightly mocking words of his senior. The sword immortal. Isn't it merely a bit of suffering? If you can't endure this, what sword practice can you pursue? Damn it, do not underestimate me. Zhao Zheng shed his outer garments and, facing the flowing river, took a leap of faith. Immersed in the river's waters, Zhao Zheng's face contorted in anguish, struggling, his features nearly distorting from the pain. Regret washed over him. Upon fully submerging in the river, the pain he had just experienced intensified manifold. It felt as though hundreds of knives were mercilessly carving into him. Even his exposed bones were not spared, as if chisels relentlessly struck from within. It was unbearable. Zhao Zheng leapt from the river, crashing heavily onto the riverbank. At the moment the endless torment vanished, every cell within his body rejoiced and leapt for joy. Regaining his composure, he was elated to discover a subtle enhancement throughout his entire being. While the advancement in strength was indeed gratifying, the torment inflicted by the river was an experience he wished to forget. Taking several deep breaths, Zhao Zheng closed his eyes and suddenly surged forward. Plop! Cries of despair echoed intermittently. After an indeterminate time, a pulling force lifted Zhao Zheng, who lay on the riverbank, and he reappeared beneath the sea. Zhu Xian, displaying remarkable intelligence, dove behind him, supporting the unconscious Zhao Zheng back to the cave where they had taken refuge. When Zhao Zheng opened his eyes, he beheld the familiar cave. When had he returned? He inquired of Zhu Xian, who, though perceptive, could not provide a precise account. After securing the stone mirror, Zhao Zheng broke through the surface of the sea, soon spotting a ferry drifting not far away. Young Master Zhao, have you completed your task? Mr. Wang, upon receiving the news, hurriedly approached. Yes, I apologize for the delay. It was but a trivial matter. You may return to your quarters to rest. In 10 days we shall arrive at Bay of Pingzu. Young Master, you have finally returned. As soon as he stepped into the room, Chunhua and Xiaoyu rushed to him. Zhao Zheng placed his finger on Chunhua's forehead, steadying the girl who had not been able to halt her momentum. You both have gathered your first trace of spiritual energy? Zhao Zheng scrutinized the two maidens, noticing a faint glow enveloping their bodies, indicative of having entered the initial realm. Indeed, Xiaoyu replied succinctly. Yes, after we awoke. We had little to occupy ourselves with, so we could only practice. Young Master, my sister and I managed to draw energy into our bodies in just 3 days. Impressive, right? Chunhua gazed eagerly at Zhao Zheng, her demeanor exuding a sense of pride in their accomplishment. Quite impressive, Zhao Zheng remarked, ruffling Chunhua and Xiaoyu's hair, prompting Chunhua to pout as her meticulously arranged hairstyle was once again disheveled. From Chunhua, Zhao Zheng learned that he had disappeared for 2 days and nights. After indulging in a hearty meal, he finally had the opportunity to contemplate the changes within himself. Chapter 40. The Burden Chamber in Old Dragon City. Host. Zhao Zheng. Cultivation level. Dragon Gate Realm. Personal flying sword. None. Cultivation technique. A mysterious method capable of reaching the 13th realm. Physical strength. Able to contend with a 4th realm martial artist. Talent. Currently, he can barely take a glance, but much progress is still needed. Compared to before, his talent had significantly improved, and his personal information now included a measure of physical strength. Entering that enigmatic river had surprisingly conferred upon him numerous benefits. Zhao Zheng took out the stone mirror, the surface of which seemed veiled in a thin mist, rendering it somewhat unclear. After some contemplation, Zhao Zheng realized that the mist on the mirror would dissipate, allowing him to re-enter it. Based on his observations, this would likely occur in about a month's time. With each entry, his physical prowess would directly elevate to the strength of a 4th realm martial artist. If he were to enter again, he might achieve even greater heights. If a year were to pass, the ultimate realm would lie within his grasp. At that point, he would visit those academies to ascertain whether it was the words of those Confucian scholars that held weight, or if it was his own fist that bore the true strength. After departing from Jiaolong Gully, the ferry experienced no further mishaps, arriving steadily at the port of Old Dragon City. Bidding farewell to Manager Wang, Zhao Zheng, accompanied by Chunhua and Qiuyue, set foot on this legendary land, reputed to be the last place where a true dragon had once landed. My lord, the shops around here are said to belong to the Sun family, and this 300-mile-long street is predominantly lined with their establishments. The unmarked sweet soup shop ahead boasts the richest flavors, while the buns at Aunt Wang's breakfast shop are generously filled and delectable. Upon entering the city, Chunhua chattered incessantly in his ear, eager to share the names of all the delightful eateries she knew. Chunhua, have you perhaps spent all your monthly allowance? Zhao Zheng teased, noting her unrelenting enthusiasm. My lord, how did you know? Chunhua quickly covered her mouth, having inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. She possessed a singular passion for food, were it not for her sister Qiuyue's frugality. The two of them might have had to subsist on the winds of the Northwest. Having unwittingly exposed her gastronomic tendencies, Chunhua fell silent, her gaze fixed ahead, which elicited laughter from both Zhao Zheng and Qiuyue. Qiuyue guided Zhao Zheng to a reasonably pleasant inn. Once inside, she recounted everything she had heard about Old Dragon City. My lord, among the prominent families in Old Dragon City, the Sun family is the most affluent, possessing immense wealth. The Fan family controls a ship to Osmanthus Island, and the Fu family specializes in talisman crafting. The remaining families are mere opportunists. The high priests of these families all reside at the Golden Elixir realm, and it is said that the Sun family boasts a sword cultivator whose combat prowess surpasses that of the others. Qiuyue clearly delineated the power dynamics and interrelations of the prominent families within Old Dragon City. In the tranquil autumn moonlight, one might ponder the origins of such insights. Previously, they were gleaned from conversations overheard aboard the ferry. To Zhao Zheng's astonishment, Qiuyue once again presented him with a delightful surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a pouch of celestial coins and requested, Qiuyue, please assist me in locating a shop, which I intend to establish as a repository for my bundles. Of course, Qiuyue replied, accepting the coins and taking Springhua's hand as they departed. Before leaving, Zhao Zheng handed the two girls several talismans. The bustling Old Dragon City was frequented by numerous individuals, including some who had been rendered ineffectual by their families, making it imperative to safeguard Springhua and her companion from any unwelcome attention. Zhao Zheng took out a piece of paper, meticulously aligning his memories of Old Dragon City with the information relayed by Qiuyue. Old Dragon City served as a vital link between Beipingzu and Tonghizhou, its vibrancy rivaling that of the imperial capital. Nevertheless, the most formidable practitioners within its walls were merely at the Golden Course stage. Strangely, the entirety of Beipingzu lacked even a single sword cultivator of the 5th realm. This, however, worked to his advantage, as his current prowess was sufficient to carve out a niche for himself in Old Dragon City. With the ferry secured and the repository on the verge of establishment, the only remaining element was the acquisition of funds. Zhao Zheng marked the path traversed by Chun Pingyun in Sword Comes, noting the abundance of opportunities along the protagonist's journey. Observing the treasures scattered across the map, his spirits lifted considerably. As dusk fell, Springhua and Qiuyue returned to their lodgings, where Zhao Zheng received more good news from Qiuyue. In a shop at the city's center, the owner was eager to sell, and fortuitously, The funds Chiu brought were sufficient to secure the premises. Noticing Chiu's hesitant demeanor, Zhao Zheng reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall accompany you tomorrow." The fact that an outsider like Chiu could see such an opportunity indicated that the shop had likely attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. It would be prudent to investigate who might be lurking in wait. Meanwhile, in a certain tea house within Old Dragon City, Wang Laozhou stealthily approached a tightly shut room on the top floor. Even before he drew near, he could hear the soft gasps emanating from within. Initially inclined to retreat, he recalled the orders given to him and reluctantly knocked on the door. "Enter," came a calm voice after a prolonged silence. As he opened the door, Wang Laozhou caught a glimpse of a handsome man seated on the edge of the bed, with a disheveled woman nestled against him, engaged in a rather compromising situation. "Wang Laozhou, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, prepare to find a place to hang yourself tomorrow," warned the second young master. "The shop you were interested in has been sold, and the owner has fled." A resounding slap struck Wang Laozhou's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Rolling several times before he managed to rise, half of his visage swollen. "Bring Wang Laozhou to me today," the second young master seethed, glaring at him. This incompetent fool had allowed an opportunity to slip away, and now he had the audacity to present himself only after the situation had deteriorated. "My lord, I have another piece of good news to report." As the guard dragged Wang Laoer outside, he desperately called for help, hoping for a modicum of patience from the second young master. "Oh," prompted by this plea, the guard halted, and without delay, Wang Laoer retrieved a recording orb from his pocket, showcasing the images he had captured that day. Soon, the orb displayed two enchanting figures. And as the view zoomed in, the faces of the two young ladies became clear. Their beauty rivaled that of the woman associated with the second young master. Indeed, these two girls appeared to be minimally adorned. A little embellishment would make them undeniably more alluring. The second young master's tone softened. "Wang Laoer, where do these young ladies reside? I have yet to encounter them." "My lord, they are the ones who purchased that shop." "Very well, consider this a chance for redemption. Tomorrow, bring me to visit them. Since we have arrived in Old Long City, it is my duty as host to extend some hospitality." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Wang Laoer hastily knelt and bowed, relieved to have escaped a perilous fate. Chapter 41. Wang Laoer's eager desire to achieve the following morning. Zhao Zheng accompanied Chen Hua and Qiu Yue to the shop that Qiu Yue had acquired. The establishment, located at the intersection of two bustling streets, boasted two spacious floors, each exceeding 200 square meters, ample space for a treasure emporium. The second floor, aside from serving as a storage area, could accommodate 5 additional rooms. At the entrance on the first floor, I plan to arrange 2 rows of cabinets to display our acquired treasures. The rear section of the first floor could be set up with formations to safeguard the valuables. Qiu spoke animatedly to Zhao Zheng, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Ever since she learned of Zhao Zheng's intention to redeem her and her sister, she had been diligently working towards their vision for the shop. Since returning to her room yesterday, she had not ceased her planning, culminating in a satisfactory scheme by dawn. Zhao Zheng utilized his spiritual energy to manifest Qiu's design. With a tangible model before them, certain details became glaringly apparent, prompting an enthusiastic discussion between Zhao Zheng and Qiu regarding the spirit model. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Wang Laoer swaggered in, his demeanor audacious. Upon spotting Chen Hua idly leaning on the counter, his eyes lit up. Wang Laoer quickly surveyed the shop, his gaze settling on Qiu in the distance. However, upon noticing a man standing close to her, his brow furrowed. Who was this insolent fool daring to encroach upon the second young master's woman? "You brat, get away from here." Wang Laoer's tone was decidedly unfriendly. He had come with a mission today and needed to make a good impression. "My lord, we do not know him," Qiu interjected swiftly, glancing at Wang Laoer. Zhao Zheng assessed Wang Laoer, recognizing him as merely an unremarkable martial artist, capable only of bullying the ordinary. "Today, I wonder if we will witness a Klitschde spectacle where the young are vanquished, only for the old to emerge. Young man, are your ears deaf?" Wang Laoer, observing Zhao Zheng's complete lack of response and the way the youth regarded him, as if he were merely an insignificant insect, felt a surge of irritation. Clenching his fists, he approached Zhao Zheng, contemplating whether to break the legs of this oblivious lad or to render his fingers useless. As Zhao Zheng assumed a defensive stance, Wang Laoer couldn't suppress a laugh. He, a seasoned warrior of the Fourth Realm, found it preposterous that such a delicate youth would dare to challenge him. Resolute, He decided to mar the countenance that incited his ire. A heavy punch flew towards Zhao Zheng, slicing through the air. Wang Lauer had no intention of holding back. Yet, contrary to his expectations of witnessing Zhao Zheng being sent sprawling by his blow, the unexpected occurred. Zhao Zheng seized his fist. With a slight exertion of strength, pain contorted Wang Lauer's face, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How unfortunate to encounter such a formidable opponent. Under normal circumstances, Wang Lauer would have already knelt in supplication, but today, emboldened by the presence of support, he foolishly continued to threaten Zhao Zheng, who was undeniably his superior. Listen well. Young man, release your grandfather at once, or you shall suffer greatly. At that moment, Zhao Zheng sensed footsteps approaching from outside, clearly directed towards the shop. It appeared that the man's ally had arrived. Thus, he ceased engaging in futile conversation with Wang Lauer and delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling out the door. Halt! Fear not, ladies, I shall not allow this scoundrel to bully you. Estimating the timing to be just right, young Master Fu, accompanied by his guards, made a swift entrance. As he entered, a shadow darted past him from within, which he narrowly evaded with agile reflexes. However, upon surveying the scene inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Where was Wang Lauer? And why was there an additional man present? Nonetheless, Wang Lauer had not lied. These two young ladies were indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Ahem, young master, I am here, came a broken voice from behind. Turning around, young Master Fu beheld Wang Lauer, sprawled on the ground with blood seeping from his mouth, struggling to prop himself up to gaze at him. What transpired? Young Master Fu was displeased. He had meticulously arranged a heroic rescue narrative, only to find Wang Lauer faltering, thus undermining his chance to rescue the two maidens. Young master, that fellow named Zhao Zheng is quite formidable. At this, young Master Fu directed his attention to the silent guard beside him. Can you assess the strength of the individual within? Merely at the ocean viewing realm, I could dispatch him with a single sword strike. The guard replied with a hint of disdain. He was not only of the Dragon Gate realm, but also renowned as a formidable swordsman, having birthed his own fated flying sword. Very well, then subdue them for me. Your reward shall be substantial. Young Master Fu paid no heed to the guard's affronts. He was a prodigious swordsman, one whom even his father would not dare to treat with arrogance. Were it not for the guard's humble origins, he would not have been able to win over his father with wealth. It was precisely due to this guard that Fu had been able to roam freely in the old Dragon City for many years. Wang Lauer, you may leave, he said, tossing a bottle of pills to Wang Lauer as a reward for bringing him such exquisite twins. Without hesitation, Fu dismissed him. Wang Lauer scrambled to catch the pills Fu had graciously offered, consuming one and feeling his injuries begin to mend before hastily crawling away. As he departed, he did not forget to wipe the blood he had spat onto the ground with his clothing. This exchange transpired right under Zhao Zheng and his companions' noses. Clearly, our young Master Fu had grown weary of pretense. The guard stepped forward, unsheathing his sword with a casual flick, his gaze shifting to Chunhua beside him. This girl certainly suited his tastes. A true man never looks back. Do not blink, since you have ventured into the realm of cultivation. Today shall serve as a lesson for you. In the face of this assault, Zhao Zheng remained unperturbed, alerting Chunhua and Qiuyue behind him. He observed the guard's strike and noted the numerous flaws in it. The sword's energy was frail, and its intent was in shambles. Zhao Zheng launched a punch. A gentle spring breeze swirling around his fist, swiftly colliding with the oncoming sword light. The soft breeze exhibited remarkable resilience, and upon contact with the sword light, it shattered into countless sparkles. Zhao Zheng's punch obliterated the sword light, maintaining its momentum as it swiftly approached the guard. The guard sensed something amiss and hurried to defend himself, only to discover that his movements had faltered by a fraction of a second, leaving him helpless as Zhao Zheng's fist drew closer. A genius swordsman, felled by a single punch. Chapter 42. Do you know who my father is? Gulp. Witnessing the skilled swordsman being knocked down by Zhao Zheng's punch, young Master Fu who had previously been under the influence of his small head over his large head, regained his rationality in an instant. I am from the Fu family, one of the 5 great clans of Old Dragon City. As he spoke, he noticed Zhao Zheng did not halt his advance, and beads of sweat began to form in his palms. Damn it. Could it be that I've encountered an outsider with reckless courage today? Do you know who my father is? My father is the Lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Chu. Young Master Fu hastily proclaimed his identity, fearing a delay would cost him his chance. Seeing Zhao Zheng pause upon hearing his father's name, Fu Er's arrogance returned. As long as you gift me your 2 women, I shall overlook your offense against me. When Zhao Zheng showed no reaction, Fu Er grew irritated. What? Didn't you understand? In the next moment, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, causing tears and snot to flow freely. Before he could finish, Zhao Zheng disdainfully grabbed Fu Er by the hair, fearing the spittle from Fu Er's mouth would land on him. This individual exhibits a remarkable proficiency in intimidation, clearly having engaged in the despicable act of bullying the weak on numerous occasions. After delivering several blows to Fu Er, Zhao Zheng aimed for a specific area on Fu Er's lower body and delivered a forceful kick. The sound of a cracking egg resonated in the air. Fu Er's face flushed crimson. He attempted to vocalize a response, but the excruciating pain beneath him rendered him mute. He was unceremoniously thrown out along with his bodyguard. And Zhao Zheng proceeded to close the door, calling for Qiu Yu to continue refining the details of the shop. Old Wang, who had been lurking around the corner, rushed forward upon witnessing the familiar figures being cast out. Despite Fu Er's face being swollen to the size of a pig's head, he recognized the esteemed gentleman. Second young master, what has happened to you? Old Wang exclaimed, shaking Fu Er's shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, his vigorous motions exacerbated Fu Er's injuries, causing the latter, who had nearly lost consciousness from the pain, to regain awareness swiftly. Quickly take me back to the Fu residence. Fetch my father, Fu Er demanded. Of course, Old Wang replied eagerly, his joy evident and impossible to conceal. At last, he would gain entry into the Fu family's estate. Old Wang crouched down, grasping Fu Er's arm to lift him onto his back. However, as soon as he exerted force, Fu Er's legs trembled and pain surged through him. Fool! Call for a carriage at once, Fu Er exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Old Wang's face without hesitation. Old Wang hurried away and soon found a carriage, hastily transporting Fu Er and the still unconscious bodyguard onto it. Seizing the reins from the coachman, he urged the horses onward toward the Fu residence. Meanwhile, in the Baofu Zhai, Qiu Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Young master, that individual mentioned the Fu Qi, who is not only the lord of Old Long City, but also the head of the Fu family. It is said that the Fu family has an ancestor at the nascent soul stage, along with several formidable individuals at the golden core stage. Prior to encountering the young master, Qiu Yu and her sister had to tread carefully around even a mere cultivator at the ocean observation stage, fearing they might inadvertently offend such esteemed practitioners. Now, as she embarked on her own cultivation journey, Qiu Yu began to comprehend why those cultivators regarded mortals like them as insignificant. A golden core cultivator could easily flatten an entire dynasty city, let alone a nascent soul practitioner who was merely a step away from the legendary Upper Five Realms. Such a formidable figure would be treated with utmost courtesy in any sect. Young master, should we not make haste to flee? Qiu Yu suggested in a calm, yet timid tone. There is no need for concern. I possess sufficient cultivation, Zhao Zheng reassured her, patting her on the head. Do you know what brings me the greatest joy since arriving in the Howren realm? Qiu Yu was left guessing. After pondering for a moment, she felt somewhat despondent. Although the young master had always treated her and her sister kindly, she sensed an insurmountable chasm between them. I have come to realize that in the Howren realm, the least needed quality is the ability to reason with others. Here, the one with the strongest fist and the most formidable backing holds the truth. Fortunately, my connections are rather respectable. As Zhao Zheng's smile illuminated the room, Qiu Yu found it impossible to mirror his joy. An inexplicable sense of deep disappointment seemed etched upon the countenance of the young man before her. Ah, the Fu family, my dear son, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Upon hearing the news of her son's injury, Fu Er's mother rushed out in a flurry. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she was struck by the realization that her son's future lineage might be in jeopardy. Where's the doctor? Hurry, fetch the doctor, she commanded. Ayu, go at once to summon the Lord. It is an outrage that someone has harmed his son in the old dragon city. My poor child. Holding her unconscious son, Fu Er, in her arms, she furrowed her brow with worry. The doctor arrived promptly, and Fu Er's mother gazed at him with hope as he entered the room. Moments later, the doctor emerged bearing grave news. Madam, your son has been reduced to a mere mass of flesh. We can only amputate. At this dreadful revelation, darkness enveloped Fu Er's mother, and she faltered, teetering backward. In an instant, she fell into a familiar embrace. As she opened her eyes, her tear-filled gaze turned crimson. My lord, our son has been utterly ruined, she sobbed. Do not fret. I shall seek justice for him. Fu Qi reassured his wife before stepping into the room to assess his son's condition. Fu Er's visage was so swollen that Fu Qi could scarcely recognize his own child lying upon the bed. A glance at the sight of Fu Er's wounds ignited a flicker of wrath within him. He was determined to uncover which audacious individual dared to wreak havoc in Old Dragon City. His gaze settled upon the trembling figure of Wang Lao Er, cowering in the corner. A strategist stepped forward to clarify Wang Lao Er's identity. You are Wang Lao Er, are you not? Yes, my lord, it is I. Wang Lao Er replied, repeatedly bowing his head in acknowledgement. Relate the events of today and spare me any embellishments. Understood. Wang Lao Er, intimidated by Fu Qi's murderous aura, could hardly lift his head, stammering as he recounted the day's occurrences. You have earned a reward for saving my son. Go to the treasury and collect 1,000 gold pieces. However, should a word of today's events escape your lips, I shall ensure you meet your demise. I know nothing of today. After expressing his profound gratitude, Wang Lao Er excitedly departed with the gold. My lord, are we truly allowing this man to leave? One inquired. In this world, there exists only one type of person who will not betray his secret, Fu Qi replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He could not permit Wang Lao Er to escape. The news of his son's plight must not circulate. Soon, intelligence regarding Zhao Zheng, Chunhua, and Xiao Yu converged into Fu Qi's possession. A mere lad of Dragon Gate cultivation dared to stir trouble in his old dragon city. Such audacity was akin to courting death. Chapter 43. A visit 2 days had passed since the incident involving young Master Fu Er, yet the city lord Fu Qi had yet to make an appearance. During these days, Zhao Zheng had not idled. After finalizing the renovation plans for the Baguzai with Qiu Yue, the shop is now nearly complete. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of Baguzai. Young master, someone has just delivered an invitation. Chunhua gently tapped on Zhao Zheng's door, holding a gilded invitation in her hands. Upon opening it, Zhao Zheng discovered a calmly worded letter of visit, indicating that the sender, having heard of the upcoming opening, wished to pay a visit. The invitation itself posed no issues, and one could not fault the visitor's intentions. The only discrepancy lay at the bottom, where the name Fu Qi was inscribed. Could it be that the lord of the old Long City is truly so magnanimous? Having eliminated his son's lineage, could he still be so courteous in his approach? Chunhua, you and Qiu Yue should remain on the second floor for now. I will attend to our guest, Zhao Zheng instructed. My lord, please exercise caution, Chunhua replied earnestly. Zhao Zheng offered a reassuring glance in return, planning to fortify the defenses on the second floor further. My lord, the Baguzai has accepted the invitation and expressed that they await your esteemed presence tomorrow, reported the messenger upon returning to the Fu residence. Very well. Since he is so unperturbed, I am curious to discover what support he possesses, Fu Qi mused, stroking the sword in his hand, his tone increasingly calm. On the day of the opening, while the neighboring shops buzzed with excitement, the doors of Baguzai stood wide open, yet it remained eerily empty. Passers-by quickened their steps when nearing the establishment, fearing that lingering too long might imply a connection to its proprietor. Although the old Long City appeared vast, news traveled swiftly. Just days prior, the incident of Fu's second son being gravely injured was well known, with even casual pedestrians able to recount the details with precision. As time passed, a pair of master and servant approached slowly from the end of the street, soon pausing at the entrance of Baguzai. Fu Qi surveyed the shop's decor, noting the owner's refined taste. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the only young man present in the establishment. Young Master Zhao, greetings. I am Fu Qi, here to congratulate you on the opening of your new shop, with this modest gift as a token of respect. Thank you, Lord Fu, Zhao Zheng replied, accepting the gift box passed to him by Fu Qi's guard and casually placing it behind him. After inviting Fu Qi to sit, he poured him a cup of tea. Fu Qi raised the cup, taking a sip, but struggled to swallow the coarse brew after a few moments. The tea's quality was so inferior that even his pet would disdain it. A glance at the teapot revealed nothing but fragments of tea leaves, clearly intended for common laborers. Zhao Zheng, seemingly oblivious to the flicker of anger in Fu Qi's eyes, filled his cup again as it emptied. My lord, this tea is sourced from the finest tea tree in my homeland. How does it taste? Zhao Zheng asked casually, savoring his own cup as if it were a rare delicacy. I seldom indulge in tea, as they all taste rather similar, Fu Qi replied, shifting the conversation to inquire about Zhao Zheng's background. Young Master Zhao, your family resides beyond the Upside Down Mountain, operating a pouch studio as well? Our household is impoverished, and we barely managed to acquire this pouch studio by exhausting our savings. In my family, we toil away at menial labor, earning just enough to make ends meet. The Fu family is contemplating an investment in the vicinity of the Upside-Down Mountain. I wonder if you might convey a word on our behalf. We lack connections there, and my elders have had some disagreements with the local Taoists, fearing it may hinder the Lord Mayor's important affairs. No worries. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Zheng escorted Fu Qi to the entrance, and once he turned away, Zhao Zheng discreetly extracted a demon core from a celestial realm beast and placed it upon the wall-mounted counter. The moment the demon core appeared, Fu Qi paused briefly before continuing his exit, not looking back again. Zhao Zheng continued to retrieve demon cores, the highest quality among them being of the nascent soul realm. Yet they were abundant in number. A whole wall of display cabinets was filled to the brim with demon cores. Young master, where did you acquire so many demon cores? Fu Qi inquired, but Zhao Zheng merely signaled for two young ladies to descend the stairs. As they reached the bottom, Chunhua beheld the wall laden with demon cores. Such a multitude could easily purchase their former ferry. Your family possesses such wealth, she exclaimed. They are merely trivial items, Zhao Zheng replied. If you fancy any, feel free to take a few, except for that 12th realm core. No, we must decline, Chunhua insisted, waving her hands. The cores here, even one, would incite fierce competition among many. She and Chuyue would surely struggle to retain possession. Young master, did you just mention a 12th realm demon core? Chuyue interjected, having caught the hint. Indeed, Zhao Zheng nodded. In my homeland, such treasures can be acquired almost casually amidst a skirmish. The stock I possess is merely a tenth of the spoils from the last conflict. Could you regale us with tales of your homeland? Chunhua couldn't resist asking, drawing Choyue's attention as well. Frequent visits to the Upside-Down Mountain had left them curious about the Sword Chi Great Wall on the other side, having heard countless stories. Now, with a local familiar with the Sword Chi Great Wall present, their curiosity was piqued. Truthfully, our region is rather mundane. As Zhao Zheng narrated tales to Chunhua and Chuyue, a conversation unfolded among the prominent families in the old Dragon City. The Fong family. What shall we do? Our strength is the weakest. We shall wait for others to act, and then take advantage of the chaos, replied a member of the Ding family. The Ding family patriarch gazed toward the city center, wrestling with indecision. He had sensed the newly emerged aura, that of a celestial realm beast's demon core, alongside a substantial quantity of mid-5 realm cores. Securing this batch of demon cores would undoubtedly enable his family to produce a nascent soul cultivator. Soon, the Ding family head reached a decision. He drew forth a flying sword, detailing the current situation, and dispatched it. I hope my distant niece can persuade her companion. The Sun family, as the youngest scion of the prominent families, Sun Jiashu was engaged in a confidential discussion with several esteemed ancestors within a secluded chamber. The audacity of that lad, Zhao Zheng, was indeed remarkable. As the steadfast pillar of the family and one of the only 2 Yuan-Ing realm ancestors in the current Longqing, he was the first to speak. Elder, does Zhao Zheng have any protector accompanying him? Sun Jiashu inquired, diverting the topic slightly. No, at least, I have not detected any traces. The ancestor of the Sun family replied, shaking his head. After a moment's reflection, he added, there is another possibility. Zhao Zheng's protector may possess an exceptionally high level of cultivation, one that eludes my senses. Have there been any reports of the demise of celestial realm demons in the other states in recent years? Sun Jiashu's gaze fell upon a shadowy figure cloaked in obscurity among the offerings. No, the figure slowly shook their head. Not to mention celestial realm demons. Even Yuan-Ing realm demons have not perished in nearly a century. Elder, I wish to take a significant gamble. All eyes turned to the young master, barely in his 20s. Chapter 44. The bustling Longqing. As noon approached, the first guest arrived at the Baguzai establishment. Greetings, Brother Zhao. I am Sun Jiashu of the Sun family. Zhao Zhen merely nodded. Sun Jiashu was remembered as a merchant cultivator, given the wisdom accumulated over millennia by his ancestors. Zhao Zheng understood that such individuals were not to be deeply trusted. Brother Zhao, after you revealed that demon core, several families in Longqing, aside from the Ho family, have become quite interested, Sun Jiashu remarked. If you wish to sell it directly, I am prepared to make an offer. Zhao Zheng then stated a price, prompting a wry smile from Sun Jiashu. Brother Zhao, that price is such that even selling my Sun family would not suffice to afford it. Sun Jiashu. As you are the first customer today and are trading a divine weapon, I shall take it upon myself to offer you a 10% discount. Sun Jiashu's gaze swept across the wall lined with demon cores before swiftly selecting a target. After settling the transaction, he left behind a token and took his leave. Soon, he returned to the secluded chamber once more. Jiashu, what news? Zhao Zheng has no intentions of forming an alliance with us. The Ding family sent someone today. They wish to invite us to join them in acquiring Baguzai. What leverage does the Ding family possess? Sun Jiashu queried, somewhat puzzled. The Ding family, comparable in strength to the Ho family among the 5 great clans, was emboldened to approach the table at this juncture. The Ding family has a daughter who has taken a Dao partner from the Tongya sect, whose surname is Du. The Sun family ancestor casually divulged the Ding family's trump card. Can the Ding family truly invite that esteemed figure from the Tongya sect? Sun Jiashu pondered. Even if they do not bring that individual, any casual envoy from the Tongya sect at the upper 5 realms could easily suppress our launching. That is a 12-realm demon core we are discussing. With a sigh, the Sun family ancestor continued to elaborate on the subtle maneuvers of the other families during this period. The Fan and Ho families remained inactive, while the Fu family S-Sword cultivator, poised to break through to the Yuaning realm, had secretly arrived in Longqing. This morning, the communication flying sword from the Ding family should have arrived at the Tongya sect. If someone comes from there, we shall meet tomorrow. Sun Jiashu swiftly organized the intelligence provided by the ancestor. The Sun family, being the wealthiest clan in the old Dragon City, has been under scrutiny for hundreds of years without incident, primarily due to the protection of the ancestor and the offerings, as well as the intelligence network they established. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. The Sun family has generously invested for generations, ensuring that any disturbance in Old Dragon City is promptly reported to them. The Ho family lacks the strength to participate and has chosen to remain observant. As for the Fan family, does the enigmatic Miss Fan truly disdain even the 12-level demon core? Since the Fu family has summoned that golden core sword cultivator, it seems they are preparing to take action. The 4 semi-divine weapons in the hands of Fu Qi, who is already at the nascent soul stage, should be able to hold their ground against the Jade Purity stage for a short time. The Sun family's advantage compared to others lies in the number of their golden core offerings. However, they lack an absolute powerhouse to make a definitive impact. Regrettably, Zhao Zheng appears to have no intention of collaborating with them. Not only them, but according to intelligence, several groups entered the baggage studio after his departure, yet none achieved their desired results. What exactly does Zhao Zheng rely upon? After pondering for a long while, Sun Jiashu reached a conclusion. Ancestor, how many ores and spiritual artifacts can our family currently offer? The ancestor provided a number. That will suffice. I shall visit the baggage studio once more. The Sun family's strength is insufficient to gain a share in the forthcoming events. Thus, he decided not to participate. What does the Sun family possess in abundance? Certainly, it is wealth. Since profit is unattainable, he would seize this brief period of peace to consume a batch of demon cores. The ancestor and several offerings gazed at Sun Jiashu in surprise. The ancestor's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, recognizing that Jiashu's decision today demonstrated his maturity as a family head. After their discussion, Sun Jiashu returned to Zhao Zheng's baggage studio with the items. Upon completing the transaction, he left a warning. Zhao Zheng, the Fu family and the Ding family have set their sights on your establishment. Be cautious. Young master, Chunhua and Xiuyue exchanged worried glances toward Zhao Zheng, who lounged in a recliner. Rest assured, I shall confide a secret to you. The powerful being who rescued us in the Jiaolong Gorge is someone I know. Upon hearing this, Chunhua and Xiuyue felt an immediate sense of relief. That practitioner could have single-handedly resolved the situation in the Jiaolong Gorge, ensuring the young master's safety. Zhao Zheng sifted through the spatial ring given by Sun Jiashu, selecting several fine swords and special ores to keep, intending to send them back to the Sword Qi Great Wall once the time was right. The remainder would be gifted to the Excalibur. Currently, the progress bar for the Excalibur had reached 80. With the accumulated Jiaolong offerings, it should soon return to 100. The first day of business had passed peacefully. The following day, Zhao Zheng was engrossed in his cultivation within his chamber when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door startled him from his reverie. Young master, Xiuyue has been absent for an hour, yet she has not returned. Chunhua exclaimed, her hair disheveled and her eyes brimming with concern. Zhao Zheng's expression turned cold. He then focused intently, realizing that the talisman he had entrusted to Xiuyue had not been activated. indicating she was likely not in immediate danger. Chunhua, I require a few drops of your blood to ascertain Qiuyue's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Chunhua extended her hand, feeling a slight sting as he made no visible move. Several droplets of blood floated into Zhao Zheng's palm, coalescing swiftly into a slender arrow, pointing towards a location in the southwest. Rest assured, I shall bring Qiuyue back safely. Chunhua nodded slightly, and Zhao Zheng pressed a finger against the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious and placing her into the system space. He then collected all the demon cores from the wall into a spatial ring and took flight on his sword, heading in the direction indicated by the arrow. Not far from the old dragon city, Zhao Zheng soon spotted Qiuyue's figure. At that moment, she stood beneath a stone tablet on a hill. Seemingly unharmed but restrained by some form of binding, with only her eyes able to move. Qiuyue noticed Zhao Zheng approaching, her mouth moving in a futile attempt to speak. Her autumn-like eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Nearby, several pavilions had been erected, each housing a dozen or so individuals, some seated, others standing. Grandfather. The one flying over is Zhao Zheng, a young man whispered to the elderly figure seated among them. When he arrives, we shall inquire if he would be willing to offer the demon core. If so, we could save his life. Such youth possessing the strength of the Dragon Gate realm would be a pity to lose. The elder, surnamed Du, feigned sorrow. Your admiration for talent is commendable, surely. He would be immensely grateful, replied another. Chapter 45. The battle commences in a pavilion adjacent to the Ding family's. Su Qi and a sword-bearing golden core elder sat in silence, the Su family represented by only the two of them. Initially confident. Su Qi's smile faded upon seeing the elder leading the Ding family. When a Taoist practitioner from the third pavilion took his seat, holding a floating dust, Su Qi's countenance darkened further. A bunch of scoundrels. To meddle in the affairs of Old Dragon City and seek a share from outsiders is disgraceful. Do they not understand that while inviting the Buddha is easy, sending him off is another matter entirely? Su Qi lamented deeply, regretting not having secluded himself earlier to break through. Had he attained the Jade Purity realm, he would have swiftly dealt with these traitorous scoundrels. As Zhao Zheng arrived, none from the three factions made a move. With a single stroke of his sword, he severed the bonds restraining Qiuyue and caught her in his arms. Qiuyue, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Young master, you should not have come. She shook her head. Aside from being knocked unconscious during the ambush, she bore no injuries. In the pavilion sat a gathering of prominent figures, each wary of tarnishing their reputation, thus refraining from employing any underhanded tactics against the ordinary autumn moon. Do not fret. Rest for a while. Once you awaken, we shall be safe, Zhao Zheng reassured, his gaze sweeping over the individuals in the pavilion, all of whom possessed at least the strength of the Golden Core stage. Given his current capabilities, he could not protect Autumn Moon and was left with no choice but to reveal his system. As Autumn Moon vanished from sight, the previously indifferent Du Lingwei and the Taoist both exhibited a flicker of astonishment. They had not perceived the means by which Autumn Moon had disappeared. My young friend, should you be willing to unveil the means you just employed, I, the poor Taoist, shall ensure your safety, the Taoist declared, his demeanor shifting from indifference. You, boy, surrender your concealment technique, along with the demon core in your possession, and I shall allow you to depart unscathed. Du Lingwei interjected with a tone that brooked no argument. To him, as a formidable cultivator at the fifth stage, conversing with an insignificant being was already a notable concession. Zhao Zheng's gaze briefly fell upon the Taoist's floating dust, wherein glimmering golden threads appeared oddly familiar. It did not take long for Zhao Zheng to deduce the identity of this Taoist, the Lord of the Hanging Mountain. A disciple of the second sect of the Tao had a student who habitually procured dragon whiskers, intending to forge a true celestial weapon from them. The Taoist before Zhao Zheng, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, was undoubtedly that dragon whisker master. Just as he was about to make a move, three powerful auras suddenly enveloped him, an overwhelming pressure sending tremors through his very bones. Zhao Zheng, summon your guardian, or be prepared to leave your life here. Fu Qi seemingly warned with good intentions. Why waste words with him? Du Lingwei retorted, striking out with a palm. The spiritual energy in the air surged violently towards Du Lingwei, coalescing into a colossal palm of spiritual force that descended rapidly, completely overshadowing Zhao Zheng's form. Witnessing this display of mastery, Fu Qi's eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. Du Lingwei's strength was formidable beyond measure. Meanwhile, Fu Qi remained undeterred, conjuring a semi-celestial longsword. flicking his fingers to unleash a multitude of densely packed sword energies that swirled through the air, forming a barrier spanning several thousand meters. The floating dust in the Dragon Whisker Master's hand began to swell, rapidly elongating into a length of several miles. The threads within the dust intertwined swiftly, transforming into a gigantic dragon that roared forth, lunging at Zhao Zheng. Although the three had not conferred prior, they executed a beautifully coordinated assault in an instant, one on the offensive, one on the defensive, and one with a backup plan. In that moment, the trio's focus remained keenly attuned to their surroundings, vigilant against Zhao Zheng's elusive guardian, whose whereabouts were unknown. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the oppressive aura of the Yuan Ying and Tu Yu Pu, Zhao Zheng's fingers twitched slightly. Within his dantian, 3 strands of sword energy now stirred, one of which began to circulate, swiftly traversing his meridians towards his right hand. Zhao Zheng's fingers twitched slightly as the Zhu Xian sword materialized in his grasp, its sword aura surging into the blade. He swiftly brandished the longsword, and a fierce beam of sword light erupted, captivating everyone's attention. The sword light first collided with the colossal palm of spiritual energy. The mountain-like hand seemed but a wisp of cloud before the sword light, and with a mere touch, it exploded instantly. Simultaneously, Du Lingyue was affected, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, that brat. Soon after, the sword light met the gigantic dragon formed by the whiskers of a flood dragon. The dragon roared, lunging at the sword light with its maw. The intangible sword light seemed to gain substance, entering a standoff with the dragon. Just as the flood dragon's master displayed a flicker of joy, he suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly released the dust in his hand. In the next moment, the dragon, which had been locked in confrontation with the sword light, exploded like a watermelon, its remnants spreading with astonishing speed. In but a breath, the entire dragon was obliterated, leaving only wisps of threads in the air and an empty dust. Puff. As the treasured artifact was destroyed, blood gushed from the flood dragon's master's mouth as if it were free-flowing, his once silvery hair losing its luster. With his ally gravely injured, the young man named Fu Qi, merely a nascent soul, proved to be of no use. As Du Lingyue beheld the oncoming sword light, a faceless bronze statue materialized in his hand. He hurled the statue toward the sword light, a flicker of pain glimmering in his eyes as he watched it shatter under the blade's might. In that instant, a black light emanated from within the statue, formless and entirely unaffected by the sword light, even drawing closer to it. Faced with this enigmatic black light, the fierce sword light seemed powerless. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, within mere breaths, the sword light was engulfed by the black light. Subsequently, the black light shattered, creating a deep pit hundreds of meters wide at the mountain's center, while the formidable sword light simultaneously dissipated. That hidden card, the brat must possess only one. Why is he still not taking action? Du Lingyue bellowed at Fu Qi. Fu Qi did not respond, but instead demonstrated his choice through action. He leaped across hundreds of meters, appearing before Zhao Zheng, his semi-divine weapon aimed directly at him. A beam of sword light, hundreds of meters long, flew forth, the fierce sword aura enveloping Zhao Zheng, carving countless trenches into the earth surrounding him. In the face of this strike, Zhao Zheng neither flinched nor dodged, countering with his own sword strike. The sword light wavered, evading Fu Qi's attack while aiming straight for his vital chest. Fool! You dare attempt to force me to sheath my sword. It is common knowledge that the Fu family possesses 4 semi-divine weapons. Yet the nature of the other 3 remains a mystery to all. Today, let this serve as a lesson. Remember, in your next life, wealth should not be flaunted. Fu Qi scoffed, accelerating the speed of his long sword. Chapter 46. Engaging the Elder, an even older one arrives. Crack. A barely perceptible sound echoed. As Fu Qi lowered his gaze, he noticed a gash on the chest of his half-immortal battle robe, revealing the armor beneath. At that moment, a fine crack appeared on the armor of the half-immortal soldier, which, under his scrutiny, continued to widen and deepen. How could the half-immortal soldier, nurtured by the Fu family for centuries, be incapable of withstanding even a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm? In an instant, the sword light flashed by, and Fu Qi, now severed in 2, fell obliquely into the pit that had just been created, his face still bearing a trace of disbelief. Before Zhao Zheng, a talisman flew forth from his robe, actively countering the sword light unleashed by Fu Qi. A radiant glow illuminated the talisman, and a transparent barrier materialized before Zhao Zheng. Although the barrier appeared delicate, it was impervious to the formidable sword light, which ultimately exhausted its power before the barrier dissipated with a soft sound in the air. Zhao Zheng cast a glance at the terrified Du Lingyue and the juniors behind him, smiling at them, who said one could only possess a single trump card. The 3 strands of sword energy within his dantian were bestowed upon him by the esteemed sword immortal himself. Not only could he wield a sword strike, but even if he were to rejoin the battle atop the city wall, that strand of sword energy would remain intact. Zhao Zheng picked up the longsword from the ground, examining it. Indeed, it was a half-immortal weapon, a boon for the earnings of the Bagua chamber today. He then leaped into the large pit, preparing to retrieve the body of the old city lord of Longqing. After removing the 2 severed half-immortal weapons from Fu Qi, Zhao Zheng searched further and soon discovered a spatial ring, filled to the brim with spirit stones and celestial coins. A rough count revealed that the haul equaled that of the Sword Qi Great Wall's 6 months' worth of gains. Excellent, indeed. Moreover, there were still some individuals remaining unaddressed. Thanks to the barrier set up by Fu Qi before his assault, the severely injured Du Lingyue and the true dragon had no strength left to break it, while the others, though unscathed, found their abilities futile against the barrier. No, please, I beg you, do not kill me. Zhao Zheng, you are magnanimous. Spare us. As Zhao Zheng approached with his sword, the pleas for mercy arose. One by one, they wept, their tears and snot mingling, utterly unrecognizable from their previously lofty demeanor just moments ago. In the face of their cries, Zhao Zheng's heart remained unmoved. During the battles at the Sword Qi Great Wall, those cunning demon clans often transformed into frail women, elderly men, or innocent children to ambush the young human race. Zhao Zheng had witnessed too many instances where a moment of compassion had cost one their life. Thus, once he confirmed the identity of his enemies, there was but one course of action for him: to wield his sword. As his blade fell repeatedly, the cries gradually faded away. When it came to Du Lingyue and his grandson, the unnamed young man of the Du family uttered his final words: "My grandfather and I hail from the Tongya sect." Zhao Zheng nodded. Then, with a single stroke, severed both their heads and, in passing, shattered the nascent soul of Du Lingyue with another strike. The Du family of the Tongya sect left a profound impression on him. Years later, Du Mao, who appeared in the old Dragon City, displayed an audacity in his bullying of the weak, completely lacking in shame. He is their ancestor. Subsequently, during the invasion of the Demon Clan, the entire Tongya sect faltered, with only a few young individuals stepping forward. It is a mediocre sect, yet it fortuitously stumbled upon several promising talents. As he pondered whether to take a detour to visit the Tongya sect and bring those young ones back, he efficiently gathered the spoils of war. One must admit, the individuals from the Tongya sect were quite affluent. Now, only the serene figure of the true Dragon Master, seated in meditation, remained. Zhao Zheng wasted no words. A beam of sword light surged towards the true Dragon Master's neck. Just as the sword light was about to sever his head, an unexpected event unfolded. A hazy figure of a celestial being materialized from the shattered dust beside the true Dragon Master. It was his master. The deity guarding the upside-down mountain did not acknowledge his disciple, but instead waved his sleeve, absorbing the incoming sword light. With a smile, the deity turned to Zhao Zheng and said, "Young friend, may I beg you to spare my disciple's life?" Zhao Zheng replied, "Certainly, but I require 10 immortal swords in exchange." A flicker of anger ignited in the deity's heart. He could not fathom that this young man from the Sword Qi Great Wall would be unaware of the significance of immortal swords. Even in his possession, he had only a few true immortal weapons. His disciple, the true Dragon Master, had toiled for hundreds of years, and his artifact remained a semi-immortal weapon. If he had 10 immortal swords, would he allow his disciple to struggle in crafting an immortal weapon himself? Young friend, you jest. Such a price is beyond what anyone could pay. My terms are clear. Since you cannot meet them, there is nothing more to discuss. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Zheng immediately activated the extermination sword, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword light upon the deity's divine consciousness. The sword energy cleaved through the mountaintop, creating thousands of chasms plunging 100 meters deep. The barrier above began to tremble. Faced with the overwhelming sword light filling his vision, the deity found himself on the defensive, unable to counterattack. With each flick of his sleeve, he managed to absorb dozens of sword lights. The true Dragon Master, temporarily idle, focused his attention on his master, easily noting the fading smile and the emergence of a grave expression on his face. Could it be that even his master could not withstand Zhao Zheng? This rebellious thought flickered through the true Dragon Master's mind, prompting him to dispel it hastily. Impossible. My master is of the Ascension realm. Even with just a strand of divine consciousness, he would not be unable to handle a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm. Esteemed Taoist, why have you fallen silent? In business, is it not customary to haggle? Do you not wish to negotiate? Zhao Zhang's voice resonated atop the mountain, robust and seemingly brimming with energy. At this moment, the sleeves of the celestial monarch swelled, brimming with the chaotic clash of countless sword lights. His countenance grew grim. Although he had anticipated that Zhao Zhang would harbor hidden cards upon departing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, the extent of Chen Qingdu's gifts was rather excessive. This fragment of divine consciousness of his was already straining to suppress the sword lights within his sleeves. While Zhao Zhang had been engaged in a singular act for the past time, swinging his sword, relentlessly swinging his sword. Young man, I do not wish to exercise dominance over the weaker. Cease your actions at once, or I shall no longer regard the esteemed Sword Immortal's reputation. Zhao Zhang remained silent. Humph. Even a mere clay figure possesses some semblance of spirit. How much more so a celestial monarch of his stature? From the celestial monarch's sleeves emerged a blue talisman, adorned with unfamiliar landscapes and creatures, radiating an ancient aura. The moment the talisman appeared, Zhao Zhang felt a pang of trepidation. Chapter 47. This night, the galaxy shines brightly upon invoking the talisman. The celestial monarch did not pause his movements, channeling numerous incantations into it, swiftly activating its power. Sensing the impending danger, Zhao Zhang immediately targeted the talisman, directing the remaining sword qi to strike at the small talisman. Yet, the sword lights merely fell upon it without effect. The figures etched upon the talisman, unbeknownst to him, seemed to come to life as a glimmer of divine light illuminated it, enveloping Zhao Zhang in a seemingly tranquil aura. In an instant, he felt as if every cell in his body was being suppressed, as though an immense mountain had suddenly settled upon him. Not only his body, but even the spiritual energy within him was sealed. Soon after, his very thoughts were ensnared. The talisman slowly approached Zhao Zhang, adhering to his chest, followed by a brilliant flash of divine light. When the radiance faded, Zhao Zhang had vanished without a trace. Master, where has Zhao Zhang gone? The now rejuvenated dragon realizer, having been healed by the celestial monarch, gazed with a hint of curiosity. That talisman, he could not discern its material. I do not know. The celestial monarch's response only deepened the dragon realizer's confusion. This talisman was a fortuitous acquisition of mine, studied for a millennium, and I only comprehend its primary function of sealing. You are to enter seclusion to recover. Once your injuries mend, return to the upside-down mountain without delay. With that, the celestial monarch's consciousness dissipated, and his form vanished. Yes, your majesty. Just as Ning Yao arrived at the Li Zhu cave heaven, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something of great significance to her was slipping away. What is happening? Her trembling hand brushed against the jade pendant around her neck, and she quickly retrieved it, lowering her gaze. The pendant remained resplendently luminous. Instantly, the sudden wave of panic found its solace. She carefully placed the jade pendant back, distancing herself from the crowd and walking towards a somewhat dilapidated alley. The Sword Qi Great Wall. Chen Qing stepped out of the thatched cottage, gazing up at the sky, his eyes wandering amidst the stars he had observed for countless years. Soon enough, he discerned the person he was seeking. With a gentle grip of his hand, the sword energy that lingered above the Sword Qi Great Wall swiftly flew toward him, coalescing into a longsword. A colossal manifestation, towering to a height of 1,000,000 zhangth, suddenly appeared above the Sword Qi Great Wall. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, an old blind man, idly picking at lice, immediately shifted his gaze toward it. Beneath Mount Tuayu, a pair of eyes as large as mountains abruptly opened, contemplating the vast, celestial figure with a hint of nostalgia. The most sacred, the Tao ancestor, the Buddha, and the 14 formidable beings reigning over the world all since the shifts in the wild realm, their attention irresistibly drawn. Chen Qing's manifestation wielded the sword and struck upwards, unleashing a terrifying sword light that stretched for 100,000 miles. As the sword light departed from the Sword Qi Great Wall, it faced no restraint from the rules of the wild realm. Upon closer inspection, the rules of the wild realm began to recede even before the sword light arrived, as if intimidated by its presence, willingly parting ways. Thus, the sword light journeyed 10,000 miles, cleaving a gaping hole in the canopy of the wild realm, soaring beyond the heavens at an unrelenting pace. heading toward an unknown destination. The heavy clouds dispersed, revealing a brilliant starry sky that was rarely so vividly reflected in the eyes of those at the Sword Chi Great Wall. This elder, who had not exerted his sword for millennia after merging with the Sword Chi Great Wall, inexplicably unveiled his majestic manifestation today, shattering the celestial canopy of the wild realm with a single strike. All eyes turned toward the sword light, reminiscent of a river of stars, pursuing it until it vanished from sight. Old man, what has transpired? Who are the foes beyond the heavens? The notable figures, stirred by Chen Qing's strike, gathered before the elder sword immortal, inquiring about the reason behind his action tonight. I merely stretched after sitting for too long. You all should return to your rest. Chen Qing replied with a rather dismissive excuse, sending everyone back. Beyond the heavens, the most sacred, the Tao ancestor, the Buddha, and the true form of the young scholar all beheld the sword light extending 1,000,000 miles. The towering cultivators at the pinnacle of the mortal realm employed various means to deduce the reason behind Chen Qing's strike. In unison, they arrived at the same conclusion: do not impede. Regardless of the high realms of the outer celestial demons or the remnants of ancient divine beings, anyone obstructing the path of the sword light would face but one outcome: their true forms shattered by a single strike, leaving not even a trace behind. In a certain star, a beautiful woman clad in armor, meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. In her golden gaze, the sword from beyond the heavens reflected. This wielder, one of the 5 highest from ancient times, smiled, causing the surrounding stars to dim. Her efforts in imparting the sword to the mortal realm were not in vain. After countless swords had passed, Chen Qing's swordsmanship had already reached a level rivaling hers. In the vast world of Howren, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments was wandering through the realms when he suddenly sensed a peril threatening his essence. In an instant, this ethereal manifestation traversed countless miles, returning to his corporeal form. As he opened his eyes, a blinding ray of sword light enveloped his vision. A set of counting rods materialized in his hand, with dozens of them soaring from their container to confront the oncoming brilliance. With a thunderous explosion, the nearby celestial bodies, each spanning thousands of meters in diameter, vanished into nothingness. The middle-aged man, wearing a bitter smile, gazed at the counting rods in his grasp. Only a couple remained in the container. His robe was stained with blood, and his realm began to fluctuate. From the 14th level downward, he traversed through the Ascension, Immortal, and Jade Purity realms, barely stabilizing at the nascent soul stage. This man was none other than Zhaozi, a formidable figure in the art of divination, who shared equal standing with the Liu clan. He had never anticipated that a mere calculation involving the youth from the Sword Chi Great Wall would provoke the dormant Chen Qing, who had not wielded his sword for millennia. Had the sword strike not been diminished by the vast distance of 100,000 miles, it could have surely led to his demise. Surrounding Zhaozi were countless transparent threads of causality, remnants of his journeys through the Howren world. With a subtle motion of his fingers, these threads snapped one by one, allowing Zhaozi's realm to ascend. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the nascent soul stage, then re-emerged at the 14th level. However, this current state of the 14th level felt far more tenuous than before, akin to barely entering it. Once his injuries began to mend, Zhaozi resolved to return to Howren to seek out the child who once rejected his candied hawthorn. As for the youth from the Sword Chi Great Wall, even he was unaware of the boy's fate after being sent away by that talisman. He could only assure that Zhao Zheng was in no mortal danger. Meanwhile, outside an uncharted mountain village, a little child who had sneaked away found herself playing by a stream. Suddenly, she stumbled over some grass and collided with a soft figure. Looking up, she beheld a rather handsome young man. Chapter 48. Zhangjia Village. The young boy opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Beneath him lay a wooden bed covered in animal skins and straw, while the walls were adorned with the pelts of rabbits and foxes. Apart from the bed, the room contained only a smooth, polished wooden table. The space was modest, yet meticulously clean. Everything here appeared foreign to him. His mind was clouded, and despite his efforts, he could not retrieve any prior memories. The only item he found in his possession was a jade token inscribed with the characters Zhao Zheng. As he pressed the token against his chest and gently touched it, a wave of familiarity washed over him. It seemed that this jade token held significant importance in his memories. Ah, big brother, you're finally awake. The door swung open, revealing a little girl of about 5 or 6 years, resembling a doll from a traditional painting, with 2 horn braids adorning her head. Her small legs hurried to Zhao Zheng's side. Who are you? She inquired. I am the most adorable Guagua, she replied. Big brother. Please don't sneakily sleep by the creek next time, or you might fall ill. As she spoke, Guagua pulled a steaming flatbread from her pocket. Brother, you must be hungry. This flatbread is delicious. Do try it. Thank you, Zhao Zheng said, accepting the flatbread and taking hearty bites. Where do you come from? Guagua asked. I don't know, he answered. What is the world outside the village like? I've lost my memory. Once I remember, I will tell you, all right? Okay. Let us make a pinky promise. Guagua linked her pinky with Zhao Zheng's, shaking their hands as her clear, melodic voice echoed in the wooden house. Pinky promise. 100 years, no changing. After finishing the flatbread, Guagua, hearing Zhao Zheng express a desire to take a stroll, eagerly led him outside, asserting that there wasn't a single place in the village she was unaware of, and he could ask her anything. As they stepped out, Zhao Zheng's gaze fell upon an elderly man in the yard, smoking a pipe. Grandpa, you're back, Guagua exclaimed upon seeing the old man, her already radiant face lighting up even more as she dashed into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Has Guagua been obedient during this time? The old man asked as he caught her, playfully teasing her. Yes, Guagua replied emphatically. Grandpa, this is Zhao Zheng. He got lost outside the village, grew tired, and fell asleep, so I brought him back. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, eagerly anticipating her grandfather's praise for her thoughtfulness. Guagua is truly remarkable, the old man generously complimented. Guagua's cheerful laughter resonated throughout the small courtyard. Zhao Zheng approached the elder, expressing his gratitude, then brushed his finger against the ring he wore, revealing a pristine square piece of jade in his hand. The old man's eyes widened with surprise upon seeing the jade. Zhao Zheng stood frozen, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the stone, as if he had often used it before. Furthermore, he had seemingly just retrieved it from the ring on his finger. After recalling how he had done that, Zhao Zheng brought the stone close to the ring, and a thought flickered in his mind. The next moment, the stone vanished. Well, big brother, is this the legendary magic trick? Guagua exclaimed, wriggling free from her grandfather's embrace, her eyes fixed on Zhao Zheng's left hand. Just moments ago, that hand had produced a stone, and before she could catch her breath, it had disappeared again. This is not magic, Zhao Zheng replied, once more touching the ring. In the next instant, his gaze pierced through the ring, revealing its contents. The beautiful jade he had held was now part of a small mountain inside, alongside various weapons, oars, and several bracelets resembling his ring. Esteemed elder, I find myself at a loss for memories and would like to seek refuge in your home for a few days. Please accept these stones as a token. Zhao Zheng produced half of the jade stones, and instantly, a towering pile of jade, 2 meters high, appeared in the courtyard. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Guagua gasped in amazement. Very well, the elder did not decline, yet he refrained from collecting the spiritual stones, allowing them to scatter across the ground. Guagua, he called out to the little girl who was playing with the stones, beckoning her over. Zhao Zheng instructed her to reveal her arm. Guagua, dear, I am about to perform a magic trick. Remember, do not blink. Zhao Zheng grasped Guagua's arm, and soon she felt a chill at her wrist. When he released his hold, Guagua excitedly shook her chubby wrist, now adorned with a vibrant green bracelet. Wow, how impressive, brother. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Of course, Zhao Zheng led Guagua to the pile of spiritual stones, demonstrating how to use the bracelet to absorb them. Guagua, being quite clever, quickly grasped the technique and began to play with the stones enthusiastically. In their conversation, Zhao Zheng gleaned some information about her village. It was called Zhangjia Village, populated entirely by the Zhang family. Guagua's grandfather was the village chief and the elder among them. After spending some time playing with Guagua, Zhao Zheng approached Grandfather Zhang, who was smoking under the eaves. Grandfather Zhang, may I inquire how far the nearest town is? Are you seeking a physician to restore your memories? The village chief took a drag from his pipe, scrutinizing Zhao Zheng. Yes, young man, extend your hand. Considering Zhao Zheng's gift of the spatial bracelet to Guagua, the village chief was willing to assist this young man. As the chief clasped Zhao Zheng's arm, he felt as though a searing iron was pressed against it. Before he could utter a sound, the burning sensation vanished. You must have a substantial background, the chief concluded after a pause, leaving Zhao Zheng perplexed. Grandfather, why do you say that my older brother has a strong background? Guagua had approached, her curiosity piqued by her grandfather's words. Young man, you are a chi practitioner, yet your spiritual power has been sealed by someone. The village chief, not one for riddles, revealed the answer directly and proceeded to enlighten Zhao Zheng about some foundational concepts of cultivation, such as the classification of realms and the formidable capabilities of those in the upper 5 realms. The chief's assertion about Zhao Zheng's strong background stemmed from the fact that, although Zhao Zheng was only at the Dragon Gate realm, the method used to seal his powers was evidently the work of someone at the Harmonization realm. Furthermore, this place was a sanctuary where ordinary means could not penetrate, yet Zhao Zheng had entered, only to lose his memories and have his cultivation sealed. It was a considerable effort to deal with someone of such a lowly status as a mere Dragon Gate practitioner without inflicting any harm. Chapter 49, Breaking the Seal. Reclaiming memories. Young man, do you know the origins of Zhangjia village? The village chief inquired, gazing at the first outsider to appear in Zhangjia village in centuries. Zhao Zheng took a seat on a stool, sensing an opportunity to uncover the secrets that could potentially break the seal, especially since Grandpa Zhang was willing to share his knowledge. The mischievous Guogua nestled quietly in her grandfather's embrace, her curious eyes sparkling with anticipation for the stories he would tell. The initial inhabitants of the village, seeking refuge from the slaughter of the divine, banded together to create a realm of their own. However, upon its creation, the realm was barren and desolate, devoid of any resources. Consequently, our ancestors engaged in trade with various clans, exchanging the rights to inhabit this realm for the resources necessary for survival. Humans, demons, and spirits cohabited, their bloodlines intertwining, gradually giving rise to numerous villages. Eventually, our ancestors united to cast the realm into the chaotic void, leading to a present where even we are unaware of our true location. As the village chief spoke, several hours passed, and Guogua had fallen asleep, lulled by the tale. Zhao Zheng reflected on the story, realizing that although he was uncertain of his current position in this world, he was determined to recover his memories. His instincts urged him that there were significant individuals awaiting his return outside. At present, the only valuable possession he had was the contents of his spatial ring. Grandpa Zhang, I beseech you to assist me in breaking the seal. Zhao Zheng extracted a long sword from the ring and presented it to Grandpa Zhang. The sword seemed to hold immense significance for him. As the thought of relinquishing it crossed his mind, he instinctively tightened his grip. No other items within the ring evoked such a profound connection, prompting Zhao Zheng to decisively offer the ring. The village chief accepted the ring, his consciousness sweeping through its contents. Indeed, Zhao Zheng's wealth was considerable. The chief discerned not just one, but multiple semi-divine weapons within, alongside the remains of several hundred dragon serpents. Upon his consciousness resting on a wooden plaque, the chief's expression shifted dramatically. Retrieving the plaque, he traced the sword marks upon it with his fingers, recognizing one of the 4 sword techniques imparted by a once supreme being. Returning the ring to Zhao Zheng, the village chief declared, I shall assist you. Rest well tonight. The following morning, when Zhao Zheng opened the door, he discovered several elders of similar age to Grandpa Zhang in the courtyard. 2 of them bore striking resemblances, accompanied by an elegantly dressed old woman. Is this the young man? One remarked, noting his somewhat frail physique. Indeed, the elders scrutinized Zhao Zheng for a moment, and he sensed a hint of disdain in their gazes. Young man, shortly, the spiritual energy of the 4 of us will flow into your meridians, breaking the seals affixed to them. It may be painful, so do not cry out, cautioned the elderly woman, referred to as Wangpa by Grandpa Zhang. Zhao Zheng understood. Come, drink this bowl of medicine, sit cross-legged, and remember one thing. Endure, just don't faint. Grandpa Zhang's words ignited an ominous premonition within Zhao Zheng. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a bitter taste surged down his throat into his stomach, stifling the words he wished to utter. Shortly after the elixir entered his system, a burning sensation ignited in his abdomen, compelling him to quickly settle into a cross-legged position. In an instant, 4 elders surrounded Zhao Zheng. 2 gripped his arms, their palms pressed against his, while an elderly woman positioned herself before him, her palms resting on his lower abdomen. Grandpa Zhang stood behind him, placing his hand on the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head. The internal burning intensified, spreading rapidly, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhao Zheng's brow. At that moment, 4 streams of icy spiritual energy surged from their palms, lower abdomen, and crown, swiftly neutralizing the unbearable heat. However, Zhao Zheng had scarcely relished this respite before the temperature of the energy plummeted further. It felt as if he were standing naked amidst a frigid landscape. Despite the elixir's persistent warmth, it was no match for the chilling energy. Zhao Zheng sensed his limbs and head nearing numbness, with only a flickering flame, the size of a candle, at his lower abdomen valiantly holding on. No matter how fiercely the spiritual energy assailed him, that tiny flame flickered stubbornly for several seconds. Focus harder, Grandpa Zhang bellowed, sensing Zhao Zheng's condition. The four intensified their efforts. Consequently, Zhao Zheng's previously numb countenance contorted in agony, as if countless blades were mercilessly slicing through his flesh. Yet, his mind remained acutely aware. Every attempt to surrender to unconsciousness was thwarted by the searing pain. The candle-like flame at his lower abdomen faltered, diminishing in size. Concurrently, dark patterns emerged on the surface of his meridians, marking the seals that had been imposed upon him. The spiritual energy from Grandpa Zhang and the others continued to assail the flame, while they each channeled a fragment of their strength to gradually dismantle the seals afflicting Zhao Zheng. As one corner of the seal shattered, a vision materialized in Zhao Zheng's mind, a child, around 5 or 6 years old, wielding a wooden sword. The child's movements and form were familiar, yet the face remained obscured from his view. Moments later, the image fragmented, giving way to a new scene. In a training ground that felt eerily familiar, he found himself practicing swordsmanship with a strikingly handsome young woman. Her visage was considerably clearer than that of the child. Upon seeing her, Zhao Zheng's heart skipped a beat. This young woman seemed to hold immense significance in his life. Who was she? What was their connection? Remember. I must remember. As Zhao Zheng cried out in desperation, the flickering flame at his lower abdomen suddenly erupted into a myriad of starlight, dissipating into the ether. With a resounding clang, a powerful sword's cry resonated from his lower abdomen as a sharp little sword broke free from its confines, beginning to traverse within him. In the span of a few breaths, the sound of swords echoed throughout the cave. The inhabitants of the cavern were astonished to find their life swords trembling uncontrollably, regardless of whether they were of the 5th or upper 5th realm, emitting a sound of submission. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Grandpa Zhang and his companions. This young man's life sword possessed a certain intrigue. Upon glimpsing the small sword nestled within his dantian, a name slipped from his lips. Zhu Xian, lend me your aid. With a hum, the Zhu Xian sword emitted a gentle chime, and the spiritual energy within 100 miles began to converge upon the courtyard, forming a colossal vortex above Zhao Zheng's head. The liquefied spiritual energy cascaded like raindrops on his Zhao Zheng, all of it absorbed by the Zhu Xian sword. With the influx of spiritual energy, a luminous point appeared at the sword's tip, and subsequently, the blade grew increasingly radiant. Zhu Xian soared from the dantian, cleaving through obstacles along the meridians. The seals that Grandpa Zhang and his companions had labored to maintain for so long were effortlessly severed by the Zhu Xian sword. In less than an hour, all the seals were obliterated by the sword's might. Zhao Zheng finally uncovered the maiden's name, Ning Yao of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Chapter 50. Practicing swordsmanship amidst time. Zhao Zheng opened his eyes and once again beheld the familiar ceiling. Reflecting on the prior circumstances, he realized he had fainted once more. After assessing his body, he detected a lingering pain throughout, though it had diminished to a negligible level. Spiritual energy reemerged within his dantian. To his astonishment, he discovered that his realm had ascended to the Golden Core stage, unexpectedly advancing due to his tribulations. The sign-in system was functioning properly. The jade plaque containing Ning Yao's blood still shimmered in a safe hue. Spring Blossom and Autumn Moon had long since awakened, and fortunately, he had stocked enough provisions in the system's warehouse, sparing them from hunger. Now, if he were to bring the two girls out, Zhao Zheng would find it challenging to explain their presence. Thus, he entered the system's warehouse, communicated with Spring Blossom and the others, and prepared to return to the realm of Howren before releasing them. After completing a sign-in, Zhao Zheng departed the room with a candied hawthorn he had received from the system. "Big brother, you're awake," exclaimed Guogua, who had been playing with pebbles, her little legs moving swiftly as she dashed to Zhao Zheng. "Indeed. Did you eat well today, Guogua?" "Yes. Such a good girl. Let me reward you with something special." Zhao Zheng produced the candied hawthorn hidden behind his back. "This is a snack from my hometown, called Tonghalu. Do give it a try." "Thank you, big brother." Guogua glanced back at her smoking grandfather, and upon seeing his nod, she joyfully accepted the Tonghalu. With her delicate little tongue, she instinctively licked it. And in the next moment, her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with delight. "So sweet. Big brother, are you hungry? You've been asleep for a month. And every day I came to wake you, but you wouldn't get up." "Thank you, Guogua. I wasn't sleeping well before, and simply succumbed to a longer slumber." Ruffling the adorable little girl's hair, Zhao Zheng approached Grandpa Zhang. As he approached, he noticed Grandfather Zhang idly toying with a wooden tablet, the very one he had commissioned from the esteemed Sword Immortal. "Thank you for helping me break the seal." Zhao Zhang expressed his gratitude. Pausing momentarily, he inquired, "Could you enlighten me on how I might return to the realm of Howren? Are you aware of the origins of this celestial abode?" Zhao Zhang shook his head. The spiritual energy within this cave was as rich as that of the various continents of Howren. Yet he found no mention of this celestial haven in his memory of Sword Comes. The ancient deities had treated all non-divine races as mere insects, prompting the practitioners of myriad clans to undertake a monumental endeavor to challenge the heavens. This cave was constructed as a sanctuary prior to their rebellion, a refuge where a selection of newborns from various races were placed, ensuring that their bloodlines would endure in the event of failure. To avoid detection, the powerful beings of each clan united to seal this cave and cast it into the river of time. Zhao Zhang's silence deepened. This implied that this place might not even lie within the reach of the four realms, and that an immensely potent seal surrounded it. During the celestial ascension, the number of cultivators at the Dao integration realm had vastly exceeded that of a millennium later, including numerous figures of ancient renown. He surmised that even if Grandfather Zhang and several other peak ascendants joined forces, they would likely be incapable of breaking the seal. "Zhao Zhang, could you describe the world as it is today?" Zhao Zhang began to recount the world a millennium hence. Upon learning that the celestial ascension had succeeded and that most ancient deities had been vanquished, Grandfather Zhang clapped his hands in approval. After such a brutal conflict, it was astonishing that anyone would dare to seize the ancient heavenly court and aspire to become a new god. Grandfather Zhang felt a strong aversion towards those consumed by their own desires. Thus, after the myriad clans united, a new internal struggle ensued. The final outcome was that the demon race retreated to the most desolate realm, while the sword cultivators who had once fought side by side were reduced to mere pawns. Exiled to the wilderness, forced to face incessant assaults from the demons, doomed to an unfortunate fate. Alas, Grandfather Zhang sighed deeply, falling silent as he produced a smoking pipe, its surface gleaming from the residue of tobacco, igniting it and taking a few puffs. From his perspective, the progenitor of military strategy deserved condemnation, as did those demons and sword cultivators who had supported him. However, the other demons and the original sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall did not deserve such harsh fates. In those days, they sought a world of peace, where the mountains could protect the valleys below. Yet, the world Zhao Zhang described seemed far inferior to the one they had envisioned during the struggle for survival among the myriad clans. How could it be that the sins of one individual condemned future generations to bear the mark of guilt? Initially, Grandfather Zhang had only wished to care for those children and their descendants, but now a new thought stirred within him. He yearned to venture out and witness for himself whether the world, born from the sacrifice of so many, truly resembled the promises made in the past. In this cave, I, along with several other elderly companions, have long since completed our exploration, and there are a few locations that you might wish to visit. During this time, I must trouble you with Guogua. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Zhao Zhang solemnly bowed to him. The old man merely wished to stretch his legs after being cooped up for so long. With a wave of his hand, Grandpa Zhang dismissed Zhao Zhang, rising to his feet and stretching languidly. After idling away for millennia, remaining still has indeed caused his body to rust. Guogua, Grandpa is going to seek out some of the other grandfathers and grandmothers. You must listen to your older brother during this time. All right, Grandpa, when will you return? When Guogua grows as tall as your older brother, Grandpa will come back. But Guogua is so short now. Guogua felt a bit troubled. She only reached the waist of her older brother, and surpassing him would take quite some time. As long as Guogua diligently eats her meal starting today, you will soon grow as tall as I am. Zhao Zhang told a little fib. Really? Guogua's bright eyes gazed at her grandfather and older brother. Of course. They answered in unison. Grandpa, let us make a pinky promise. All right. Before leaving, Grandpa Zhang tucked a map of the cave, marked with several suitable cultivation spots for Zhao Zhang, into his hand. After wandering around the village with Guogua for a while, during dinner, she likely remembered her afternoon promise with Grandpa. Guogua eagerly took her spoon, devouring her meal heartily. Even the vegetables she typically disliked were not rejected. After finishing her meal, Guogua immediately pulled Zhao Zhang to measure her height. Gazing at the two horizontal lines on the wall, one high and one low, Guogua quietly calculated how much taller she needed to grow to catch up with her older brother, so she could see Grandpa again. After coaxing Guogua to sleep, Zhao Zhang arrived at a spiritual spring well at the edge of the village, the very first cultivation site that Grandpa Zhang had mentioned. As he looked into the well, he suddenly felt a stirring from the ring on his hand. His spiritual sense probed into the ring. The stone mirror he had acquired from the Dragon's Ravine was now emitting a faint glow. The closer he approached the spiritual spring well, the more radiant the light from the mirror became. Could it be that this stone mirror is connected to the spiritual spring well? He took a flask of spring water and poured it over the mirror. Aside from the mirror's surface glowing even brighter, there was no further reaction. Zhao Zheng attempted various methods, such as submerging the mirror in the spring water and placing it at the well's mouth, but none seemed to work. Finally, glancing at the deep well, Zhao Zheng tossed the mirror down. The mirror wobbled as it sank to the bottom of the well. Upon touching the bottom, it erupted with light, illuminating the depths of the well. A force began to emanate from the mirror, drawing the spring water in vast quantities. The pull grew stronger, eventually forming a vortex several meters wide. Zhao Zheng kept a close watch on the mirror's transformation, and at that moment, an epiphany struck him. He leaped into the vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself inside the mirror. With thorough preparation, Zhao Zheng stood firmly on the riverbank. The water flowing at his feet seemed to have been enriched by the spirit spring, transforming what was once ordinary river water into a shimmering essence. The map indicated that this spirit spring was connected to a tributary of the River of Time. Cultivating nearby could yield additional training hours. To his astonishment, the stone mirror in his hand reacted to the spirit spring. Could it be that his current location was indeed a tributary of the River of Time? He hoped to linger here a while longer. Zhao Zheng drew the Zhuxian sword and began to practice his swordplay along the riverbank. Immersed in his training, he failed to notice that with each movement, a thin mist began to rise from the river's surface, interspersed with glimmers of golden light, slowly enveloping him. The esoteric sword techniques he had inherited from the stone tablet forest suddenly became fluid and coherent. Each stance and strike seemed to unfold as if guided by unseen hands, morphing into the most fundamental sword techniques: thrusts, slashes, cuts, and points. Time slipped away unnoticed until Zhao Zheng, having exhausted his inner spiritual power, finally paused. It was then he realized he was standing upon the river's surface. A familiar sensation emanated from beneath his feet. Inexplicably, the river suddenly felt intimately connected to him. As he crouched down and submerged his palm into the water, he faintly heard the jubilant sounds of splashing waves. The river began to surge, and Zhao Zheng sensed its affinity toward him. Consequently, he relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to fall backward, the waves enveloping him as he sank to the riverbed. Though submerged, he felt no sense of suffocation. Sitting cross-legged, he began to comprehend the teachings he had received. The Zhuxian sword danced around him, its tip quietly devouring glimmers of light that approached Zhao Zheng, sharpening its aura with the power of the four swords. In the depths of his cultivation, time lost meaning. As Zhao Zheng slowly opened his eyes, a beam of sword light shot forth, cleaving the river water asunder. He closed his eyes again to regulate his breath, restraining the surging sword energy within him. Upon returning to the riverbank, he was astounded by the immense gains of his seclusion. He had gained clarity on the path of his Tao, and he had amassed a reservoir of sword energy. If he so desired, he could now directly enter the Jade Purity realm. To put it plainly, while Zhao Zheng's cultivation was still at the golden core stage, his comprehension and understanding of the Tao had ascended to the level of Jade Purity, even bordering on that of an immortal. As if summoned by the passage of time, the stone mirror swiftly expelled him, its surface now seemingly shrouded by a thick veil. It appeared that the drain on its resources had been substantial. Just then, the dawn light illuminated the sky. Zhao Zheng produced several talismans, sealing the sword energy and intentions within him, and retrieved the fully charged Zhuxian sword before returning to his dwelling. A wisp of smoke rose as the aroma of food stirred the slumbering Guogua. Big brother, what are we having for dinner today? In the morning, Guogua enjoyed steamed buns and soybean milk. She picked up a warm bun, took a bite, and a blissful smile illuminated her face. The buns made by my brother are delicious. Zhao Zheng sat beside Guogua, patiently waiting for her to finish her meal. The little girl, seemingly inspired by someone, exuberantly praised Zhao Zheng at the dining table, her emotional exuberance filling the air. After finishing her meal, Guogua dashed to the wall marked the previous day, stood tall, and called out to Zhao Zheng, "Brother, come quickly and see if I am taller today than I was yesterday. Indeed, you've grown a finger's length. Wonderful. If I eat well today, I'll grow even taller tomorrow, and Grandpa can come back sooner." Exactly. Therefore, Guogua must eat well every day. What would you like to eat today? Tell your brother first. All right. After a week of tranquil days, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon as flames, each several kilometers in diameter, set the sky ablaze. Zhao Zheng looked up, and intricate patterns appeared in the sky above, adorned with Confucian characters, Taoist annotations, and Buddhist Sanskrit. Threads of golden light emerged from the patterns, encircling the flames, which diminished in size. Zhao Zheng's gaze pierced through the fire, revealing the figures of 4 elderly men, Grandpa Zhang and his companions. They manifested a celestial presence, standing upon a formation exuding an ancient aura, channeling their power into an unending torrent of flames, contending against the golden light above. As time passed, the golden light gradually gained the upper hand. Zhao Zheng located Guogua and placed her in a secure area, allowing Chunhua and Qiuyue to entertain her for a while. He then took to the skies on his sword and soon arrived beside the majestic figures. "What brings you here, young one?" Grandpa Zhang immediately noticed Zhao Zheng, his tone laced with irritation, as this was no place for a mere golden core cultivator like him. "I have ensured Guogua's safety in the most secure location. There is no need for concern." Producing a fire-repelling pearl and placing it against his chest, Zhao Zheng evaded the massive hand of the celestial figure above and plunged into the clash of flames and golden light. Upon entering the flames, a thunderous roar reverberated through his chest. The golden light, sensing his approach, transformed into thick bolts of lightning, striking directly at him. A smile involuntarily crept across Zhao Zheng's lips. "Unleash." With the seals within him lifted, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, repelling all spiritual energy within 1,000 meters around him. Zhao Zheng did not defend himself. The provoked sword energy instinctively surged toward the lightning. As a single strand of sword energy collided with the lightning, it exploded into countless sparks. One strand was insufficient. There were 10, 100. An uncountable multitude of sword energies cleaved toward the lightning. Not far away, the 4 celestial figures couldn't help but glance over. Chapter 52. A sudden turn of events. "Old Zhang, are you certain this child is of the Golden Core stage?" The old woman inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Did you not see the spiritual energy within him, along with that Golden Core?" Grandpa Zhang replied, somewhat irately. "If my memory serves me correctly, the 3 of you initially all practiced swordsmanship. How does this child, Zhao Zheng, compare to you?" The old woman remained unaffected by the words of old Zhang, her amused gaze wandering over the faces of the 3 old men. "When I first entered the Ascension realm, the sword energy I honed was not as abundant as this brat's. I feel the same. This lad seems to be a disciple of that Qin Qingdu. I have not seen him, but tell me, does that seemingly mediocre talent of his realize how extraordinary his disciple is?" "Mediocre talent?" "That old man Qin Qingdu. The very first time he grasped a sword, I knew he surpassed any sword cultivator I had encountered. At the 5th realm, Qin Qingdu was unremarkable, nowhere near as intimidating as Zhao Zheng." The elderly men exchanged casual banter, and due to Zhao Zheng's intrusion, the seal had lost some of its power, lightening the expressions on their faces considerably. The golden lightning, as it approached Zhao Zheng, diminished in size until it broke through the sword energy in front of Zhao Zheng, reducing to a mere fist-sized spark. When it struck Zhao Zheng, not a single hair on his head shifted. "Is that all?" Zhao Zheng gazed with disappointment at the golden light above him. The golden light seemed incensed, as countless rays surged forth from the seal, their brilliance overshadowing even the sun. After a few breaths, the radiance began to retract, revealing a young man clad in gold, dressed in a scholar's robe, suspended in the air. A sword hung at his waist, engraved with the character for virtue. "Zhao Zheng, be careful. This individual is the embodiment of that irritable Confucian master." Upon seeing the young man, old Zhang quickly cautioned, "What realm is he at now? We have restrained most of his power. This incarnation should only be at the Jade Purity realm. Old Zhang, you need not worry about me. Focus on breaking the formation." "A sage of the Jade Purity realm? Now that's impressive." The Zhuxian sword materialized in Zhao Zheng's hand, emitting a gentle hum. It had finally encountered a long sword capable of matching its current prowess. The long sword pointed forward, and countless sword energies surged forth like swimming fish towards the sage's incarnation. Wherever the fish passed, the spirit energy shattered and the space fissured, only to be swiftly repaired. The sage's incarnation bore no emotion in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist the size of a sandbag, and struck out. All sword energies approaching him disintegrated. Sensing danger, Zhao Zheng swiftly sidestepped several meters the moment the sage's incarnation made his move. A fierce gale rushed towards him. Zhao Zheng turned his head, only to see a 100-meter-long scar where he had just stood. With ancient trees uprooted for thousands of meters around, and the ground marred with countless wounds from the punch's wind, the sage's incarnation took a step forward. And in the next instant, he was before Zhao Zheng, his fist unhesitatingly descending upon him. The speed of the sage's incarnation was astonishing. By the time Zhao Zheng sensed it, he could only barely raise his arm for defense. A tremendous force surged through his arm, causing Zhao Zheng's form to sway. An even greater power followed, and Zhao Zheng was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through dozens of century-old trees before finally coming to a halt. The embodiment of the ritual saint gained the upper hand and prepared to press the advantage once more. In the next moment, a beam of sword light shot upwards, and the embodiment astonishingly grasped the edge of the sword light with both hands, halting its momentum in midair. "Will you not draw your sword?" Zhao Zheng's voice resonated from behind. The ritual saint's embodiment began to turn, only to be violently struck away by a sword, crashing into the ground and creating a chasm several hundred meters long. Swiftly recovering, the embodiment soared back into the air, now grasping the long sword at its waist. Zhao Zheng did not evade. He met the attack head-on. In the span of a breath, the two had exchanged blows numerous times. The surrounding forest, within 1,000 meters, lay in ruins from the aftermath of their conflict, and even the sky bore several faint, rippling cracks in space. A fist landed on Zhao Zheng's arm, and this time he did not resist, retreating several hundred meters under the force. At this moment, his garments had been shredded into countless fragments by the sword energy. Were it not for the enchanted robe capable of self-repair, he would have already been stripped bare. His clothes, now stained with blood, caused his hands to tremble slightly. In stark contrast, the ritual saint's embodiment appeared unscathed, save for a few tattered edges, highlighting the disparity between them. Yet, despite his dire circumstances, Zhao Zheng's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Haha, it turns out your power is merely SOSO. Having tasted the strength once wielded by the ritual saint, Zhao Zheng activated the extermination of immortals, and the progress bar vanished in an instant. He swung his sword towards the ritual saint's embodiment. A leisurely beam of sword light advanced towards the embodiment. The embodiment, shifting its form, found itself unable to evade this seemingly ordinary sword light, which emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. Meanwhile, Grandpa Zhang and the others seized this opportunity, accelerating their offensive. In a heartbeat, the golden light made a choice. The thunder that opposed the flames vanished in an instant, and a powerful force surged into the ritual saint's embodiment, causing its aura to swell rapidly. Peak of the Jade Purity Realm. Immortal Realm. Peak of the Immortal Realm. Just as its aura broke through to the Ascension Realm, the sword light had already arrived before the embodiment. The long sword in the embodiment's grasp encountered the sword light, and without any sense of obstruction, it shattered. Alongside the long sword, the embodiment itself was severed. The sword light burst forth from the embodiment, soaring into the sky with unabated momentum. The golden light dancing in the sky abruptly halted. In the next moment, countless hidden seals appeared, with a series of crackling sounds. The characters and Tao markings comprising the seals shattered one by one. A refreshing breeze wafted through the fissure. The seal was broken. Let us go, see what lies beyond. With a swift motion, Grandpa Zhang appeared before Zhao Zheng, grasping his arm and leading him through the gap. Zhao Zheng and the four elders found themselves in a realm of nothingness. Behind them floated a small orb of light, their previous dwelling place within the cave sky. Damn it, those old fools actually threw the cave sky so far. After surveying the surroundings, even the good-natured Grandpa Zhang couldn't help but utter a curse. Zhao Zheng felt somewhat perplexed. Kid, look to the east. Do you see those 4 stars clustered closely together? Zhao Zheng nodded. Those 4 stars were the brightest, visible to anyone with functioning eyesight. If my old intuition serves me right, those 4 stars represent the 4 realms you spoke of. Grandpa Zhang, how long will it take us to reach there? Approximately a year. Zhao Zheng's eyelids twitched. A year? By the time he returned to Howren, it would be too late. Just as he was distracted, Grandpa Zhang and the others suddenly launched an attack toward him. Chapter 53. The Scorching Jade Tablet. Zhao Zheng suppressed his instinct and chose not to resist. He trusted his intuition. Several towering palm strikes surged toward him, instantly vanishing into the space behind him. Accompanied by a reluctant roar, an ancient divine entity materialized, towering 1,000 feet high. Traitor die. Though the language was foreign, Zhao Jing understood its meaning at that moment. To this ancient deity, the human race that had once dared to invade the ancient heavenly court was indeed traitorous. Who would have thought he would be so fortunate as to encounter a divine being upon his emergence? Zhao Zheng brandished his sword, executing 7 swift strikes. The brilliance of his sword moved with astonishing speed, descending upon the deity's injured right arm in the blink of an eye. The deity, preoccupied with battling the 4 ascendant beings, paid no heed to Zhao Zheng's assault. However, when the sword light struck its right arm, a surge of power erupted, enveloping the arm in a fierce radiance. A sharp pain coursed through the deity. Glancing down, it saw a long gash on its right arm, its golden form shattered. A mere golden core ant has dared to injure my divine body. Humans die? Ignoring the 4 ascendants surrounding it, the deity unleashed a colossal fist, heavy with power, hurtling toward Zhao Zheng. This ant was no different from the sword cultivators of yore. It could not be allowed to continue its cultivation. Just as Zhao Zheng intended to measure his swordsmanship against this divine being, he suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest. His expression shifted, and he reached into his chest, retrieving a jade tablet. At that moment, the once pristine jade tablet, as bright as moonlight, appeared to be soaked in blood. An alarming crimson hue. Something had happened to Ningyao. Zhao Jing immediately summoned the second strand of sword energy from his dantian, originating from the Grand Sword Immortal, and ignited his sword. A brilliant white sword light erupted from beneath his feet, rapidly swelling hundreds of times, enveloping the 1,000-foot-tall divine form. The deity's fist was merely an arm's length from Zhao Zheng, yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The deity opened its mouth, intending to speak. But as it moved, countless fissures appeared on its golden body. Its form shattered into myriad fragments, dissipating into the void. Grandpa Zhang and the others, quick-witted, managed to retrieve a substantial portion of the golden body. At that moment, they finally noticed that Zhao Zheng's expression was far from normal. At this moment, every meridian within Zhao Zheng seemed as if it were being sliced by a knife. Having just unleashed the full extent of the sword energy from the Grand Sword Immortal, his meridians were stretched to their absolute limits. A moment more, and they would surely rupture. Zhao Zheng appeared to be devoid of any sensation of pain as he clasped his hands together and exerted tremendous force. Yet, the jade token in his grasp remained unscathed. System, what is happening? Host, the holder of the jade token must be within the same realm to facilitate spatial transfer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. The color of the token indicated that Ning Yao was in imminent danger. Yet he was still thousands of miles away from the Howran realm. As his consciousness swept over his ring and the system's repository, he spotted Guogua, engaged in playful games with Chunhua and the others. Zhao Zheng summoned Guogua, enveloping her in sword energy for protection. Grandpa Zhang, I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart. I entrust Guogua to you. If you find time later, you may visit the sword energy Great Wall. Understood. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Zhao Zheng, and his cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. Witnessing this, Grandpa Zhang's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Zhao Zheng, do you realize you are jeopardizing your future? I have my reasons, esteemed seniors. I ask for your understanding. As he spoke, a golden elixir within Zhao Zheng expanded to its limits before dissolving, giving rise to a Yuan baby the size of a fist in his dantian. The Yuan baby grew swiftly until it filled the dantian, halting just shy of breaking through to the Jade Purity realm. The last wisp of sword energy from Chun Qingdu flowed into the Sword of Extermination. Exterminate the immortals, assist me. The Sword of Extermination emanated a radiant glow, swiftly enveloping Zhao Zheng, whose form melded into the sword. An overwhelming aura surged forth as the Sword of Extermination transformed into a dazzling beam of starlight, racing towards the distance. Grandpa, where did Big Brother go? Guogua looked around, spotting only a few figures of elderly men and women, unable to contain her curiosity. He has gone to attend to something of great significance. Guogua, would you like to visit Big Brother's homeland? Will we be able to see him then? Of course. In the wild realm, sensing Ning Yao in peril, the old blind man immediately rose, his hands no longer clasped behind his back, as he reached out to tear through the barriers of the two realms. Old blind man, do not rush. Chun Qingdu, what scheme are you concocting this time? Look to the skies. The old blind man lifted his gaze, his hollow eye sockets reflecting a brilliant sword light. The sword light soared from thousands of miles away, traversing countless stars, and approached with incredible speed. As if struggling to see clearly, the old blind man rubbed his eye sockets and looked again. It appears to be that brat who brought food to Chen Qingdu at the city wall. How is it that after just a month, the little rascal has stepped into the upper five realms? Yet, his Yuan baby seems so tenuous. Could he be forcing a breakthrough? Upon the moment of witnessing Zhao Zhang, the old blind man discerned the intentions of that peculiar entity atop the city, a being neither human nor ghostly. With a deft calculation, he perceived that the calamity facing Ning Yao was on the verge of resolution. Thus, the old blind man settled himself with a leisurely demeanor and transmitted a thought to Chen Qingdu. Chen Qingdu, observe your judgment. A mere swordsman fixated solely on the pursuit of transcendence, likely incapable of even entering the harmonious Dao realm. Now, take another look. The old blind man directed a fragment of his consciousness outward. At this juncture, Zhao Zheng had arrived beyond the firmament of the Haoran realm, identifying the location of Beipingzu. He unleashed a series of strikes with the Zhuxian sword, sending forth brilliant beams of sword light that stretched for miles. Each ray of light, potent enough to obliterate a typical Yuanying realm cultivator upon contact, merely caused ripples against the celestial curtain. The vast distance had diminished the potency of Chen Qingdu's sword energy to a mere fraction. What remained was insufficient to cleave the sky. Zhao Zheng revealed his form, the Zhuxian sword now in his grasp. With a sharp utterance, his Yuanying shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy through his meridians. Yet, this was not the conclusion. From the remnants of the shattered Yuanying, a golden Dan materialized. In an instant, fissures marred the surface of the golden Dan, unable to contain the surging spiritual energy within. Zhao Zheng redirected it entirely into the Zhuxian sword. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes, and a spectral river materialized behind him. Subsequently, an ethereal beam of sword light merged into the Zhuxian sword. With a cry of "Open the heavens!" an intensely radiant beam of sword light struck the celestial curtain, relentlessly slicing through its formation. At last, a rift appeared, and the prepared Zhao Zheng swiftly slipped through. Chapter 54. A sword that opens the heavens in the Haoran realm. On this day when the sun shone brightly, ideal for cultivation, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the skies, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. At the Wenmiao, the sacred site of the Confucian temple, the Yaxing revealed his true form. In Longhushan, the current celestial master focused intently on the skies above Beipingzu. In Tonggishao, the Taoist master of the Guandao temple found an unusual interest in partaking of wine. The cultivators in the harmonious Dao realm of the Haoran realm, as well as those in the ascendant realm, sensed an external force forcibly breaching the celestial curtain. The Yaxing prepared to venture beyond the heavens to apprehend the audacious swordsman. Just as he was about to depart, a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor appeared in the Wenmiao. Let him go, commanded a manifestation of the Li Shang, halting the Yaxing and the accompanying Confucian sages. As you wish, replied the Yaxing, acquiescing to the directive. The message swiftly disseminated to academies across the land. While the Confucian sages stationed at various celestial curtains closed their eyes in unison, the thunder at the highest point of the celestial curtain echoed for a considerable duration before abruptly ceasing. A dazzling beam of sword light emerged within the Haoran realm, overshadowing the sun's brilliance. The sword light trailed a tail of hundreds of miles as it soared away, ultimately descending vertically at a certain location within the Dali dynasty. As if encountering some form of obstruction, the sound of tearing filled the air. The barrier of Lehigh Cave was forcefully breached, and a torrent of sword light surged inside. In the backyard of the Yang family shop, the old man Yang set down his smoking pipe, his gaze playfully directed towards a certain alley. In the classroom, Qi Jingchun laid aside the scroll he was holding, deduced something, and chuckled softly before continuing his lecture to the students. Zhao Zheng's jade pendant shattered, enveloped by a beam of radiant light. In the next moment, his figure appeared in a dilapidated alley. With a thud, he felt a jolt against his leg. Turning around, he was met with the surprised and somewhat awkward expression of Lu Chun, whom he had encountered not long ago. Meanwhile, at home, Chun Pingyan experienced an unexpected moment of despondency, as if something of great importance had slipped through his fingers. Lu Chun was pushing a handcart, within which lay a woman clad in blood and wearing a conical hat, unconscious. The woman was Ning Yao. Her breath was weak, her spiritual energy dissipating, and her internal injuries were severe. With no time to converse with Lu Chun, Zhao Zheng lifted Ning Yao and promptly produced a life-saving pill to place in her mouth. Yet, Ning Yao was unable to swallow, the pill becoming lodged in her throat. Zhao Xiaoyu, I've sent the girl's flying sword to fetch leaves from the old locust tree. The leaves possess remarkable healing properties. You should prioritize your own well-being, Lu Chen chattered beside him. Blood from Zhao Zheng had already soaked a significant portion of the cart. In Lu Chen's eyes, Zhao Zheng's body resembled a shattered porcelain figure, riddled with cracks. Even a slight movement could lead to his corporeal form disintegrating. Yet, the brazen youth from Jiaolong Gorge seemed entirely oblivious to the pain. Zhao Zheng, focused solely on the grievously injured and unconscious Ning Yao, made several attempts to help her swallow the pill, but to no avail. Consequently, he took a sip of water, cradled Ning Yao's chin with one hand, and, under Lu Chen's astonished gaze, leaned in to kiss her. Soon, the pill was swallowed, and Zhao Zheng channeled his scant spiritual energy to activate its medicinal properties. Ning Yao's wounds began to staunch, and the furrow in her brow eased considerably. Ah, Chen Ping'an, I had intended to bring you a bride, Lu Chen lamented, glancing at Chen Ping'an's home from a distance, regretting that his rare opportunity to weave a romantic connection had been thwarted. Zhao Zheng, the girl's flying sword has returned. You must release her quickly. After the girl fell unconscious, that flying sword had shown him no mercy. Who was Lu Chen, the master of Bai Yujing? He certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere flying sword. As the sword approached, Lu Chen extended his hand to intercept it, but he was a moment too late. Helplessly watching as the sword flew furiously toward the man who had taken advantage of its master. Buzzing, the flying sword danced affectionately around Zhao Zheng, dropping several locust leaves it had grasped in its blade into his palm. Zhao Zheng, with his spiritual energy supporting the leaves, placed them on Ning Yao's chest, where they emitted a green glow signifying healing. Ning Yao's condition stabilized. As soon as he relaxed his mind, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Zhao Zheng's entire body, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the cart. A pill was promptly thrust into his mouth. Swallow it. This medicine will stabilize your condition. Lu Chen lightly pressed on Zhao Zheng's body, and the medicinal properties of the pill began to take effect, healing the numerous wounds on Zhao Zheng's body and bringing a hint of color back to his pale face. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your assistance. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Zheng, not even blinking. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, Zhao Zheng ultimately succumbed to the weight of the silence. He produced a well-preserved IOU and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen accepted it with a broad smile, and the atmosphere instantly returned to normal. Not at all. Not at all. I have always found joy in helping others. To others, a top-quality pill might be incredibly precious, yet Lu Chen, the master of the sect, could easily produce dozens of bottles. Retrieving the IOU with a single pill was a tremendous gain for him. Brother Lu, there is a small favor I would like to ask of you. Of course, of course. Lu Chen readily agreed, not waiting for Zhao Zheng to finish his request. In a small courtyard within Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Chen gazed with a brooding expression at Zhao Zheng, who was meditating at the door. He had not anticipated that the small matter Zhao Zheng referred to would be his intention to stay at Lu Chen's home. Feeling that he had already gained a significant advantage by retrieving the IOU, Lu Chen found it hard to refuse. Consequently, his bed, chairs, and table were all requisitioned for Zhao Zheng's use. This modest courtyard housed but a single room, and given Zhao Zheng's severe injuries, Lu Chen had no choice but to gather tools and construct a temporary resting place for both of them. As Zhao Zheng meticulously reorganized the chaotic energy within him, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his own condition. His dantian felt as if it had been ravaged by a flood, filled with pits and hollows, and every flow of energy through his meridians felt like being cut by knives. After having repeatedly shattered his primordial infant and golden core, his cultivation barely stabilized at the Dragon Gate realm, rendering him unable to draw upon significant energy for the time being. The only two pieces of good news were that the use of energy was strictly prohibited within the Pearl Cave, and that, ironically, due to his misfortunes, his physical prowess had elevated him to the martial courage realm. At the very least, his injuries had stabilized, and he had also managed to save Ning Yao. Upon seeing Ning Yao's bloodied clothes, Zhao Zheng felt reluctant to attend to her himself. He called upon Chen Hua and Xie Yue, instructing them to help Ning Yao wash up and change into clean garments. During this time, Zhao Zheng disregarded Lu Chen's probing gaze. Behind me stands the entire Sword Qi Great Wall. If you, Lu Chen, wish to delve deeper, you must first consult with that esteemed sword immortal. Noticing Zhao Zheng preparing to leave, Lu Chen hurriedly called out to him. Chapter 55. The girl who scolded Hua. You can go to the Yang family apothecary to fetch some medicine. Take a bowl morning and night for 7 consecutive days, and Ning Yao's injuries will heal. Thank you, Taoist. Zhao Zheng accepted the prescription that Lu Qin had written, expressed his gratitude, and turned to exit Mud Bottle Alley. Upon arriving at the Yang family store, Zhao Zheng handed the prescription to the attendant waiting at the door. The young man, clutching a few copper coins, swiftly darted into the backyard and soon returned, empty-handed. Master Yang requests your presence. Enter through the back door, take a left, and the second courtyard is right there. Zhao Zheng responded affirmatively and quickly approached the courtyard. An elderly man with snow-white hair sat on a rough-hewn stool, lifting a smoking pipe to his lips. A puff of smoke momentarily obscured his features. The medicinal ingredients on the prescription required 5 bags of refined gold coins. Zhao Zheng had no time to procure such currency. However, he was fortunate to have encountered a benevolent deity previously. After a friendly exchange, the deity generously bestowed upon Zhao Zheng a considerable amount of divine gold. Master Yang, do you find these acceptable? The old man weighed the fragments of gold in his hand, astonished that someone could still acquire genuine divine gold. Indeed. When the pharmacy assistant arrived with the medicine, Zhao Zheng bid farewell, carrying the remedies. With a wave of his sleeve, the old man conjured a reflection in the pond depicting a flourishing incense burner, casually adorned with dozens of incense sticks, some glowing brightly, while others flickered faintly. After Zhao Zheng departed, a new incense stick appeared in the burner, igniting and enveloping all presents in its fragrant smoke. The old man observed silently. While he held high hopes for the young man, the reincarnation of a powerful deity, he knew that regardless of the outcome, the burdens he carried could finally be lifted. As dusk fell, Zhao Zheng quickly approached the old locust tree. Upon his arrival, he noticed a young girl confidently striding toward the tree, engrossed in a book. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Zheng approached from behind, and she continued to leaf through the pages, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The 4 surnames and 10 clans. Let us begin with the 4 surnames: Lu, Li, Zhao, and Song. You 4 prominent families, please be mindful and considerate, she recited uninterrupted for what felt like an eternity. Her enthusiasm palpable. The old locust tree appeared to awaken from its slumber, as leaves tumbled into the book, surpassing the girl's recitations. Perhaps a sip of water and a brief respite before continuing the tirade? Very well. Wang Zhu accepted a bowl of water handed to him, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. Where did you procure this tea? It is quite delightful. Suddenly, he realized something amiss and coughed, turning swiftly to find an unfamiliar young man standing behind him. How long have you been here? Since you began reading. Wang Zhu's demeanor shifted to one of danger. It dawned on him that this young man had been present all along. If word got out that he, a true dragon, was bickering with an old locust tree, would he not lose face? Zhao Zheng, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued, I just heard your words, miss. Your protection of the descendants of the old locust tree is commendable. It is indeed excessive for the tree to withhold even a single leaf. Allow me to assist you in seeking justice today. Wang Zhu, momentarily distracted, found her mind singularly focused on a particular thought. Was this individual seeking to procure justice for her? With a smile playing upon her lips, she stood aside, eagerly anticipating his performance. Should this young man succeed in avenging her grievances, she would overlook his previous affronts. However, if his efforts proved disappointing, she would ensure he comprehended the true wrath of a dragon. Zhao Zheng approached the ancient locust tree, surveying its remarkable presence. This venerable tree, whose age was a mystery, had witnessed the frolics of the town's elders during their childhood. Its lush foliage exuded a certain spirit. Notably, it never allowed its withered branches to fall upon passers-by. Moreover, the shade it provided during summer was refreshingly cooler than other locales. Having read Sword Combs, Zhao Zheng understood that this locust tree was, in essence, a bully that preyed on the weak. He was well versed in dealing with such entities. Zhao Zheng boldly declared, I hail from the Sword Qi Great Wall, where the Grand Sword Immortal is my master. My companion is gravely injured and requires locust leaves for healing. I demand 100 leaves. The locust tree remained silent. You may have backing, but it is inconsequential. Summon that 14th realm swordsman if you dare. Zhao Zheng grinned. Ah, so you prefer to court trouble? Very well. If you refuse to comply, I shall take matters into my own hands. Exterminate the Celestial. With that, he swung his sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that cleaved through the night sky. A branch, as thick as an arm, fell into Zhao Zheng's grasp. He examined the leaves adorning the branch and noted that he was still far from his goal of 100. The tree, sensing the attack, caused the ancestral tablets of the town's 4 surnames to tremble. In Fulu Lane, an elderly voice resonated through the air. Young man, having taken advantage, depart swiftly. Should you return, I shall not show mercy. And who are you? Zhao Zheng scoffed. Humph. Qi Jingchun, as a saint of this realm, why do you not intervene? The elder, feeling affronted, could only vent his frustration at Qi Jingchun, for he dared not confront Zhao Zheng directly. The junior, possessing a lowly realm, was powerless to retaliate. Qi Jingchun, however, was not inclined to indulge the old man. Mr. Qi, your patience is commendable. Had this occurred at the Sword Qi Great Wall? Anyone daring to act defiantly before a 14th realm would find themselves in dire straits. Zhao Zheng paid little mind to the irate elder. His gaze fixed upon the locust tree as he sought another appealing branch to take, perhaps sensing that its support was not as formidable as Zhao Zheng's. The locust tree preemptively shed dozens of leaves, which gracefully floated into his hands. Upon counting, he found himself with a surplus of 10 leaves and acknowledged the tree's generosity. As the adage goes, those who witness shall partake. Locust tree, do you not wish to express your gratitude to this young lady beside me? The tree fell silent, taken aback by such brazen audacity. Had it not been for its inability to defend itself, it would never have parted with its leaves. Observing Zhao Zheng's hand move toward the sword's hilt, the locust tree once again conceded. Very well, very well. Since I have already given so much, an additional 10 leaves shall suffice. Wang Zhu spread open her book, collecting the fallen dozen or so locust leaves with care. She felt a profound satisfaction with Zhao Zheng's performance. This old locust tree was merely taking advantage of her current lack of strength. Otherwise, she would have surely uprooted it long ago. You are quite impressive. At this moment, in high spirits, Wang Zhu voluntarily introduced herself. I am Wang Zhu. Feel free to visit me at Mud Bottle Alley whenever you have time. My home is right at the entrance of the alley. What a coincidence. I am also currently residing in Mud Bottle Alley. Nearby, Qi Jingchun gazed at the retreating figures of the young couple, resembling a father watching his increasingly proud daughter. With a hint of reluctance and contentment in his eyes. Chapter 56. The Blushing Maiden in the Dead of Night. Ning Yao opened her eyes, immediately noticing that the conical hat shielding her face had been removed, and her clothing had been changed. Her already pale countenance grew even more frigid. As she surveyed the unfamiliar room, she quickly spotted her flying sword hanging on the wall, resting quietly in place. Had her sword adopted a new temperament? Come here. Ning Yao beckoned, and the sword shot forth from its sheath, swirling around Ning Yao in a joyful circle before presenting itself to its master. After I lost consciousness, was my savior male or female? The sword swayed slightly, appearing perplexed. Master, I am merely a sword. Such complex inquiries are beyond my capacity to answer. Ningyu swiftly grasped the situation and rephrased her question. If it was a man, point left. If a woman, point right. Without hesitation, the sword pointed to the left. Ning Yao clenched her fists, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in her heart. Anyone daring to take advantage of her would face her wrath, and she would generously send him on his way to the afterlife. With a creak, the door swung open, and a beautiful young girl entered. Upon seeing Ningyu leaning against the headboard, the girl's face lit up with joy. Miss Ning, you are awake. Miss Ning, I just made some chicken soup. Please have a bowl to settle your stomach. Ning Yao remained silent, signaling with her eyes for Chunhua to stop. Ever since entering the Lizhu Cave Heaven, she had not revealed her name to anyone, nor did she possess any items that recorded her identity. How did this girl come to know her name? Miss Ning, why not try the taste first? You have been unconscious for an entire day. Chunhua opened the food box, and a familiar aroma captured Ning Yao's attention. Her gaze fell upon the food box. Aside from the chicken soup, there were several small dishes, all of which she adored. Ning Yao began to form some conjectures about the identity of her savior. Very well. Chunhua placed the food box on the table, preparing to assist Ning Yao in moving over. Ning Yao declined her kind offer, slowly making her way to the table and tasting the chicken soup. It bore the familiar flavor of the Ning residence. Where am I? Ning Yao inquired, lifting her gaze. You are in the home of a kind-hearted Taoist priest who has offered his house, as he currently has no place to stay and is building a new one outside. In the courtyard, Lu Chun, who was diligently working on the construction, suddenly sneezed. Had it not been for Zhao Zheng unexpectedly bringing out 2 girls, he would have long since completed his task. It is entirely his fault. Lu Chen's insatiable curiosity got the better of him. Had it not been for his intrigue regarding Zhao Zheng's miraculous methods of reviving the dead, he would not have found himself laboring here. Merely because Zhao Zheng requested assistance in establishing a residence for Chunhua and the others. Dinner is ready. Xiaoyu called out from the kitchen. I'm coming. Lu Chen dashed into the kitchen, his eyes widening at the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before him. Eagerly, he picked up his chopsticks. This was undoubtedly the finest meal he had enjoyed since arriving at Lijudongshan. It was merely a matter of constructing a house. As long as Xiaoyu and the others stayed for a few more days, he would willingly build houses every day without complaint. After a brief inquiry from Ning Yao, Chuanhua's chatter was unceasing. From Chuanhua's words, Ning Yao gleaned a wealth of information. The garments she wore and the hat upon her head were gifts from Chuanhua and her sister Qiuyue. Moreover, her name had been revealed to them by Chuanhua's young master, someone who was quite familiar with her and even aware of her culinary preferences. In an instant, Ning Yao pinpointed the identity of this individual. Stealing a glance at Chuanhua's face, Ning Yao muttered softly, Zhao Zheng, that rascal, has charmed 2 young ladies with his sweet words. He truly is a philanderer. And do you dislike this frivolous fellow? A voice whispered in her ear. Not at all. Only after responding did Ning Yao realize she had turned to see a grinning Zhao Zheng standing beside her, merely an arm's length away. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head to sip her soup, though unbeknownst to her, a faint blush had crept onto her cheeks. After Zhao Zheng's return, Chuanhua had quietly slipped out of the room, discreetly closing the door behind her. What brings you here so suddenly? Zhao Zheng did not respond. Instead, he grasped Ning Yao's arm, lifting her effortlessly onto his lap after taking a seat. He pointed to the jade pendant peeking from her clothing. Have you forgotten about this? Ning Yao's gaze fixated on the jade pendant, her composure faltering as her heart raced, making it impossible to concentrate. Zhao Zheng observed the girl in his embrace, her face seemingly warming from a faint pink to a deep crimson. He couldn't resist the urge to steal a kiss. Seizing the moment, he leaned down and gently pecked her cheek. Ning Yao was momentarily taken aback. By the time she turned to face Zhao Zheng, her clear eyes were filled with confusion, as if she had yet to process what had just occurred, leaving her looking somewhat dazed. A kiss landed on Ning Yao's forehead. This time, she finally reacted, pushing at Zhao Zheng in an attempt to free herself. However, despite her struggles, his arms encircling her waist felt immovable, as if welded in place. Thus, she resigned herself to his whims. Let us enjoy the soup before it cools, Zhao Zheng said, lifting the bowl and bringing a spoonful of chicken soup to her lips. Ning Yao met Zhao Zheng's gaze, her eyes resolute in their refusal. Open your mouth. No. This is a chicken soup that I have painstakingly simmered for several hours. Ultimately. However, Ning Yao found herself defeated. Zhao Zheng savored the delight of feeding Ning Yao, 1 spoonful at a time. Ning Yao, still not fully recovered from her injuries, could only manage a small portion of the feast before feeling satiated. The remaining food was all scooped into Zhao Zheng's bowl, which he polished off in no time. Observing Zhao Zheng unabashedly consuming from her bowl, Ning Yao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. She recognized his thick skin as impenetrable as a city wall. Even if she voiced her thoughts, Zhao Zheng would surely respond with, I understand. I will be more cautious next time. Zhao Zheng gently carried Ning Yao to bed. Allowing her to lie down comfortably, he retrieved a branch of locust leaves from his ring and placed it upon her. The leaves glimmered momentarily before their radiance faded, only to be replaced by another fresh leaf descending, as she felt a warm current coursing through her, mending her wounds. Ning Yao gazed at the locust leaves in Zhao Zheng's hand and could not help but inquire, I am feeling much better. You can save the remaining leaves. Not to worry, I have plenty of these, Zhao Zheng replied, showcasing a branch from the old locust tree, adorned with dozens of leaves. He added, once these are used up, I can easily obtain more. The tree's owner is a kind soul, always willing to help. Under the moonlight, the old locust tree shivered for reasons unknown. Could it be that yet another individual had set their sights on its leaves? The medicine provided by Old Yang, combined with the effects of the locust leaves, had yielded remarkable results. Aside from her temporary inability to use spiritual energy, Ning Yao's body had nearly fully recovered. Nestled in Zhao Zheng's embrace, she half closed her eyes, relishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng posed a question. Ning Yao, who injured you? Chapter 57. The treasure hunt. Ning Yao gazed into Zhao Zheng's eyes and discerned his resolve, yet she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Their influence is vast. Can it surpass that of our sword, Qi Great Wall? Besides, this place naturally seals all arcane arts, divine abilities, and Taoist techniques. In a confrontation, I would undoubtedly have the advantage. With her persuasion falling on deaf ears, Ning Yao began recounting her experiences after entering the Li Zhu Cave Heaven. Following Zhao Zheng's instructions, She had not paused along the way and arrived just before the opening of the Li Zhu Cave Heaven. On the first day, Ning Yao strolled through the market and soon spotted a middle-aged man named Lier, who was carrying a goldfish in a woven basket. With her keen eye, she could easily discern that the basket was a revered Dragon King basket, and the goldfish within was, in truth, a true dragon. This was one of the great opportunities Zhao Zheng had mentioned. Ning Yao called out to the middle-aged man, inquiring whether he was selling the fish in his basket. Lier glanced at Chen Pingyan, who was standing a few steps behind the young girl, sighed inwardly, and replied that it was indeed for sale, proposing a price. Ning Yao promptly purchased this opportunity with a handful of copper coins. As she tucked away the Dragon King basket, the scene caught the attention of Prince Gao, who was not far off. Without pausing, Ning Yao continued toward the town's archway, and as Zhao Zheng had described, the 4 signs atop the building held a certain charm. With only the phrase Qi Chong Do Nyo retaining a trace of elegance, Ning Yao glanced at the flying sword in her hand. Although the sword was crafted from fine materials, it could hardly be deemed exceptional, unworthy of the phrase take away. With her fingers poised on her brow, she uttered a sharp command, Navi. A golden thread appeared on her forehead. Simultaneously, she lifted her other hand and called out, come. The 4 characters Qi Chong Do Nyo transformed into 4 beams of divine light, soaring from the plaque and sequentially entering the golden thread on her brow. Seemingly disdainful of these divine resonances, the essence emitted a formidable sword hum as the 4 characters approached, repelling the divine energies. The resonances could only huddle together in a corner, trembling in fear. While the sword path within the divine essence did not align with her own, it nonetheless represented a fortuitous encounter. Ning Yao found this situation rather favorable. Upon her return to the sword Qi Great Wall, she could bestow these divine resonances upon those in need. After the divine essences vanished, the 4 characters on the plaque appeared as if they were an elderly man who had lost his vitality, swiftly losing all luster. Yet, Ning Yao, having seized the opportunity, were no trace of divine brilliance. This scene piqued the curiosity of Qi Jingchun, who presided over the area, prompting him to reveal himself. Young lady, why have you forsaken the opportunity within these 4 characters? Ning Yao regarded the gentle-tempered middle-aged scholar before her and replied with a question of her own. Are you Mr. Qi Jingchun, a disciple of the sage of literature? Indeed. Young lady, might you satisfy my curiosity? Qi Jingchun observed the young girl, who resembled a sharp sword. I have my own path to tread. Since I have encountered this opportunity and could seize it, I naturally shall accept it. Ning Yao spoke with an air of naturalness. Had it been herself from 6 months prior, she would have scarcely glanced at an opportunity that did not suit her. It was a young boy, incessantly whispering in her ear, who had said, not everyone from our hometown can become a great sword immortal. Since you've encountered it, take it home. There will always be someone who can utilize it. Mr. Qi, I must take my leave. Such a sword, if unchanged, would inevitably harm herself in the future. Yet, as the girl spoke, the sharpness emanating from her began to recede, as if she had acquired an invisible scabbard. Suddenly, Ning Yao recalled something. Pausing as she passed Qi Jingchun, she remarked, someone once told me that you are a good person, Mr. Qi. I hope you can occasionally consider yourself. Being a sage is exhausting. It is permissible to be a little selfish at times. Qi Jingchun chuckled softly, surprised that someone understood him so well. Thank you for your friend's kind words. If you have time, do visit the immortal grave on the back mountain. Ning Yao expressed her gratitude and departed. The day was drawing to a close, and she would retrieve the remaining opportunities the following day. The next day, Ning Yao first visited the immortal grave, where numerous statues of deities were enshrined. Many had been weathered by the elements, leaving some as mere remnants of stone bases. After wandering among the statues for a considerable time, Ning Yao discovered an opportunity suited to her. It was a vividly painted statue of a Taoist Lingguan, standing atop a 3-foot-high pedestal, which was, astonishingly, carved from a single block of dragon-slaying platform. Ning Yao bowed respectfully before the deity's statue, uttering, O divine officer, today I, Ning Yao, require your dragon-slaying platform beneath your feet to train my swordsmanship and vanquish the demons. I beseech you to lift your foot. The statue, having weathered the storms of a millennium in the small town, bore a faded visage, yet as a gust of wind swept through, it wobbled and tilted towards Ning Yao's direction. Positioned perilously close to the statue, which stood over 3 meters tall, one would assume such a weighty figure would inevitably crush her upon its descent. Strangely, however, as it fell, it transformed into dust, barely brushing the tips of her toes. Retrieving her spatial ring, she secured the dragon-slaying platform within. In the Sword Chi Great Wall, a piece no larger than a thumb would incite fierce competition among the grand sword immortals. Yet the platform she now possessed measured a full 3 feet in length. During her ascent, she had spotted a dark cliff not far away, a massive expanse of dragon-slaying platform, but alas, Zhao Zheng had informed her that such a considerable piece had already found a master. As she descended the mountain, Ning Yao encountered a modestly maintained shrine, where the deity's statue had long since collapsed. Scattered against the wall were clean straw heaps, providing rest for townsfolk gathering firewood. On one relatively intact wall of the shrine, a series of names were scrawled in a winding fashion. The lowest names had faded into obscurity amidst the elements, while the uppermost few remained partially legible. Chen Ping'an, Lu Xianying, Gu Kan, Ma Kushuan. The handwriting appeared somewhat heavy, suggesting that a group of children had formed a human ladder, with the one at the top stretching their arm to barely fill the vacant space above. Gazing at the names, an idea sparked within Ning Yao. She rummaged in a corner for a clean piece of charcoal, took a running start, and nimbly maneuvered up the wall, swiftly reaching the highest point. There, she inscribed her own name above those already etched, Zhao Zheng. Ning Yao added a silly smiling face beneath Zhao Zheng's name. Upon descending, she gazed up at her handiwork with satisfaction. It looked quite well, especially the smiley face, which unmistakably resembled Zhao Zheng. Returning to the town, Ning Yao passed under a corridor adorned with an old sword hanging above. She cast a deliberate glance at the dust-covered blade. It seemed unremarkable, lacking the charm of her own innocence. At the railing, the female sword spirit withdrew her gaze, observing Ning Yao by the riverside, murmuring to herself, "It's not particularly striking, is it?" Sensing something, Ning Yao looked up but found no one nearby. It was time to seek the Dragon Gallstone. Chapter 58. Deceiving Lu Chun. In an inn within the small town, several travelers from afar unexpectedly gathered together. Various groups sat or stood in silence, none daring to break the stillness. After a considerable time, the alluring woman from the Su family could no longer endure the quiet. Among the families present, the Zhang family had accompanied the young girl, surnamed Tao, for a broader perspective. The prince of the Gao family, on the other hand, came from a lineage of great wealth and power. It was said that he was watching an opportunity slip through his fingers, yet remained composed. The ethereal Kai Xianzi of Yunxiao Mountain appeared to be lost in thought, her heart seemingly captivated by some male seducer. As for the young master of the Fu family from Old Dragon City, he clearly remained a novice. A group of individuals, utterly ineffectual, left it to me, Madame Su, to take action. With a silent curse, Madame Su chuckled softly and, noticing the collective gaze upon her, spoke up. "Gentlemen, how can you idly watch that girl in black sweep away the opportunities of our small town? If she were purchasing them with copper coins, I would not be so vexed. This town has its rules. Each person is permitted to carry only 3 bags of copper coins, allowing for the purchase of at most 3 opportunities. Yet, the girl in black has acquired many of her chances without purchase, as they seem to flock to her effortlessly. I arrived too late to claim a prized spiritual artifact she had set her sights upon, and it was snatched away by her. I am indifferent," remarked the young girl. Tao Zi from Zhengyang Mountain, swinging her petite legs from a chair much larger than herself, her face adorned with an innocent expression. Behind her, a mountain-moving ape, having cultivated for a millennium, gazed at his young mistress with affectionate eyes. "What say you, both of you? According to the town's regulations, one must not lay hands on mortals," stated the red-clad eunuch standing behind Prince Gao, his voice grave. "That girl does not know when to retreat. We shall teach her the rules of the cultivation world on behalf of her elders." Madame Su's lips curled slightly in a smirk, seemingly aware of the attention directed her way, as she straightened her shoulders, ensuring that the girl would withdraw from the ensuing competition. "Let it be as Madame Su has suggested," said Fu Nanhua, the first to acquiesce. "Very well. When the time comes, the opportunities she holds shall be contested based on merit." Prince Gao exchanged a glance with the red-clad eunuch behind him. "Grandfather Yuan, this town is rather dull. Shall we not partake in some amusement?" "Certainly." Only Kai Jinjian, who had been quietly seated aside, snapped back to reality, declaring her disinterest in participating and promptly vacating the inn. "I have received word that the girl will visit the pond near the corridor bridge tomorrow. We can prepare our arrangements there." As Ning Yao approached the vicinity of the pond, 2 surges of violent energy assailed her from the side. While dozens of concealed weapons shot forth from behind, completely obstructing her retreat. Confronting her was Madame Su, gracefully advancing towards Ning Yao, enveloped in a fragrant sweetness that swiftly engulfed her. This aroma, a unique allure from her Fox City, could distract even the most seasoned cultivator in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Ning Yao's movement slowed, and as she drew her sword, the fists of two martial artists were already upon her. The fists of the red-clad eunuch and a seventh realm martial artist under Madame Su's command, propelled by fierce momentum, targeted the vital points of Ning Yao. In that fleeting moment before impact, a talisman within Ning Yao's embrace instantly disintegrated into ashes. The two fists collided with a layer of golden light, dissipating 90% of their force. Ning Yao spat forth a mouthful of blood, tinged with a faint pink hue. Having freed herself from that intoxicating aroma, Ning Yao immediately dulled her sense of smell. The techniques here were strictly forbidden, and among her adversaries were two formidable warriors of the seventh realm, making it impossible for her to confront them head-on. As Ning Yao fought while retreating toward the small town, the two warriors relentlessly pursued her, preventing her from escaping. Gradually, she accrued numerous injuries. In a desperate bid, she cast aside most of the opportunities she had acquired, seizing the moment when her foes were distracted to make a swift escape. As her wounds erupted in full force, she finally encountered the fortune teller Zhao Zheng had mentioned. After recounting her previous experiences, a sense of unease began to creep in. She grasped Zhao Zheng's arm tightly, sending a thread of spiritual energy coursing through him. She found that the spiritual energy within his meridians was nearly depleted, and his dantian resembled a scene of utter devastation. While his realm was currently in the process of a slow decline from the Dragon Gate realm. "What has happened to your realm?" she inquired. "It's nothing, merely a decline. Here, the distinction between the fifth and sixth realms is negligible." Zhao Zheng gently caressed Ning Yao's long hair, still in a playful mood. "Ning, the great sword immortal, your realm has surpassed mine. I shall rely on you for protection from now on." "Very well." As they exchanged words, they gradually leaned against the headboard and fell asleep. The next day, upon awakening, Zhao Zheng gently untangled Ning Yao's arms from around him, placed a pillow in her embrace, and quietly exited the room. As he stepped outside, he was met with an intense gaze. Turning to look, he saw Lu Chun, clad in wrinkled Taoist robes, gazing at him with a look of deep reproach. "Brother Lu, what troubles you? Do you have any idea how late I was up building that house yesterday?" Lu Chun replied, clearly agitated. Zhao Zheng, the scoundrel, had failed to mention he wouldn't be coming out last night, saving Lu from the arduous task of constructing a second dwelling. "Brother Lu, do temper your anger," Zhao Zheng said, revealing a wine gourd in his hand. "This is the wine from my hometown, brought especially for you." Lu Chen's eyes locked onto the gourd, still astonished by Zhao Zheng's earlier display of skill. "How did that gourd just appear?" he mused. "Zhao Zheng, your trick is far more intriguing than any sleight of hand." After accepting the gourd and taking a sip, he found the flavor quite delightful. This young man always had a knack for surprising him. "Brother, this is my innate divine ability, it cannot be taught." "Very well," Lu Chen replied, a hint of regret in his tone as he weighed the gourd in his hand. "Then, could you provide me with another gourd of this wine?" "Of course. One gourd for a grain of rain money." Zhao Zheng produced another gourd, extending his hand. "Ready for the exchange." Uffed. Lu Chen, just having swallowed some wine, sputtered it out. "This gourd weighs merely a pound. Selling a pound of wine for a grain of rain money. Are you peddling wine or celestial brew? Even if my master himself were to brew it, it wouldn't fetch such a price." "Brother, this heroic wine, upon entry, nourishes the flesh, does it not?" Lu Chen nodded. "Indeed, it also aids in breaking through realms. My hometown has several who reached the Dragon Gate realm after drinking this wine. Even the great sword immortal praised it highly." Lu Chen felt that the latter part of the sentence sounded somewhat familiar. The heroic wine was crafted from the essence of over 100 high-level demon clans, harmonized with countless spiritual herbs. "Brother, tell me, is this wine worth a price of 1 Guyu coin per gene?" "Absolutely." "Brother Lu, hand over the money." "I have no money." Lu Chen's response was emphatic and resonant. To declare one's lack of funds with such conviction could only be done by someone like this third master of the sect. Zhao Zheng momentarily lost his footing, taken aback. As the third master of the Qiming realm, how could Lu Chen claim he had no money? Anyone who believed that would be a fool. Moreover, Zhao Zheng felt that Lu Chen's current demeanor seemed oddly familiar. For some reason, he harbored an unsettling premonition. "Dear brother, you are unaware. There are hundreds of Taoists in Baiyu Jing who require my financial support, and the annual expenses are astronomical. I've even invested my own savings into this." Brother Lu, do you wish to make a profit? Zhao Zheng interrupted Lu Chen's lament. Make a profit? I will provide you with the heroic wine. You can sell it in the Qingming realm. We'll split the earnings 90 to 10. Excellent. I didn't expect you to be so generous. A radiant smile brightened Lu Chen's face. Surely, selling the wine he personally brewed for 2 Guyu coins per jar was not unreasonable. He could earn 18 Guyu coins from a single barrel. Brother, what I mean is, I take 90, you take 10. Impossible. I am traversing 2 realms, opening a shop and seeking customers. It has to be a 50-50 split. To be honest, this heroic wine costs several small summer coins just to produce. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't even consider parting with it. Lu Chen shook his head once more. Although he had not known Zhao Zheng for long, he perceived the youth to be quite shameless and suspected he was still holding back. After a spirited debate, they agreed on a division of profits. Lu Chen would receive 30%, while Zhao Zheng would take 70%, with Zhao Zheng covering the brewing costs. After signing a prepared contract, both Zhao Zheng and Lu Chen wore satisfied smiles. Brother, congratulations. You are now the general agent for the Qingming realm. Likewise, Lu Chen was equally delighted. Soon he could earn money while reclining, and the profits would be continuous. Zhao Zheng went to the kitchen and prepared a large batch of buns, both vegetarian and meat-filled. As they sat together for breakfast, Lu Chen took a bite of a bun, and tears welled up in his eyes. Taoist, are you all right? Shenhua looked at Lu Chen with concern. This Taoist was indeed a good person. She and Xiuyue had set up their room overnight without asking for payment. I merely reminisced about the arduous years of my cultivation. Lu Chen sighed, finishing the bun in his hand and reaching for another. Having tasted Zhao Zheng's culinary skills, he realized how poor his diet had been over the past millennia. The buns, made from ordinary ingredients, transformed into something extraordinary under Zhao Zheng's mastery, surpassing even the finest spiritual food. Today marked the first occasion since Zhao Zheng's ascendance to the realm of Haoran that he ventured into the kitchen. Even Ningyao, having not tasted his cooking in quite some time, inadvertently overindulged. Over 100 fist-sized buns were devoured, leaving not a morsel behind, as each person reclined in their chairs, rubbing their slightly distended bellies. Zhao Zheng retrieved leaves from the old locust tree, applying them one by one to his body. Feeling the meridians within him gradually mend under the tree's potent influence, one leaf after another, Lu Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted over, noting the 30 or more leaves scattered on the ground. Zhao Zheng, where did you acquire so many leaves? Are you perhaps the illegitimate offspring of that old locust tree? Perhaps the old locust tree finds me quite appealing, thus generously bestowing upon me some local specialties, Zhao Zheng remarked casually, conjuring another handful of locust leaves into his palm. Lu Chen scrutinized Zhao Zheng's hand before turning his attention back to his face. This lad is not even more handsome than I. Could it be that the old locust tree has a preference for such a type? Brother Lu, were you just contemplating something inappropriate? Zhao Zheng suddenly felt an ominous intuition, as if he were being scrutinized. In this small courtyard, only this three-palm master possessed such prowess. Haha, how could that be? With a light-hearted chuckle, Lu Chen averted his gaze, and the sense of impending danger that had surged within Zhao Zheng dissipated instantly. After a brief pause, Lu Chen inquired again, Zhao Zheng, what shall we have for lunch? Anything will do. Let each person suggest a dish. I would like a beggar's chicken, spicy boiled pork slices, braised pork. I'm fine with any of those. Brother, I'll trouble you to procure the ingredients. Before Lu Chen could refuse, Zhao Zheng swiftly provided his rationale. Ning Yao has injuries, and Shenhua and Xiuyue are unfamiliar with the town. It would be disastrous if they got lost. Lu Chen glanced at the 3 young women. Indeed, they were not in a position to venture out. However, aside from him, there was still another man present. Thus, he directly posed the question, Brother, what about you? I shall go fishing by the river, preparing a pot of fish soup. At this, Lu Chen found no grounds for refusal. Zhao Zheng had nearly exhausted the remaining locust leaves, his dantian restored to a satisfactory state. At least the spiritual energy within him would no longer leak, and he could manage a skirmish if necessary. Stepping out of the courtyard, Zhao Zheng produced a bamboo dragonfly, activating it with his spiritual energy. Watching it soar high into the sky, its perspective mirrored his own, revealing the scenes it beheld. The bamboo dragonfly flew with remarkable speed, visiting every household in the town in less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. Zhao Zheng also located several individuals he sought. Madame Su, Tao Zi, the mountain-moving ape, and Fu Nanhua all remained in the town. Only the prince of the Gao family and the eunuch were conspicuously absent. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zheng decided to head eastward through the town. As he passed by the old locust tree, he was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but upon his arrival, the tree seemed to quiver slightly. He had no time to dwell on this tree that thrived on weakness. Zhao Zheng hastily walked past, crossing the corridor bridge. And in the distance, he spotted a modest wooden cabin. On the eastern edge of the town lies the sole passageway connecting it to the outside world. Here resides Zheng Dafeng, who, millennia ago, stood guard at the gates of the heavenly realm, only to be pinned to those gates by a sword-wielding assailant. Every individual entering or exiting the town must seek his permission, and he is the most suitable person to inquire about the whereabouts of the noble Prince Gao. Zhao Zheng knocked a few times on the wooden door, but there was no response. Thus, he increased his force, causing the door to rattle loudly. Coming. Who dares to disturb me? Came an impatient voice from within. The door creaked open, revealing Zheng Dafeng, his disheveled hair contrasting sharply with the pungent odor of neglect, as though he had not bathed in weeks. Who are you? He grumbled. Zhao Zheng, I arrived yesterday. Yesterday? Zheng Dafeng pondered. He had not permitted anyone entry the previous day. That cannot be right, although I did not allow anyone in. There was a rather arrogant swordsman who brazenly cleaved the sky of Lihuzhu and forced his way inside. Ah, it is you, young lad. In his decades of guarding this threshold, Zheng Dafeng had never encountered such a flagrant disregard for rules. Chapter 60. The Tenacious Spirit Young Man. You owe me the entrance fee. Please settle it. Zheng Dafeng scrutinized Zhao Zheng, noting that the boy had been lively since his arrival, suggesting that Master Yang had no objections to his presence here. Zhao Zheng produced a pouch of copper coins and a flask of wine, presenting them with grace. This is the celestial brew from Old Dragon City. I ask for your forgiveness for my earlier haste. Zheng Dafeng accepted the flask and inhaled deeply, the rich aroma of the wine enveloping him. He eagerly poured some into his mouth. Smooth and fragrant. This is indeed exquisite wine. Well said, Zheng Dafeng remarked, now viewing Zhao Zheng with newfound favor. The lad exhibited a knack for social niceties, far surpassing that of a certain petulant youth. Brother Zheng, I wish to inquire about two individuals from afar, one an elegant young gentleman and the other a eunuch, a martial artist of the seventh realm. Let me think. Zheng Dafeng murmured, lost in contemplation, his hand unsteadily gripping the wine flask. Zhao Zheng, discerning his struggle, offered another flask. I recall now, Zheng Dafeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Those two left in a hurry yesterday evening. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Not at all. 2 flasks of wine for a trivial piece of information. Clearly, I have profited. As he watched Zhao Zheng's departing figure, Zheng Dafeng called out, Zhao Zheng, I have word of a few enchanting fairies. Would you be interested? Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. No matter how alluring the fairies might be, they could not compare to Ning Yao in his eyes. Retracing his steps, Zhao Zheng turned into a narrow alley, winding through the labyrinthine paths until he stood before a dilapidated courtyard. It was here that Fu Nanhua, hailing from the Fu family, was currently hiding. At this moment, Fu Nanhua's condition could hardly be described as favorable. Once the epitome of grace, he now bore the marks of disarray. His garments were soiled, his chest was bandaged, and his arm bore a fresh wound. Fu Nanhua never anticipated that the lady of the Qing Feng Su family had already made a pact with that old monkey. After seizing the opportunity, both parties directly sought to eliminate him and Prince Gao. Fortunately, the eunuch beside Prince Gao managed to withstand the old monkey's assault, allowing him to narrowly escape with severe injuries. Su family and Zhengyang Mountain, you shall wait. Once I am free, we shall settle this score slowly. Fu Nanhua vented his fury on the muddy ground beneath him, suddenly sensing something and darting aside. He touched his shoulder, where a penetrating wound had appeared, clearly inflicted by a flying sword. Had that black-clad girl recovered so swiftly? While pondering this, a beam of sword light shot towards his face. Fu Nanhua felt a premonition. If he could not evade this strike, the best outcome would be serious injury. Reluctantly, he crushed the jade pendant at his chest, conjuring a barrier before him that deflected the sword light. The force of the sword light gradually diminished before vanishing entirely, causing the barrier to shatter. Do you possess any other life-saving artifacts? Zhao Zheng strolled in leisurely, casting a nonchalant glance at Fu Nanhua. This brother of mine, I have numerous opportunities here. Fu Nanhua merely glimpsed at Zhao Zheng before his eyes ached. This man was a genuine sword cultivator, perhaps even nurturing his own life-bound sword. Not to mention that he was currently gravely injured. Even under normal circumstances, standing merely a meter away from a sword cultivator would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Should I kill you, your belongings would be mine as well. With that, Zhao Zheng swung his sword, and with a cry of pain, Fu Nanhua's arm flew into the air. He gazed at the ring on that severed arm, his heart filled with unwillingness. So close, just a hair's breadth away from a counterattack. I am a scion of the Fu family. My father is Fu Qi, the lord of Old Dragon City. Sensing Zhao Zheng's unmasked murderous intent, Fu Nanhua could only reveal his background, hoping this man would spare him for the sake of his father. This is Lizhu Cave Heaven. With each opening, many significant figures remain here. Another swing of the sword, and Fu Nanhua rolled helplessly on the ground, narrowly evading the sword light. Since you wish to kill me, I shall not let you have it easy either. The rules of this town prohibit the murder of mortals. You shall accompany me in death. Fu Nanhua quickly tapped several points on his body, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge violently. He ceased to evade and charged towards Zhao Zheng. Haha, you shall die alongside me. Zhao Zheng scoffed. Fool, with a single strike. He sent Fu Nanhua flying into a house, which subsequently exploded, flames and rampant spiritual energy bursting forth. A barrier materialized, containing Fu Nanhua's self-detonation within the wreckage of the house. In the courtyard, the weeds basked peacefully in the warm spring sun, oblivious to the fact that several wooden houses had vanished. Once everything settled, Zhao Zheng sifted through the remnants of the building, discovering the spatial ring and methodically assessing its contents. Among them were two opportunities previously discarded by Ning Yao. Stepping out of the courtyard, Zhao Zheng felt an inexplicable pull to glance to his left. At the mouth of the alley stood a middle-aged scholar, seamlessly blending into the surroundings. Zhao Zheng extended his consciousness towards the scholar, only to find an emptiness. He could merely see the scholar's presence. The prowess of this Mr. Qi is indeed formidable. Approaching the scholar, Zhao Zheng willingly offered a respectful bow. Do you know me? I have heard of you from my family's Ning Yao. An intriguing response. Qi Jingshun glanced at Zhao Zheng and inquired, would you be interested in accompanying me for a while? Certainly. Zhao Zheng walked alongside Qi Jingshun. As they meandered through the narrow alley and onto the bustling street, Qi Jingshun observed the youth beside him, noting that whether by intention or coincidence, the boy consistently fell half a step behind. Yesterday, you disrupted the town's order. Do you know why you face no punishment? Perhaps it is due to the influence of my elders. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Zheng turned to Qi Jingshun, his expression turning earnest. Mr. Qi, I believe that hope should not be placed in the hands of others. The predecessors from 10,000 years ago, they too were oblivious to the outcome before they ascended. Yet they acted, leaving no regrets behind. As the sage said, one must not shy away from righteousness. Qi Jingshun sighed softly, echoing the sage's words in response to Zhao Zheng. We are all merely mortals. When the heavens fall, it is the tall who will bear the burden. In this small town, I am the tallest. With a gentle pat on the youth's shoulder, Qi Jingshun concluded, let this be a lesson for the future. Zhao Zheng watched as the figure of Mr. Qi, cloaked in the gentle breeze of spring, gradually faded from view, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Why must this wretched world allow the wicked to thrive while the virtuous suffer? Mr. Qi, I have said it before, I am but a mortal. I am selfish. I wish for the good to endure longer. Mr. Qi, you are a good man. You should not perish due to the greed of others. Chapter 61. First, capture her heart. After bidding farewell to Mr. Qi, Zhao Zheng crossed the covered bridge to prepare the fish soup for lunch. Unable to quell his curiosity, he grasped the railing and leaned over, scrutinizing the old sword lying beneath the bridge. As he examined the ancient blade, the sword spirit stood at the railings, watching Zhao Zheng with a hint of curiosity. All swordsmanship in the world descended from her hands, yet Zhao Zheng's life sword stood apart from the four sword veins. After countless years, the world of mortals had become less tedious, and the sword spirit found herself unexpectedly intrigued. The old sword beneath the bridge swayed with the wind, a whisper of sword energy drifting towards Zhao Zheng, silently permeating his dantian. Dear sister, my Ning Yao's talent for swordsmanship is such that even the grand sword immortals would sigh in admiration. Would you grant her an opportunity to compete fairly with that individual? Sister, should you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Murmuring to himself, Zhao Zheng boldly leapt from the bridge, his feet gripping the railing as he hung upside down, one hand reaching towards the ancient sword below. As Zhao Zheng's hand was on the verge of touching the ancient sword, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly erupted. He felt an overwhelming force surge from his chest, causing his body to sway and be hurled away by the sword light, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. With a resounding crash, Zhao Zheng plunged into the water, swallowing a mouthful before he managed to crawl out. He quickly checked his chest. Fortunately, the celestial maiden had not taken offense, and he bore no injuries, though his clothes were completely drenched. Sensing something, Zhao Zheng lifted his gaze. On a 2-meter-high stone above him stood a girl in a flowing green dress, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Her beauty was extraordinary, and the loose garments she wore accentuated her form exquisitely. With a flick of his hand, Zhao Zheng grasped something sticky. Looking down, he discovered a piece of pastry, soaked from the water. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He glanced around. The pond was in close proximity to the corridor bridge, and the stone above was the only flat surface nearby. A girl clad in green, alone and clutching a bag of delicacies. He could almost deduce her identity. "Please, don't cry," he stammered, his heart racing as he recognized the reincarnation of one of the ancient supreme deities, the fire god. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he spoke, his words slightly faltering. The esteemed Ruan Xiao was not to be trifled with, especially considering her father, the swordsmith, who was infatuated with her. Moments later, the fragrant aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air by the stream. Ruan Xiao delicately nibbled on the grilled fish in her hands. Though the fish was no larger than a palm, it seemed she was savoring it slowly. Within minutes, only a bone remained. Another perfectly grilled fish would appear conveniently at her side. After a brief hesitation, her appetite triumphed, and she resumed eating. Zhao Zheng squatted beside her, tending to the fish. Nearby lay a freshly dug waterhole, teeming with 30 or so lively stream fish, blissfully unaware of their impending fate. "Zhao Zheng, I forgive you." Ruan Xiao's voice brought a wave of relief to his heart. "Miss Ruan, there are still so many fish left. I cannot consume them all alone. Please take half home," he offered. "These stream fish are exceptionally tender. Whether you make soup or fry them directly, the taste will surely be delightful. You can cook?" Ruan Xiao seized upon this revelation. "Cooking is one of my passions," Zhao Zheng replied confidently, detailing various ways to prepare the stream fish with enthusiasm. They threaded the fish onto slender willow branches, each carrying 2 as they strolled past the corridor bridge and through the only pastry shop in the town. This time, Ruan Xiao did not pause, not even casting a glance at the shop. Crossing the street and another bridge, Zhao Zheng could already hear the rhythmic clanging of iron from the wooden house by the river, reminiscent of dancing musical notes. "Father, I'm home," Ruan Xiao called out towards the wooden cabin, and soon after, a robust middle-aged man emerged, proudly holding a stream fish aloft as if to showcase his catch. "Father, look. This is the fish I specially caught for you. It will make a delightful dish." As Ruan Xiao stepped outside, his gaze immediately locked onto the young lad standing close to his daughter. Ruan Xiao and the boy stood in proximity, both clutching fish strung on willow branches, their conversation revealing an ease that belied their unfamiliarity. After nurturing tender young greens for over a decade, it was disheartening to discover that a troublesome pig had taken an interest in them shortly after they had relocated to Lijizu Cave Heaven. "I cannot agree to this. Father, what do you disagree with?" "Nothing of consequence." Ruan Xiong was taken aback by his own candidness, chuckling awkwardly as he turned his gaze to Ruan Xiao, his eyes brimming with unabashed affection. "My dear, won't you introduce him to me?" "Father, this is Zhao Zheng," Ruan Xiao replied, still uncertain about how to explain her acquaintance with him. Should she confess that she had snuck over to Qingshi to indulge in pastries, and that Zhao Zheng had rescued her from the water after she fell in, inviting her to share roasted fish as an apology? "Master Ruan," Zhao Zheng spoke, casting Ruan Xiao a knowing glance. "I learned from Ruan girl that you are a swordsmith, and I took the liberty of visiting. I hope you do not mind." "Indeed." "Indeed," Ruan Xiao nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. "Zhao Zheng came to visit after hearing about your esteemed skills, and we happened to meet along the way." Ruan Xiong's eyes caught the oil stains at the corner of his daughter's mouth, causing him to involuntarily twitch. "My daughter, if you must indulge, at least clean up the evidence next time." However, noting the way Zhao Zheng addressed his daughter, it became evident that their relationship was not as he had first imagined. Consequently, Ruan Xiong's demeanor softened significantly, and his gaze towards Zhao Zheng lost its previous suspicion. Upon learning that Zhao Zheng hailed from the Sword Qi Great Wall, a revered sanctuary in the eyes of sword cultivators, Ruan Xiong found himself contemplating the prospect of expanding his blacksmith shop there, Had he not already committed to overseeing Lijizu Cave Heaven? As a swordsmith, it was his fervent desire for the swords he forged to shine with brilliance, and the Sword Chi Great Wall was undoubtedly a place where such aspirations could flourish. Thus, when Zhao Zheng requested Yuan Xiong's assistance in crafting several semi-mortal weapons, he readily acquiesced after only a brief moment of consideration. Observing the numerous dragon corpses Zhao Zheng presented, Yuan Xiong nodded in approval. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Sword Chi Great Wall, known for slaying demons for millennia, can easily produce such a bounty of dragon corpses at the nascent infant realm. After crafting the semi-immortal weapons, several dragon remains would still be left over. Affirming that this young man, Zhao Zheng, was indeed a capable individual, Yuan Xiong's fondness for him grew substantially. Xiao, go to the shop and buy some pastries to bring to Zhao Zheng. Yuan Xiong, eager to return to his forge, entrusted the task of reciprocity to his daughter. Of course, Yuan Xiong's lively eyes twinkled as she accepted the task without hesitation. She glanced at the sun overhead, deliberately taking her steps slower than usual. Chapter 62. Trouble is afoot in the small courtyard. Lu Chun reclined leisurely on a chaise longue beneath the shade of a tree, occasionally reaching for the small table beside him to indulge in fruits that he brought to his lips. No effort was required on his part. Warm tea and an abundance of fruits were perpetually at his fingertips. Such days were truly enviable, even to a celestial being. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and Chunhua rushed in, her face marked by anxiety and disarray. She swiftly scanned the yard and soon located Qiuyue in the kitchen. "Sister, something is amiss," Chunhua exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Qiuyue's waist, her expression laden with palpable tension. Qiuyue set down the kitchen knife, concerned that a tremor might cause her to injure her sister. "Sister, what is it?" "I just stepped out and saw the young master," Chunhua replied, her breath quickening. Qiuyue, slightly perplexed, wondered why the sight of the young master would elicit such a response from her sister, whose gaze seemed to drift distractedly. Taking a breath, Chunhua continued. "I saw the young master with a very beautiful young lady. The way she looked at him was rather unusual." Under the shade, Lu Chun overheard the conversation in the kitchen and, intrigued, extended his consciousness. "Zhao, I have caught you in a compromising position," he thought, as his awareness quickly spread beyond the courtyard, soon landing on Zhao Zheng, who had just entered the alley with a young woman at his side. Upon a single glance, Lu Chun felt a flutter in his eyelids and withdrew his consciousness hastily. "Goodness, it's that fire goddess," he thought, promptly lying flat on the chaise. Closing his eyes as he feigned slumber, the sound of snoring escaping him. "Amitba, I have long since drifted into dreams." It was certainly not this humble monk who dared to offend the fire goddess. In the kitchen, Chunhua was still anxiously seeking her sister's assistance. Though their young master's dual affections had left them disheartened, he remained their young master, since he had succumbed to the ways of a scoundrel. All they could do was help him conceal this from Miss Ning, ensuring she remained unaware that his heart had been divided. "Sister, Miss Ning should still be inside. You go and keep her occupied while I prepare the meal to bring to you both." "Sister?" Qiuyue questioned, noticing her sister's sudden silence. Chunhua was staring blankly out the kitchen window, and only upon Qiuyue's call did she snap back to reality, a trace of despair etched on her face. "Sister." "It is too late." Following Chunhua's gaze, they beheld Miss Ning standing at the courtyard entrance, while their young master, accompanied by another young woman in a green dress, fortuitously crossed paths with her. The two girls exchanged glances and lowered the curtain to conceal themselves, their bright eyes peering through the gap towards the entrance. At that moment, Zhao Zheng was enthusiastically introducing Miss Ning and Yuan Xiong to one another. "It is already noon. Miss Yuan, shall we have lunch together before you head back?" "Certainly." Yuan Xiong nodded without hesitation, delighted that her efforts to keep pace with her own feet had led her to yet another delightful meal. "Go on and prepare the meal," Ning Yao said with a sidelong glance at Zhao Zheng, inviting Yuan Xiong to sit beneath the tree. "How can Miss Ning and that young lady in green be so harmonious?" she mused. "Miss Ning, as the primary consort, where is your commanding presence? You must assert it. Though this young lady in green is indeed lovely and possesses a graceful figure that surpasses yours, she is vying for the young master's affection. How can you brew tea for her and offer her fruits?" "Oh dear," Springhua exclaimed softly, covering her head as she glanced at Zhao Zheng, who had unexpectedly arrived in the kitchen. "You find Miss Yuan beautiful? Soon, you shall sit beside her and gaze to your heart's content." "We haven't even looked at Miss Yuan," Springhua retorted, sticking out her tongue. Observing that Zhao Zheng was to cook today, Xiao Yu relinquished her spot at the stove, and the two young ladies began assisting him. After washing vegetables for a while, Spring Hua could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Zhao Zheng, "Young master, do you prefer Miss Ruan or Miss Ning a bit more?" "Fear not, I shall not speak of this elsewhere," she added. "Stop consuming those romantic novels," Zhao Zheng chided, casting a disapproving glance at Spring Hua. "So, it turns out these two girls sneaked into the kitchen to spy, having read too many palace intrigue tales. I have always favored Ning Yao. Miss Ruan is merely a friend. Now, please take the bowls and chopsticks outside. The meal will be served shortly." "Understood." At a large round table set for 10, an array of fragrant and enticing dishes was artfully arranged in pots reminiscent of a hot pot, with ingredients visibly bubbling. Ruan Xiao could not resist swallowing as she beheld the unfamiliar yet tantalizing dishes before her. She glanced at the food and then cast her eyes toward the kitchen, eagerly awaiting Zhao Zheng's emergence to commence the feast. As Zhao Zheng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of soup, he was met with several pairs of eager eyes that fell upon him in unison. Feeling the weight of their anticipation, he instinctively quickened his pace. "The dishes are ready. Let us dine," he announced, and at his words, a flurry of movement ensued as numerous hands descended upon the table, rapidly depleting the contents of the pots. "Lu Chun, you've devoured 5 fish already. Leave some for me," Zhao Zheng exclaimed as he hastily grabbed his bowl and joined the fray. "I have a large mouth, what of it?" Lu Chen retorted defiantly. Zhao Zheng, seizing the opportunity to exploit Lu Chen's amiable nature, wondered why he did not target others for their fish. After a few moments of delay, he resorted to threatening Lu Chen to procure a few fish from his grasp. Half an hour later, Lu Chen, savoring the last bite of sweet and savory sauce, completed his mission of clearing his plate. With a contented burp, he reclined lazily in his chair, rubbing his round belly, and remarked, "After all these years, I have finally enjoyed a truly delectable meal." Beside him, Ruan Xiao nodded in agreement, mirroring his relaxed posture. Earlier that morning, Zhao Zheng had lamented that due to a lack of seasoning, the grilled fish had only showcased half of his culinary skills, and he was not jesting. After finishing the meal today, Ruan Xiao felt that the myriad of pastries in the bakery had lost their allure for her. "Zhao Zheng, what shall we have for dinner?" she inquired. "Haven't you just eaten?" Zhao Zheng shot a glare at Lu Chen, fully aware that he had been the one indulging the most. This fellow, relying on his superior cultivation, showed no hesitation in his eating. The day's plans are made in the morning, and one's meals are vital in 3 courses. Dinner is of such significance. How can we not deliberate it earnestly? Lu Chen asserted confidently. Ignoring Lu Chen, Zhao Zheng sought the opinions of the others, who all expressed indifference to the meal, as long as it was prepared by Zhao Zheng. Casting a glance at the gluttonous Taoist beside her, Zhao Zheng decided to assign him a task. "Lu Chen, please go buy some pig's trotters, 2 chickens, and a jar of yellow wine. Afterward, summon Mr. Chi from the academy and invite him to join us for dinner." "I refuse. I am the chef. My word is final." Upon hearing this, the imposing aura that emanated from Lu Chen instantly diminished. Indeed, it seems that regardless of gender, once one captures their appetite, they can be easily managed. Chapter 63. The colorful heart, lake time flows incessantly. The dining table was tidied, and a pot of freshly picked spring tea was brewed. The vibrant green buds, imbued with the unique essence of spring, perfectly alleviated the post-meal drowsiness. Despite her reluctance, Ruan Xiao gradually made her way to the courtyard gate. This was her first acquaintance, and she had already shared 2 meals with Zhao Zheng. Even she would feel embarrassed if she continued to impose. As Ruan Xiao stood on the threshold, she suddenly heard a voice calling from within. "Miss Ruan." Turning around, she saw Ning Yao approaching her. "Miss Ruan, I shall come to play with you this evening." Ning Yao winked as she spoke. Ruan Xiao instantly understood and nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful. Please don't call me Miss Ruan all the time. It feels a bit distant. Just call me by my name." "Very well, Ruan Xiao. Until we meet later." "Yes, see you soon." After bidding farewell to Ning Yao, Ruan Xiao hummed a tune, her steps light as she headed towards the blacksmith shop. Along the way, she reminisced about her first encounter with Zhao Zheng. At that moment, when their eyes met, she was instantly captivated by the depths of his heart lake. Ruan Xiao harbored a secret, one that even her father, Ruan Qiong, was oblivious to. Ever since her earliest memories, she had the ability to perceive the heart lakes of others. Over the years, living with her father in the Snowstorm Temple, the only person she had actively communicated with was the Wei Jin Sword Immortal from the temple. In her eyes, he alone, being her senior by lineage, possessed a heart lake that was relatively pure adorned solely with a lotus supported by verdant leaves. Upon arriving at Lizhu Cave Heaven, Wanshou encountered an array of grotesque desires interwoven in the heart lakes of those around her. Just a few days prior, while secretly eating at the Qingshi, she met a youth with an utterly untainted heart lake, Chen Pingyan from Mud Bottle Alley. At that moment, Wanshou hurriedly stuffed her mouth with pastries, fearing that if she hesitated even for a moment, she might devour the exceptionally pure-hearted youth before her in one gulp. Now, having beheld the scene within Zhao Zhang's heart lake, Wanshou suddenly felt that Chen Pingyan's heart lake was excessively pristine. In contrast, Zhao Zhang's heart lake brimmed with myriad desires, even more than she could fathom. His heart lake resembled a bustling city with thousands of homes, each chimney wafting the tantalizing aroma of delectable meals. As Wanshou directed her gaze deeper into Zhao Zhang's heart lake, the sound of children's laughter echoed in her ears, as if she could see groups of children gathered together, playing games such as Jianzi and Kuju. As night fell, every household lit candles, and doors swung open wide. Lanterns adorned the streets, seemingly escorting weary travelers back home. Having witnessed various monstrous and eerie manifestations within heart lakes, Wanshou was astonished to discover a city's sunrise and sunset unfolding in someone else's heart lake, cycling endlessly like a vibrant picture scroll. For the first time, she felt a flicker of curiosity towards the youth standing before her. Even the seemingly most delectable Chen Pingyan now stood behind Zhao Zhang. "Xiu, what are you thinking?" Wanshou asked, listening to the rhythmic clanging of iron, his eyes twitching with annoyance. Had it been anyone else, he would have scolded them for losing focus during the forging. Yet, standing beside the forge was his precious daughter, whom he had nurtured for over a decade. What could he do but inquire about the cause of her distraction? "Father, I'm fine." Wanshou, regaining her focus, smiled at her father and intensified her hammering. The deep, resonant sounds echoing once more. Sparks flew from the glowing iron ingot, igniting the already steamy room with added fervor. Wanshou's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the ingot as she deftly operated the bellows, the flames transforming rapidly from a warm orange to a deep crimson. Standing beside the furnace, which blazed at thousands of degrees, not a bead of sweat appeared on her brow. With each strike of the hammer, the ingot rolled and elongated, ultimately taking the shape of a sword. One final blow sent the rough-hewn longsword flying into the large vat outside the window, where it sizzled as it underwent its first quenching in the icy river water. Wanshou exhaled a sigh of relief, her ears suddenly perking up. It seemed Zhao Zhang was speaking outside. Glancing down at her dust-covered dress, she dashed through the side door back to her room, quickly changing her attire. Just as she emerged, she heard her father calling for her. "Wanshou," she responded, pushing open the door. Her gaze immediately fell upon Zhao Zhang. Upon glimpsing the depths of his heart lake, she swiftly averted her eyes, fearing that another glance would leave her salivating. "Zhao Zhang, Ningyao, you've come." Wanshou greeted the two with delight before turning to her father. "Father, may I go play with them?" Go ahead, Wanshou nodded. If it were only Zhao Zhang, he might have worried, thinking he would be courting his precious daughter. Wanshou took 2 steps when Wanshou seemed to recall something. Calling out, "Xiu, will you return for dinner tonight?" "No, father," Wanshou replied, glancing back with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Fearing her father might utter something alarming, she grasped Ning Yao's arm and hurriedly departed. "This girl, why does she seem so anxious about me calling her back?" Watching his daughter's figure fade into the distance, Wanshou lifted the wine gourd to take a sip. The moment the wine touched his lips, his expression shifted, yet he ultimately suppressed the urge to spit it out. "Xiu, I asked you to help me with a pot of peach blossom wine worth 2 taels of silver. Not this diluted concoction with just a hint of wine," he mused, a trace of melancholy in his gaze. She must have secretly saved the money for pastries. No wonder she dashed off so quickly. Wanshou and Ning Yao sprinted down a street before finally pausing to catch their breath. Glancing back, she noticed her father's figure was absent, indicating he was not overly upset. Patting her slightly heaving chest, Wanshou fished out a few pieces of silver from her pouch. Murmuring, "Father, it's not that I wish to keep the money for your wine. It's simply that I have no funds left. Zhao Zhang and Ning Yao have treated me to several meals. I cannot just show up empty-handed to mooch off them. So, please forgive me." With her hands clasped together, Wanshou silently prayed for her father's understanding. After her silent supplication, she turned to Zhao Zhang and Ning Yao, waiting expectantly. "I know a fruit shop that sells exceptionally delicious fruits. Let us go. Today I'm treating," Wanshou declared, brandishing the precious coin she had saved with a spirited demeanor. All right, under the setting sun, the trio of youths carried the gentle spring breeze and warm rays as they strolled along the street. Chapter 64. The Midnight Knock. Having purchased a large bag of fruit, as they made their way back to the courtyard, Zhao Zheng and the others fortuitously encountered Lu Chun and Qi Jingchun at the alley's entrance. Mr. Qi. The trio greeted the teacher in unison. Mr. Qi smiled and nodded, stating, "As a humble teacher, I possess little. In my leisure, I carved a few seals. Do take a look and see if you fancy any." "Thank you, Mr. Qi," Zhao Zheng replied first, accepting the seal from Qi Jingchun's hand, a flicker of surprise lighting up his eyes. This seal radiated a unique charm even through mere touch, a rare treasure indeed. Ning Yao and Ruan Xiu each selected a seal that caught their fancy. Ruan Xiu chose a seal adorned with landscape engravings, inscribed with the words peace and smooth sailing at the bottom. Instantly drawn to this seal, she thought to practice her calligraphy later, intending to imprint those 4 characters on her writing pad. Ning Yao selected a seal bearing the inscription of a sword immortal's elegance. She threaded the seal onto a cord and hung it at her waist, ensuring she could see those 4 characters at all times. Zhao Zheng chose a seal inscribed with reunion in the mountains, mimicking Ning Yao by tying the seal to his side. One was fastened to his left waist, and the other to his right, creating an inexplicable harmony between the two as they stood together. "Ah, what about mine?" Lu Chun, who had been overlooked for quite some time, expressed his discontent. Observing that the 3 young individuals had concluded their selections, he swiftly reached for the remaining seals in Qi Jingchun's palm. To his surprise, Qi Jingchun employed a personal glyph, momentarily halting him. With a deft motion of his hand, Qi Jingchun retracted the remaining seals. The paintings of Lu Daoren were highly sought after in the realm of Qingming. The gazes of Zhao Zheng and his companions shifted to Lu Chun, unabashedly revealing their thoughts. "Let us go, it's time for dinner. Standing out here for so long has left me famished." Lu Chun chuckled and made a hasty retreat. He had long heard tales of Qi Jingchun's notoriously difficult temperament among the disciples of the sage of literature. Initially believing that a century at Liju Dantian would have mellowed his disposition, he was taken aback to find him even more scheming. The artwork that everyone clamored for in Qiming would deplete 100 years of his cultivation for just one piece. Yet, Qi Jingchun, upon his first utterance, sought to extract over 300 years of his cultivation. It was unfortunate that he had extended such earnest invitations for Qi Jingchun to visit. Ultimately, it had been a misplaced investment. At the dining table, after savoring a morsel of the dish prepared by Zhao Zheng, Qi Jingchun hastened his pace with the chopsticks. He understood why Lu Chun had appeared so reluctant when inviting him. With such delectable cuisine, an additional guest merely meant an extra competitor. "Mr. Qi, you should dine here for lunch and dinner from now on." "No, thank you." Qi Jingchun shook his head, fully aware of what his future held. He did not wish to see more sorrowful individuals emerge after some time. Recognizing Qi Jingchun's resoluteness, Zhao Zheng offered a few words of persuasion before ceasing his attempts. As the moonlight dimmed and stars twinkled sparsely, Qi Jingchun and Ruan Xiu departed in succession, leaving the courtyard to gradually settle into silence. Sensing that everyone else had retired for the night, Zhao Zheng opened the window and slipped out of the small courtyard, navigating through the town's alleys until he arrived at the entrance of an inn. Extending his hand, he revealed a talisman inscribed with Madame Su's name, which contained a wisp of her essence at its center. This essence swirled restlessly on the talisman, yearning to leap forward towards the inn, eager to reunite with its master. After circling the inn to ascertain Madame Su's location, Zhao Zheng established a barrier around the premises using talismans. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Madame Su opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the door with a hint of wariness. "Who is it?" "A guest. Do you require hot water?" "I do not." "Very well, my apologies for the disturbance." Madame Su closed her eyes, preparing to resume her meditation. Yet, the moment her eyes shut, they flew open again. Why had she not heard the sound of footsteps after the innkeeper departed? With a flick of her sleeve, she swiftly gathered the child sleeping on the bed and leaped through the window. Before she could regain her footing, she felt a chilling pain piercing through her abdomen. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a flying sword firmly lodged at her dantian. Should it penetrate a mere inch deeper, her dantian would be pierced through. Who was lying in ambush? As Madame Su momentarily lost her focus, a long sword emerged from the shadows behind her, gently resting upon her shoulder. The sharp blade pressed against her porcelain-like neck, and with the slightest exertion, a faint line of blood appeared upon her skin. "My lady." Please relinquish the talisman in your right hand. You would not wish for your child to succumb to eternal slumber, would you? The voice from behind her caused a shift in Madame Sue's expression. As she planted her feet upon the ground, she realized that the enemy had already encircled her with a barrier. The instant she landed, a seal enveloped her, causing her internal spiritual energy to stagnate. To her astonishment, the adversary had seen through her trump card as well. With a calculated grin, Madame Sue forced a semblance of a smile. Sir, since you are so well acquainted with my methods, you must also be aware of the customs of the Sue family. I possess certain opportunities within my abode. Perhaps we could both take a step back? It appeared that she still failed to comprehend her precarious position. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and an arm soared high, falling several paces from Madame Sue. She gazed at the severed limb, a sense of familiarity washing over her. At that moment, a sharp pain erupted from her right arm. Turning her head, she discovered that her hand had been severed at the root. Cold sweat cascaded down her forehead, and her complexion paled slightly. Throughout her life, whether before her marriage or as a wife of the Sue family, she had never endured such hardship. Little did she expect that a mere visit to Liza Cave would lead her to encounter such ruthlessness. He paid no heed to her pleas. He only observed her actions. At the slightest hint of threat, he struck with brutal precision. Zhao Zheng ignored Madame Sue, who was hastily attempting to staunch her bleeding, and elegantly stepped from the darkness. Retrieving the azure talisman from the severed arm, he examined it for a moment, clicking his tongue in fascination. Madame Sue, your husband indeed dotes upon you. To bestow upon you a sword talisman crafted by the esteemed master of the 3 mountains and 9 lords for your protection. Since you have acquired what you desire, might you take your leave? Madame Sue's gaze flickered nervously to the severed arm at Zhao Zheng's feet. I assure you, tonight's events will remain secret. Zhao Zheng couldn't help but chuckle at her naivety. Madame Sue had no inkling of how deep the waters of Lizu Cave ran. Not to mention, the number of formidable cultivators at the 14th realm present here was not insignificant. Zhao Zheng was, at this moment, acting beneath the very eyes of these great cultivators. However, if Madame Sue thought that severing one of her limbs would suffice, she was gravely mistaken. Stop. Chapter 65. The tale behind her. Madame Sue sensed Zhao Zheng's intentions and hurriedly intervened. A beam of spiritual energy, stretching a good measure, surged from her palm, hurtling directly toward Zhao Zheng's face. Zhao Zheng advanced with his sword, positioning it horizontally, and with a nonchalant flick, he swatted it aside as one would a fly. The moment the spiritual energy struck the sword, it erupted into a cloud of mist. Subsequently, the sword's force remained undiminished, propelling Madame Sue back into her chamber. Zhao Zheng lifted his foot and mercilessly stomped down. The severed limb beneath him burst apart in an instant, flesh and bone reduced to a gruesome pulp. Zhao Zheng enveloped the remains in spiritual energy, locating the river's position, and with a gentle toss, the gruesome mass was cast into the Longshu River. The spiritual energy within the pulp swiftly attracted numerous fish, eagerly consuming this fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps, in the distant future, one of these fish would embark on the path of cultivation due to this chance. In the courtyard, Lu Chun gazed at a copper mirror in his hand, which reflected Zhao Zheng's image within the inn. Witnessing Zhao Zheng's ruthless actions towards the still enchanting Madame Sue, Lu Chun clapped his thigh in exasperation, sighing, "Ah, this young man truly lacks an appreciation for delicate beauty. What a pity that such a fragile beauty would eventually become a one-armed woman." Observing Zhao Zheng turn to leave, Lu Chun shook his head. The lad still lacked experience. When one resorts to underhanded tactics, one must erase all traces. Dipping his finger into a droplet of tea, he flicked it against the mirror's surface, causing Zhao Zheng's previously established barrier, along with his aura, to vanish entirely. Now, aside from the great cultivators of the 14 realms, no one would discern that he had laid hands on Madame Sue. Surely, in this world of the 14 realms, no one would be so idle as to keep watch over a mere 5th realm cultivator all day long. If such a being truly existed among the 14 realms, their cultivation level must surely be flimsy, easily crushed with a single punch. For some unknown reason, Lu Chun suddenly shivered. In the wild realm, Chen Qing, seated on a bench, took a sip from his wine jug. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, the old blind man scratched his chin. Lu Chun, it seemed, was a disciple of that young Taoist. The young Taoist had ascended to the status of Tao ancestor. Thus Lu Chun naturally held a lower rank. If that were the case, he and Lu Chun could be considered peers, and it would not be amiss for him to seek Lu Chun to discuss the Tao. Lying in bed, Lu Chun inexplicably felt a chill enveloping his body. Glancing at the thin quilt covering him, he concluded that it was due to insufficient warmth. After Zhao Zheng finished counting the items acquired from Madame Su, he realized that dawn had already arrived, prompting him to summon the system for his daily check-in. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 180 days of check-ins, achieving a critical milestone. The reward, the Causality Talisman, has been dispatched to the system's repository. In a corner of the repository, Zhao Zheng discovered the reward he had just obtained. Upon reading the reward details, delight was evident in his gaze. Causality Talisman, upon use. It allows one to trace causation and deliver a powerful counterattack based on causal relationships. This item is single-use, with its maximum potency equivalent to the full might of a harmonization realm cultivator. The talisman has a cooldown period of 6 months after each use. What a remarkable item! Setting aside other considerations, given his past encounters in the old Dragon City, he had hardly sensed the presence of any harmonization realm figures. He simply did not believe it. Most importantly, the talisman was not a one-time use, truly a testament to the system's quality, undoubtedly a premium product. With this talisman in hand, he felt a newfound assurance regarding his forthcoming endeavors. Should any shameless beings of the harmonious realm dare to scheme against him, a mere mid-stage 5-realm cultivator, they would soon experience the repercussions of their actions. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zheng, while he was being plotted against in old Dragon City, the elderly figure stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall had already imparted a lesson to those lurking in the shadows. Traversing beneath the starlit sky, Zhao Zheng made his way to the locked dragon well, drawing a bucket of water to taste, discovering its sweetness far surpassed that of ordinary well water. Contemplating the peculiarities of this well water since the fall of the Li Pearl Cave, he resolved to procure several empty wine jars of considerable size, filling them with the precious liquid. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the old locust tree, though it appeared lush and flourishing. A meticulous inspection revealed signs of desiccation upon its trunk. Such a tree, endowed with healing properties, was now deteriorating. What a pity. Old locust tree, in merely a month, the Li Pearl Cave will descend, and you are aware of your fate. If you wish to evade demise, might you consider producing a few seeds? Upon hearing these words, the old locust tree remained unresponsive. Zhao Zheng, exercising patience, continued his persuasion. I hail from the Sword Qi Great Wall, where our kin are far more virtuous than those in this small town. When your descendants arrive, they shall undoubtedly thrive. The 4 surnames and 10 clans of this town were solely preoccupied with their own survival. Who amongst them would even contemplate the well-being of a tree that had sheltered them for millennia? Do you not even consider your own fate? After speaking until his lips grew dry, he received no response from the old locust tree, inciting his frustration. Summoning the exquisite Sword of Extermination, its blade rested against the trunk of the tree. I now present you with 2 choices. First, I shall sever you before this celestial realm shatters. Or second, you may yield some seeds, allowing your progeny to establish their home at the Sword Qi Great Wall. Upon hearing these alleged choices, if the old locust tree possessed intellect, it would likely weep at once. One led to death, the other to life. Was this truly a choice? Those of the Sword Qi Great Wall were indeed a callous lot. The sharp intent of the sword enveloped the old locust tree as Zhao Zheng began a countdown. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the old locust tree finally stirred. A fissure appeared along its trunk, and, imbued with a vibrant essence of life, a sapling, no larger than an arm's length, emerged, gently landing in Zhao Zheng's palm. Sensing the vitality within the sapling, Zhao Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction. This little tree contained a life force equivalent to 1/10 of the old locust trees. Once the sapling matured to the size of its predecessor, its healing properties would surely be only slightly inferior. The old locust tree, now compelled to part with a young sprout, exhibited a noticeable droop in its leaves, which began to turn a sickly yellow. Rest assured, your choice is undoubtedly wise. Perhaps out of a pang of conscience, Zhao Zheng generously poured several buckets of water over the old locust tree before taking his leave. Having completed these tasks, the first light of dawn began to break, and the breakfast stalls along the street opened their doors, commencing their daily trade. Today, I shall indulge in ready-made fare. Zhao Zheng selected a shop and entered, sifting through the offerings for his breakfast. While awaiting the proprietor to package his meal, he heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps gradually approaching. Turning to glance, he beheld a tall woman cloaked in a conical hat, her visage shrouded, accompanied by a pure white deer that trod gracefully along the street. The deer's eyes sparkled with vitality as Zhao Zhang's gaze brushed past. He discerned a flicker of evident surprise in its large, expressive eyes. After purchasing his breakfast, Zhao Zhang promptly headed back to the courtyard, unaware that a small companion had silently trailed behind him. Chapter 66. A Display of Talent. The Deer, Unashamed Little Deer. Do you think the youth we glimpsed on the bridge will achieve greatness in the future? Little deer? Xiaoyang turned in confusion, realizing that the white deer, which should have been following closely, had vanished without a trace. Her recent dialogue had merely been with the air. Where could the little deer have gone? A jade token appeared in Xiaoyang's hand. After performing a gesture, a slowly moving light that emerged on the token, revealing the current location of the little deer. According to the token, it seemed the little deer had bolted away on its own. Xiaoyang exhaled a sigh of relief. This little deer. I shall retrieve it shortly and ensure it learns that wandering aimlessly incurs consequences. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Zhang found that the others had already risen and begun their morning routines. He retrieved the tables, chairs, and utensils from the kitchen, and soon everyone gathered in the yard to settle down. Lu Chun, barely seated, reached for a steaming bun, took a bite, and opened his eyes to look at Zhao Zhang. This bun tastes off. I bought it on my way back. No wonder. Lu Chun hastily finished the bun, clapped his hands together, and fetched a reclining chair from inside. He brewed himself a pot of tea and reclined beneath a tree for a nap. Ever since Zhao Zhang's arrival, his palate had unwittingly grown discerning. He recognized the bun as one from the street vendor Lao Zhao. Previously, he would have found it delicious. But after tasting Zhao Zhang's culinary creations, it now seemed bland and unremarkable, akin to gnawing on chicken ribs. He resolved to endure until noon when he could properly honor his appetite. Knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed, the quickest to respond. Chunhua dashed out and opened the courtyard door to peer outside. In her bewildered gaze, a pristine white deer nudged past her at the entrance, sauntering gracefully into the courtyard. All eyes turned toward the white deer, which appeared accustomed to the attention it garnered. The deer surveyed the yard, swiftly locating the person it sought. With a lively gait, it approached from behind, inhaling deeply. A look of anthropomorphic joy spread across its face, and it gently lowered its head, nuzzling against that individual's shoulder. Zhao Zhang turned helplessly, observing the affectionate demeanor of the white deer as it rubbed against him. How did Xiaoyang's companion deer end up here? While waiting in line for breakfast in the morning, he spotted a peculiar combination of a person and a deer, leading him to deduce the identity of the woman. Little did he anticipate that his mere glance at the creature would result in the white deer following him home. He gently nudged the white deer aside, disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, and called out to Chunhua, who stood at the door. Chunhua, could you check if anyone is outside? No, she replied, indicating that the deer had chosen to follow him of its own volition. Have you run away from your owner? He inquired. The deer shook its head. Owner? Currently, you are my master. Are you not going to return to your owner? The deer shook its head once more. Do you wish to stay here? The deer nodded eagerly, confirming its desire to accompany him. Very well. Let us establish 3 rules. First, do not damage anything in the house. Second, you may only roam in the yard. Do not enter the house without permission. Noticing the deer nuzzling closer, Zhao Zhang hastily added, and third, do not come too close to me. The deer, without hesitation, agreed to all conditions, believing that over time, the new master would be swayed by its sincerity. It took a few steps back, yet its gaze remained fixed on Zhao Zhang. How did this remarkably perceptive deer come to be? Even Ning Yao felt a twinge of curiosity at the deer's affection towards Zhao Zhang. Perhaps it was because I glanced at it a moment longer in the crowd. Zhao Zhang replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Seeing the disbelief on Ning Yao's face, he sighed and suggested, shall we have venison for lunch? The white deer trembled at the mention, instinctively darting behind Ning Yao, desperately trying to conceal itself. Zhao Zhang, observing the deer's futile attempts to hide, could not suppress a smile. Look at you. Let us see if I can tame you. Enough of that. Do not frighten it, Ning Yao interjected. Fully aware of Zhao Zhang's jest, she turned to comfort the trembling white deer. Such a striking and intelligent creature was bound to win hearts. Before long, 2 young girls joined the white deer, offering it small dishes and fruits from the kitchen. The deer soon calmed down, finding a clean patch of ground to lie down upon, occasionally opening its mouth as fresh treats were presented. Its contentment was evident as it savored the girl's gentle touches. Little deer, did your owner abandon you when you followed Zhao Zhang home? The deer nodded without hesitation, confirming its tragic fate of being forsaken and now becoming a homeless creature. So please, take me in. Oh, poor little dear, Chunhua said, her heart swelling with compassion as she noticed the glimmer of tears in the deer's eyes. Even Ningyo could not help but caress the white deer's head in a gesture of comfort. Autumn Moon, shall we keep the white deer? Springhua turned to her younger sister, as she typically deferred to Autumn Moon regarding matters both large and small. Autumn Moon cast a glance at the plate, now significantly depleted of fruits and vegetables, and quickly calculated the expenses for Springhua. Sister, the vegetables and fruits that this white deer consumed just now are worth 51. Assuming 3 meals a day, it would cost at least 200 won daily. When we were on the ferry, our monthly expenses were only 10 taels of silver. This white deer would consume a third of our funds each month. We cannot afford to keep it, truly. Springhua turned to stroke the deer's fur, coaxing gently. Little deer, think of how sad your owner would be if they discovered you were missing. Once you've eaten your fill, we will help you find your owner. The white deer appeared bewildered. Just moments ago, this girl seemed to pity it, wishing fervently for its stay. Yet now she spoke of taking it to find its previous owner. The deer shook its head vigorously. It had only managed to escape while its owner was distracted. How could it possibly return? No, Springhua insisted, gently grasping the deer's head to make eye contact. You've eaten too much. We cannot afford to care for you. The white deer was taken aback. Was its meticulously crafted plan thwarted merely by its own gluttony? No. It could not concede defeat so easily. Zhao Zheng, sitting nearby, could hardly suppress a smile. This cunning white deer had finally met its match. At that moment, a series of knocks at the door interrupted the white deer's performance. Hello, I am He Xiaoliang from the Shen House sect. May I inquire if my white deer is inside? Springhua looked at the young woman before her, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. The girl named He Xiaoliang, with her melodious voice, was utterly enchanting. One could only wonder how alluring her visage was beneath the conical hat. This young lady? He Xiaoliang removed her hat, revealing a face that was more alluring than frigid. Oh, yes, we have indeed had a white deer arrive at our courtyard, Springhua replied, momentarily dazed. Her demeanor warmly inviting He Xiaoliang inside. The little deer has a rather aloof temperament. If it has caused you any trouble, I hope you will forgive us. No. Springhua waved her hand dismissively. Aloof? She only perceived a thick-skinned creature in the white deer. A smile lingered on He Xiaoliang's lips as she soon spotted the group in the small courtyard, greeting them with a gentle gaze. However, when her eyes landed on her white deer, her smile faltered slightly. The deer, lying on the ground, its fur dusted gray, was nuzzling against a young girl's palm in a display of affection. This was indeed the deer she had raised since childhood. One that never showed such closeness to anyone else. Little deer? The white deer, currently vying for Ning Yao's affection, paused at the familiar call. How could its owner possibly be here? Surely it was merely a figment of its imagination. As a shadow loomed before her, Bai Lu detected a familiar scent, her expression stiffening momentarily as she lifted her gaze to the figure ahead. He Xiaoliang's smile had vanished by then. Startled, Bai Lu promptly rose to her feet, instinctively offering her head to her master's palm. He Xiaoliang shot Bai Lu a sharp glance, vowing to deal with her later. Turning away, she regained her serene demeanor, producing a spiritual fruit from her sect to atone for her insatiable Bai Lu. After she expressed her intentions to take her leave, Lu Chun, who had been observing the lively scene, graciously offered to escort her. Is she beautiful? He inquired. What? Zhao Zheng turned to Ning Yao, and upon realization, smiled. None can compare to her Ning Yao. He had not been referring to He Xiaoliang, but rather the mischievous Lu Chen. Humph. Ning Yao huffed lightly. Acknowledging his quick wit, barely out of the courtyard, He Xiaoliang respectfully saluted Lu Chun, addressing him as Master Uncle. Lu Chun returned the gesture, leading He Xiaoliang through the town, occasionally testing her understanding of Taoist classics. Truly, as the saintess of Shen House sect. He Xiaoliang answered his queries with remarkable fluency. Eventually, Lu Chun posed a rather peculiar question. Whom do you think, between Shen Pingyan and Zhao Zheng, will achieve greater heights in the future? Oh, Zhao Zheng is the young man who lured away your Bai Lu. This question momentarily stunned He Xiaoliang. She had learned about Shen Pingyan during her recent days in the town, and they had crossed paths on the bridge on her first day there. Though he possessed the physique of a martial artist, his longevity bridge had been severed, and having been covertly harmed, he now harbored thoughts of despair. How could Master Uncle compare Chen Pingyan with the adept Zhao Zheng? Could Chen Pingyan truly rebuild his longevity bridge? Stealing a glance at her ever-smiling Master Uncle, He Xiao Liang discerned no hint of an answer in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, she responded, Master Uncle, I believe that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pingyan, will achieve greater success in the future. Unbeknownst to her, as she uttered her answer, a crimson thread materialized around her wrist. The thread coiled once before extending outward, soaring toward Mud Bottle Alley, ultimately entwining itself around Chen Pingyan's hand. This crimson thread went entirely unnoticed by He Xiaoliang. As for the answer to this question, I shall not provide it now. In the future, you shall witness it for yourself. Lu Chen glanced up at the sky, realizing that Qi Jingchun would likely have little time to attend to him at this moment. After a pause, he waved his sleeve, enveloping He Xiaoliang in a shroud. In the next instant, Lu Chen and He Xiaoliang found themselves atop a flowing river of time. Surrounding them was the town. Yet everything within this realm appeared in shades of black and white. Master Uncle, what is this crimson thread? He Xiaoliang asked, shaking her wrist where the thread had appeared. One end was wrapped around her hand, while the other reached into the void, its destination unknown. This, indeed, is the red thread I have woven for you and Chen Pingyan. Master, my heart and soul shall henceforth pursue my own grand path. Rest assured, this red thread shall only take effect if you both feel a genuine connection, otherwise it remains dormant. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoliang exhaled in relief. Let us proceed to witness Chen Pingyan's life in this quaint town. Lu Chen led He Xiaoliang onward, and as they moved, the town began to transform. Soon, He Xiaoliang beheld her own reflection from that time when she locked gazes with Chen Pingyan on the covered bridge. Her admiration for this master grew deeper. To traverse the river of time thus, his mastery of the Tao was truly worthy of the title of the Third Palm Sect. Would she ever be able to match her master's pace, or even walk alongside him? Chen Pingyan, born on the 5th day of the 5th month, was said by the town's elders to be a child who came to settle debts for his parents. A child of merely 3 or 4 years, orphaned and without sustenance, yet managing to survive in the town for a decade. Can one fathom the perils he faced? Following Lu Chen's lead, He Xiaoliang witnessed the child on New Year's Eve, hungry and too shy to ask for a bowl of rice, and the dark-skinned boy who, in the dead of night, stealthily released water from the irrigation ditch to tend to the fields. In the river of time, there exists a certain mystique. Lu Chen guided He Xiaoliang upstream for half a month. When they returned to the town, the leaves held in the mouth of the white deer had not yet fully vanished. The paths I spoke of, you may choose freely among them. Should you encounter trouble upon your departure, seek your senior brothers and sisters in Beiju Luzhou. Yes, master. Upon emerging from the river of time, He Xiaoliang noticed a faint red hue at the corners of her eyes. She had never anticipated that her greatest fortune in the Lizhu cave heaven would be becoming a disciple of Lu Chen. Moreover, her master had illuminated several paths for her to ascend to the 14th realm. With the road ahead now clear, she needed only to take her steps forward. Disciple bids farewell to the master. Go forth, go forth. Lu Chen watched as the Taoist maiden led the white deer away slowly. He glanced at the sky. It was still early for lunch. Since that was the case, he thought it best to set up a stall beneath the old locust tree. It had been several days since he last opened his stall, and the sisters in the town must be quite anxious. Lu Chen swiftly returned to the courtyard, dragging his cart and belongings, and rushed out. Sisters, do not fret. The little path shall soon come to alleviate your troubles. Chapter 68. The busy young girl in red beneath the old locust tree at an unknown moment. A rumor suddenly spread throughout the town. The town's fortunes were drawing to a close. The rumors circulated so swiftly that even the wild dogs in the town became aware of it within half a day. As for the basis of this news, it stemmed from an elder who, while resting in the shade of the locust tree, witnessed a branch of the old tree fall. Had he not dodged quickly, it would have struck him directly. The branch was as thick as an arm and bore pale yellow leaves. This branch was certainly not a dead one. The break was natural, not the result of some child's prank. The wonders of the old locust tree were no secret in the town. The old locust tree, often overlooked by the townsfolk, garnered attention only after a branch fell and struck someone. The tree's bark appeared significantly drier than remembered, and a considerable portion of its leaves had turned an unhealthy yellow. With a gentle shake, the leaves fell to the ground. Consequently, a group of elderly villagers gathered, contemplating various means to save the venerable locust tree that had stood as a silent witness to their ancestors' lives. Before they could devise a solution, another alarming news reached them. The Lock Dragon Well, a long-standing source of water for the community, had inexplicably begun to run dry. Within a single day, the water level plunged to the bottom of the well. In the elders' recollections, even during the most parched years, the well had never faltered in its supply. Now, with the once thriving locust tree withering and the well that nourished countless households suddenly depleted, these occurrences seemed to herald an impending upheaval. While the elders were filled with trepidation, some children found themselves rather delighted. The old locust tree had always been sacred, with both family elders and other villagers forbidding any form of destruction. Now, as branches fell daily, some children stationed themselves nearby, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to collect the fallen limbs and bring them home, hoping their elders would fashion weapons from the locust branches. After teaching Madame Su a lesson, it was uncertain whether the old monkey from Zhengyang Mountain and Prince Gao had received word, for when Zhao Zheng sought them, he discovered that both parties had already departed the small town. With some time on his hands, Zhao Zheng utilized the locust leaves to restore his dantian and meridians, ensuring they would withstand the exertion he intended to exert. He often roamed the town with Ning Yao and a few others. When the mood struck, they would set up a makeshift stove by the stream, seeking unfortunate fish or rabbits to prepare a feast of outdoor barbecue. Consequently, Lu Qin frequently returned home to find a kitchen devoid of warmth. Although Zhao Zheng and the others would return by nightfall, Lu Qin felt as though he had dined only once a day, leaving him somewhat deprived. Thus, he ceased his market stall endeavors and instead accompanied Zhao Zheng and his companions around the town, observing as they seized various opportunities along their path. Upon hearing the news of the locust tree's decline, Zhao Zheng decided to visit the tree himself. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a spirited girl clad in red, rushing towards him while dragging a branch from the old locust tree. "Oh, get out of the way. I can't stop," she exclaimed, startled by Zhao Zheng's sudden appearance. In her haste, her foot stumbled, and she plunged towards the ground. As she anticipated the impending impact with the stone slab below, a vision of herself bruised and battered flashed through her mind, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes. After several breaths, when the expected pain did not arrive, she bravely opened her eyes, only to find herself still in her previous position, the stone slab now just an arm's length away. At that moment, she felt a sudden force at her neck. Following its pull, she straightened her posture and looked up to see the individual who had unexpectedly appeared, gripping her collar and thereby preventing her from harm. "Thank you, big brother. I am Li Baoping." Zhao Zheng introduced himself while assessing the young girl clad in red before him. Li Baoping, the future esteemed female sage of Howren, already exhibited a hint of resilience in her brows and eyes. This 8 or 9-year-old girl would soon embark on a long journey of thousands of miles to reside in an entirely unfamiliar place. With just a glance, Zhao Zheng developed a profound fondness for her. "Baoping, what are you doing?" "Big brother, these are branches from the old locust tree. My elder brother said that locust branches can ward off evil spirits. You should collect some for home as well." Having said this, Li Baoping prepared to take her leave, eager to gather more. "Wait," Zhao Zheng called out to the spirited girl, retrieving a storage pouch from his bosom and handing it to her. This pouch, infused with Zhao Zheng's spiritual energy, could be utilized by anyone who found it. "Baoping, you can store the branches in this bag. You can add more later." "I don't want it." A pouch no larger than a palm could astonishingly contain branches over a meter long, and even if Li Baoping was unaware of its value, she sensed its significance. "This is of little worth. Look, I have plenty more." Zhao Zheng spread his hand, revealing a cluster of over a dozen storage pouches. After a prolonged persuasion, Li Baoping finally acquiesced to accept it. Following Zhao Zheng's guidance, she quickly grasped the pouch's usage. "Be sure to keep this safe. If someone else finds it, the locust branches will be lost." "I will remember." "Thank you, brother Zhao." Li Baoping tucked the storage pouch into her bosom and, after securing it, gently patted her clothing to ensure it remained inconspicuous. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zheng, she dashed back to the old locust tree and soon returned, dragging a locust branch behind her. Upon entering an alley and confirming the absence of onlookers, Baoping produced the storage pouch and stored the branch within. She continued to scavenge for more branches scattered across the ground. After several trips, beads of sweat dampened the strands of hair on her forehead. Emerging onto the street, she quickly spotted Zhao Zheng standing in front of the butcher's shop. "Brother Zhao, do you like these locust branches?" Leading him into an uninhabited alley, Li Baoping unveiled 3 branches from the storage pouch. These branches, undoubtedly chosen with care, were straight and of moderate thickness. Zhao Zheng had only momentarily shifted his focus to Li Baoping, initially believing her desire for more locust branches stemmed solely from her acquisition of the storage pouch. He was pleasantly surprised to find her consideration for him as well. "Thank you, Baoping." Zhao Zheng produced a spiritual fruit and handed it to her. The young girl politely expressed her gratitude, then took out a handkerchief, wiped it briefly, and began to savor the fruit. After carefully storing the branch of the locust tree gifted by Baoping, Zhao Zheng finished purchasing the ingredients, and the two of them strolled along, engaging in light conversation until they soon arrived at the grand entrance of the Li residence. A young man, exuding an air of scholarly grace, stood at the threshold. Upon catching sight of him, Li Baoping exclaimed joyfully, "Elder brother," and leapt into his embrace. Li Shisheng, with practiced ease, opened his arms to catch Baoping, twirling her in the air, only to notice the splotches of dirt on her face. "Baoping, where have you been playing this time?" he asked, pulling out a silk handkerchief to wipe her face. Looking up at him, Baoping complied with her brother's motions and said, "Elder brother, did you not mention that the branches of the old locust tree can ward off evil spirits? This is Zhao Zheng, big brother Zhao, who gifted me a most intriguing bag today." Remembering the fascinating bag, Baoping wriggled free from Li Shisheng's hold and dashed to a nearby open space to demonstrate the magical capabilities of the storage bag. Li Shisheng exchanged polite words with Zhao Zheng, his gaze sweeping over him as if attempting to discern every detail of his being. Zhao Zheng did not linger long before taking his leave. As he turned into an alley, he caught a glimpse of Li Shisheng, who was expressing his astonishment at how Baoping managed to fit the locust branch into such a small bag. The following day, Baoping clutched 2 steam buns in her hands, munching on one as she dashed out. "Elder brother, I'm off. Today I will attend class on my own." By the time her voice reached him, only the figure of a girl in red remained in sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the schoolhouse, she finished the last bite of her bun. She paused to listen outside the door, not hearing any sounds of study, indicating that she was not late today either. "Li Baoping, you truly are remarkable." After encouraging herself, she pushed open the door, glancing inside as she made her way to her designated spot. However, when her eyes swept to the farthest corner of the classroom, her foot suddenly halted. Instead, she took a turn and approached the seat occupied by a familiar figure. Her curiosity prompting her to ask, "Big brother Zhao, what brings you here?" "Mr. Qi mentioned that today is the final lesson of the term, so I took the liberty to attend as an observer," Zhao Zheng replied. Among the characters he admired in Sword Comes, this individual, willing to shoulder the weight of the world through knowledge, was one of his favorites. Hence, upon hearing at the dinner table that today marked the last class, he decided to come and listen. Mr. Qi, aware of Zhao Zheng's intentions, welcomed him without hesitation. Li Baoping, still intrigued by the older boy she had only met yesterday, seized the opportunity to move her desk beside Zhao Zheng before Mr. Qi arrived. As she finished arranging her books, Mr. Qi entered, noticing Baoping seated next to Zhao Zheng. He smiled gently, took out his textbook, and commenced the final lesson. A moment of enlightenment dawned upon Zhao Zheng as he slowly closed his eyes. Mr. Qi's words transformed into shimmering golden characters that floated through the air, one by one merging into Zhao Zheng's being. As the words entered his meridians, spiritual energy swiftly gathered within his dantian. Golden characters surged towards Zhao Zheng's withered dantian, swiftly revitalizing the dormant lotus within. The once dead flower straightened, and the emerald leaves revealed their sharp tips. Instinctively, Zhao Zheng began to channel his cultivation technique. As he circulated his qi through small cycles, his severely damaged dantian and meridians began to recover rapidly. The lingering power of the characters further expanded his meridians by a factor of 2. Brother Zhao, brother Zhao." The anxious voice of Baoping roused him from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the classroom had been illuminated by several candles, and the sky outside was shrouded in thick clouds, rendering visibility non-existent. In just an hour of practice, day had turned to night, and ominous thunder rumbled in the heavens. Baoping instinctively tightened her grip on Zhao Zheng's sleeve, trembling slightly at the sound of the thunderclap. Mr. Qi, who should have been at the podium, had vanished without a trace. Zhao Zheng surveyed the room. Apart from Baoping, the other children displayed evident fear on their faces. After all, they were merely children, not yet 10 years old, and it was commendable that they could hold back tears in the face of such an apocalyptic scene. "Do not be afraid," Zhao Zheng declared, unleashing several strands of sword energy that formed a barrier around the classroom, muffling the external sounds by 90%. Next, he directed a few wisps of spiritual energy towards the candles, causing their flames to brighten, filling the room with a faint scent of sandalwood. Gradually, the children calmed under the soothing aroma. Baoping, lead everyone in reading. I shall handle the outside. Baoping nodded firmly, watching Zhao Zheng's retreating figure. Taking her place at the podium, she struck the desk with determination. Everyone, take out Mingzi and read along with me. Her voice rang out first, soon harmonizing with the scattered murmurs as a clear chorus of reading echoed throughout the classroom. Zhao Zheng leaped onto the wooden roof, gazing skyward. A flash of sword light flickered in his eyes as he pierced through the heavy clouds with his gaze, spotting a colossal hand that seemed to cradle the world within its grasp. Through the gaps between the fingers, he glimpsed a towering Confucian figure. Yet, lurking within the surrounding clouds was a palpable malice. The figure, possessing the Li Zhu cave heaven, appeared to sense Zhao Zheng's scrutiny. Its lips moved, and a transmission resonated in Zhao Zheng's ear. Zhao Zheng, may I borrow a sword? Please do, Mr. Qi. Zhao Zheng summoned the Zhuxian sword, channeling all his spiritual energy to propel it towards the horizon. Mr. Qi's figure materialized at an altitude of 1,000 meters. He reached out, catching the incoming sword light in his grasp. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he weighed the long sword. No wonder even that esteemed predecessor is intrigued by this fated sword. If it were not for the sword's inherent compatibility, he might not have been able to withstand its sharpness. With fingers poised, Qi Jingchun swiftly swept along the sword's body, igniting a dazzling brilliance. He then commanded the Zhuxian sword, go. The sword of extermination felt a surge of immense spiritual energy and sword intent flowing into its being, emitting an excited cry. Even the sword spirits idly wandering on the corridor could not help but lift their heads to gaze at that brilliant sword light. Qi Jingchun, should you devote yourself to sword practice, within a millennium, you are destined to become a pure sword cultivator of the 15th realm. The sword moved of its own accord, unleashing a beam of sword light stretching thousands of feet. In an instant, the cool sword light pierced through the tempestuous thunderclouds, with remnants of sword energy continuously eroding the clouds. Moments later, the midday sun reappeared over the small town. Outside, the protective visage of the Li Zhu Dong Tian shifted slightly. In the next moment, an exceptionally blinding light erupted above the Baoping continent. Qi Jingchun, do you dare? How infuriating! Qi Jingchun, are you not afraid of failing to suppress the heavenly tribulation? A chorus of voices, either threatening or warning, echoed in Qi Jingchun's ears. He vanished, merging into the towering visage as a deep voice reverberated through the air. What, do you still wish to test the sharpness of my sword? In an instant, those voices ceased, and all the great beings focused their gazes upon the calm visage. Chapter 70. The emergence of the calamity clouds. Qi Jingchun, a disciple of the Wensheng, had only been under his tutelage for a mere 2 centuries. For these ascended or Tao-consolidated beings, even a brief retreat could span over 100 years. To them, the mere 200 years of Qi Jingchun's existence rendered him akin to a toddler just learning to walk. Yet, this very juvenile had just unveiled a glimpse of power that left these mighty beings in awe. Qi Jingchun, this individual, had unknowingly ascended to the Tao-consolidated realm, coupled with his unprecedented and likely unparalleled 3 fated words. It could be said that prior to today, those who had threatened him above the Baoping continent were akin to lanterns in the restroom, seeking their own demise. Had it not been for Qi Jingchun's significant portion of Tao power being utilized to suppress the forces of the Li Zhu Dong Tian's descent, that last sword strike would have left no survivor within 1,000 miles of the visage. Countless consciousnesses intertwined in the void, new plots and schemes emerging. Qi Jingchun's visage disregarded the bothersome consciousnesses, quietly closing its eyes, preparing to face the impending heavenly tribulation in the best possible state. In the academy, a fragment of Qi Jingchun's consciousness rode the spring breeze to Zhao Zheng's side, listening to the resounding sounds of reading nearby, and a slight smile of contentment graced his face. Zhao Zheng, thank you for your sword. I sense that there is still a seal within it, which I have partially unraveled. Upon grasping the sword of extermination, Zhao Zheng noticed the progress bar reaching 99. Mr. Qi has actually directly unraveled one of the seals of the sword of extermination. Allowing it to consume more spiritual objects will enable it to shine even brighter. Mr. Qi, they say when the sky falls, there should be a high ground to support it. Why do you insist on bearing it alone? Expressing his gratitude, Zhao Zheng could not help but inquire further. The Confucian temple, having always regarded education as its duty, why is it that now, amidst this commotion in the Li Zhu Dong Tian, not a single sage has appeared? The Western Buddha and the Taoist from the azure heavens appear to have forgotten their responsibilities. Soon, these three teachings will send emissaries to retrieve the oppressive treasures of the Lihju cave, further exacerbating Qi Jingquan's plight. During my studies, I learned a profound truth. A sage does not relinquish their duty. Qi Jingquan smiled wryly and continued, though I am no sage, I have acquired some knowledge that may protect this community. What a farce. Those so-called sages are far inferior to you, Mr. Qi. At that moment, witnessing the despondence on Mr. Qi's face, Zhao Zhang's disdain for Confucianism surged. A millennium ago, for survival and the benefit of future generations, various clans united to overthrow the dominion of ancient deities. The greatest aspiration of those individuals was to ensure that future inhabitants of the mountains would safeguard the common folk below. Yet, in this present age, Confucian sages stand idly by as the celestial order of the Lihju cave retaliates. Over the past 3 millennia, countless sects have prospered by harnessing the true dragon's fortune. To speak of the past, the ancestors of the great Li dynasty emerged from the Lihju cave. Moreover, during Qi Jingquan's tenure in the small town, he nurtured numerous scholars for the great Li. Yet, the emperor, often hailed for his exceptional talent and vision, has offered not even a single word of support. Devoid of any financial aid, though the Wind Temple lies far away. A sage of the Wind Temple presides over the skies of Baoping Prefecture. Surely they are aware of the happenings in Lihju Cave? Zhao Zhang remains skeptical. Nevertheless, it is merely a struggle for power under the guise of peace. As the most learned disciple of the sage of literature, Qi Jingquan is said to possess the potential to establish a new doctrine. If he were to survive, which other sages in the Wind Temple would willingly vacate their positions? As Zhao Zhang's thoughts shifted, an unseen calamity materialized in the celestial expanse above the vast realm of Howren. A malevolent aura, imperceptible to ordinary beings, began to coalesce into a dark cloud. This cloud, upon mere observation, felt as though it could taint the very soul. Following the emergence of this ominous cloud, threads of unseen resentment and despair surged from the expansive land of Howren, merging into the dark cloud. Initially only a meter in diameter, the ominous cloud began to grow slowly yet steadily. At that moment, whether it be the supreme sage beyond the heavens, the sage of rites, or the sub-sage stationed in the central state, all sensed something amiss. The avatars of the supreme sage and the sage of rites, alongside the true form of the sub-sage, rarely gathered in the Wind Temple, yet their calculations led to the conclusion that a calamity was about to unfold in Howren. However, the origins of this calamity and the identity of its architect remained shrouded in mystery, with no hints to guide them. The 3 most profound beings of Howren could not even ascertain the location of the ominous cloud. After fruitless contemplation, the trio dispersed, each preoccupied with their own affairs. The dialogue with Qi Jingquan ultimately bore no fruit. This scholar, contemplating the impending tribulation, envisioned the future struggles between the wilds and Howren, and even prepared a Taoist embodiment reminiscent of a mountain spirit. Yet he failed to consider his own fate. Standing atop the roof, Zhao Zhang listened to Qi Jingquan's final lesson for his students, and a resolute decision formed within his heart. Mr. Qi, a virtuous soul such as yourself ought not to meet such a fate. Days have swiftly passed. On a day when the sky was clear and bright, a cacophony of thunder suddenly erupted. High above, a formidable spectral figure, entwined with lightning, could be faintly discerned. The tribulation had arrived. Zhao Zhang, I must entrust the town to you for the time being. The gentle spring breeze carried Mr. Qi's plea. He could no longer muster even a trace of strength to oversee the intruders. No problem, Zhao Zhang replied. The essence of spring flowed into Zhao Zhang, Ning Yao, and Wan Xiu. The customary prohibition against the use of spells in the town was lifted by Qi Jingquan's authority for the 3 of them. The remaining outsiders in the town seemed to have become aware of Qi Jingquan's predicament. They no longer exchanged opportunities with the townsfolk but instead resorted to outright plundering. The 3 exchanged glances before dispersing. Ning Yu and Wan Xiu went to confront the rule-breaking outsiders, while Zhao Zhang soared into the sky on his sword, swiftly surveying the town until he soon spotted his quarry. As he flew toward the town's exit, he intercepted the group. At the forefront stood a Confucian scholar clad in elegant robes, exuding an air of literary grace. Beside him was a tattered monk, a somber Buddhist ascetic, and finally, a middle-aged Taoist with an arrogant gaze, looking down upon others through his nostrils. Utilizing the authority granted by Mr. Qi, Zhao Zhang discerned that all 3 were in the nascent soul realm. Return the items you have taken from the town, and you may leave. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your lives." The middle-aged Taoist, seemingly ill-tempered, offered no reply. Instead, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a spirit energy pillar as thick as a barrel. A glint of mockery and delight flickered in his eyes as he regarded Zhao Zheng. How audacious for a mere cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm to threaten him. Truly, he was unaware of his own mortality. The ascetic silently clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring Amitabha, and closed his eyes. The Confucian scholar also took a stance, seemingly unwilling to witness the ensuing bloodshed. Chapter 71. If the world does not save, then I shall. The Taoist, leveraging the item of dominance in his possession, shattered the town's regulations and unleashed his full power. Zhao Zheng observed the approaching spirit energy pillar with a cold smirk. As expected of a cultivated master, he certainly had a temper. Were it a typical cave-dwelling cultivator, such an attack would surely result in severe injury or death. Zhao Zheng swept his sword horizontally, and a radiant beam of sword light erupted, cleaving the spirit energy pillar in two. The brilliant blade, propelled at great speed, surged toward the middle-aged Taoist. At the moment the energy pillar was split, the Taoist's expression shifted, his hands surged with power, and his robe gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance. It was a rare, semi-divine battle robe. Subsequently, the Taoist rapidly formed countless hand seals, conjuring a grand city of ethereal energy behind him. As the robe collided with the sword light, the two forces held their ground for several seconds, granting the Taoist the opportunity to unleash his trump card. Realizing his robe was shattering and that his technique would surely fail to block the sword light, the Taoist resolved to take drastic measures, summoning the celestial city above to crash down upon Zhao Zheng. At worst, it would be a life for a life. The radiant blade severed the arm of the Taoist, and as it soared towards his neck, the Taoist finally revealed his ultimate treasure, an ancient bell suffused with Taoist energy. The bell resonated into existence, and a hazy specter of a Taoist adorned with a lotus crown materialized, pointing a finger towards the sword light. The specter, seemingly as fragile as a wisp of wind, held its ground against the sharp sword light with its unremarkable finger. Zhao Zheng shattered the illusion of the celestial city with a single strike, only to witness the sword light being gradually eroded, while the specter slowly dissipated. It became evident that as the sword light fragmented, the specter would vanish alongside it. Zhao Zheng swept his gaze over the specter, noting that a half-immortal bell could withstand the unleashed sword light of the extermination sword, and he refused to believe that no one was backing it. In the present day, the Pearl Cave harbored a formidable Taoist master. "Lu Qin, do you think my sword cannot sever your senior brother's manifestation?" With that declaration, a far grander sword light erupted from the extermination sword, targeting the eldest son of the Li family. A sigh escaped the specter before it dissipated. Lu Qin's true form appeared in midair. With a flick of his wrist, his Taoist robe expanded, its ample sleeves engulfing the sword light aimed at Li Shixing. As he felt the sword light raging within his sleeves, a rare look of sorrow crossed Lu Qin's face. The power of the sword light had reached a level capable of injuring those at the 14th realm. Between his senior brother and a younger Taoist disciple, he had no choice but to side with his senior brother. In the moment the specter of Lu Qin vanished, Zhao Zheng swiftly moved, disregarding the middle-aged Taoist's pleas for mercy, and struck again, retrieving the suspended bell. The Taoist's body exploded violently. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through the small town, invigorating the residents with newfound strength in their limbs. "How do you two wish to proceed?" Zhao Zheng assessed the Confucian gentleman and the ascetic, contemplating whether he should sever their heads or their necks should they refuse to comply. Amitabha, the ascetic intoned, producing his own ultimate treasure, unsealing it and leaving it behind as he floated away. With one companion departed and another slain, the Confucian gentleman, well-versed in the principle of a gentleman not standing beneath a precarious wall, quickly retrieved his own ultimate treasure and pursued the ascetic. In his heart, the gentleman harbored some grievances towards his ancestors. "Did you not say this visit was merely a formality to earn some merit? Why is there a bizarre swordsman here?" He sensed that had he hesitated for even a second, the concealed sword light in Zhao Zheng's hand would have swiftly claimed his life. Zhao Zheng stowed away the 3 ultimate treasures and tossed them to Lu Qin. "Lu Qin, return these 3 items to their original place." He refrained from calling out to his brother again. The moment Lu Qin intervened, their camaraderie over the past few days had dissipated into nothingness. If Lu Qin did not comply, the consequences had already been made clear. Lu Qin shook his head, gathering the 3 treasures, and began to inscribe countless runes in the void with a single hand. With a commanding decree, the three treasured artifacts returned to their rightful places. In the skies above Beipingzu, Qi Jingchun, who was warding off the heavenly tribulation, felt the weight of the Li Pearl in his grasp lighten considerably. In an instant, he comprehended the events unfolding within the Li Pearl's cave. Alas, Zhaozheng, is it truly worth it for someone as close to death as I? Inside the cave, Zhaozheng seemed to perceive Qi Jingchun's sigh of despair. A beam of sword light emanated from the palm of Qi Jingchun's dermic form, and in a fleeting moment, Zhaozheng appeared in the skies above Beipingzu. He cast his gaze around, capturing countless malevolent stares suspended in midair. Not far from him, Qi Jingchun's dermic form silently bore the burden of the heavenly tribulation extending to the horizon. The dermic form showed no resistance, solely using its own spiritual power to wear down the force of the thunder from the tribulation. The once towering figure, originally 1,000 zhang tall, had diminished to a mere 800 zhang, its surface charred. Those hidden figures likely hesitated to act further, fearing the tribulation, and patiently awaited its dissipating presence. At this moment, much like in the original tale, countless powerful beings, driven by their own selfish interests, stood by and watched as the newly ascended Qi Jingchun faced the tribulation that drained his spiritual power and life. The only one willing to rescue Mr. Qi, the sage of literature, was at that moment ensconced within the Grove of Merits. Mr. Qi, in this world, the existence of virtuous individuals like yourself brings me a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Zhaozheng conjured the karmic talisman acquired from his 6-month attendance. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he lightly tapped it with his finger. Go. A point of spiritual light rapidly emerged from the talisman, vanishing into the heavenly tribulation with an almost imperceptible speed. No one noticed the actions of a mere fifth realm ant. Those formidable beings in midair remained oblivious to Zhaozheng's movement. Qi Jingchun's dermic form lifted its head in puzzlement. Above him, the heavenly tribulation continued to gather its thunder. And unexpectedly, the dark clouds of calamity began to expand outward. Qi Jingchun commenced stabilizing his injuries, preparing to confront the next wave of tribulation's cleansing. Meanwhile, far away in the grand palace of the Great Li, the Emperor Song Zhengchun, seated upon his throne, inexplicably felt a fleeting sense of unease. He surveyed the scene. The hall was filled with civil and military officials, and the plans discussed with the national master were progressing smoothly. Outside the capital, hundreds of thousands of Great Li soldiers were safeguarding their emperor. Such a robust Great Li dispelled his inexplicable anxiety. Gentlemen, what shall we do with that half-blessed land once the Li Pearl Cave descends? The emperor posed a question, initiating a new topic in the court. To the ministers, Qi Jingchun appeared a fool, since he was willing to shield the Li Pearl Cave with his own life. Great Li stood to gain a half-blessed land without cost. The esteemed officials of Great Li fervently debated potential candidates for positions in the half-blessed land, unaware that a wisp of calamity clouds began to coalesce above the imperial city of Great Li. Chapter 72, The Perils of Excessive Joy in Great Li outside the Li Pearl Cave. Those powerful beings concealed in the air could not help but voice their thoughts as they beheld the scene before them. Would the heavenly tribulation, once unleashed, continue to expand? Is it not peculiar that the true question should be why the heavenly tribulation has ceased its relentless assault on Qi Jingchun? Surprisingly, Qi Jingchun has quietly ascended to the 14th realm. The scholar, once imprisoned, has remarkably advanced in his cultivation rather than regressed. One can't help but wonder how much power he wields now. It was an unspoken query that silenced the minds engaged in discourse. The significance of the 14th realm is not lost on this assembly. On Tongya Island, the elders of the Tongya sect have only just entered the Ascension realm. Yet their disciples now behave as if bolstered by an immense backing, growing increasingly arrogant in their actions. If Qi Jingchun survives this heavenly tribulation, those present will undoubtedly flee with all haste. Zhaozheng, among those gathered, perhaps only Qi Jingchun and the formidable beings from the Lizhu Cave Heaven have taken note of Zhaozheng's subtle maneuvers. Mr. Qi, focus on your endeavors. Leave the rest to me, Zhaozheng proclaimed as he soared atop Qi Jingchun's Dharma form, surveying the surroundings where he discerned several concealed figures. Without hesitation, Zhaozheng brandished his sword once more. A beam of sword light, stretching several miles, erupted forth, fracturing the very fabric of space with dark fissures in its wake. Those who had previously underestimated Zhaozheng found their expressions shifting dramatically as the sword light approached, followed by their shouts of alarm just before it detonated. Moments later, 4 or 5 figures emerged in the air, their garments tattered, faces pale, and bodies bearing various wounds. To their astonishment, a mere mid-fifth realm insect possessed an immortal weapon. Indeed, they realized they had been utterly careless, failing to evade. Had they known this young man concealed an immortal weapon, they would have never dared to underestimate him. Despite their injuries, their gazes toward Zhao Zheng were ablaze with fervor. An immortal weapon, a rarity even among those of the harmonization realm, now appeared in the hands of a mid-fifth realm insect. Such an opportunity, presented so fortuitously, could not be disregarded. The number of onlookers who remained hidden, their eyes gleaming with avarice, was uncertain. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed, reminding them that they were in the midst of a heavenly tribulation. To act recklessly now could lead to their annihilation. Zhao Zheng, intent on seizing their moment of weakness, sword on his sword, pursuing the several Jade Purity Realm practitioners. Under the ominous presence of the heavenly tribulation above, the Jade Purity Realm cultivators dared not retaliate, forced instead to evade. An absurd scene unfolded on the battlefield. A sword cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm relentlessly pursued several Jade Purity Realm cultivators, unleashing countless strikes while they were too intimidated to counter. Zhao Zheng, not wishing to overextend, ceased his pursuit once they had escaped the reach of the heavenly tribulation, casting a derisive glance at them. Why the hesitation in fleeing? My sword awaits right here. Come and retrieve it if you possess the courage. Zhao Jingsong released his grip, and the Zhuxian sword joyfully circled around him. Due to Qi Jingxuan's unsealing of a layer of restrictions, the charging progress of the Zhuxian sword remained fixed at 99. As long as the number of spiritual artifacts in Zhao Zheng's possession was sufficient, the Zhuxian could unleash its assaults without restraint. Do not act impulsively, a woman interjected, halting the others. The heavenly tribulation was on the brink of gathering its strength. Since he had willingly stepped into the realm of tribulation, let him experience its formidable might. With that, the group dispersed, positioning themselves around the gathering storm, their gazes locked upon Zhao Zheng. The moment he emerged, they would promptly deploy their techniques to impede him. A mere insect at the 5th layer, even with a celestial weapon for protection, could hardly withstand a heavenly tribulation that even those at the 14th layer found challenging to resist. When the time came, the celestial weapon left behind by this young man would naturally be claimed based on merit. Above, the heavenly tribulation, now expanded to twice its size, seemed to have finally amassed its power. An aura of destruction began to manifest, and Qi Jingxuan, who was safeguarding the Lizhu cave heaven, divided a fragment of his consciousness to perceive the ominous thunderclouds. Boom! A massive bolt of purple lightning descended with thunderous force. In that instant of the lightning's appearance, the calm demeanor on Qi Jingxuan's face vanished. The potency of this purple lightning was exponentially greater than before. He cast a glance at Zhao Zheng, inhaled deeply, and a character representing his life essence materialized in his palm. Across the vast expanse of the 9 continents, a gentle spring breeze wafted through the land of each continent. 9 strands of spring wind converged into Qi Jingxuan's hand, coalescing into a spring character imprint with a diameter of over 10 miles, enveloping both him and Zhao Zheng beneath its protection. As the lightning surged violently, just as it was about to strike Qi Jingxuan's manifestation, it abruptly vanished, leaving even Qi Jingxuan unable to trace its path. He could not afford to split his focus. The descending lightning seemed to signal the commencement of a race. As bolts as thick as barrels fell in rapid succession, yet curiously vanished midair. In the great Li Imperial City, a bolt of purple lightning materialized from thin air, imbued with an aura of annihilation, and struck toward a specific location within the Imperial Palace. Several venerable figures at the 5th layer sensed the impending danger, swiftly rising on the winds to activate the protective grand formation within the palace. A barrier, several feet thick, was inverted over the city, while the venerable figures separated, searching for the audacious cultivator who had dared to attack the imperial city. They were confident in their formation. It had been crafted collaboratively by the eminent Mo family and other prominent clans. Upon its completion, they had conducted tests, ensuring that unless facing an ascendant being, it could not be breached. A splintering bolt of lightning struck the barrier. In that moment, the formation's intricate patterns were obliterated by the destructive force carried within the lightning. The remaining bolts surged unimpeded through the barrier, striking an unsuspecting Yupu realm cultivator. Oldly, they exclaimed. Impossible! How could the formation show no reaction? The venerable figures hastened to the side of the unfortunate Yupu, known as Oldly. The fastest among them, upon making contact with Oldly's body, quickly withdrew his hand. A charred mark now marred his palm, with flickering arcs of electricity dancing from the scorched area. Do not approach Old Li. He bears the calamity of heaven upon him. Upon hearing the warning, the others promptly retreated. The calamity of heaven is a perilous matter. Even the slightest contact could prove fatal. The cultivator who had encountered Old Li's lifeless body gazed at the charred mark on his palm, which continued to expand. Realizing that the spiritual energy within him was utterly ineffective against the heavenly tribulation. In desperation, he severed his own hand. How could such a calamity befall the great Li? How should I know? Hurry and send a message to the emperor. What is it? The one who suggested contacting the emperor pointed skyward, and everyone turned to gaze upwards. Above them, an ominous mass of thunder had inexplicably gathered, crackling with a destructive aura identical to that which had just been witnessed. Several elders exchanged glances, a sense of melancholy settling in their hearts. What transgressions had the great Li committed to incur such divine wrath? Chapter 73. The sword-heart illuminated Qi Jingshun stood ready for an extended period, only to find that although the heavenly calamity was indeed formidable, it did not strike him. The Li Pearl, shielded by his Dharma form, had safely descended, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. He retracted his tattered Dharma form and turned to the composed Zhaozheng beside him. Where did the lightning go? I do not know, Zhaozheng fibbed slightly. After acquiring the causality talisman, he had meticulously studied it. This talisman would lock onto those sects or families that had truly exploited the true dragon's 3,000-year fortune. Setting aside other considerations, the imperial family of Great Li certainly could not escape its fate. As for what would become of the Great Li imperial family, Zhaozheng had no interest in discovering. At this moment, the thunder continued to rumble overhead. Beneath the tempest, Qi Jingshun returned to the academy to tend to his injuries. Those hidden in the vicinity could only watch helplessly. Just moments ago, a nascent soul cultivator, seeing that the calamity did not target Qi Jingshun and Zhao Zheng, dashed in, intent on seizing the immortal sword from Zhao Zheng's grasp. However, as he entered the domain of the heavenly tribulation, a bolt of lightning locked onto him. Moments later, a charred fragment plummeted from the sky. Thus, the situation reached a temporary stalemate. Before long, various cultivators received messages, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily departed. Soon, the remaining gazes in the vicinity grew peculiar. Recently, numerous sects and families had inexplicably been struck by lightning, the destructive power of which was astonishing. Even the most formidable protective formations shattered upon contact. It was rumored that the most unfortunate were the Great Li dynasty. The emperor had secretly cultivated at an unknown time and had even attained the nascent soul stage. As a result, a bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the emperor's spiritual energy and severely injuring him. Alongside the emperor, several prominent families of Great Li found their ancestors inexplicably targeted by the lightning, relentlessly pursued. Brother Zhao, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Lu Chun had somehow arrived at the academy's entrance, calling out to Zhao Zheng, who stood in the courtyard. A smile adorned Lu Chen's face, seemingly unaffected by the previous dissolution of their friendship. Please, do tell, Taoist Lu. Zhao Zheng's words carried a touch of courtesy and detachment. Lu Chen adjusted his slightly askew cap and pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us first discuss the good news. From the Deli royal family, 5 or 6 from the Jade Purity realm have perished, and 1 in the Celestial realm has sustained grave injuries. Of course, the most unfortunate is their emperor. That formidable sovereign, who is now left with merely 6 months to live. Several pillar nations of Dali have seen their ancestral lines reduced to but a fraction. In the regions of Beipingzu and Beijulu, numerous sects have also suffered calamities. Zhao Zheng remained calm. One reaps what one sows. These sects and families, having basked in the fortune of the true dragon for 3 millennia, must now face their just deserts. The bad news is that someone from the Lu family has deduced that you were behind these events. This information has already been sold. Once the tribulation concludes, there will be those who seek to ambush you. Thank you for the information, Taoist, Zhao Zheng replied, casting a glance at the heavenly tribulation above, estimating that it would conclude in a few hours. Given the multitude sharing this tribulation, the losses for those sects and families should not be too severe. Brother Zhao, you have indeed stirred the wrath of many. Lu Chen knew that after suffering inexplicable losses, these individuals were incensed, and upon learning the underlying causes, they planned to draw upon their respective resources. Wrath? Upon hearing this, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within Zhao Zheng. How is it that they are permitted to reap benefits without bearing the consequences? I once believed the Confucian teachings, which have endured for millennia, to be noble, Yet, what I observe is nothing but cannibalism. Some creatures disguised in human form are even worse than the monstrous tribes of the wilderness. The clay figures of those saints in the Confucian temple merely squander their days, waiting for death. This realm of righteousness is truly disappointing. No sooner had he spoken than a series of thunderclaps erupted above his head. Zhao Zheng looked up, his gaze piercing through the storm clouds, seemingly catching sight of the Confucian sage presiding over the firmament of Beipingzu. What, in this era of righteousness, must even a sage oversee the words of a mere mortal? The scorn upon Zhao Zheng's face deepened. If the sage could hear my words, could he not see the tribulation looming overhead? A sage? Bah! Zhao Zheng spat disdainfully onto the ground. The sage, seated in the heavens, appeared incensed by Zhao Zheng's insolence, and the thunder grew ever louder. Come, come. If you possess the courage, strike me down now. Zhao Zheng, wielding his sword, departed from the range of the tribulation, craning his neck defiantly towards the celestial sage. Adopting an audacious demeanor, the thunder roared with increasing intensity, yet it was merely a cacophony of sound. Zhao Zheng felt an overwhelming urge to express his grievances. In my experiences within the realm of righteousness, it seems that the measure of worth is merely the size of one's fist. In this world, the virtuous suffer, while the malevolent flourish. The so-called millennia of Confucian enlightenment now pales in comparison to the purity of my homeland. I, Zhao Zheng, hereby vow that in my lifetime, I shall wield my 3-foot sword to vanquish all who perpetrate evil in this world. As his words echoed, the extermination sword emitted a resounding cry that reverberated through the heavens and earth, its seals spontaneously shattering, a blinding radiance of ascendant power swirling and vanishing upon the blade. In the vast expanse of the world, encompassing both the land and the countless islands scattered across the oceans, the solemn vow of Zhao Zheng reverberates. In a distant corner of this boundless realm, ominous clouds of calamity suddenly expand exponentially. The latent power within them, should it erupt, would spare none across the continent. Within mere moments, Zhao Zheng's oath resonates throughout the entirety of this vast dominion. In the serene abode of Lizhu Cave, the elder Yang opens his eyes in the quiet of the backyard. Reflected in his gaze is a table where a single incense stick burns fiercely, its flames consuming all the surrounding incense offerings. Beneath the corridor bridge, a spirit of the sword wears a subtle smile, yet her eyes betray a hint of coldness. She senses that Zhao Zheng may one day become a formidable adversary to her master. The numerous formidable beings of the 14th realm outside Lizhu Cave cast astonished glances at Zhao Zheng. In this world, with every breath, thousands vow their allegiance. Across the millennia of Howren, only Zhao Zheng has managed to invoke a resonance with the heavens through his solemn promises. At this moment, if a practitioner of fortune were to observe Zhao Zheng, they would witness the chaotic gathering of fate behind him, forming a dense wheel of fortune. Should this fortune continue to coalesce around him, he would ascend to become the first son of fortune in Howren. At this juncture, Zhao Zheng closes his eyes, channeling the intangible currents of fortune into his heart. Simultaneously, within his storage ring, the wooden plaque carved by the great sword immortal begins to radiate with a mystical glow. A fine, sharp sword aura, cleansed by the wheel of fortune, obediently flows within Zhao Zheng, harmonizing with the spiritual energy coursing through him. The wheel of fortune gradually fades, while his heart becomes increasingly resplendent. Chapter 74. The supreme true scripture of the great void. A flicker of surprise crosses the sword spirit's eyes for the first time. In her perception, Zhao Zheng's heart shines brilliantly, having coalesced into a sword heart. As this heart forms, an immense gravitational force emanates from Zhao Zheng's dantian, drawing forth spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around, which descends in droplets of ethereal liquid. Concurrently, the sword intent enveloping Zhao Zheng begins to swell rapidly. In his mind, Zhao Zheng revisits the techniques he has learned, each repetition yielding new insights. The once intricate sword techniques are deconstructed into their fundamental components, simplifying the complex. Upon opening his eyes, he realizes he has returned to the Dragon Gate realm, his sword intent suffusing his dantian and meridians. At this moment, he feels capable of vanquishing 10 versions of his former self. Yet, the surprises do not cease here. From the earlier vow to the heavens, Zhao Zheng has discerned the path that lies ahead. Should he adhere to his promises, he could ascend to the 14th realm within a century. How do you feel now, Brother Zhao? Lu Chen inquires, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing the unprecedented commotion Zhao Zheng has stirred, something he has never encountered in his millennium of cultivation. It feels magnificent. It would be even better if an audacious Taoist were to come and provoke me, Zhao Zheng replies. Coughing awkwardly, Lu Chen attempts to shift the conversation. Now that Liju Cave has landed and the heavenly tribulation has dissipated, what are your plans, Brother Zhao? Let us take a stroll through the vast expanse of Hauran, and perhaps we may encounter some fortuitous opportunities. Alas, if not, then perhaps Zhao would accompany me to wander through the realm of Qiming. Without further ado, I assure you that I will arrange for your prospects in that regard. Perhaps another time, I shall explore Hauran thoroughly before venturing forth. Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence in Qingming. Before Lu Chen departed, he bestowed upon Zhao Zheng a token, instructing him that upon arrival in Qingming, should he encounter any ill-mannered individuals, he need only display the token. Zhao Zheng did not refuse, given his modest circumstances. It was prudent to accept such a gesture of goodwill. During Zhao Zheng's guardianship in the academy, the venerable Ruankong, for reasons unknown, had been provoked. A cadre of cultivators soaring from the Pearl Cave was sent flying by his hand. According to Ning Yao, this misfortune did not befall just one. To evoke the ire of the generally affable Ruanshan, it seems someone must have provoked his beloved daughter, his most cherished possession, to threaten his delicate cabbage. It is likely that Ruankong harbored thoughts of retribution. In this lifetime, Ruanshu and Chen Pingon have had little intersection, and it remains unclear who was the unfortunate soul that roused Ruankong's wrath. Throughout this period, Zhao Zheng diligently signed in each day, perhaps due to a stroke of luck. He received a tome titled Shanqing Dao Dongjinjing, a sacred scripture transmitted by a celestial saint to his disciples, which holds the potential to elevate one to the realm of sanctity. Zhao Zheng endeavored to practice the techniques delineated in Shanqing Dao Dongjinjing, and felt a substantial increase in the density of his internal spiritual energy. Initially believing he had perfected his Dragon Gate realm, he now perceived room for further advancement. Consequently, he promptly adopted the practices of Shanqing Dao Dongjinjing, which led to some commotion. 10 days later, Qi Jingchun's injuries had healed, though his realm had diminished to the ascension stage. Upon emerging from his seclusion, his first inquiry was about Zhao Zheng's intentions. Upon learning that Zhao Zheng would not be returning to the Sword Qi Great Wall immediately, he gifted him several books he had previously read. From Mr. Qi, Zhao Zheng also learned that Chen Pingon had once again been taken under Mr. Qi's tutelage, becoming a disciple of the revered literary sage. Furthermore, the sword spirit had already acknowledged Chen Pingon as its master. Mr. Qi summoned Chen Pingon, Li Baoping, and Li Huai, imparting to them the necessary precautions for their journey to the Cliff Academy. This marked the first encounter between Zhao Zheng and Chen Pingon since Zhao Zheng's arrival at the Pearl Cave. Chen Pingon appeared rather gaunt, likely a testament to the hardships of solitary living over the years, slightly shorter than his peers, with a dark and slender visage, yet his eyes shone bright with vitality. After their introductions, Zhao Zheng approached the young girl clad in red. "Brother Zhao, will you join us in the journey to the Cliff Academy?" Li Baoping inquired, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhao Zheng. "Once we leave the town, we shall part ways." "Oh," the brightness in Baoping's eyes dimmed noticeably. "This is a protective talisman from me, along with one from Sister Ning Yao and Sister Ruanshu. It is best kept close to you." "Very well." As Baoping gazed at the talismans in her hands, her spirits were lifted considerably. Wearing her amulet securely, she looked up at Zhao Zheng and said, "Big Brother Zhao, when you come to the Cliff Academy, I can show you around." "All right, I'll leave it to you, little Baoping," he replied. "No problem." Zhao Zheng inspected the storage bag of the little girl, discovering that she had forgotten many essentials for her journey. He couldn't help but silently complain about Li Shixing, her older brother. With a sigh, Zhao Zheng took Baoping to the market to replenish their supplies. In the cool pavilion of the Li residence, Li Shixing, engrossed in a book, seemed to hear someone's thoughts and tapped his head lightly with the book. This was indeed a point he had overlooked. It was essential to prepare bedding that one was accustomed to, along with insect repellent powder, otherwise, one might wake up covered in bites. "I remember, Baoping. You enjoy the roast duck from the shop at the end of the street. We can buy several. Food can be stored in the bag without issue for 10 days or even half a month. Moreover, if you encounter danger outside, you must promptly mention your protector." Zhao Zheng's earlier words were clear, but the last part left Baoping somewhat puzzled. If someone poses a threat to you, you can silently recite your big brother's name in your heart. It will transform misfortune into fortune. Just remember what I've said. Baoping nodded obediently, and after a moment of curiosity, she asked, "Big Brother Zhao, can I call your name?" "Of course, but the first name you must call is your big brother's," Zhao Zheng said, ruffling Baoping's hair with a cheerful smile. "All right." As they stepped out of the restaurant, Baoping tugged at Zhao Zheng's sleeve, pointing to the left. "Big brother Zhao, look, it's Sister Ruan." Zhao Zheng exchanged glances with Baoping and approached Ruan Xiao. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Ruan Xiao was holding a large bag of pastries and was angrily stuffing them into her mouth. "Ruan, Sister Ruan." The sudden voice from behind startled Ruan Xiao, causing her to hastily shove a piece of pastry into her mouth, attempting to destroy the evidence. Unsurprisingly, she began to choke. Baoping quickly retrieved water to help her. After a moment of chaos, Ruan Xiao regained her composure, though her face remained flushed with embarrassment. "Sister Ruan, who has made you angry?" Baoping inquired. "It's all my father's fault," Ruan Xiao exclaimed, her irritation spilling forth. "Is it Ruan Xiong the sage?" Finally reunited with a good friend, Ruan Xiao found an outlet for her pent-up frustrations. Chapter 75. Ruan the blacksmith relents after listening attentively. Zhao Zheng understood the reason behind Ruan Xiao's anger. He and Ning Yao were soon to leave the small town, and of course, Chen Hua and Xu Yue would accompany them. Even Lu Chun had packed up his fortune-telling stall, preparing to return to the realm of Qingming as a master of the third rank. Friends made in Lizhu Dantian were all departing, leaving Ruan Xiao feeling forlorn. Alone in the small town, hammering iron felt tedious. And while it had been manageable during the snowstorm at the temple, she now found it quite dull. Thus, she had devised a compelling reason, filled with confidence, to persuade her father to let her go. "So, what did you say to Master Ruan?" Zhao Zheng began to suspect why everyone spoke of the newly arrived Ruan Shangran with such disdain. It was undoubtedly Ruan Xiao's reasoning that had incensed Ruan Xiong. He was too fond of his daughter to lay a finger on her, leaving him no choice but to vent his frustration on the passing monks. "My father had always lamented not having visited the Sword Qi Great Wall, so I proposed to undertake the journey on his behalf." Ruan Xiao's large eyes twinkled as she revealed her thoughts. "Is there perhaps a second part to your statement?" Zhao Zheng noticed Ruan Xiao's smile falter, and for some inexplicable reason, his right eyelid began to twitch. Ruan Xiao's gaze drifted, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhao Zheng. "When my father asked me how I planned to reach the Sword Qi Great Wall, I replied that I intended to accompany you." Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Zheng saw himself slap his forehead, while Ruan Xiao, a bit embarrassed, couldn't help but softly defend herself. "It was only natural. I can't find the way alone." "Can I?" "Zhao Zheng, you must accompany me back and explain the situation to my father." At last, Zhao Zheng understood why he had felt someone watching him closely these past few days. Ruan Xiao's words, if overheard by Ruan Xiong, implied that Zhao Zheng had taken liberties with his cherished daughter. Ruan Xiao even intended for him to clarify matters at the blacksmith shop. Zhao Zheng feared that merely stepping through the threshold with his left foot would be seen as a sign of disrespect towards the sage, and he would be flattened by Ruan Xiong's hammer. "I dread that Master Ruan will be even angrier upon seeing me," Zhao Zheng sighed, politely declining Ruan Xiao's suggestion. "Sister Ruan, allow me." Baoping, having grasped Ruan Xiao's predicament, thumped her chest, assuring her that she would certainly persuade Master Ruan. "Very well, Baoping. I am counting on you." Ruan Xiao clasped Baoping's hands, her expression earnest as she regarded the young girl. Baoping nodded firmly, accepting the weighty responsibility with resolve. The trio arrived at the blacksmith shop, where the rhythmic sound of hammering resonated within. Ruan Xiao called out, "Father, I'm back." Shortly after, the clanging ceased, and Ruan Xiong emerged, a smile gracing his face. Xiao, are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you shortly." As his gaze shifted, Ruan Xiong's expression darkened upon noticing Zhao Zheng standing beside Xiao. This wretched boy had the audacity to appear before him. "Master Ruan." Baoping chirped brightly. "I've heard about you from my sister Xiao. You must be Baoping." Faced with the adorably dressed little girl, Ruan Xiong suppressed his displeasure, a smile returning to his features. Zhao Zheng observed Ruan Xiong's swift transformation, realizing he was increasingly unfit to speak today. "Xiao, pour a glass of water for Baoping." Ruan Xiao complied, tugging at Zhao Zheng's sleeve to follow her into the kitchen. Before departing, Ruan Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Baoping. With a discreet gesture of reassurance, Baoping responded, "Do not worry, Sister Ruan, I will handle everything." Not long after they had hidden themselves in the kitchen, Ruan Xiong called for Ruan Xiao to come out. As Baoping instinctively approached the kitchen, she exchanged a reassuring glance with Ruan Xiao as they passed each other. Xiao, having ventured to the Sword Qi Great Wall, must temper her temperament. For the sword cultivators there possess strength surpassing even that of her father, in great abundance. Upon her arrival, do remember to write back, so that I may know how you fare. Take good care of these two swords. Father. As Ruan Xiao gazed upon the two faded flying swords bestowed by Ruan Xiong, her eyes brimmed with tears. Enough, my dear daughter, it does not suit you to weep. Ruan Xiong gently ruffled Ruan Xiao's hair, his voice tinged with reluctance. He recalled the infant who had once required his utmost care, now grown into a young lady, nearly his height. In your letters, do not only share joyous tidings. If hardships arise, know that I shall come to bring you home. Indeed, I shall remember. Ruan Xiao could not help but nestle into her father's embrace. The once towering figure who could shield her from all, now bore strands of white amidst his hair. Enough now, there are others present. Dry your tears. First, gather your belongings, for I shall see you off tomorrow. Very well. As Zhao Zheng was about to depart, Ruan Xiong called him back. With a warning glare, he addressed Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng, let me be clear. Should my daughter face any bullying, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Rest assured, Master Ruan Xiao is my friend, and I shall protect her without fail. Remember your words. Ruan Xiong shot him a stern look, tossing him a booklet before turning to leave. This rascal, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely so, must know that should my Xiao suffer any grievances, he shall be held accountable. Zhao Zheng perused the pages, which detailed Ruan Xiong's extensive forging experiences and techniques. With this booklet, diligent cultivation would ensure that the Sword Qi Great Wall would possess its own master blacksmith in the future. Master Ruan's gift is indeed monumental. Rest assured, anyone who dares harm Miss Ruan shall first have to step over my corpse. Early the next morning, a large gathering formed at the town's exit, comprising Qi Jingchun, Chen Ping'an, Li Baoping, and other students, along with parents like Li Er and Li Shixing, and Zhao Zheng alongside Master Ruan. Before departing, Zhao Zheng extended an invitation to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi, the academy at the Sword Qi Great Wall is in need of a distinguished teacher. I shall certainly visit when the opportunity arises. Qi Jingchun did not decline. The Sword Qi Great Wall, a haven for sword immortals, inspires longing in all who know of it. Once he completes his duties, he shall surely walk the expanse of that grand fortress. And so they departed. Chunhua and Xiao Yu had already entered the system space, while Zhao Zheng, Ning Yao, and Ruan Xiao soared into the skies on their swords, swiftly disappearing from view. Zhao Gu, Ning Jia, Ruan Jia, do remember to frequently visit the Cliffside Academy. Li Baoping shouted after the retreating figures. Certainly. A distant voice echoed back. Master Ruan, why do your eyes appear red? After seeing off the young disciples, Qi Jingchun teased the standing Ruan Qiong. The wind and sand are fierce, causing some irritation to my eyes. Chapter 76. The willing shall be hooked. Where shall we venture now? Behold that small hill ahead. Let us take refuge there first. In a short span, the three of them arrived at the foot of the modest peak, merely a few hundred meters high. Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao wandered through the forest for a while, and soon returned with several wild rabbits and chickens in hand. Zhao Zheng cleared a patch of ground and began to prepare the game they had caught. The enticing aroma of food soon wafted through the air. Is there something peculiar about this place? Ruan Xiao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she savored the meat. The mountain we currently stand upon is known as Qiduan Mountain. It is said that in ancient times, two celestial beings engaged in a game here, using the heavens as their board and precious stones as their pieces, battling for a century. This mountain marks the spot where one of the immortals placed their pieces. Hence its name, Qiduan Mountain. There doesn't appear to be anything extraordinary about it. Ruan Xiao glanced around, failing to discern any uniqueness about the hill. You shall soon discover. Zhao Zheng produced a few talismans, instructing Ning Yu and Ruan Xiao to affix them to themselves. Once the talismans were applied, their auras diminished significantly, rendering them akin to two ordinary girls. Are there fish you wish to catch in this mountain? Having spent considerable time with Zhao Zheng, Ning Yao could surmise his intentions with a mere glance. The Buddha says, what cannot be spoken cannot be spoken. Zhao Zheng raised a finger, feigning mystery. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Ning Yao, we shall ascend the mountain shortly and see who first seizes that opportunity. Ruan Xiao linked her arm with Ning Yao's, casting a triumphant smile at Zhao Zheng. They were two in number, and she doubted they would be outdone by Zhao Zheng, who merely sat idly fishing. Without further ado, they swiftly finished a roasted chicken. Ruan Xiao hastily wiped the grease from her hands and pulled Ning Yao up the mountain. The hill was not particularly high, and as they traversed the path, They found no sign of any opportunity, nor even a single spirit stone. Ning Yao, do you think Xiao Zheng was merely toying with us? This Chiduan mountain is devoid of anything. I doubt it. I trust him completely. Ning Yao's conviction was unwavering. You place far too much faith in him. While he may be reliable in significant matters, he is often untrustworthy in trivial ones. Yuan Xiao chided playfully, feigning annoyance at Xiao Zheng. Upon hearing this, Ning Yao's face blossomed with delightful dimples. When one harbors affection for another, it is only natural to grant them one's utmost trust. Thus, Ning Yao did not perceive Xiao Zheng as deceiving Yuan Xiao. She surmised that there must be a concealed barrier somewhere on the mountain. Returning to the spot where they had rested, Yuan Xiao observed Xiao Zheng, who had fallen asleep against a tree. Seizing a twig, she gestured to Ning Yao and stealthily prodded his nose with it. Achoo! Xiao Zheng sneezed, awakening to find Yuan Xiao holding the twig, her intended weapon. Yuan Xiao, you will have to fend for yourself tonight. Do not expect to partake in my cooking. Did you not claim you were going fishing? Why are you idling here alone? Yuan Xiao questioned, redirecting the conversation. Xiao Zheng retrieved a shard of divine golden body from his pocket, and with a flick of his finger, the fragment shone brilliantly. Several miles away from this location, in a secluded valley, a serpent as thick as a water jar, black in hue, and a slender white serpent, reminiscent of a woman, simultaneously raised their heads. Their gaze was fixated upon the territory of a certain good neighbor, where an opportunity of great significance had just manifested. Instinctively, they understood that by seizing this chance, both the black and white serpents could transcend to a higher realm, breaking through to the golden core and achieving the Yuaning. The pair of companions exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly gliding towards Qizhuang Mountain. On a peak 100 miles north of Qizhuang Mountain, a masked man stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing with keen interest at the domain of Qizhuang Mountain. The movements of Xiao Zheng and his companions were clearly reflected in his eyes. Observing the trio's leisurely exploration, the masked man chuckled coldly, recognizing their naivety. They were blissfully unaware of the peril they had unwittingly entangled themselves in. Landlord, have you given any thought to what I just mentioned? The entity known as Wei Ba, the spirit of Qizhuang Mountain, wore a bitter smile as he regarded the official from the Great Li, attempting to plead, Sir Wei. As a mere spirit of a small hillside, I am powerless against those three. No, you are not, Sir Wei said with a smirk, approaching Wei Ba and patting him on the shoulder in a seemingly amicable manner. Yet, his voice slithered into Wei Ba's ear like a venomous snake. You were once one of the revered deities of the Five Mountains in the previous dynasty, a formidable being from the upper five realms. But now, I am merely a humble spirit of a cave dwelling, Wei Ba lamented. Having spent so long in the capital, I did not expect the scenery of the border mountains of Great Li to be so exquisite. No wonder you often gaze from this vantage point, Sir Wei. Wei Ba's expression darkened momentarily. The effort Sir Wei was putting into dealing with a mere spirit like him was truly astonishing. He cast a distant glance at the small town 100 miles away, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his features before he quickly suppressed it, bowing respectfully to Sir Wei. Landlord Wei Ba obeys your command. Excellent. Once this task is accomplished, I shall surely report your merits to His Majesty. When we meet again, perhaps I shall have to address you as Lord Mountain God Wei, Sir Wei replied. Act within an hour. You may return to your own territory. Understood. Wei Ba returned to Qizhuang Mountain, channeling his spiritual powers, and soon discovered Xiao Zheng and his companions excavating bamboo in the mountainside. Watching the verdant bamboo grove, now stripped of much of its tender shoots by the three humans, Wei Ba felt a deep pang of sorrow. This grove was cultivated from the descendants of the loyal bamboo he had painstakingly nurtured for centuries, resulting in this expanse of bamboo forest spanning hundreds of square meters. Despite having established various barriers that even Sir Wei had not perceived, how had these three managed to locate this place? Time seemed to drag on interminably for Wei Ba. An hour felt like an eternity. Yuan Xiao expressed her confusion, noting that she and Ning Yao had been to this place before and had never noticed an additional bamboo grove. Thus, she voiced her bewilderment. Perhaps it is the chef's seventh sense concerning ingredients. Xiao Zheng responded earnestly, discreetly stowing away the warm copper coin he had been clutching in his palm. He was able to locate the bamboo of loyalty and bravery hidden by Wei Ban to obtain the descendant bamboo, of course, through deceit. Is that so? Indeed. Gaze into my eyes. What do you see within? I see myself. No, look closely. Its sincerity, authenticity, and genuineness. Chuckle. Ning Yao had endured for quite some time before she could no longer suppress her laughter. My apologies. She had undergone rigorous training and typically refrained from laughter unless truly unable to contain it. Ning Yao, what are you laughing at? I was reminded of something joyous. With this explanation, Wan Xiu understood that the so-called seventh sense of a cook was merely Zhao Zheng's trickery. Without hesitation, Wan Xiu extracted a massive iron hammer, weighing several hundred pounds, from her storage ring and swung it toward Zhao Zheng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, stop deceiving me." Chapter 77. A suppressed individual as Wan Xiu vented her frustration upon Zhao Zheng. A shadow as thick as a water barrel struck toward him with lightning speed. Simultaneously, a white figure glided behind Ning Yao, releasing a stream of white mist. What is that? Wan Xiu gasped, startled by the dark shadow. And the hammer she had been about to bring down halted abruptly, only to be swung toward the shadow without hesitation. Bang! The shadow was sent soaring into the air. And it was then that Wan Xiu discerned its true form, a black serpent over 100 meters long. As it passed by Wan Xiu, a flicker of wariness appeared in its massive pupils. This human girl possessed strength that was not inferior to its own. Meanwhile, the white serpent engaged Ning Yao in combat, growing increasingly alarmed with each exchange. The poised woman before it, although at a lower cultivation level, wielded sword energy that could rival its own spells. Hiss. That pricks. Hearing its companion's voice, the black serpent chose to endure Wan Xiu's hammer strike rather than evade. Utilizing the tremendous force of the hammer, it propelled itself away rapidly from the assault of Wan Xiu and Zhao Zheng. For the time being, it could not overpower these two humans. Simultaneously, the white serpent withstood one of Ning Yao's sword strikes and quickly swam back to its companion's side, despite having thoroughly investigated the three humans' energies beforehand. Concluding they were at most in the cave-dwelling realm, they were taken aback upon engaging, realizing two were at the Dragon Gate level and one at the Golden Core stage. Had the black serpent engaged more frequently with its old neighbors, it might have learned of a human tactic known as fishing for loss. They were precisely the fish Zhao Zheng aimed to catch. "Fear not, my brother. I shall assist you." Wei Ban's voice suddenly rang in the black serpent's ear. Their relationship with this neighbor was far from amicable. Hesitating momentarily, Wei Ban's voice echoed again. "Eliminate these three, and we shall share the spoils equally." Understood. The black and white serpents communicated swiftly, concealing their forms within the thicket as they sought an opportune moment to strike. Zhao Zheng and his companions formed a triangular formation, warily surveying the now silent forest devoid of insect chirps and bird calls. The sky gradually darkened, shadows steadily and ominously engulfing the surrounding light. The bracelet on Wan Xiu's wrist began to gradually move, transforming into a small dragon, shimmering with a crimson glow. The dragon unfurled its body, completely indifferent to the two concealed serpents nearby. Suddenly, its form stiffened, and a voice echoed in Wan Xiu's ear. Swiftly, she relayed the intelligence perceived by the dragon. Outside the mountain, there were more than a dozen Yuanian cultivators, along with 5 Yupu realm ambushers. Take these 2 substitute talismans. I will create a disturbance in the surrounding consciousness shortly. Seize the opportunity to use the talismans. And you? As for me, naturally, I shall continue to deal with them, making them bleed well so they may learn the meaning of pain. Zhao Zheng patted the Su Stian sword on his back, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Since the royal family of Dali and other sects feel aggrieved and discontented, let us amplify their discomfort. After all, their discontent brings me joy. Several talismans flew into the darkness, and moments later, the jungle erupted with blinding flashes of light, exposing the figures of the black and white serpents. Numerous sharp beams of sword light cleaved through ancient trees, showering down like rain, enveloping the black and white serpents within. The serpents writhed in pain, their scales marred by deep wounds that exposed the bone beneath. In the shadows, Wei Ban, witnessing his good neighbors on the verge of collapse, promptly activated his divine powers. The ground beneath Zhao Zheng transformed into a deep pit, while the earth around him rapidly rose, coalescing into a massive fist several meters in diameter, which came crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, several arms emerged from the sides of the pit, reaching for Zhao Zheng. Caught off guard, he was yanked down, and the sword light grazed past the rocks as he was struck into the depths of the pit. Once he was submerged, the earth swiftly sealed around him, an oppressive force descending upon him. Beside Ning Yao and Wan Xiu, several rocky arms appeared, obstructing their attempts to harm the 2 large serpents. Although the duo could easily shatter these rocky appendages, each time one was broken, another would immediately sprout from the ground. Coupled with the increasingly ferocious two serpents, their offensive gradually waned. With Zhao Zheng firmly suppressed deep within the earth's crust, Wei Ban finally had the freedom to act. Nearby, two ancient trees, towering for centuries, stood erect, their roots transforming into legs as they stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. The Treants, birthed from these ancient trees, eschewed finesse, hammering down relentlessly towards the positions of Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao. Their strength was astonishing. Each blow created a deep pit several meters wide. Ning Yao's sword energy grew ever more formidable, while Ruan Xiao displayed signs of impatience, her wristbound dragon poised for action. Once its master released it, the dragon would ensure the two serpents learned who the true prey was. With such tactics, your emperor sought our collaboration? A group lurking in the shadows observed the trio's responses, their eyes filled with disdain. The backgrounds of these three were far from ordinary, and none could guarantee what other means they might have concealed. Lord Wei coldly replied and turned to a subordinate beside him, inquiring about the arrangement of the barrier. It has been properly set up. Once the signal is sent, the formation will activate. Lord Wei nodded, contemplating the formidable array that the Great Li had dispatched to contend with these three young individuals, who remained oblivious to the impending threat. When shall we strike? When those two serpents have captured the two young ladies. We shall claim that black serpent for our sect. I desire half of the bamboo grove on the mountain. Very well, Lord Wei agreed without hesitation, observing these sect members discussing spoils before the battle had even commenced. A flicker of disdain briefly crossed his eyes before he masked it quickly. Wei Ban utilized his innate power to suppress Zhao Zheng into the depths of the earth, where the overwhelming force of the ground surged forth, sealing Zhao Zheng's entire cultivation. The sword of extermination cleaved through the air, carving out a space for Zhao Zheng to stand. He surveyed the chaotic surroundings, unable to discern direction with either his consciousness or his eyes. No wonder Wei Ban had left no further means of restraint after suppressing him. Had it been any other cultivator of the fifth realm, they might never escape this place. Extermination, do you recall how we arrived here? The tip of the extermination sword wavered before pointing in a particular direction, following the sword's lead for a time. Zhao Zheng noticed it aimed skyward, indicating that directly above him lay Qizhuang Mountain. Please assist me by cleaving this mountain apart. The extermination sword emitted a soft chime, signifying its agreement. Zhao Zheng began to channel the supreme clear great cave scripture, devouring the myriad energies of the earth, which swiftly transformed into spiritual energy. Surging into the extermination sword, a brilliant point of light emerged on the sword's body, rapidly spreading across its entire length. With both hands gripping the sword, Zhao Zheng aimed upwards, swinging it from below in a decisive stroke. Chapter 78. Lord Wei, who mistook himself for the yellow sparrow Wei Ban, watched the two increasingly beleaguered young ladies with a surge of delight. It was merely a matter of time before he captured them. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, as if something of immense importance was slipping away from him. Before he could discern the source of this sensation, he felt the ground beneath Qizhuang Mountain tremble, his powers unable to quell the mountain's agitation. Qizhuang Mountain is changing, swiftly. The rocky arms besieging Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao, along with two tree men, had lost the support of the earth's energy, crumbling at the slightest touch. The black and white serpents exchanged a glance before hastily retreating. The commotion surrounding Qizhuang Mountain was beyond their capacity to confront. Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao shared a knowing glance, likely surmising who was responsible for the upheaval. They sought a quieter spot, and, just as they settled, Ning Yao sensed something amiss, her gaze darting towards the summit of Qizhuang Mountain. The dark peak suddenly blazed with light, as bright as day. Wei Ban's face flushed crimson, yet he still could not intercept the sword energy surging from the earth. Sensing Wei Ban's obstruction, Zhao Zheng instinctively activated the supreme clear great cave scripture. He seemed to behold a towering young man standing amidst the chaos, wielding an ordinary iron sword. With a single swing, a blade of light, imbued with a sense of untamed spirit, erupted forth. The chaos retreated beneath the might of that sword. A glimmer of light emerged from the darkness, followed by the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, conjuring a brand new world beneath the young man's blade. The first maneuver of the supreme clarity sword technique, opening the heavens. Zhao Zheng instinctively imitated the young man's strike, a flicker of the same heavenly essence rising from his sword. The Chestmound Mountain was cleaved in twain from below, a single stroke sufficing. Wei Bo spat blood several times, lowering his gaze to his hands, which were marred by fissures. not merely his hands, but his entire being bore the same affliction. That one stroke, with but a fraction more force, would shatter the golden form of this land of Chestmound Mountain entirely. The radiant sword light dispelled the surrounding darkness for miles, unyielding as it sliced through the dense clouds above, allowing a pristine moonlight to cascade upon Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao. Ning Yao stood entranced by that blade, her eyes filled with flickering sword lights. Entering a state of enlightenment, Zhao Zheng descended before Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao, prompting Ruan Xiao to activate the substitute talisman, saying simply, "Do not resist." In the next moment, Ruan Xiao and Ning Yao had stepped into the system space, accompanied by the Spring Blossom sisters. Another Ning Yao and Ruan Xiao remained in place, their eyes devoid of vitality. In a certain location within the Great Li dynasty, a diminutive man, donning a bamboo hat and armed with a bamboo sword, was riding a donkey while drinking. When that sword light ascended, the small man froze instantly. The fine wine flowed from his gourd onto the ground without a second glance. At that moment, his focus was solely on the dazzling sword light. The essence of this strike rivaled that of the venerable Sword Immortal. The leisurely traveler suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He drew his bamboo sword and struck the donkey's rear with a swift motion. "Little donkey, let's hasten to see which Sword Immortal has unleashed their blade." The donkey brayed in alarm, swiftly galloping forth, covering hundreds of meters in a single breath. When Lord Wei and his entourage arrived at Chestmound Mountain, they beheld the fallen Wei bow, covered in cracks, while their targets, the three young men, stood nonchalantly on the mountainside. Noticing Lord Wei's gaze, the youth named Zhao Zheng waved cheerfully, greeting him with a smile. Lord Wei was both amused and incensed. This lad exhibited no fear whatsoever. Once captured, he intended to teach Zhao Zheng a lesson, eager to see if that smile would remain. With that, all present summoned their powers, stirring a tempest of spiritual energy that surged through the air. A vast net of spiritual energy, extending for miles, enveloped the heavens and the earth, rendering any method of traversal across the space impossible. A towering ethereal figure materialized behind one of the practitioners, mirroring his movements as it drew a long spear, descending with a thunderous strike. Simultaneously, the three wielded their swords once more, unleashing an onslaught of piercing sword energy. Each shard possessed the destructive capability to severely wound a practitioner at the Dragon Gate level. In the midst of such fervent efforts, Zhao Zheng found himself devoid of any means of escape. The esteemed Lord Wei, instead of advancing, retreated, brandishing a longbow imbued with an ancient aura. As he channeled his entire spiritual energy, an arrow, as thick as a man's arm, swiftly materialized before him. With a hum, Lord Wei released his fingers, and the arrow instantly traversed the 100 meters between him and Zhao Zheng. By the time Zhao Zheng sensed the impending danger, the arrow was but a hand's breadth away. What swiftness in that shot! Faced with this peril, Zhao Zheng did not flinch. Rather, he boldly advanced a step forward. Empowered by the energy of the earth's veins within him, he deftly maneuvered, slipping past the arrow's path. Without waiting for his adversary to react, Zhao Zheng drew his sword in a swift motion, delivering a fierce upward strike that cleaved through the divine figure's ethereal form. Crack! The long spear in the divine apparition's grasp shattered upon contact. In the next instant, the sword's radiance bisected the apparition entirely. At the moment of its demise, a glimmer of divine light flickered in the apparition's eyes as it gazed upon Zhao Zheng, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet, before it could articulate its thoughts, the apparition erupted into a cascade of fragments. With the apparition's destruction, the Taoist who had summoned it spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Rendered incapable of further combat. Useless. Lord Wei cast a disdainful glance at the summoning Taoist, then turned his attention to Zhao Zheng, who strolled leisurely while safeguarding the two young girls, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. A mere youth possesses such formidable cultivation. Once he fully matures, he will be a force to reckon with. Since the Great Li had already offended this young man, there remained but one choice. Lord Wei retrieved 3 bronze-tinted arrows, knocking them with deliberate precision, yet he refrained from releasing them immediately. Observing this, Lord Wei's subordinates hastened their assault, each one willing to trade injuries in their desperate bid to ensnare Zhao Zheng and his companions. At last, a minor crack appeared in Zhao Zheng's defenses. A practitioner from the Great Li, in a sudden flash, disregarded the sword light hurtling toward him, lunging forward to seize Zhao Zheng's legs. Before Zhao Zheng could draw his sword to slay him, a perilous aura emanated from the assailant clinging to his legs. This individual had opted for self-detonation. Boom. The violent explosion hurled Zhao Zheng and the surrounding assailants into the air. The forces outside the Great Li cast furious glances at Lord Wei. The man's self-detonation had caught them off guard, inflicting injuries upon them all to varying degrees, while others remained unresponsive. The members of the Great Li had prepared for such eventualities. Before Zhao Zheng could catch his breath, the remaining members of the Great Li surged forward one after another, seizing upon every vulnerability to self-destruct, exacerbating Zhao Zheng's injuries. Now is the moment. Lord Wei seized the opportunity, releasing the taut bowstring. Chapter 79. The ill-tempered disciple of the literary sage, 3 bronze arrows silently sliced through the sky, moving with such velocity that even the keenest perception could not grasp their trajectory, piercing through the chests of Zhao Zheng and his companions. As he beheld the wounds upon Zhao Zheng and the others, Lord Wei inwardly sighed. What a pity! Those 3 arrows had originally been aimed at their hearts. Yet Zhao Zheng had managed to react in time. In a fleeting moment, a sword was swung, its aura grazing an arrow and slightly altering its trajectory. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. The 3 severely injured individuals had lost their capacity to resist. Lord Wei approached the trio, observing the disheveled youths before him, his heart swelling with a sense of satisfaction as he inquired, "Do you have any final words? Come closer, and I shall tell you." Zhao Zheng attempted several times to steady himself, but ultimately chose to lean against a tree trunk, beckoning Lord Wei over. As Lord Wei drew near, he inclined his body slightly. "Do you know how the villain perished?" Before Lord Wei could respond, Zhao Zheng's feeble hand suddenly tightened around Lord Wei's arm, triggering a sharp, instinctive warning of imminent danger. Before he could react, Zhao Zheng detonated, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that enveloped the area for hundreds of meters. In tandem with Zhao Zheng's explosion, Wan Xiu and Ning Yao also self-destructed, engulfing Lord Wei and his entourage in the chaos. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the landscape of Qizhuang Mountain revealed itself, with all vegetation within several miles obliterated, the ground marred by charred remnants. Coughing violently, a hand emerged from the earth, and soon after, Lord Wei, scorched and exuding a meaty aroma from one side of his body, clawed his way to the surface. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting only the dismembered remains of a few unfortunate souls. After an extensive search, he finally located 3 severely injured survivors, among whom only one belonged to the Dou Li. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Zheng and his companions possessed such a ferocious self-destruct mechanism. Even for those who survived, the best outcome would merely be to live on, for cultivation would be utterly impossible. Dou Li had dispatched a jade purity and 4 nascent souls, resulting in a staggering loss in this battle. Quickly, take medicine to suppress your injuries. Is the land still intact? Land. The response to Lord Wei's call was a sword tip piercing through his heart from behind. The familiar blade immediately conjured thoughts of a certain individual. Impossible. He is already self-destructed. How could this sword still be here? Lord Wei, are you surprised? Zhao Zheng's voice resonated from behind. Did you forget what I mentioned about villains meeting their demise through excessive chatter? Thus, I shall not indulge in nostalgia with you. With a twist of the sword, Lord Wei's heart was reduced to a mass of flesh, extinguishing the spark of his life entirely. Subsequently, Zhao Zheng approached the other individuals, executing them with precision. Noticing a subtle movement from one of them, he deliberately slowed his pace for a breath. A signal flare erupted above Qizhuang Mountain, and shortly thereafter, a barrier ascended, its suppressive force descending upon him. Zhao Zheng immediately sensed a stagnation in the flow of his spiritual energy. Attempting to invoke a spell, he noted a rapid diminishment in its potency. This was a specially crafted void of spiritual energy. Dou Li had truly orchestrated this with meticulous intent. He even surmised who would soon arrive to eliminate him. However, he found solace in the fact that his system remained entirely unaffected. Let him witness the true invincibility of the Great Li's martial god's fist. The self-detonation executed by Zhao Zheng and his companions was the result of a combination of the substitute talisman and the self-detonation talisman. The substitute talisman, produced by the system, is imperceptible to cultivators below the 14th realm upon use. Moreover, the manifested substitute possesses identical cultivation and physique as the original. It can bleed when injured. An excessive energy consumption can lead to exhaustion. Its only drawback lies in the inability to concentrate while controlling the substitute talisman. However, with the system's warehouse, this issue is rendered moot. Coupled with the self-detonation talisman, the resulting power is indeed formidable. Not a single cultivator from the Jade Purity and Nascent Soul realms has managed to escape this onslaught, as Zhao Zheng busily prepared to surprise the approaching enemies. 50 miles away in a mountain gorge, the brother of Emperor Song Zhengchun of Great Li, the first 9-realm martial artist of Great Li, Song Changjing, opened his eyes. He spread his palm, revealing a piece of jade that had shattered into several fragments. It appeared that Lord Wei had failed. Let me see which formidable figure accompanies Zhao Zheng. Is it the mastery of the Tao that prevails, or is it his fist that is more formidable? Finding the location of Chest Pavilion Mountain, Song Changjing stepped forward, and with a single leap, he covered 100 meters. He sprinted through the mountains, gaining speed until he became a mere flash in the eyes of ordinary onlookers. As he approached Chest Pavilion Mountain, the force of his punches grew increasingly formidable. Should he gather momentum for 50 miles, the strike he unleashed would surely spill the blood of even a peak Ascension realm cultivator. Within mere breaths, Song Changjing had reached the foot of Chest Pavilion Mountain. A swift glance upward allowed him to identify the young man standing in the clearing halfway up the mountain. In a different setting, had he encountered such a gifted young individual, Song Changjing would have invited him for a drink. However, in this moment and place, he harbored but one thought: to eliminate him. Upon spotting Zhao Zheng, Song Changjing's energy instantly locked onto him. The intent of his fist surged, his muscles tensed, and he followed through with a powerful punch. The intent transformed into a towering black tiger, roaring as it charged toward Zhao Zheng. Trees, soil, and stones along its path were obliterated. Zhao Zheng felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, rendering him immobile. Even the action of drawing his sword slowed to a crawl. The tiger galloped up from the foot of the mountain, unimpeded by either the rocky terrain or the traps laid by Zhao Zheng. This was the essence of a martial artist on the verge of entering the 10th realm. Indeed, it was too premature for him to confront such a peak martial artist directly. Just as Zhao Zheng contemplated retreating, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. "Do not worry." A hand lightly settled on Zhao Zheng's shoulder, and the pressure he felt vanished in an instant. He turned to find a middle-aged man beside him, astonished. "Mr. Qi, how came you to be here? We shall discuss it later." Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve, enveloping Zhao Zheng in a cascade of golden characters. Then he turned to face the tiger, now merely 10 meters away. As Qi Jingchun silently intoned the word slash, he extended his fingers in a swift motion, unleashing an invisible sword aura that soared forth to confront the ferocious tiger. The seemingly indomitable beast, upon contact with the sword energy, shattered like a delicate artifact, offering no resistance as it was effortlessly severed. Despite his own fist being thwarted, Song Changjing felt no anger. Rather, upon witnessing Qi Jingchun's appearance, his excitement only intensified. He ceased to suppress the intent of his punches, and the ground within a radius of several dozen miles began to tremble violently, causing the two black and white serpents that had fled a short distance away to panic and hastily retreat. Chapter 80. A reunion with the arrival of Mr. Qi. No matter what schemes the Deli dynasty had prepared, they would prove futile. Zhao Zheng released Ning Yao and the others, and they sheltered behind the barriers set up by Mr. Qi, collectively observing the clash between the Confucian sage and the peak martial artist. The martial artist's fists were remarkably powerful, yet they paled in comparison to Mr. Qi's endurance. Zhao Zheng pondered, how did Chunhua and Qiu Yue suddenly accelerate? This won't do. If they continue, they might end up imposing age restrictions on the passengers. Keep it down and watch closely, he admonished, casting a glare at Chunhua, who playfully stuck out her tongue in response and returned her gaze to the distant battle, eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the face of Song Changjing's onslaught, Mr. Qi summoned his Dharma form, towering at 700 zhang. With a mere motion, it shattered the formidable array laid by the Dali. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Regardless of the height of Song Changjing's martial intent or the weight of his techniques, the Dharma form met his assault head-on, sending him crashing against the adjacent mountainside with a resounding strike. No matter the flamboyance of his attacks, Mr. Qi decisively overpowered him with sheer realm. Stepping forward, the Dharma form descended before Song Changjing, transforming into countless golden characters that permeated his being, akin to a localized shower of golden rain. Despite Song Changjing's fervent attempts to shatter the encroaching symbols, he found himself unable to halt the relentless influx. The characters seeped into him, rendering him incapable of wielding his cultivation. With a simple gesture, Mr. Qi summoned Song Changjing, binding him and returning him to the group, hands restrained. Zhao Zheng noted, Song Changjing is the younger brother of the Dali Emperor. Qi Jingchun glanced apologetically at Zhao Zheng. Although Mr. Qi had not completed his statement, Zhao Zheng, familiar with the unfolding narrative, understood the implications. Should they harm Song Changjing, their conflict with the Dali dynasty would become irreconcilable. Today, Mr. Qi's presence, shielding them from the impending retribution of Dali, exceeded Zhao Zheng's expectations. Upon sensing Song Changjing's arrival, he had contemplated utilizing the wooden token inscribed by the Grand Sword Immortal. However, with Mr. Qi already present, it was an opportune moment to extract a concession from the Dali. Mr. Qi, perhaps we could request General Song to offer some reparations? What do you desire? I wish for this mountain and the wrongdoers in Hangzhou town. Absolutely not. Song Changjing rejected without hesitation, scrutinizing Zhao Zheng with an inquisitive gaze. The origins of Qituan Mountain are known only to a select few within the Great Li, yet Zhao Zheng boldly demanded the mountain along with the condemned souls. Who, after all, divulged such information? Song Changjing harbored murderous intent towards the domestic parasites. Speaking of intelligence, you may be unaware that both Ning Yao and I are direct disciples of the venerable Sword Immortal from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Perhaps concerned that Song Changjing had lingered too long in Baoping Prefecture, Zhao Zheng, with kindness, recounted some trivial anecdotes about the Sword Immortal. For instance, the Sword Immortal was a candidate among the 10 greats of antiquity, standing alongside the Grand Patriarch of the current talisman lineage, Mr. Sin Shan Jiuho, a millennium ago. This elder had already attained the realm of pure sword cultivation at the 14th level. You may have Qituan Mountain, but not its land. A mere parcel of land, within the Great Li, could be found in abundance. For a general of your stature to be so petty is rather unbecoming. Zhao Zheng regarded Song Changjing with utter disdain. Observing Zhao Zheng's expression, as if he had struck gold over a piece of land, Song Changjing felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. The land of Qituan Mountain, centuries past, belonged to the mountain god of the northern Yu of the Divine Water Dynasty. Such an entity could only sustain 3 within the current borders of our Great Li. Do you truly believe such land is easily found in abundance? Yet now, they wield the knife while I am but the fish upon it, unable to strike back or argue. A severely frustrated Song Changjing finally managed to utter a single word. Fine. Thank you, General Song. When you depart shortly, please ensure that those nearby are withdrawn. Otherwise, should any be accidentally harmed, it would jeopardize our relationship with the Great Li. Upon the lifting of his internal seal, Song Changjing snorted in anger and chose not to linger. He feared that witnessing Zhao Zheng's disgraceful demeanor would provoke him into action. Mr. Qi, the only bothersome character, had departed, and Ning Yao and the others approached Mr. Qi to exchange greetings. Qi Jingchun smiled and nodded, his gaze briefly skimming over Wan Xiao, imbued with a hint of amusement. This reincarnation of the ancient fire god may, in this lifetime, finally achieve true humanity. Qi Jingchun beckoned, and the land that had been hiding before the great battle appeared before them all. Esteemed sirs, might I inquire what brings you here? Wei Bo glanced at Qi Jingchun, a shiver creeping up his spine, realizing yet another formidable individual had arrived. With a wry smile, he bowed to the gathering. Wei Bo, is it? Zhao Zheng inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the elderly figure of the land. Indeed, my lord, how may I assist? Rest assured, it is fortuitous news. You were absent earlier, thus unaware that the younger brother of your Emperor of the Great Li has pawned you to us. Wei Bo's mouth fell agape, staring blankly at Zhao Zheng. Being sold by the Great Li, how could that possibly be considered fortuitous? Damn it. It was clear how dark-hearted the people of the Great Li dynasty were. After all his efforts, nearly losing his life, he found himself sold to the enemy. Were it not for the formidable nature of this group, Wei Bo would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of curses. How dare they bully the divine? Those wretched people of Dali. Look at you, on the verge of tears. It is indeed a delight for a humble old man to encounter a master such as yourself. Wei Ban, with tears streaming down his face, managed to force a smile. Allow me to share some good news that may bring you further joy. Not wishing to continue teasing Wei Ban, Zhao Zheng revealed the second agreement he had made with Song Changjing. Upon learning that the women of the boatmen in Hangzhou town could leave Dali, Wei Ban was overwhelmed with emotion. This time, he sincerely knelt before Zhao Zheng. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for saving those unfortunate souls. I have gathered a few treasures during my years as a land steward. Please allow me a moment. Zhao Zheng waved his hand, indicating for Wei Ban to proceed. As soon as Wei Ban departed, Wan Xiao could not help but inquire about the drastic change in his demeanor. The women of the boatmen in Hangzhou town are remnants of the previous Divine Water dynasty. Since the founding emperor of Dali, they have been relegated to the status of the lowly, doomed to remain on the shores for eternity. Wei Ban, in his essence, is the mountain god of North Yu of the Divine Water dynasty. It has been hundreds of years since the fall of that dynasty. Why has the Dali dynasty not yet liberated these individuals? Indeed, why does the Dali dynasty still refuse to forgive them? Zhao Zheng murmured. The remnants of the Divine Water Nation in Hangzhou town are condemned to a perpetual state of servitude due to their ancestry, and the practitioners of the Sword Qi Great Wall share a similar fate. For millennia, they have resisted the demons yet remain unable to attain a new identity. Chapter 81. I am Ali, the kind-hearted Qi Jingchun sighed, understanding why Zhao Zheng questioned himself. He disapproved of both Dali's treatment of the Divine Water remnants and Howren's attitude towards the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, yet felt powerless to instigate change. Mr. Qi, what brings you away from the town? Mr. Qi, is my father well? Although it had only been a day since leaving home, Wanshou found herself missing the middle-aged man at the blacksmith shop. You helped me overcome the heavenly tribulation, so I must ensure your safety in Beipingzhu. After addressing Zhao Zheng's inquiry, Qi Jingchun turned to Wanshou, his gaze drifting to a nearby path as he smiled. Master Ruan remains the same. However, the blacksmith shop will be closed for a few days. Mr. Qi, please do convey to my father that his daughter will surely carry on his sword-making legacy. Certainly. In the darkened mountains, someone heard the voice of Xiao Xiao carried by the spring breeze and, in annoyance, took a swig from his wine gourd. His little cotton-padded jacket has grown up. Once, he had longed for that babbling little girl to mature quickly, yet now, witnessing her adulthood, he felt a pang of reluctance. Today, the fledgling spreads its wings, leaving the nest that sheltered it, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. After Wei Ban's departure, he soon returned, cradling a long box. Zhao Zheng observed that upon his return, the wrinkles on Wei Ban's face seemed diminished, and his posture had straightened considerably, as if he had regained a youthful vigor. Wei Bo did not employ any supernatural powers to materialize before the crowd. Instead, he strode forward with purpose, donned in a freshly changed white robe, the sleeves billowing gracefully. From a distance, he could easily be mistaken for a distinguished elder gentleman. Were Wei Bo to regain his former prowess and transform into the Northern Yu mountain deity from the night revelry banquet, he would undoubtedly captivate numerous young maidens. Young Master Zhao, he gestured towards the box, please examine the items within and take whatever catches your fancy. As the box was opened, a variety of treasures were revealed. Among them lay an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, bound meticulously with a golden thread, and inscribed on the cover were the 5 characters. Script of the Cloud's Resonance, a text on Taoist cultivation. In addition to the ancient manuscript, another book contained an unnamed martial art. Although the techniques were intriguing, their essence fell short, only capable of reaching the golden body realm. These 2 volumes were presented by Zhao Zhang to Chunhua and Zhou Yue, who had only just begun their training. The Taoist cultivation method was particularly well suited for laying a solid foundation. Since the 2 young ladies had become his prot-gs, the cultivation of their physical forms was essential. The largest item occupying space within the box was a slender blade resting within a white scabbard. The narrow sword, quietly awaiting its fate like a refined noblewoman, caught the eye of Wanshou at first glance. She subtly signaled to the others, who showed no interest in the blade. With a smile in her eyes, she bent down to grasp the sword and drew it forth. The blade shimmered like a white rainbow, instantly mesmerizing the onlookers. Wanshou effortlessly swung the sword, and the nearby test log was silently severed into several segments, its cut smooth and devoid of any splinters. She was enamored with this weapon, and after a moment of admiration, she affixed it to her waist. Ning Yao found nothing particularly appealing and, after some contemplation, decided to take the elixir. Mr. Qi, standing nearby, began to recount the origins of this elixir, known as Hero's Courage. It hailed from the Zhenwu Mountain and was designed to assist martial artists in forging a commendable martial spirit when breaking through the 5 realms. Zhao Zheng collected the lotus seed nestled in the corner of the box. This seed was a precious treasure from the treasury of the Divine Water dynasty. Yet despite centuries of effort, the dynasty had been unable to awaken it. Zhao Zheng mused about the prospect of luring Lu Chun to the Sword Qi Great Wall, envisioning the expression on his face upon witnessing a pond brimming with lotus flowers. Mr. Qi declined to select anything from the box and instead requested several descendants of the loyal bamboo from Wei Bo. intending to enrich the bamboo grove behind the academy. Oh, good fortune shared amongst all. I have yet to make my choice. A whimsical voice approached from afar. The crowd's vision blurred momentarily, and suddenly a man squatted before them. His back turned. He wore a conical hat and carried a bamboo sword at his side. His eyes seemed almost to leap from their sockets, scrutinizing the remaining treasures within the box, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence, completely unaware of Zhao Zheng and the others' presence. Curse him, Zhao Zheng thought, recognizing the figure's garb. He kicked out, intending to send the man sprawling. Although the man had no eyes in the back of his head, he deftly sidestepped Zhao Zheng's kick at the last moment, smoothly reaching out to ensnare Zhao Zheng's neck. Hey there, young lad. It's only been a few years since I departed from the Sword Chi Great Wall, and you treat me this way? The dashing man turned with flair, his gaze landing on Ruan Xiao and her companions, suddenly realizing that his image was less than favorable at that moment. Casting Zhao Zheng aside, he spat a couple of times and smoothed down his tousled hair, tilting his head at a graceful angle to gaze at the heavens, striking a pose of a sage. Greetings, ladies. I am Aliong, the benevolent swordsman. Aliong waited for a considerable time, but the anticipated cheers and adoring glances never materialized. When he turned to look, he found that the beautiful young ladies, whom he had never seen before, had gathered around Zhao Zheng. So, Zhao Zheng is indeed my lifelong rival. Aliong. It's been a while, Qi Jingchun said, filled with nostalgia as she gazed at the man before her, recalling the tales he once shared about the thrilling life in the martial world during their time together under their teacher. It's little Qi. Aliong, momentarily serious, soon revealed his true nature with his next words. I thought you had perished. I was just about to venture to Dai Li to avenge you against that Cui Zhan. You rascal. Qi Jingchun laughed and playfully punched Aliong. The conversation they were about to have was not suitable for the ears of the younger ones. They ascended to the peak of Qiduan Mountain, surveying the moon partially veiled above them. Qi Jingchun spoke of her experiences teaching in a small town over the years. Since the Confucian school's 3-4 dispute, no one had paid attention to the humble disciple of the literary sage, confined within the confines of the Lihua cave. Who could have predicted that after the calamity that befell the literary lineage, Qi Jingchun's cultivation would not only remain intact, but indeed flourish? Stealthily ascending to the 14th realm at some unknown time? Survival is what matters, Aliong said, patting Qi Jingchun's shoulder. Aliong, there's a question I've longed to ask you. Is the martial world truly fascinating? The realm I have traversed, indeed, is immensely intriguing. Were it not for my vow to uphold purity for Lady Lu, I might have been thoroughly consumed by the various celestial maidens and earthly princesses I encountered along the way. Next time, if we have the opportunity, shall we explore the martial world together? Qi Jingchun extended the invitation, reminiscent of a century ago when a young scholar, bruised from a scuffle with his senior brothers, declared he would abandon his studies to venture the martial world alongside Aliong. Together, the echo of an answer from a century past reverberated once more. Chapter 82. Is it just calling you brother? A trivial matter. As Aliong returned to the mountainside, he caught a whiff of an unprecedented aroma that stirred his appetite. Striding forward, he soon beheld 3 plump chickens sizzling over a campfire. Zhao Zheng, when did you acquire such culinary skills? Aliong, unable to resist the temptation, snatched a chicken leg and bit into it, savoring the delightful flavor. Practice makes perfect, Zhao Zheng replied, handing the remaining half of the chicken that Aliong had taken to Mr. Qi and dividing the 2 remaining chickens among the already famished Ruan Xiao and her companions. He picked up a nearby rabbit and resumed roasting it. Aliong, have you broken through to a new realm? Of course. Aliong's face shone with pride, winking at Zhao Zheng. So, call me brother, and in the future, I shall look after you in Howren. Brother. With a single call, a formidable ally of the 14th realm appears. And such fortuitous circumstances are what Zhao Zheng fervently desires to encounter more often. Indeed, boomed Aliong, his oil-stained hands clapping heartily on Zhao Zheng's shoulder. However, I must depart for the outer realms in a few days. It would be prudent to address any matters before my departure. It is rumored that the Great Li has crafted a replica of the Jade Capital. As you know, our Sword Chi Great Wall is rather impoverished. Very well. Once I have satisfied my hunger, I shall make a trip to the Great Li's imperial city. It is merely a matter of extracting some resources from the so-called Great Li dynasty, Aliong remarked, confident that only someone of his expertise could handle such affairs. Promising to execute it with finesse, Qi Jingchun had no intention of dissuading him. though he had previously spoken to Zhao Zheng about the virtue of taking initiative. It did not imply that a scholar's heart was devoid of fervor. Meanwhile, at a location several hundred miles away, within the encampment of the Great Li army, Song Chanjing was conveying orders to the assembled officials. He directed that cultivators should relocate Chiduan Mountain to the borders of Great Li, while nearby soldiers were to withdraw. All the boatwomen from Hongzhou town were to be gathered and sent to Chiduan Mountain. Understood, the officials responded, departing without questioning the appropriateness of a general meddling in local governance. In the past, there had been obstinate officials who defied Song Chanjing's orders, only to face the emperor's wrath. Once word spread, it became evident that the emperor held an unwavering trust in his brother. As long as Song Chanjing did not rebel, any command he issued would be acknowledged by the emperor. Song Chanjing's commands bore certain ulterior motives. After all, during the initial dealings at Chiduan Mountain, he had only consented to allow Wei Bo and the sinners from Hongzhou town to depart. He arranged for these sinners to be delivered to the Great Li dynasty, thereby fulfilling his agreement. Once everyone had departed, Song Chanjing reflected on his confrontation with the scholar. He had initially believed that the Qi gentleman, like the feeble Qi practitioners who had fallen beneath his might, would be as fragile as porcelain. Yet, it was he who had been soundly beaten. Despite having the advantage of terrain and favorable circumstances, what if you were to wield your sword fully? In the tent, Song Chanjing found himself alone, pondering to whom this question was directed. After a few breaths, a figure clad in dark attire, cradling a long sword, emerged within the tent. Even if I were to unleash the sword in my embrace, I would possess no chance of victory. The man glanced toward the position of Chiduan Mountain, his eyes reflecting an ancient fan-shaped map, imbued with 3 parts fervor, 3 parts admiration, and 3 parts melancholy. This swordsman from the Mo school, Su Jianshan, had been hovering near Chiduan Mountain. Just as he was about to take action, a blade of sword energy soared across the distance, landing upon him, a warning from another swordsman. Do not move. To do so is to court death. Su Jianshan swiftly identified the source of the sword energy, a diminutive man donning a conical hat, lacking the demeanor of a seasoned expert. At the instant he beheld him, Su Jianshan recognized Liang, the one who had slain a soaring realm demon at the sword Qi Great Wall and inscribed upon the city walls, the illustrious swordsman, Liang, who had also been his idol since embarking on his cultivation journey. When fans encounter their idols, what transpires? The mere admirers can only cheer from the sidelines, while the true devotees yearn to ascend the stage and engage in a personal duel with their cherished icons. Su Jianshan flicked his fingers, and a strand of sword energy, akin in weight to that of Liang, detached from him and proactively met Liang's sword energy. Initially, he believed that after years of cultivating his sword energy, he could at least match Liang in a contest, if not emerge victorious. However, to his astonishment, his sword energy was vanquished in less than a breath. Thus, he incessantly summoned new sword energy, repeating the process dozens of times until Liang's strand of sword energy was finally exhausted. Su Jianshan bowed respectfully in the direction of Liang. Throughout their exchange, he gained numerous insights, and upon entering seclusion, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly advance further. The several sects within the Great Li realm had also seen their ancestors eliminated today. Sir, will you accompany me to their mountain gate tomorrow? Song Chanjing extended an invitation to Su Jianshan. Su Jianshan shook his head in refusal, stating, I have gleaned many revelations regarding the sword today and need to enter seclusion for 3 months. Song Chanjing did not press further. The formidable array laid out at Chiduan Mountain was originally intended to target those sects, preparing for the subsequent advance of the Great Li cavalry. Despite the setbacks with Zhao Zheng, the losses incurred by the Great Li could be partially compensated for through the sects, thus avoiding a total loss. If Song Chanjing were aware that a vengeful youth had convinced the most formidable swordsman backed by the Howren to focus on the imitation of the White Jade capital, painstakingly crafted by the Great Li with countless resources, he might regret today's vengeance. The night swiftly passed. On the following morning, Qi Jingchun expressed his desire to take his leave. Having survived the tribulation, he had more pressing matters to attend to. I will arrange for someone to find the Great Li and settle the boatman's daughter at Chiduan Mountain. In half a month, I shall personally escort her to the sword Qi Great Wall. Mr. Qi, when the time comes, let us meet at the winery for a drink. Just mention my name, and the heroic wine will be yours to enjoy. Very well, Zhao Zheng interjected. What about me? Unbeknownst to the reason for his sudden emergence, Liang appeared with a warm smile directed at Zhao Zheng. Liang, it is still daytime. Zhao Zheng pointed to the sun that had just risen over the mountain. What does that mean? In the small town, Qi Jingchun had heard many peculiar remarks from Zhao Zheng, thus he comprehended instantly. Suppressing his laughter, he explained to Liang. Zhao Zheng suggests you save your dreams for nighttime. You rascal, I should never have invited you for a drink back then. Liang seized Zhao Zheng, gesturing with a fist the size of a sandbag, contemplating where to strike. You were the one who wanted to drink and had no money, tricking me into buying the liquor for you. You scoundrel, stop speaking such blatant truths. After a bout of laughter, Liang declared his intention to depart. Once he reached the Great Li Imperial City, he would retrieve the White Jade capital and ensure Mr. Qi accompanied him on the journey. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Wei Ban, fully recovered from his injuries thanks to a pill gifted by Liang, waved farewell to the departing group. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zheng and his companions, he stepped forward, reaching the summit, gazing nostalgically at the distant Hangzhou town. Chapter 83. The lowest depths of the mortal realm. Upon arriving at Hangzhou town, Zhao Zheng and his companions were in no rush to continue their journey. Taking advantage of the early hour, they sought out a bun shop to resolve their breakfast needs. During their meal, the patrons at nearby tables animatedly discussed the day's fresh happenings. Have you heard? The army arrived this morning. Who in the town doesn't he know? What a pity. We shall never see those charming young maidens again. Are you not afraid of your fierce mother hearing that? Ha! Your news is outdated. Just now, a cultivator intercepted a government official and forcibly took away a boatman's daughter. How do you know? My second uncle's niece's grandmother's nephew was there. He told me himself. Really? If it's not true, you can twist my head off and kick it like a ball. One man, perhaps slightly inebriated, slammed the table and swore to the heavens. Let us go and take a look. Zhao Zheng glanced at the few girls still diligently eating and said, You all explore the town for a while. I will go see what is happening. I'll accompany you. Ning Yao, on her journey with Howren, was most struck by the people here, some of whom were even more malevolent than the savage demon tribes. She worried that the news they had just heard might be a deliberately laid trap. Do not fret, Liang has not gone far. Zhao Zheng raised a bamboo slip in his hand, on which an unsightly character for Liang was carved. This was a keepsake from Liang, who claimed that as long as he showed this bamboo slip, friends from the mountain would give him face. The slip itself bore no mystical properties. Yet those who recognized Liang were wary of provoking the formidable figure known as the first reckless flesh of Howren. In a town where little of note typically occurred, the confrontation between a formidable cultivator and the government quickly became the talk of the entire locality. Zhao Zheng needed no directions. He merely followed the throngs of people. Soon, he arrived at the bustling dock, navigating through the crowd like a fish, until he reached the forefront of the gathering. There, he beheld two factions facing each other. The majority was composed of government officials, with a dozen or so martial artists of the second and third realms surrounding a middle-aged man in official attire. On the other side stood a woman, elegantly dressed in a gown, her beauty partially obscured by a veil that could not conceal her striking features. The men at the dock, captivated by the spectacle, whispered in awe. Truly a celestial being. Such beauty and poise are not of this earthly realm. Beside the woman stood a girl clad in tattered clothes, her hair a dull yellow, her sun-kissed skin revealing the harshness of her life. The girl kept her head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, increasingly flustered by the myriad gazes and the fragmented words floating around her. Today, the government officials had summoned her and her family to announce a piece of good news. They would finally be allowed to disembark. Though she would be departing from her ancestral home in the town of Red Candle, no distance could diminish the thrill of once again setting foot upon familiar soil. As she joyfully packed her belongings, a woman, ethereal as a painting, suddenly materialized, speaking in a tongue that was foreign to her. She claimed to be a remarkable prodigy of cultivation, promising endless wealth and power should the girl choose to follow her. Despite the woman's seemingly warm words, the girl discerned a fleeting disdain in her eyes, a clear indication of her contempt. I shall not go, the girl declared. What? The woman was taken aback. Certain she must have misheard, for how could a girl of such lowly status dare to refuse her? I said, I shall not go. A flicker of anger ignited in the woman's eyes, but recalling the orders from her sect, she stifled her irritation and prepared to persuade the girl further. If it weren't for the watchful eyes of the imperial city upon these lowly boat women, she would never deign to converse with a commoner. My daughter has made her decision. The girl's mother, though trembling with fear, summoned her courage and embraced her child, locking eyes with the woman defiantly. Do you understand what you are rejecting? Entering my Changchun palace would allow you to shed your current identity and ascend to greatness. Even the appointments within the government of Red Candle Town would be but a word from you. I wish to remain with my people. No matter how the Changchun Palace emissary implored, the girl simply shook her head. Impatience flickered in the woman's demeanor. The directive she received mandated that she return the girl intact. If persuasion failed, she would resort to force. Confident that the girl would eventually express gratitude once she began her cultivation. Just as she prepared to act, a group of constables arrived, barring her path. Upon learning the circumstances, the constables hesitated to offend the woman and instead summoned the county magistrate. Upon understanding her identity, Magistrate Wu felt a sudden weight of dread. He was well aware of the power wielded by Changchun Palace, yet today's orders had come from the emperor's own brother. One was an empress, the other the emperor's sibling. Let not their divine quarrels involve this mere mortal, Magistrate Wu lamented inwardly. Unable to directly intervene, he explained the situation to the celestial visitor. Realizing that it was the Duke of the Great Li dynasty who sought these boat women, a trace of conflict surfaced on her face. She could not afford to act recklessly. Yet she also knew the consequences of returning empty-handed to the Empress. Thus, the situation reached a stalemate. After absorbing the gossip and grasping the general sequence of events, Zhao Zheng stepped forward, crossing the barrier established by the constables with ease, deftly avoiding their attempts to restrain him as he approached Magistrate Wu. Seeing the young man stroll confidently toward him, Magistrate Wu recognized that Zhao Zheng was also a practitioner of the arts. Even if all his men were to unite, they would be powerless to stop him, so he signaled for his subordinates to withdraw. Young master, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I am Zhao Zheng. The mere mention of this name caused a flicker of trepidation in the eyes of County Magistrate Wu. The events that transpired today had reached him through familial connections. The sudden interest of the feudal prince in these condemned souls was indeed linked to the name Zhao Zheng. Young Master Zhao, it is an honor to finally meet you. Unlike the celestial beings of the Changchun Palace, County Magistrate Wu wore a perfectly measured smile at this moment. Magistrate Wu, please escort these individuals to Chiduan Mountain. I shall not trouble the greatly further with the subsequent matters. Certainly, Wu readily nodded in agreement. He had discerned that these condemned souls were akin to a hot potato if someone from Changchun Palace sought to reclaim them today. Might there not be another from the Xingxiao Palace tomorrow? Chiduan Mountain lay a mere 20 miles from Hongzhou Town, reachable within half a day. Just as the celestial maiden from Changchun Palace was about to speak, a blade of sword energy descended upon her, silencing her words. Young Master Zhao, if it would not be too much trouble, might we travel together? Very well. Zhao Zheng turned to the maiden, gently patting her head. Return home. No one will separate you from your mother. Thank you, young master. The young girl, emboldened, dared to glance up at Zhao Zheng, imprinting his visage in her memory before turning back to her mother. Chapter 84. A good news, and an even better news, young Master Zhao. Wei Ban stood at the foot of the mountain, enthusiastically waving to Zhao Zheng at the front of the procession. Wei Ban's gaze briefly flitted over the group trailing behind Zhao Zheng, all marked by the insignia of the former dynasty, pausing for a moment on one youthful face. Once, the Northu deity of the Divine Water dynasty had his golden body shattered and cast into the rivers. A delicate young woman, time and again, traversed great distances to retrieve the fragments of his golden form, clandestinely reassembling it. Thus, the present-day mountain deity of Chiduan Mountain, Wei Ban, was born. He observed the reincarnation of the young girl as she entered the world, maturing quickly into the familiar visage he cherished. He had witnessed this cycle countless times, yet never grew weary of it. Wei Ban, for the time being, constructs several large communal sleeping quarters for them. The distribution of housing will be handled by the Sword Qi Great Wall later. Understood, Wei Ban replied, leading the boatwomen to a designated clearing he had already selected. Channeling his divine powers, the surrounding trees and slender bamboos swiftly converged, each performing its respective task. In less than half an hour, 2 structures, each exceeding 300 square meters, emerged in the clearing. In front of these buildings, Wei Ban had also prepared 10 cooking stoves and even directed mountain spring water from the summit via bamboo tubes for their convenience. Zhao Zheng cast a glance at the construction and chose to refrain from further involvement. He was aware of Wei Ban's story with a particular boatwoman. Noticing Wei Ban's diligence and attention to detail, it was likely that the reincarnation of that woman had not been taken by Changchun Palace this time. After escorting the boatwomen, County Magistrate Wu hastily departed. These women, regardless of their age, had never left Hongzhou Town, and once the magistrate was gone, a sense of panic inevitably ensued. Fortunately, there were still Ning Yu and Ruan Xiu to provide support. As a woman herself, Witnessing the destruction of the ledger recording the sins of the people quickly soothed her emotions. With the accommodation issue resolved, Zhao Zheng overlooked a more pressing concern, the sustenance for over 1,000 individuals, while he busied himself procuring supplies in the nearby towns. A conversation between old acquaintances unfolded within a mansion of the Grand Li Imperial City. After the passage of 6 decades, Qi Jingchun gazed at the elderly figure before him, whose face bore the unmistakable marks of age, and felt a wave of nostalgia. His senior brother, who had diverged from their master's scholarly lineage a century ago, had not fared well. He vividly remembered that a century prior, whenever his senior brother accompanied their master on outings, messages conveyed by flying swords would frequently arrive at their academy, inviting this handsome disciple of the literary sage for leisurely excursions or casual discourse. "Have you come today to witness my misfortune?" The now Grand Master of the Grand Li, Cui Zhan, coldly interrupted Qi Jingchuan's reminiscence, his gaze towards his junior brother tinged with a well-concealed jealousy. "Master, I merely wish to ascertain whether you take pleasure in my survival from that calamity," Qi Jingchun replied. "Humph." Cui Zhan shot a glance at his former junior brother, acknowledging that although the latter lacked martial prowess, his eloquence was undoubtedly a testament to their master's teachings. "Speak your piece. I am occupied with pressing matters. Unlike you, a mere teacher with idle days." Having personally visited the Grand Master, Qi Jingchuan's suspicions were confirmed. Before departing, he posed a question to Cui Zhan. "Master, did you truly sever ties with our scholarly lineage?" The armrest beneath Cui Zhan emitted a strained creak. He had announced his departure from their master, establishing his own doctrines within the Grand Li, believing he had liberated himself from their master's influence. He found his realm of understanding diminishing following the fallout from the conflict between the 3 factions. After a century of toil, he realized he remained ensnared within the teachings of the old scholar, barely managing to maintain his cultivation at the jade purity level. In contrast, his junior brother Qi Jingchun, after their master's suppression, had not only maintained his standing but had ascended to the 14th realm, innovating upon their master's teachings. "Escort our guest out." Recognizing the futility of confrontation, Cui Zhan, with a grim expression, called towards the door. "The Grand Master need not rush. I have 2 more statements to make before I take my leave. I bear good news. Even if I, Qi Jingchun, were to perish, our lineage has successfully endured." "Impossible." Cui Zhan refuted, having already seized the seal from the disciple of the Zhao family whom Qi Jingchun had taken under his wing. The others lacked the ability to inherit Qi Jingchuan's knowledge. No, he had overlooked one individual. A name flashed through Cui Zhan's mind, Li Baoping. "Qi Jingchun, do you dare to defy convention and pass on our lineage to a young girl? Knowledge knows no gender." Qi Jingchuan's response was resolute and assertive. Should anyone challenge his disciples in the future, the profound knowledge and mastery he has acquired over the past century will not merely be ornamental. The expression on Cui Zhan's face grew increasingly grim. Qi Jingchun had not perished, and the lineage of the Wensheng had welcomed a 3rd generation of successors. He, once the foremost disciple, found himself entangled in this affair, and his own standing might very well decline further. But wait, esteemed national master, do not be in haste. There is yet another piece of good news I have yet to share. Qi Jingchun savored Cui Zhan's expression for a few moments before leisurely revealing the second piece of delightful news. A Liang has returned. In a few days, he will come to the capital of the Dali Empire to reminisce with you. Hold on, why is a Liang coming here? Cui Zhan intercepted Qi Jingchun, a look of disarray crossing his features for the first time upon hearing of a Liang's impending arrival. "Since you are so occupied, there is no need for you to see me off, esteemed national master." Qi Jingchun completely disregarded Cui Zhan, stepping forward and merging with the spring breeze. Vanishing several miles away, leaving only his voice echoing in the room, "A Liang." Cui Zhan resumed his seat, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. "Achu." A Liang, seated upon a donkey, rubbed his nose. "Could it be that news of my return to Howren World has reached some celestial being? As long as I run swiftly, the celestial will not catch up with me. My little donkey, you shall have to endure a bit more strain from now on." The donkey, coaxed by a Liang, shook its head vigorously in refusal, swaying its body in an attempt to throw a Liang off. Regardless of its efforts, a Liang remained steadfastly seated, the bamboo sword raised high coming down heavily upon the donkey's rear. With a startled bray, the donkey's speed increased by 30%. At Chiduan Mountain. Over the past 2 days, the foot of the mountain had become enlivened with the scent of smoke and cooking. Young children chased and frolicked in the open fields, the aroma of meals wafting through the air. The initial unease and disorientation of newcomers had dissipated, replaced by radiant smiles of happiness on every face. Dong dong. The sound of a gong rang out, and the elder women promptly called the children back, everyone returning to their rooms in an orderly fashion. Chapter 85. The arriving guest outside Chiduan Mountain, Qi Jingchun, who had been absent for several days, reappeared. Wei Bin activated his divine powers, swiftly surveying Chiduan Mountain before arriving at this location. Mr. Qi, everyone has returned to their rooms. Good. Without indicating any further intention, the next moment, a magnificent Confucian sage's avatar materialized behind him. Zhao Zheng, lend me your sword. The Zhuxian sword in Zhao Zheng's hand soared forth, rapidly enlarging as it fell into Qi Jingchuan's avatar. A flash of golden light representing his true name coursed through, and the Zhuxian sword was adorned with an additional golden sheen. The avatar wielded the sword, sweeping it across, unleashing a colossal beam of sword light that dominated the view, which plunged into Chiduan Mountain, severing the route that connected to the mountain. Beside him, Wei Bin emitted a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as his body became increasingly ethereal. Qi Jingchuan's earlier action had effectively posed a question to him with the sword. Had that strike been imbued with a fraction more strength, he would have been unable to maintain his form. Qi Jingchuan commanded, "Go." A gentle spring breeze was captured by him and sent into Wei Bo's body. With a breath, all of Wei Bo's injuries were fully healed. To his astonishment, he discovered that his limits had been elevated once more. Once he completed his tasks, a period of seclusion would surely enhance his cultivation further. "Thank you, Mr. Qi," Wei Bo expressed, his gratitude sincere. The middle-aged scholar before him possessed a level of mastery far beyond his expectations. "No need for thanks. Wei Mountain deity, please comfort the populace shortly." "Understood." Qi Jingchun soared into the air, merging with his legal manifestation. Subsequently, one of the sleeves of his robe unfurled, gently descending to encompass the entire Chess Hill, which spanned several miles. A mysterious force emerged from Qi Jingchuan's sleeve, drawing the Chess Hill, now detached from the Earth's veins, into its depths. This technique of the universe in the sleeve proved exceedingly convenient. Zhao Zheng gazed at the floating Chess Hill, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. The myriad opportunities within the realm of the sword were so abundant that even spatial rings could scarcely contain them. If he mastered this technique, encountering fortune on his journeys would be a simple matter of a flick of his sleeve. "Mr. Qi, is this technique difficult to learn?" Zhao Zheng inquired eagerly as Qi Jingchun returned. "Not at all." Hearing that it was simple to learn, Wan Xiu could not resist casting her gaze in that direction. Should she acquire this skill, she would no longer fear being caught indulging in forbidden treats by her father. "There is still some time. I shall elucidate the principles of this technique for you." Qi Jingchun beckoned Zhao Zheng and the others over. Spring Hua and Autumn Moon, also summoned, looked at Qi Jingchun with excitement. "Mr. Qi, may we listen as well?" "Of course. However, this technique likely requires reaching the nascent soul stage to be fully realized." A sentiment that Qi Jingchun refrained from voicing lingered unspoken. This technique was one he had comprehended after observing an elder practitioner demonstrate it. Possessing the copyright himself, he could impart it to whomever he wished. Ruan Xiu displayed an unprecedented seriousness while studying. If her master Ruan were to witness this scene, he would likely feel a sense of pride, believing his daughter had finally matured. Yet, unbeknownst to Master Ruan, Ruan Xiu's motivation for diligent study was to indulge in her secret pleasures more effectively. Over the course of 2 incense sticks worth of time, Qi Jingchun meticulously deconstructed the technique. Once Zhao Zheng and the others had committed it to memory, Qi Jingchun prepared to take his leave. Having first heard the name of the sword Qi Great Wall in his youth, he had always yearned to visit it during his future adventures in the martial world. Little did he know it would take until now to fulfill that desire. "Mr. Qi, in our hometown, we prefer a more grandiose entrance," Zhao Zheng suddenly called out. Recalling something, "Noted," came a distant echo in reply. Zhao Zheng produced a spirit boat capable of accommodating a dozen individuals, activating it so that everyone could board. Their party had grown significantly. While awaiting Mr. Qi, Zhao Zheng selected a few knowledgeable and capable individuals among the remnants of the Divine Water Dynasty, intending to bring them to the Burden Studio to assist Spring Hua and Autumn Moon. The spirit vessel was a reward he received from the system just a couple of days ago, and it possessed a significant advantage over the local spirit vessels of Hauran. Once the destination was set, It required no one to oversee it. As Zhao Zheng found himself with some free time, he pondered a rather curious matter. Do you think Mr. Qi, having ventured to the Sword Qi Great Wall, could return home with a wife? Were you just contemplating this? Ning Yao sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Zhao Zheng had just summoned her and Ruan Xiao with a solemn expression, leading her to believe something substantial was afoot. Only to hear this? Ruan Xiao, seated on the other side, occasionally retrieved a piece of pastry from her sleeve to nibble on, appearing quite delighted. I think it's quite possible. My father mentioned that Mr. Qi still has no partner, and with the chill settling in, he lacks someone to warm his bed. Zhao Zheng's gaze fixated intently on Ruan Xiao's sleeve, his unabashed stare prompting Ning Yao to turn her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of danger. What is the matter? The silence in the air was palpable. When Ruan Xiao looked up, she met Zhao Zheng's unwavering gaze fixed on her right hand, which held the pastries she had just purchased. Ruan Xiao, when did you master the art of concealment in your sleeve? Even Ning Yao shifted her attention to Ruan Xiao's sleeve. Mr. Qi's lessons had only concluded a couple of hours ago, and she had only just begun to grasp the technique, yet Ruan Xiao had already mastered it. Ning Yao felt an unexpected pressure after a long time. Huh? Ruan Xiao responded in confusion, quickly realizing that Zhao Zheng was not there to catch her in the act of indulging. With her heart now at ease, Ruan Xiao casually pulled out a piece of pastry from her sleeve, saying, after Mr. Qi's teachings, I felt I had grasped the technique. Once on the spirit vessel, I attempted to fill some pastries in the kitchen and found that I truly succeeded. Is there a trick to it? Ruan Xiao pondered before shaking her head. There's no trick, it all relies on talent. Subsequently, Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao settled around Ruan Xiao, intent on observing her method of retrieving pastries. After watching for a considerable time, they were utterly unable to discern any pattern. How long do you intend to watch? I'm almost full, Ruan Xiao remarked, unable to suppress a satisfied burp. Ruan Xiao, have you consumed all the pastries you retrieved? Ning Yao finally noticed that the plate, which should have held pastries, was now entirely empty. Once the pastries are taken out, they must be consumed. Otherwise, their texture deteriorates. Ruan Xiao earnestly explained her actions. Will you still have dinner later? Yes. Ruan Xiao responded decisively. A person is like iron, and a meal is like steel. One feels famished after skipping a meal. Furthermore, she had no intention of missing out on the meal prepared by Zhao Zheng. We want to be cooking tonight. Oh, there's a hospitable host ahead. We shall borrow a place to stay for the night. Zhao Zheng glanced at the spirit vessel, which was merely half an hour from their destination. Upon arrival, Zhao Zheng stowed away the spirit vessel and led the group to a grand gate adorned with the yellow residence's insignia. Chapter 86. The Future Water God. Is the host at home? We wish to borrow a place to stay for the night. Zhao Zheng knocked on the door and called out towards the inner abode. Coming. A response emanated from within, accompanied by the swift approach of footsteps. The gate swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman resembling a steward, who peered out towards Zhao Zheng and his companions. Esteemed elder, we have been wandering nearby and lost track of time. We wish to seek lodging for the night. Zhao Zheng said, presenting 2 ingots of silver. Please, come inside. Keep the money for yourself, the steward replied, lifting a lantern to guide the group of young travelers in. Aware that they had not dined, he led them towards the kitchen. Our household dines early. There is little we can offer at this hour. But let us see what ingredients we have. Do remember to keep track of time next time. The roads in these mountains are treacherous. Understood, Zhao Zheng replied, engaging the steward in light conversation. From the steward, he learned that the owner of this residence had once held an esteemed position in the Huangting Kingdom. Known for his integrity, the venerable Huang, with his children absent, found the house rather desolate and graciously permitted his servants to bring their families to reside here. Guests like Zhao Zheng would not be turned away. According to the steward, the master of the house was indeed a paragon of virtue. Upon learning that the venerable Huang was at home today, Zhao Zheng expressed his desire to pay his respects. The steward regarded Zhao Zheng with appreciation, nodding in approval. A young man who understands gratitude and is willing to converse with an old man is indeed commendable. You may dine first. I will escort you to the master afterwards. As the steward had indicated, the inhabitants of the residence exuded kindness. Upon reaching the kitchen maids, upon discovering Zhao Zheng and his companions were still hungry, promptly rose from their chatter and prepared a few dishes in quick succession. After their hunger was satiated, the steward instructed one of the attendants to show Ning Yao and the others to their guest rooms for rest, while he accompanied Zhao Zheng through the outer courtyard. Arriving at a study, the steward knocked gently on the door, and after receiving a response from within, he entered quietly. Shortly after, he emerged, gesturing for Zhao Zheng to enter, having already briefed the master. Zhao Zheng stepped through the door, his gaze swiftly settling upon the elderly gentleman at the writing desk, who was engrossed in calligraphy. The old man was dressed as a wealthy gentleman, exuding an air of authority without pretension. Zhao Zheng remained silent, treading lightly as he approached the desk, admiring a piece of flowing calligraphy laid out before him. "What do you think of this piece?" The venerable Huang, having completed his writing, finally raised his eyes to the young visitor. "Excellent," Zhao Zheng replied, feeling that a mere word of praise might seem insincere, so he added, "Though I have not received much formal education, simply gazing upon your calligraphy brings me great joy." Zhao Zheng did not conceal his essence. The man, known as Lu Qingzhou, who had lived incognito as a vice minister in the Huangting Kingdom, easily discerned his cultivation level. "Young friend Zhao, what brings you here with such intent?" "I seek to present a fortuitous opportunity to you, esteemed elder." "Oh?" Lu Qingzhou scrutinized Zhao Zheng. This youth appeared quite young, yet had already attained the Golden Core realm. Did his elders believe that sending a mere child would suffice to persuade him? "In my hometown, we are still in need of a water deity." Zhao Zheng paused for a moment before adding, "If the esteemed elder is willing to acquiesce, you may journey to my hometown to break through the Dragon Slayer. I shall ensure is intercepted by my elders." "Where do you hail from?" Lu Qingzhou's expression shifted from one of nonchalance to one of gravity. It is worth noting that the Serpent Dragon clan has borne the stigma of guilt since the ancient war, which is why he has languished in his cultivation for 3 millennia, despite their prolonged lifespan. The agonizing reality of having glimpsed the landscapes ahead, yet being unable to take a single step forward due to one individual, has tormented the old dragon day and night. In the savage world, amidst the sword Qi Great Wall, my master Chen Qingdu and my dear friend A Liang. Zhao Zheng spread the wooden plaque and bamboo slip in his hands to substantiate his identity. Lu Qingzhou cast a glance at Zhao Zheng's hand. The moment his gaze met the ordinary wooden plaque, he seemed to behold a figure wielding a sword that rivaled the heavens. Just a fleeting glance caused his eyes to sting. The bamboo slip appeared unremarkable, yet after scrutinizing it for a moment, Lu Qingzhou finally discerned the name A Liang amidst the ink stains. Such an unrefined script, coupled with that name, indeed confirmed it to be A Liang's own signature. If one were to inquire as to which sword cultivator held the greatest renown, it would undoubtedly be the audacious A Liang. Furthermore, having lived for so many years, Lu Qingzhou was well aware of A Liang's origins, the son of a semi-saint. Being a friend of A Liang, he felt compelled to extend his hospitality. "Bring forth the tea," he called out towards the entrance, his countenance adorned with a perfectly balanced yet approachable smile, inviting Zhao Zheng to take a seat. Soon, a servant presented 2 cups of fragrant tea. "Young friend Zhao, do sample this tea, sourced from the ancient tea trees of Zixia Mountain, which I personally roasted after its harvest." Lu Qingzhou's demeanor had grown considerably more amiable. The Dragon Slayer, indeed at the 14th realm. Yet there has only been one recognized foremost sword master in millennia, the venerable sword immortal Chen Qingdu, who has sat upon the city walls for eons. Moreover, while he dared not break through in Howren, should he venture to the sword Qi Great Wall, it would be an entirely different realm, where the Confucian scholars of Howren would have no bearing on him. The greatest advantage is that he would gain a formidable backing. Even if the Dragon Slayer were to seek him out along the path of enlightenment, he would need to weigh his options carefully. Lu Qingzhou deftly steered the conversation towards the sword Qi Great Wall, reminiscing about his youthful aspirations to journey there with a sword, to slay demons and indulge in revelry upon its heights. Occasionally, he would drop a prompt, and Zhao Zheng would respond splendidly, creating an increasingly amicable atmosphere. This ancient being, who had lived for millennia, though clearly intrigued, continued to subtly probe into Zhao Zheng's identity and the promise he had made. However, he was not deceiving him. As the oldest of the Serpent Dragon clan in Howren, Zhao Zheng's experiences were far beyond those of the reckless dragons dwelling in the Dragon Valley. The fact that Cui Chan had arranged for him to assume the role of head of the academy indicated that this old dragon had genuinely learned the art of being human. The expanse beyond the sword Qi Great Wall is vast and desolate, stretching for 300,000 miles, dominated solely by boundless yellow sands. This time, I have brought back a mountain deity. It is only fitting that I also secure a water deity, for such a partnership would imbue life into this barren land. After a night of discussion, Zhao Zheng and Lu Qingzhou finalized all details. Together they swore a grand oath. With the oath established, Lu Qingzhou felt a sense of relief. By now, Dawn had broken, and Lu Chengzhou summoned the steward, instructing him to escort Zhao Zheng's companions to the dining hall for breakfast. When Yuan Xiu entered, Lu Chengzhou was nearly taken aback, barely managing to steady himself by grasping the chair beside him, preventing any display of weakness. Others might not discern Yuan Xiu's true identity. But with a mere glance, Lu Chengzhou sensed the stirring of his bloodline, a resonance of subservience from a lower status to a higher one. His thoughts raced. With the reincarnation of the fire deity by his side, he found himself increasingly eager for his life at the Sword Qi Great Wall. Chapter 87. Debt Collection. Lu Chengzhou was a man of decisive action. After breakfast, he gathered the steward and the servants, announcing his departure. He seemed to have completely forgotten about his pair of children outside, showing no intention of leaving them a message. Having packed his belongings, he directly followed Zhao Zheng and the others. Upon boarding the spirit vessel, Zhao Zheng was quickly whisked away by Ning Yao and Yuan Xiu. Confused, he followed the two women to his room, wondering what was happening. What was Lu Chengzhou's intention? Yuan Xiu spoke with a hint of pride, flaunting the bracelet on her wrist. It was a dragon she had found in the town, and upon seeing Lu Chengzhou, it had conveyed a message to her. After its initial transmission, it fell silent due to a single remark from its master. Once it revealed to Yuan Xiu the true identity of this household's master. She casually inquired, "Is dragon meat delicious? I share a bond with my master, yet he intends to serve me up for dinner. Is dragon meat good? Certainly not." Xiaohua hastily enumerated the many drawbacks of dragon meat, finally quelling its master's curiosity. It resolved that unless summoned or faced with an urgent situation, it would remain silent. "That Lu Chengzhou is a 1,000-year-old dragon. My invitation is to have him serve as the water deity at my home." "Oh, I see," Yuan Xiu said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Beyond the Sword Qi Great Wall, there isn't even a stream, let alone a river. "Are you suggesting Lu Chengzhou should become the Dragon King of a well?" Ning Yao pointedly exposed the flaw in Zhao Zheng's words. "We could simply have Grandfather Chen carve out a riverbed and channel some water from the Yellow River." Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. As for whether having Qin Qing take action would provoke the fragile nerves of the wilderness, Zhao Zheng deemed it a minor concern. The Sword Immortal merely wished to observe the flora and fauna. Anyone dissatisfied in the wilderness could voice their grievances. Freedom of speech was encouraged. He wasn't silencing the voices of the demon race. Furthermore, even when Lu Chengzhou arrived at the Sword Qi Great Wall, knowing there was no river, would he dare to trouble Zhao Zheng? That was simply implausible. "Ning Yao and Yuan Xiu, let us seek out Grandfather Chen together at the appointed time." "Why must I accompany you?" "For a late-night feast, of course. I wish to indulge in 10 meals. It's settled." Having successfully persuaded a certain foodie, Zhao Zheng turned his gaze towards Ning Yao. His intentions were transparent. He aimed to have her and Yuan Xiu join him, believing that Grandfather Chen might be lenient with him due to their presence. This perhaps explains why Xiu possesses an uncanny ability to see through people, yet finds no disdain in Zhao Zheng's actions. His schemes were articulated plainly. Even Xiu, aware of her own exploitation, wore a willing expression. "I too desire 10 late-night meals." Having spent considerable time with Zhao Zheng, her previously simplistic view of food, merely that it should be cooked, began to evolve into an appreciation for the pleasure of dining. Certainly, a day later, Ling Shou arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city of the Great Sui dynasty. "Xiu, please take everyone into the city for a stroll. We shall join you shortly." Xiu agreed promptly. Just as Chunhua intended to inquire where they were headed, she was pulled away by Xiu. "Come, Mr. Lu. Should the Great Sui attempt to bully the weak, we shall rely on your assistance." "Certainly," Mr. Lu Chengzhou replied with a smile. Though he had cultivated his mind and spirit for many years, his prowess had not waned. In the palace, a senior eunuch knocked on the door. Upon hearing a voice from within beckoning him to enter, he quietly pushed the door open. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" "There are individuals outside demanding repayment, claiming that the Crown Prince owes a debt at Lizhu Cave, and they have now arrived at the outer city of the palace. Summon Wu Jiaoxi." The Emperor of the Great Sui set aside the memorial he was reviewing and issued the command. Moments later, the elderly attendant who had accompanied the Crown Prince to Lizhu Cave hastily entered the Grand Hall and knelt before the Emperor. "Wu Jiaoxi, the Crown Prince has incurred debts at Lizhu Cave, and now individuals have come to collect." The voice of the Great Sui Emperor remained calm. Wu Jiaoxi, kneeling below, trembled. Only those closest to the Emperor understood the true nature of his wrath, which lay beneath his seemingly tranquil demeanor. Wu Jiaoxi quickly recounted all details following their expedition to Lizhu Cave, including their subsequent ambush in alliance with the Su family of Qingfeng City against a young girl. Do you recognize the individual you ambushed? A maid in attendance presented an ink-drying painting to Wu Jiaoxi. In the artwork, Zhao Zhang and his companions were depicted. Your Majesty, the young girl is the second figure in the painting. Wu Jiaoxi quickly identified Ning Yao, whose features were unmasked. As the girl they had attacked that day, it appears they have not wronged our great sway. The Emperor's gaze fixed upon Wu Jiaoxi. When the Crown Prince arrives, inquire how they wish for our great sway to repay the debt. Inform the Crown Prince to be courteous, yet not to compromise the dignity of our dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Jiaoxi promptly made his way to the Crown Prince's residence. After relaying Wu Jiaoxi's message, the Crown Prince of the Great Sway pondered for a moment before swiftly arriving at a decision. Come here. Go to the storeroom and bring out the 3 items from the very back. The Crown Prince. Wu Jiao Temple hesitated, fully aware of the immense value of the treasures within the Crown Prince's storeroom, particularly those buried deep within, each worth a fortune. Master Wu. When one is caught making a mistake, one must earnestly correct it. This is a lesson imparted to me by my father during his youth. At this moment, anyone in the grand capital of the Sui dynasty who had not lost their hearing was already aware that someone had come to collect a debt. Although no one had appeared, the gazes of every household were fixed upon Zhao Zheng and his entourage. Such a public affront to the Sui royal family raised questions about whether these individuals would emerge from the palace alive. As Zhao Zheng and his companions traversed the grand avenue of the palace, they had faced an initial blockade from the guards upon their entry, which Zhao Zheng had dealt with decisively. Now, however, they had encountered no further opposition. Why is no one coming out? Wan Shou remarked, somewhat disheartened, knowing that their purpose in the Sui dynasty today was to collect a debt on behalf of Ning Yao. She had anticipated a confrontation and had even awakened the bracelet on her wrist. When the fire dragon, one of the greatest fortuities of the Lizhu Cave, stirred to life, the leisurely Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but glance over. Though the fire dragon was quite young, the purity of its bloodline was unmatched, even by him. Observing the fire dragon coiled around Wan Shou's wrist, Lu Qingzhou felt a twinge of envy. This fire dragon was destined for a prosperous journey ahead. Listen, someone is coming. A dozen elite cavalrymen rode forth, with a fair-skinned, beardless elder leading the way, guarding a youth of striking countenance. Chapter 88. A sincere apology that youth was Gao Xian, and the elder beside him was none other than the esteemed Diao Temple. Ningyu identified the two at the forefront. Zhao Zhang scrutinized Gao Xian, who indeed embodied the essence of a prince, his appearance nothing short of handsome. If his attitude were to falter, should he strike him in the face, or perhaps deliver a slap instead? When they were merely a dozen paces away, everyone halted their steeds. Gao Xian, of similar stature to Zhao Zheng, gracefully dismounted, followed closely by Wu Jiao Temple, who cast a wary glance at Lu Qingzhou, who was admiring the palace scenery. Greetings, I am Gao Xian, the prince of the Sui dynasty. A golden carp appeared in Gao Xian's hand, the very one he had snatched from Ning Yao. This young lady. I was driven by greed and inadvertently caused her harm. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. With a subtle gesture, Gao Xian signaled for his companions, who approached carrying 3 exquisitely crafted wooden boxes. These 3 items are my tokens of apology to the young lady. Maintaining a slight bow, Gao Xian awaited Wu Jiao Temple's introduction of the treasures within the boxes. The first box contains this exquisite armor, a top-tier spirit artifact capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. The second box holds a broken infant pill from a millennium ago, which, when consumed, can enhance the probability of breaking through to the golden core stage. Our tests indicate an approximate increase of 30%. As Wu Jiao Temple opened the final box, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ning Yao and Wan Shou's eyes. Nestled within was a fully blossomed white lotus. Upon the box's unveiling, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses. This lotus was a treasured relic of the previous dynasty, with petals capable of nourishing the soul. Consuming the entire flower could enhance the spirit of a practitioner in the jade purity realm by 30%. At the sight of the lotus, Zhao Zheng sensed a disturbance within his ring. Probing with his divine consciousness, he discovered it was a lotus seed obtained from Wei Bo, now emanating a faint glow. Could it be that both the lotus and the seed were remnants of the divine water dynasty? The 3 boxes contained truly sincere treasures from the heavens and earth. Zhao Zheng gazed at Ning Yao, whose primary purpose for coming to the Sui dynasty was to seek retribution for her grievances. Let bygones be bygones. Take this fish back with you. Ning Yao tucked away the 3 boxes of apologies from Gao Xian and tossed back the trembling golden carp. This fish, so timid, hardly qualified as a pet. Your Highness, next time you take action, ponder more carefully. A moment's impulse could cost the Sui dynasty dearly, Zhao Zheng remarked before departing. Thank you for your guidance, Gao Xian expressed, raising a hand in gratitude as he watched Zhao Zheng's party fade from view. Your Highness, that elder possesses terrifying strength. I have no confidence in subduing him. Wu Jiao Temple bowed in apology to Gao Xian. No matter, Grandpa Wu. Please send someone to ascertain their whereabouts. Remember, I only wish to know their location. I harbor no intentions of confrontation. Understood. I shall arrange this immediately. Gao Xian reflected on Zhao Zheng's words, acknowledging his impulsiveness during the incident at Li Zhu Cave Heaven. Had he approached the situation with more composure, he would never have engaged with an individual of unknown origin. Formidable strength and skill. Why did his father permit the palace offerings to remain silent while they were being humiliated? Gao Xian activated his intelligence network, swiftly uncovering the reason. Recently, the Great Li dynasty had suffered the loss of a jade purity practitioner and several nascent souls. The Prince of the Great Li had been leading troops to eliminate some formidable factions within the Great Li territory. Yet the ancestors of these sects had not emerged to intervene. The events that transpired in Li Zhu Cave Heaven had already spread throughout the entire Baoping prefecture. The Great Li dynasty, having suffered a significant setback due to Zhao Zheng, would not easily swallow this humiliation. Yet Zhao Zheng and his companions appeared unscathed in the Sui dynasty. Gao Xian comprehended why his father allowed them to pursue retribution. After Zhao Zheng reunited with Qiu Yu and the others, Ruan Xiu took Ning Yao to the streets for a leisurely stroll, hoping to replenish her dwindling stock of snacks. Separating from them, Zhao Zheng inquired passers-by for directions to Donghua Mountain and proceeded alone. He ambled along, seemingly oblivious to the dozen or so tales following him. The emperor of the Sui dynasty placed great importance on domestic education, having lavishly hired numerous scholars to join the Shuyuan Academy on the cliff. And he had issued a decree that only students and teachers would be present within the academy. Even if a prince heirs, the teacher shall only impart education. To shield students from external disturbances, the emperor of the Sui dynasty designated the picturesque Donghua Mountain adjacent to the imperial city for the Canyon Academy. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zheng arrived at the academy's entrance, delivering a letter to the guard, requesting that it be conveyed to a teacher named Mao Xiaodong. Zhao Zheng did not wait long before an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached briskly. Behind him, the guard jogged yet could not keep pace with this venerable gentleman, who, in reality, had already reached the venerable age of 90. Where is Brother Qi? Where might he be? The old man grasped Zhao Zheng's shoulder and inquired with great urgency. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to mention, I am Mao Xiaodong. Brother Qi is not here. I have come to seek your counsel. Please come in. Upon hearing that his colleague was absent, the warmth in Mao Xiaodong's demeanor waned considerably. Since this youth could present a personal letter from Brother Qi, he must possess considerable knowledge of Brother Qi's recent circumstances. Without awaiting Zhao Zheng's response, Mao Xiaodong led him to his quarters. Once seated, Mao Xiaodong promptly asked, "What is your relationship with Brother Qi?" The letter had indicated that Brother Qi had requested he assist this child should he have any requests. Are you Brother Qi's offspring? Yet you bear no resemblance to him. Or perhaps you are one of his disciples. My relationship with Brother Qi is akin to that of dining companions, Zhao Zheng explained succinctly, elaborating that they often shared meals together, which fostered their camaraderie. How is Brother Qi faring? Mao Xiaodong inquired, a hint of apprehension evident in his eyes. The statue of their esteemed teacher had been removed from the Confucian temple and ultimately shattered by a group of radical students. Regrettably, he was far away in Beipingzu and could only oversee this small domain of the Sui dynasty. Rest assured, Brother Qi is well-fed and well-rested. Although he has recently fallen to the Ascension realm, he shall soon return to the 14th realm. Could this boy truly be referencing the Brother Qi of his memories? In the past, during the disputes of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, if it had not been for his deviation from the teachings of the sage of literature, he, Mao Xiaodong, would have long since fallen from grace. Brother Qi had surpassed his own master. Truly remarkable, Brother Qi. Mao Xiaodong exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Mr. Mao, Brother Qi has a message for you. Speak. Mao Xiaodong straightened, his demeanor serious. Brother Qi says, a disciple need not be inferior to the master. Nor must the master be superior to the disciple. In that moment, Mao Xiaodong's aura shifted, and he entered a state of enlightenment. Chapter 89. The disheartened Mao Xiaodong Brother Qi. The junior has attained understanding. Mao Xiaodong opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had been grappling with the teachings of his master and the divergence of his own studies. Now, with Brother Qi's words awakening him, he had gained newfound insight. One could say that the path ahead for Mao Xiaodong was promising. At that moment, he finally noticed that the sky outside had completely darkened. A protective barrier had been established around them, and Zhao Zheng had vanished without a trace. Summoning a servant for inquiry, Mao Xiaodong soon learned that Zhao Zheng had departed not long ago, leaving a message to indicate his intention to visit again the following day. Very well. As the day had grown late, their discourse would have to wait until tomorrow. On the following morning, Zhao Zheng once more arrived at Mao Xiaodong's residence. Mr. Mao, I wish to inquire whether the Shanyan Academy can extend equal treatment to students from foreign lands. Without hesitation, Mao Xiaodong replied, certainly, once one enters Shanyan Academy. Their sole identity is that of a student. However, when Zhao Zheng produced a reflective pearl, Mao Xiaodong suddenly faltered. Within the pearl was an image of a gaunt youth being assaulted by a group of individuals, all clad in the academy's student attire. I chanced upon this scene while wandering East Huashan yesterday, Zhao Zheng continued. This student was attacked due to his humble background. He refused to comply with the demands of those students whose families hold positions of power. How despicable it is that these students have brought their bullying tactics into the academy. Mao Xiaodong immediately rose, grasping the teaching staff at his side, declaring, I shall inquire whether they have come to the academy to learn or to oppress others. The bullies from yesterday were swiftly gathered in the square. After ascertaining the circumstances, Mao Xiaodong, in his capacity as the vice-headmaster, summoned all faculty and students to the square. Zhao Zheng stood by the window, observing the expressions of the students and teachers below. Silence. Mao Xiaodong's command silenced the murmurs in the square. His gaze swept from left to right over the assembled students. Before pointing at a few individuals nearby, do you know why Kai Ming and the others are standing here? The students shook their heads, most wearing expressions of confusion, while some regarded Kai Ming and his companions with a hint of amusement. A few instructors, closely allied with court officials, seemed to suspect the underlying reason, their eyes betraying dissatisfaction as they glanced at Mao Xiaodong. Isn't it merely a childish skirmish? Must we blow it out of proportion? Who among us has had a brawl with peers in our youth? Kai Ming, why don't you explain to everyone why you are here? Kai Ming. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Mao Xiaodong continued to press him. I simply had a private altercation with a few classmates. I do not understand why Mr. Mao is making such a fuss. Are you certain it was merely a private dispute among classmates? Mao Xiaodong probed. Absolutely. Kai Ming responded loudly, emboldened by the fact that his father was a second-rank minister. He could hardly believe that a mere teacher could impose any consequences upon him. After this concludes, I shall write to my family, demanding the expulsion of this unjust teacher. And what do you have to say? Sir, we were merely playing and did not consider the seriousness of our actions. Indeed, sir, if you do not believe us, you may ask Wei Ming. These individuals were all descendants of officials, naturally banding together. They all secretly resented Mao Xiaodong for the humiliation he had brought upon them. After all, he was merely a teacher at an academy. Did they truly believe that by calling him sir, he would genuinely become their mentor? What was the third rule of the academy? Mao Xiaodong withdrew his gaze, disappointment flickering in his eyes, and turned to look at the students below. Do not bully your classmates. This was the gift I received today, and its contents are quite intriguing, so I shall share them with you. Mao Xiaodong produced the recording pearl, channeling his spiritual energy to project the images into the air. The audience witnessed Kai Ming and his companions surrounding a student whose face was obscured, and then they transitioned from shoving to striking the student with fists and feet. Is this what you call a personal dispute? The trace of disdain in Mao Xiaodong's eyes pierced through Kai Ming and his group. Kai Ming, you refuse to heed discipline. Spouting lies and brazenly bullying your classmates, violating multiple edicts of the academy. As the deputy headmaster, I hereby expel you from the academy. Deputy headmaster? Mao Xiaodong. You cannot do this. The teachers below exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they immediately voiced their objections to Mao Xiaodong's outrageous actions. Do you even realize who Kai Ming's parents are? If those court officials discover that you have expelled their children from the academy, will this Mount Cliff Academy even continue to operate? Silence. Mao Xiaodong's robes billowed as he exerted his power to suppress all noise. Kai Ming, you are to return and pack your belongings immediately. You have half a day to leave Donghua Mountain, or I shall personally expel you. To the remaining students, he declared, you must remember, you are here to pursue knowledge. If you harbor any other intentions, feel free to leave. I shall not impede you. With that, Mao Xiaodong strode away, his silhouette fading into the morning light, yet lacking the usual uprightness. The teachers looked at one another in bewilderment. Mao Xiaodong had just revealed his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, while the highest among them was merely at the golden core stage. Ultimately, they could only dismiss the students for now and send word to the imperial city to gauge the reaction of the court officials. Several guards strictly adhered to Mao Xiaodong's orders, standing beside Kai Ming and urging them to hastily gather their belongings. Kai Go, what should we do? The pudgy boy spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Isn't it just bullying one person? Such things happen daily in the imperial city. Why has this turned into a catastrophe? If my family finds out I've been expelled, they'll surely beat me to death. The others looked to Kai Ming, their gazes filled with anxiety. Before coming to the academy, their families had repeatedly urged them to study diligently, and now, just as they were beginning to succeed, they were expelled. Let us head back first. I will seek out my ancestors. The pudgy boy added, you should go to your grandmother when you return, and the rest of you do the same. We'll keep this from our fathers for now. All right, Kai Go truly has a plan. The pudgy boy exclaimed, when I return, I will cling to my grandmother's legs and weep. She adores me the most. Kai Ming glanced at those beside him, a flicker of pride glimmering in his eyes. Father often claims to possess only a modicum of cleverness, yet he has managed to cultivate the allegiance of so many individuals. With a little more effort on my part, these very individuals shall become my allies in the court. Kai Ming initially presumed that today he would merely face a reprimand from Mr. Mao, resulting in a shared loss of face, after which he would comfort them as the elder brother, and they would undoubtedly be moved. However, it appears that a temporary expulsion may not be such a grave misfortune after all. Chapter 90. A fight is inevitable with Kai Ming's suggestion in mind. The group returned to their quarters, swiftly gathered their belongings, and emerged from the academy, brimming with resolve. To an outsider, one might have thought they were graduates of the academy, celebrated for their exceptional achievements. The chubby lad, whom Kai Ming had specifically instructed, hurried straight to his grandmother's courtyard upon arriving home. Outside the courtyard, he overheard voices within, glanced at his pristine attire, and, gritting his teeth, rolled on the ground several times. His immaculate brocade robe was soon marred with patches of dirt and soot, yet he felt this was insufficient. He further tore a few rips in his clothing, tousled his hair into disarray, and, having steeled his emotions, burst into the courtyard. Woo-woo, grandmother. I miss you so much. My dear grandson, what has happened to you? Upon hearing her grandson's voice, his grandmother, Li Shi, turned toward the door, only to be met with the sight of her portly grandson, utterly filthy. She instinctively withdrew her outstretched hand, and upon seeing him charge forward, she quickly wrapped her fingers in a handkerchief, pinning him in place. My dear grandson, first go with your sister Xiaolan to change your clothes. We shall discuss any grievances later. Struggling to suppress the impulse to shoo away this dirty child, the elderly lady cast a series of meaningful glances at a nearby maid. Xiaolan, concealing a smile, took the somewhat bewildered young master away. Unbeknownst to the young master, she was aware that her mistress was extraordinarily fastidious. One glance at his state revealed it was entirely self-inflicted. This level of mischief paled in comparison to the escapades of the young master in his earlier years. Once the chubby lad had departed, Li Shi examined her fingers, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. She incinerated the handkerchief and retreated to her chamber, washing her fingers repeatedly until they became red, finally deeming them sufficiently clean. When she emerged, the previously taken young master had now settled in her original seat, his round little face restored to its former pristine state. Ah, now this is more like it. A child nurtured by me, Li Shi, ought to be impeccably groomed. Grandmother. The chubby lad's performance left much to be desired. His earlier concocted grievances were interrupted by his grandmother's enchantment, leaving him with nothing but futile wails, unable to shed a tear. Oh dear grandson, what troubles you? Though he found his grandmother's words somewhat peculiar, the chubby lad disregarded his confusion and eagerly embellished the tale of his expulsion from the Mountain Cliff Academy, naturally glossing over the reasons for his dismissal. For instance, he had engaged in a clandestine duel with a classmate, only to be apprehended by the teacher and subsequently expelled. while the other student faced no repercussions whatsoever. His previous disheveled appearance was merely a result of the academy's guards forcibly ejecting him. "My poor, dear grandson," sighed Li, tenderly stroking the chubby boy's head, relishing the pleasant texture. "This little one, alas, pales in comparison to his father's prowess back in the day, as he could only deceive mere children. Rest assured, dear grandson, I shall advocate for you." "Thank you, Grandma." Having received her affirmation, the chubby boy hastily sought refuge in a book. Li gazed after his retreating figure and called out to Xiaolan, "Inquire about the situation at the academy." "As you command, madam," replied the maid named Xiaolan, who swiftly returned with news of the day's events at the academy. "Mr. Mao is truly dashing," Li exclaimed, cupping her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration, reminiscent of a starry-eyed fan in modern times. "Xiaolan, hurry to my chamber and fetch paper and ink. I must capture Mr. Mao's commanding presence in a drawing." "Madam, if young master sees it, he is bound to be upset," Xiaolan delicately cautioned. Despite her many admirable qualities, it puzzled Xiaolan how her mistress held such reverence for Mr. Mao, who had taught her for but a month. Even the master forbade any disparagement of Mr. Mao. "This matter does not concern that insufferable boy. Hasten and complete the drawing." "Yes, madam." As Xiaolan sketched, Li stood beside her, offering occasional guidance, such as correcting the depiction of Mr. Mao's age and attire. Once the artwork was finished, Li eagerly held it up for appreciation. Satisfied, she then instructed Xiaolan to dismantle the ancient painting she had previously acquired and frame this new portrait in its place. "And what of the young master?" "Inform his father about the day's events involving my dear grandson, so he can discipline his son properly," Li said nonchalantly. Xiaolan couldn't help but feel sympathy for the young master. All his efforts today would be in vain, and with the madam's directive, he would likely be confined to his bed for a fortnight. "What shall I wear tomorrow?" Xiaolan looked at her mistress in confusion, wondering why they had shifted the conversation from the young master, especially since tomorrow was not a holiday warranting special attire. "You fool. That decrepit Kai will surely seek trouble at the academy tomorrow. If I go to assist, I shall have the chance to see Mr. Mao," Li replied, lightly chiding Xiaolan, who had been in her service for decades, questioning why she had not learned a thing from her cleverness. "A fortnight ago, the fabric store delivered a new batch of materials. Perhaps you should take a look? Then let us proceed." The following day, a furious voice echoed from the imperial city. "Mao Xiaodong, come out." This individual was the ancestor of Kai Ming, expelled the previous day, and had long since entered the nascent soul stage. Mao Xiaodong explained the situation to Zhao Zheng and the others, then stepped forward, prepared to confront the irate figure. "Shall we practice together?" "Certainly, I am agreeable." Neither Wan Shou nor Ning Yao declined the invitation. Wan Shou thought to herself that at last there was a chance for a confrontation, while Ning Yao was curious to see how the Yuan Ing of the vast world compared to the sword cultivators of her homeland in terms of strength. "Old Lu, I entrust you with Chunhua and the others. Have no worries." Lu Qingzhou remained composed, in the grand capital of the Great Sui. Only the two auras within the imperial palace gave him pause. The rest, even if he refrained from retaliating, could not breach the defenses of his corporeal form. "Come, let us go greet this arrogant immortal." The three soared into the sky on their swords, crossing over the academy, soon spotting several cultivators approaching from the foot of the mountain, who appeared to be accustomed to a life of luxury. The leading gaunt figure was the ancestor of the Kai family, followed by the steadfast guardians of the previous day. It was unexpected that those children could persuade them. Upon seeing Zhao Zheng and his companions approach, Mao Xiaodong initially attempted to dissuade them. When they did not retreat, he ceased his insistence. As long as he stood upon Donghua Mountain, he feared not even those of the upper fifth realm. These three young men were perfectly positioned to witness the clash among cultivators. Chapter 91. The misfortunes of the prominent figures Mr. Mao. What is the cultivation level of these individuals? The Kai Feng should now be in the late stage of Yuan Ying, while the exquisitely dressed Li, who broke through to Yuan Ying half a century ago, and the remaining 5 are likely at the late stage of Jin Dan. Is this truly the caliber of a top-tier family within the Great Sui dynasty? To be honest, Zhao Zheng felt somewhat disheartened. "Mr. Mao, you handle Kai Feng. I will take on Li, and leave the rest to us." Wan Xiu confidently interjected. Though the remaining opponents were numerous, she was certain she could hold off too, leaving the other 3 to Ning Yao without concern. Mao Xiaodong activated the mountain's protective formation, swiftly elevating his realm to half-step Yupu. He did not engage in idle chatter with Kai Feng. Instead, he unleashed his ruler, dispersing the clouds above the mountaintop with an unstoppable force, sending Kaifeng flying. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Kaifeng quickly drew forth a resplendent robe to stabilize the situation, engaging in a back-and-forth confrontation with Mao Xiaodong. Zhao Zheng and his companions also advanced on their swords, each facing their respective adversaries. In an instant, 3 battlegrounds emerged at the foot of Donghua Mountain. Though the combat was fierce, all combatants exercised restraint, ensuring their strikes did not target the mountain itself, keeping the aftermath of their battle suspended in the air. Facing a Yuaning, Zhao Zheng harbored no thoughts of holding back. He unleashed his full strength from the outset. A brilliant sword light cleaved through the sky, its sharpness compelling the Li family, who had initially intended to go easy, to adopt a serious demeanor. In an instant, she condensed jade-like energy in her hands, thrusting her palms forward. The moment they collided with the sword chi, a crisp sound rang out. As Li grasped the sword light with her palms, she immediately intensified her strength, solidifying the ethereal sword light into a tangible form. New power surged through her arms. With a sudden exertion, the sword light shattered into countless fragments. In the fleeting moment when the sword light shattered, Li sensed an anomaly and promptly retreated. A blade of light surged upwards, shattering the afterimage she had left behind, and Zhao Zheng continued his pursuit with unwavering determination. What a remarkable young man. His prowess is impressive, Li mused, feeling her previously dulled heart begin to race once more. Let us engage in combat first. With a swift motion, she brushed her fingers over her ring, and in the next instant, a 2-meter-long halberd materialized in her grasp. The sight of a delicate woman wielding a weapon typically reserved for top-tier warriors was nothing short of a striking spectacle. Ning Yao called Wan Shou from a distance, witnessing the unfolding scene. You must swiftly deal with them. That woman is formidable. With a single glance, Ning Yao discerned that Li was unlike those she faced. It was a stark contrast between having seen blood and remaining untested. Xiu Xiu, buy me 10 breaths. Understood, Wan Shou replied, intensifying her offensive and drawing in 5 golden core practitioners. Behind her, the spiritual energy within Ning Yao surged violently, as she intended to break through her limits directly amidst the fray. Li wielded her halberd with unparalleled ferocity. Every strike was imbued with overwhelming power. Zhao Zheng's slashing sword light was shattered before it could even approach her. Although Zhao Zheng's attacks were sharp, they could not breach Li's defenses. The tide of battle shifted from his initial advantage to a stalemate. The 2 girls are in peril, Zhao Zheng remarked, instinctively glancing over. At that moment, Li seized the opportunity, sweeping aside Zhao Zheng's defenses with her halberd and thrusting forward. Realizing he could not evade in time, the halberd halted just inches from him. Young man, I am a disciple of Master Mao. I came here specifically to lend him assistance, yet I find he has already enlisted help. Go and support your comrades. Zhao Zheng retained a fraction of his focus on Li while simultaneously sending a mental message to Ning Yao, urging her to cease her attempt at breaking through. For he understood that her current realm was lower than his. She merely sought to establish a solid foundation at each level. Li remained as stated, rooted in place. Zhao Zheng's sudden intervention caused the offensive of the 5 golden core practitioners to collapse in an instant. Within no time at all, they were subdued. Once the dust settled on Zhao Zheng's side, Li advanced towards the battlefield where Master Mao and Kaifeng were engaged. Kaifeng had anticipated an ally's arrival, only to be taken aback when Li launched an aggressive assault upon him. Completely unprepared for Li's onslaught, Kaifeng was swiftly gravely injured and, before long, was securely bound. His cultivation sealed by Master Mao and cast into confinement. Li then accompanied Master Mao back. Her halberd vanished, and her demeanor returned to one of gentleness. Hello, everyone. I am Wu Lingxi, Master Mao's esteemed disciple. She greeted the assembled company with familiarity, displaying no trace of awkwardness. Master Mao did not contest Li's self-designation. After all, she had only recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, a feat accomplished just a few years after him. From this perspective, she could indeed be considered his prized disciple, despite having received merely a month of instruction from him. Master, how should we handle Kaifeng and his cohorts? Upon mentioning this, Mao Xiaodong felt a pang of headache. Kaifeng and his companions were the steadfast pillars of their respective families. Although they had stirred up trouble at Donghua Mountain and were subsequently captured by him, he was at a loss as to what should follow. In my opinion, their cultivation should be rendered null, Li suggested, making a gesture across his throat, that if they were to bicker further, her son could engage them in a war of words. No, Mao Xiaodong immediately dismissed Li's notion. adding an explanation that Lingxi's child currently held the esteemed position of Prime Minister. The rank of Prime Minister is indeed formidable. No wonder Li felt emboldened enough to propose nullifying the cultivation of Kai Feng and the others. Nevertheless, with Li's presence, Kai Feng and his peers could be wielded more effectively. Mr. Mao, does the activation of today's mountain protection array entail considerable expenditure? Mao Xiaodong nodded, recalling the staggering figure reported to him by the steward. Even now, it pained him deeply. Such a substantial amount of spirit stones lost in an instant would require years of toil to replenish. The losses from the array could be sought from Kai Feng and the other families, and the price could be doubled by then. Leave this matter to me, Li declared, her eyes glinting with a measure of admiration as she glanced at Zhao Zheng. What a clever lad. His heart is truly quite shrewd. A doubled price would undoubtedly strain the families, even if they pooled their resources. However, it was they who instigated the trouble, and should this escalate to the court, it would be Mr. Mao who held the advantage. My son has been raised for so many years. It is time he contributes to his master. With a single statement, Li clearly delineated the role of the current prime minister. Once the matter was settled, Zhao Zheng and his companions prepared to depart. Before leaving, Zhao Zheng entrusted Mr. Mao with a request. In the near future, should a young lady named Li Baoping, clad in red, come from Dali seeking education, I hope you can extend her your care. Given the news of the Kai family's plight had spread, Zhao Zheng was confident that the parents of the academy's students would certainly caution their children. Zhao, who is this Baoping to you? She is our little sister. Chapter 92. A young maid brought home, sir. When that young Baoping arrives at the academy, you must send a message to me. I wish to meet that red-clad maiden. Very well. The plump scion of the Li family was unaware that when Baoping arrived at the academy months later, his grandmother, upon meeting her, would desire to adopt her as a god-granddaughter. From the moment Baoping set foot in the Great Sway, the plump child would find himself eclipsed. Where shall we go next? To fetch a rather timid young girl. Approaching dusk, Ning Yao and Wan Xiu, under Zhao Zheng's guidance, navigated through the streets and alleys until they finally beheld a residence adorned with the characters for Zhelan. Two imposing stone lions flanked the entrance, and the area was meticulously maintained, clearly indicative of its long-term occupancy. Zhao Zheng, you're not planning to barge in and forcibly take the girl, are you? Wan Xiu inquired with a peculiar expression, though her restless eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Indeed. Would you care to join? My father has always said that seizing people is improper. Wan Xiu responded with utmost seriousness and then added, I believe that an occasional visit is not a problem. I shall certainly take a good look at how beautiful the girl you have in mind truly is. Ning Yao typically refrained from questioning Zhao Zheng's decisions. Yet she felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Zhao Zheng, like herself, visiting Houran Tianxiao for the first time? How was he so familiar with the various regions of Beipingzu? High above, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Lu Qingzhou's gaze fell upon the Zilan's high residence, lingering momentarily on the attic, as he murmured, how intriguing, how intriguing. A fire python, boasting hundreds of years of cultivation, was unexpectedly concealed within a human attic, and astonishingly, the two coexisted in harmony. To Lu Qingzhou's surprise, the foundation of this fire python's cultivation was rooted in Confucian philosophy, a serpent grounded in Confucian principles, progressing steadily and merely one shed away from transforming into a dragon. Such a being was beyond Lu's imagination. As for the small snake hidden in the adjacent river, upon sensing the slightest hint of aura, it promptly fled several hundred miles in fright. The fire python in the attic seemed to sense the danger posed by Zhao Zheng and his companions. Before the owner of the residence could appear, the fire python leaped from the attic and swiftly retreated into the mountainous woods. It seems we have frightened this little girl. Let us go, Zhao Zheng commanded. Pursuing the fire python on his sword, Wan Xiu observed the small snake, wondering if that was indeed the girl Zhao Zheng was thinking about. She had anticipated a fierce competition for the girl, yet now it appeared to be a rather anticlimactic affair. While internally critiquing Zhao Zheng, she did not delay in following suit. Zhao Zheng, the fastest of them all, accelerated as soon as the fire python entered the forest, casting beams of sword light that impeded its speed. Once he caught up with the fire python, he immediately ensnared it with his sword light, allowing it to spit fire and charge, yet unable to break free from the confines of this luminous prison. Stop struggling. You cannot breach this defense. Perhaps because Zhao Zheng had only confined it without inflicting harm, the fire python turned its gaze toward him, inquiring, I have never harmed the human race since my birth. Why do you seek to capture me? The small snake in the river has long had its eyes on you. waiting for the moment you shed your skin to consume you. When that time comes, a conflict will surely ensue, and neither this residence nor the surrounding area will be spared. I came to find you because I wish to take you back to my home." As he spoke, Zhao Zheng tossed several vividly colored stones toward the fire python. The python fixated on the stones in midair, its serpent eyes instantly transforming into an oval shape. The aura emanating from the stones stirred a longing within its bloodline. Could they be the fabled snake gallstones? Why would this human present such invaluable treasures to it? Was it truly as he claimed, merely wishing to take it home? If I harbored ill intentions towards you, I would have struck long ago. The fire python nodded in agreement. Given this human strength, killing it would be but a single stroke, unnecessary to employ snake gallstones as bait. Realizing this, the fire python consumed the few gallstones that would greatly benefit her. As soon as the gallstones entered her belly, she felt a slight enhancement in her cultivation. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, and the fire python soon realized that the serpent's gallstones within her were dissolving at a visibly rapid pace, while her cultivation level began to ascend swiftly. Within just 2 hours, she had completely assimilated the several spiritually enriched serpent gallstones. The fire python, sensing a change, raised her head. The once starry sky had become shrouded in dark clouds, with bolts of lightning weaving through the layers. The fire python understood that the time for her second shedding of skin had arrived, and the thunder above heralded the tribulation she must face. "Rest assured, you shall not be disturbed during your tribulation," Zhao Zheng stated as he released the seals surrounding the fire python, while he and Ning Yao positioned themselves nearby to guard her. Inside the floating spiritual vessel, Lu Qingzhou emanated the pressure of his nascent soul, intimidating the master of the Zhilan residence and others who sought to take advantage of the situation. A bolt of lightning, nearly 10 feet long, struck down, and the fire python met it head-on. The lightning scorched her body, leaving many areas charred and even exuding a hint of a savory aroma. Remarkably, the fire python seemed oblivious to any pain. Her colossal form coiled tightly, and as the second bolt descended, she flicked her tail to greet the lightning once more, emitting a cry that was a mix of agony and joy. In the river, a frightened water snake gazed longingly at the distant tribulation, feeling increasingly resentful. This fire python had been his prey for over a century, and he had awaited the moment of her shedding to devour her and enhance his own powers. How unfortunate that this fire python had caught the attention of an ancestor from a lineage long past. Despite his bitterness, the water snake could only swallow his grievances. Yet, within a brief span, the lightning in the sky vanished, the dark clouds dissipated rapidly, and a cool moonlight once again illuminated the forest. A vial of healing elixir enveloped the severely injured and weakened fire python. Moments later, her eyes reopened, and she regarded Zhao Zheng, who was tending to her, with a blink. In the next instant, a soft glow radiated from the fire python, and when the light faded, a girl of around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in pink, stood in her place. "I pay my respects, young master, and I thank you for the opportunity bestowed upon me," the girl said, mimicking the courtesies of the maidens within the residence as she bowed to Zhao Zheng. "Rise, for we are now family. There is no need for such formality," Zhao Zheng replied, assisting the young girl to her feet before inquiring if she had a name. She shook her head. "I have thought of a name, Warm Tree, and as for the surname, I shall take Zhao. How does that sound? Zhao Warm Tree. I quite like that name. Thank you, young master," she exclaimed. "This is my sister, Ning Yao, and the one beside her is Sister Ruan Xiu." Ning Yao and Ruan Xiu greeted the charming young girl with warmth. Warm Tree was one of Zhao Zheng's favorite characters from the books he had read, and now, witnessing her engaging in cheerful conversation with Ning Yao and the others, filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 93. Return to the Old Dragon City. Once aboard the spiritual vessel, when Warm Tree encountered Lu Qingzhou, an instinctual fear stemming from her bloodline rendered her immobile. This elder was a forebear of her ancestral lineage. "Old Lu, please do not frighten Wanshu. The young girl is quite remarkable." Lu Qingzhou reigned in the aura that only beings of the dragon lineage could perceive and took out a Jiaolong pearl from his pocket. "Since this is our first meeting and I have not prepared a proper gift, let this pearl serve as a token of our acquaintance." Wanshu tilted her head towards Zhao Zhang. Upon receiving a nod from her master, she carefully accepted the Jiaolong pearl, a flicker of delight flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, Old Lu." Chunhua and Shiyue eagerly took Wanshu to claim her room, assisting her in arranging her bedding. A group of young women chattered animatedly, sharing tales from distant lands. and the initial sense of unfamiliarity that Nuanshu felt soon dissipated. Listening to their conversations, it seemed that her master truly was a good person. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zheng, he had unwittingly acquired a reputation for benevolence. "Come clean now," Nuanshu exclaimed, pulling Ning Yao along as they interrogated Zhao Zheng. "What do you want me to confess?" Zhao Zheng averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. "Tell us how you managed to gather such accurate information along the way." "In truth, this world is merely a narrative crafted by a chronicler named Feng Hua, and I am a devoted reader of this tome. Thus, I am acquainted with the characters that emerge within its pages. We demand the truth." Ning Yao shot Zhao Zheng a glare, asserting that such fabrications would not deceive even a toddler. Zhao Zheng raised his hands in exasperation. "What I have stated is entirely factual." Fortunately, he had more to offer. "I acquired a legacy at the Stone Tablet Forest, and through contemplation, I discovered that with this inheritance, alongside this artifact, I can glimpse images from the River of Time." Zhao Zheng produced the stone mirror he had found at the seabed, allowing Ning Yao and the others to examine it. After infusing it with spiritual energy, a trace of the River of Time emanated from the mirror, causing its surface to ripple slightly. Ningyu and Nuanshu attempted to engage with the mirror as Zhao Zheng instructed, but found it resistant to their efforts. Conversely, Zhao Zheng effortlessly submerged his entire arm within. After verifying the mirror's capabilities, Ningyu and Nuanshu accepted Zhao Zheng's assertions. Curiosity piqued. They inquired about the scenes within the River of Time. The River of Time beyond the heavens, with its 3 well-known crossings, had long been sealed by the founders of the 3 teachings, their purpose being to prevent anyone from traversing against the current of time and disturbing the past or future. In that realm, I merely practiced swordsmanship and honed my body, occasionally catching glimpses of visions pertaining to the future. If it were truly possible to flow backward in time, I would wish to spar with the spirited A Liang and engage in philosophical discourse with the still hopeful Qi Jingchuan. After several days of continuous flight, Zhao Zheng and his companions traversed mountains and rivers, finally arriving at the southernmost tip of Beipingzu, the old dragon city. Perhaps due to their earlier encounter outside the city, the shop Zhao Zheng had purchased remained unchanged. With a simple cleaning, it could resume operations. Zhao Zheng summoned the few remnants of the Divine Water Tribe, assigned them their respective tasks, and instructed Chunhua to lead them to the second floor to set up their rooms and familiarize themselves with their responsibilities at the baggage inn. Zhao Zheng, Nuanshu suddenly approached him. "What is it? If I were to cause a commotion here, would you protect me?" Having been by Zhao Zheng's side for quite some time, Nuanshu has also learned some of the peculiar phrases he often uses. "No problem," she replied, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, truly worthy of being her trusted friend. She then explained her reasoning. Since entering the city, she had sensed a gaze from the clouds persistently watching her. Zhao Zheng glanced upwards at the sea of clouds, likely deducing the identity of the observer. It was Fan Junmao, a mere lower deity, yet audacious enough to spy on Nuanshu. Was it Liang Jingru who granted him the courage to do so? If someone seeks their own demise, he certainly could not intervene. Nuanshu, when the time comes, harness the power of your divine essence. It is likely to yield remarkable results. Nuanshu consented, as it appeared that this voyeur hidden in the clouds was, like her, a reincarnated deity. After Zhao Zheng revealed his ability to glimpse fragments of the River of Time, he disclosed certain inconsequential information to the 2 women. Nuanshu was aware of her own identity as the reincarnation of the ancient fire god, one of the 5 supreme beings. The frail girl, Li Lu, whom she found so irksome in the small town, was the reincarnation of the water god. The old sword hanging beneath the town's corridor bridge contained a trace of the divine essence of its wielder. That elder Yang was the first male deity to attain divinity, his status not inferior to that of Nuanshu and her companions. Daring to spy on her, she resolved to teach this individual a lesson. Zhao Zheng produced several invisibility talismans, explaining their usage. The 3 activated the talismans and ascended silently on their swords. Lu Qingzhou watched as the figures of Zhao Zheng and the 2 women vanished, releasing his divine sense, but failing to capture their forms. This seasoned elder, well acquainted with the world, displayed rare astonishment in his eyes. Indeed, he had lingered too long in the small locale of Beipingzu. The outside world had changed dramatically. Nuanshu extended her perception and soon detected a figure nearly blending with the clouds. After reporting the individual's location to Zhao Zheng and Ning Yao, the 2 dispersed, preparing to intercept the presence concealed within the clouds. Nuanshu approached within 10 zhang of the individual, awakening the small flame on her wrist, uttering 4 words, fire dragon. Traverse water. A thread of divine power from the fire god empowered the small flame, which instantaneously expanded to several hundred zhang, enveloped in scorching flames that evaporated the cloud cover within mere moments. The figure hidden in the clouds finally revealed her true appearance. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, her previously composed demeanor now displaying a hint of astonishment as she gazed at Wan Xiao, who had emerged amidst the clouds, previously from hundreds of meters away. Fan Junmao had sensed something unusual about Wan Xiao. Now, in close proximity, she felt as though she were witnessing a fully armored woman seated upon a throne, playing with a sun in her hands. Seemingly aware of Fan Junmao's gaze, the woman casually lifted her head. Just one glance was enough for Fan Junmao to feel as if she were engulfed in flames, letting out a cry of despair as she swiftly averted her eyes, a twinge of sorrow welling up within her heart. Before, I had so thoughtlessly offended this esteemed individual. O Lord of Fire, I humbly beseech you to impose punishment upon me for my prior transgression, contrary to my expectations of a fierce confrontation. I was taken aback as Fan Junmao knelt before me in an ancient manner. Returning, I summoned the little fire spirit, which had been frolicking in the sea of clouds. However, the clouds had evaporated by 50%, and yet, in Fan Junmao's eyes, there was not a trace of sorrow, as if the devastation wrought by the little fire did not touch the very foundation of her path. What should I do? I glanced at Zhao Zheng. Fan Junmao persistently gazed at me, which was rather vexing, yet she did not possess the audacity to eliminate me outright. I have an idea. Chapter 94. The guest at the National Master's residence outside the imperial city of Dali. A languid man reclining in a carriage opened his eyes and glanced at the characters Dali inscribed upon the city gate. He withdrew a few copper coins from his pocket and left them in the carriage. A figure, Aliang, swiftly appeared before the National Master's residence. My name is Aliang. Please convey this name to your National Master, for he is to meet with me. With his back turned to the gate, Aliang, sword in hand, addressed the guards at the entrance. Seemingly impressed by this self-proclaimed Aliang's extraordinary demeanor, the guards did not dismiss him, and one quickly hurried inside. In the study, upon hearing the steward's report that a swordsman claiming to be Aliang had come to visit, Cui Chen's hand trembled slightly as he held his brush, causing an ink blot to mar the nearly completed calligraphy piece. Aliang, he truly has arrived. Invite him in, and ensure that your demeanor is respectful. Yes. Just as the steward was about to exit the study, Cui Chen called him back. No, I shall go to him personally. The steward managed to maintain his composure. Yet a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. His master was the National Master of Dali, a figure of immense stature, second only to none. According to the guard, this swordsman was an unfamiliar face, leaving the steward to ponder what identity could warrant such a personal reception from his master. Cui Chen soon arrived at the entrance, his gaze falling upon the diminutive figure standing there. As a sword cultivator, he had chosen to wield a bamboo sword, and his attire resembled that of a wandering swordsman, suggesting a penchant for defiance against convention. Aliang. The tone of this call carried emotions known only to Cui Chen himself. Cui Chen, you have aged, Aliang remarked. If those fairies who used to send you messages via flying swords were to see you now, I wonder how many would shed silent tears. With a sense of nostalgia, Aliang approached and skillfully draped his arm around Cui Chen's shoulder. Come, let us share a drink. I have yearned for wine throughout my journey, but alas, my pockets were empty. As they passed, Cui Chen instructed the dazed steward, and soon after, a plethora of exquisite dishes was served. Aliang seized the wine jug and drank heartily, satisfying his ravenous appetite before finally picking up his chopsticks to enjoy the meal. Cui Chen barely touched his food, instead engaging Aliang in conversation, inquiring about his experiences beyond the Sword Qi Great Wall and whether he had encountered any fair maidens of interest. Aliang promptly set down his chopsticks, launching into tales of his exploits in that realm. It is not mere boasting. Wherever I go, all the ladies are drawn to me. In that distant place, I need not spend a single coin for my drinks. The love letters I receive are so abundant that they could bury me. Aliang, do you not feel a stir of emotion? A vision of a celestial being, whose legs seem to stretch beyond the bounds of life, flashed through Aliang's mind. He stroked his chin and replied with a smile, Who am I, Aliang? To forsake an entire forest for a solitary tree. But enough about me. What of you all? From the old scholar to yourself, along with the two fellows, Zhua and Shao Qi, why is it that each of you remains unwed? Cui Zhan offered no reply, merely lifting his cup to drink. The rich liquor carried a hint of bitterness intertwined with youthful memories. Once the meal was finished, Cui Zhan inquired about the purpose of Liang's visit. My younger brother has been bullied in your great Li. I have come to seek recompense. Can we not negotiate? Impossible. What is it that you desire? Cui Zhan sighed, curious to hear Liang's demands. If they fell within the realm of Great Li's capabilities, he might be able to acquiesce. I have heard that the master of the Mo family, along with the Lu family, has crafted a replica of the Bayou capital for your Great Li. Unacceptable. Cui Zhan's response was resolute, his mind racing with the names of those who knew of the Bayou capital project. Who could have leaked such sensitive information? Then there is nothing to discuss. I shall wait here for a day. If you do not return the Bayou capital to me, I shall take it myself. Cui Zhan's expression darkened instantly. A single day, regardless of whether he could conjure a 14th realm within such a brief span. He would find it futile against the peak of ascension that Liang represented. Moreover, the highest cultivator in Great Li at present was merely at the immortal realm. The current emperor of Great Li, Song Zhengchun, indeed possessed the demeanor of a formidable sovereign, yet should he report Liang's demands, the emperor would undoubtedly refuse. This matter is beyond my authority. I shall take a rest. If by this time tomorrow we have not reached an agreement, I will retrieve it myself. Liang waved his hand dismissively. On the following night, a brilliant sword light emerged from above the imperial city, illuminating the night sky as it soared towards the northern Bayou capital. The countless formations already activated above the Great Li imperial city shattered like fragile bubbles beneath the sword light. The 4 mountain deities of Great Li had long received their orders, awaiting the inevitable path of the sword light. As the sword light approached, the 4 deities revealed their towering divine forms, each hundreds of zhang tall. An array of terrifying divine techniques instantaneously engulfed the sword light. This person is but a trifling matter. The wild-looking North Mountain deity observed the sword light, which was rendered powerless by his divine powers, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, he noticed the East Mountain deity beside him turn pale, seemingly warning him to be cautious. Another beam of sword light surged forth, slicing through the incoming divine techniques. And with unrelenting momentum, it swiftly bypassed the arrogant North Mountain deity. In the next instant, the North Mountain deity's body erupted, scattering countless fragments of divine essence. A pair of colossal hands reached out, gathering the majority of the golden shards into Liang's grasp. At this moment, the remaining 3 mountain deities finally comprehended. This was clearly an attempt by Great Li, wielding this sword, to cleanse their ranks of disobedient deities. 3 individuals exchanged glances and simultaneously fled outdoors. They had scarcely run a distance when a streak of sword light rapidly pursued them from behind. This night marked the fall of all the mountain deities of the Great Li. Above the white jade capital, 12 enormous flying swords, akin to generals arrayed for battle, surged forth towards Liang in succession. The swords executed various techniques mid-air, encircling and confining him, as countless beams of sword light enveloped Liang. What a splendid arrival! Liang, observing the myriad of sword energies in the sky, finally felt a surge of excitement. For the first time, he drew the bamboo sword from his waist, slightly crouched his body, and channeled his sword intent into the bamboo blade. A beam of sword light, unlike anything that could exist in the mortal realm, shot forth. In that moment, the 12 flying swords above abruptly lost control, their blades trembling slightly, as if gripped by fear. Within the imperial city, all sword artifacts emitted a faint ringing, seemingly vying for Liang's attention. Across the vast world, all practitioners of the 14 realms sensed the disturbance, their gazes converging on the Great Li. They soon discerned the diminutive figure wielding the sword. Indeed, it was Liang. In the instant the sword light was unleashed, Liang's bamboo sword disintegrated into countless particles, dissipating into the air. He glanced at the 12 flying swords scattering through the sky and scratched his head, realizing he might have exerted a tad too much force. His strike had shattered the formation of the white jade capital, leaving only these 12 swords to present to Zhaozheng. Chapter 95. The sword cleaves the suspended mountain, gathering the 12 remarkable spiritual swords. Liang surveyed the white jade capital. With the formation now revealed, its structure was laid bare before him. Goodness gracious, the Great Li truly spared no expense. This white jade capital consumed at least 20 years of the nation's revenue, and yet proved to be rather fragile. Inside the white jade capital, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, was undoubtedly the Great Li Emperor, Song Zhengchun. This emperor, it seemed, had somehow attained the cultivation of the nascent soul. Contemplating, Ailiang flicked a slender strand of sword energy from his fingertips, directing his sword southward in search of Zhao Zheng. Within the white jade capital, the wealthy Luanju and the elderly gentleman of the Lu family exchanged glances, both faces etched with bitterness. Their collaborative effort to forge a replica of the white jade capital had concluded hastily before its debut, and even the 12 long-sought spiritual swords had been whisked away by another. The white jade capital had been reduced to a mere shell. At this moment, Emperor Song Zhengchun was plagued by incessant coughing. Just moments ago, the sword immortal named Ailiang had severed his longevity bridge, exacerbating his physical condition. Surveying his surroundings, his eyes mirrored the sorrows and joys of the mortal realm. After consuming a healing elixir, feeling a slight alleviation of his injuries, he issued commands to summon the national master and Song Chongjing. Regrettably, he would never witness the day when the iron cavalry of the Great Li trampled the old dragon city. That night, countless communication talismans and flying swords surged forth from the imperial city, as emissaries from various nations became unprecedentedly active, seeking the truth behind the day's great battle in the Great Li imperial capital. At dawn, those sects engaged in mountain and water reports promptly disseminated the compiled information. The long-vanished swordsman, Ailiang, has once again made his presence felt in the vast realm of Hauran, engaging in battle with the Dai Li dynasty of Beipingzu. Ailiang's peak cultivation in the Ascension realm was laid bare for all to witness. Ailiang, a pure swordsman at the pinnacle of the Ascension realm, instantly captivated the attention of countless sects across the 9 continents. Those who caught wind of this news eagerly procured the latest edition of the Shanshui Gazette, exchanging spirit stones for its insights. The most prominent section of the Gazette chronicled the enmity and entanglements between the Dai Li dynasty and Ailiang from the previous night in the northern expanse of Beipingzu. The editors of the Gazette, acutely aware of the public's curiosity, unleashed a barrage of sensational headlines. The secrets of Ailiang and the disciple of the literary sage, shocking revelations. And Ailiang's return to Hauran. What could be his purpose? Within merely 2 hours, the editors were taken aback to find that their publication was selling out swiftly. They continued to wield their pens, crafting captivating narratives that swiftly circulated from the freshly printed gazettes to all corners of the realm. On this bustling day, Zhao Zheng and his companions at sea were oblivious to the commotion unfolding elsewhere, opting not to take the ferry from Laolong City. Zhao Zheng piloted a spirit vessel across the ocean. In moments of ennui, he retrieved bamboo hewn from Chiduan Mountain, fashioning a fishing rod for each of them. The fish they caught were transformed into delectable dishes, grilled, steamed, or served as sashimi, ensuring that no 2 meals were alike. However, as time passed, the initial thrill of life at sea began to wane, giving way to monotony. One day, gazing at the immense peak suspended in the air, Zhao Zheng called out to the cabin, announcing their arrival at the Upside-Down Mountain. "Behold, the Upside-Down Mountain," Wan Xiu remarked, surveying the legendary mountain that was said to be among the largest in the world. Its appearance, however, did not seem as enchanting as the tales had suggested. Lu Qingzhou, contemplating the mountain, felt a twinge of nostalgia. He never anticipated that he would one day find himself here. "Stay here. I shall return shortly," Zhao Zheng declared, soaring into the air on his sword, retrieving a wooden talisman etched by the great sword immortal from his system's repository. After explaining his intentions, Ningyu and Wan Xiu refrained from further comment. Had their realms not been so limited, they would have fought alongside Zhao Zheng instead of merely being spectators. Zhao Zheng did not consider himself a magnanimous individual. Previously, when traversing the Jiaolong Gorge, he had been schemed against by the Dragon Lord residing in the Upside-Down Mountain, a debt he had yet to settle. Crumbling the talisman, a powerful sword intent descended upon the Zhuxian sword. Zhao Zheng casually swung his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that stretched for dozens of miles. The edges of this radiant light grazed the ocean's surface, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Such a tremendous commotion quickly drew attention from those atop the Upside-Down Mountain. Fairies obstructing the path of the sword light hastily maneuvered to evade it. At the boundary of the realm, a young Taoist flipping through a book and the drowsy Zhang Lu simultaneously raised their gazes. What a magnificent sword strike! Alas, there is no fine wine here. Zhang Lu smacked his lips a few times, casting a glance at the young disciple beside him, a smug smile gracing his face. Indeed, your lineage, Dao Lao heir, seems to attract disdain wherever it goes. The situation at the upside-down mountain has clearly turned disastrous. The young disciple offered a brief defense, rising to his feet with the intention of intercepting the sword strike. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the sea, shattering the young disciple's imposing demeanor in an instant. Zhao Zhenjuan, come forth and settle our grievances. Why the hesitation? Zhang Lu observed the young disciple's face, flushed with anger, and could not restrain a chuckle. When the sky collapses, one must have someone tall to uphold it. The young disciple retorted dryly, picking up the Taoist scriptures to read once more. He had never been fond of the few disciples his senior brother had taken in. This particular trouble was instigated by his rather unlikable nephew, the Jiaolong. After all, his senior brother was also at the upside-down mountain, so it would be best if he dealt with the fallout himself. A towering Taoist manifestation, hundreds of feet high, appeared atop the upside-down mountain. This direct disciple of Yudo, faced with the sword light, showed no inclination to draw his sword. With both hands, he struck out, his palms shimmering with countless inscriptions. The sword light and the Taoist manifestation remained locked in a stalemate for several breaths, but ultimately, the Taoist prevailed. With a firm clasp of his hands, he shattered the sword light into oblivion. Zhao Zheng flew close to the Taoist manifestation, pointing his sword at the Taoist's head. He inquired, "What is your relationship with that Zhao Zhenjuan? Zhao is my wayward disciple. If he has offended you in any manner, I kindly ask for your understanding." The Heavenly Lord, stationed at the upside-down mountain, spoke courteously, yet an underlying arrogance in his tone irked Zhao Zheng. "So, when your disciples cause trouble, a mere request for understanding suffices? If I were to accidentally slay you, would a simple apology to your Dao Laoer suffice as well?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited in the Heavenly Lord's eyes. How could one so esteemed be so casually insulted? Your cultivation still lacks depth. Accompany me into the upside-down mountain for a century of purification. Enraged, the Heavenly Lord made his move, unleashing a multitude of incantations with his hands. A colossal palm imprint, capable of enveloping the entire upside-down mountain, descended upon Zhao Zheng with astonishing speed. Chapter 96. Settling Grievances. Aren't Taoists supposed to embody tranquility and non-action? Why does the Heavenly Lord harbor such fury? Zhao Zheng retorted, striking out at the palm imprint with his sword. The blade carved a deep gash into the imprint. Zhao Zheng realized that the Heavenly Lord's prowess was still far from that of his senior sword immortal, whose teachings had imbued him with profound sword intent. Zhao Zheng unleashed 3 successive sword strikes, each penetrating the palm imprint. In the next moment, the immense palm exploded into fragments. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot forth from the side. The Heavenly Lord, caught off guard, was cleaved into the sea by a single stroke. The Heavenly Lord's abilities are rather mediocre. You little wretch, are you courting death? The Heavenly Lord erupted from the ocean, his crown shattered, hair disheveled, and his robe torn, glaring furiously at Zhao Zheng, his dignified facade utterly obliterated. Drawing his long sword, the Heavenly Lord no longer held back due to Zhao Zheng's status. A torrent of magnificent sword light surged forth, enveloping the skies above the upside-down mountain in an instant, completely shrouding Zhao Zheng, who appeared as insignificant as a mere black dot suspended in the air, in the face of the oncoming deluge of sword radiance. Zhao Zheng positioned the Zhuxian sword before him and executed a horizontal strike. The Zhuxian cleaved the very fabric of space before him, creating a fissure that stretched for several miles. All of the sword light unleashed by the celestial monarch was consumed by this vast rift. Perhaps by chance, the tail end of the fissure grazed past the upside-down mountain. The formidable formation, personally arranged by the Taoist master Lao Er atop the mountain, erupted with brilliant light, yet could not withstand the power of the spatial rift, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Thus, the upside-down mountain lay bare before Zhao Zheng. Swiftly, Zhao Zheng swept his sword, unleashing 3 strikes of sword light that rivaled the full force of a celestial being. The celestial monarch's expression turned grave, compelling him to halt and intercept these 3 formidable sword beams that posed a threat to him. As Zhao Zheng impeded the celestial monarch's advance, he directed his attention toward the highest Taoist temple on the mountain and struck with his sword. At the boundary, a young Taoist disciple who had been engrossed in reading suddenly rose. Despite having been reprimanded by Zhao Zheng, he bore no resentment, even managing a few ungracious chuckles. However, the temple Zhao Zheng targeted housed statues of the Tao ancestor and 3 esteemed masters, making it imperative to safeguard. Just as the young disciple prepared to act, he felt an unexpected weight on his shoulder, his spiritual energy restrained. Turning to see Zhang Lu, who had appeared behind him, he exchanged a glance filled with warning. Zhang Lu, do you wish to extend your sentence by another millennium? Do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely fear your actions might startle the children nearby, Zhang Lu retorted, subtly shifting forward to block the disciple's escape route. You. The young disciple pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Lu. His delay meant that the sword light was already nearing the temple, and even he knew it was too late to intervene. With a flick of his sleeve, he returned to his original position, covering his face with a book. Go ahead, strike. If you possess the strength, tear the heavens apart. In a flash, the sword light sliced through the air, shattering the treasured artifact at the heart of the temple. Suddenly, the entire upside-down mountain began to tremble, and the once suspended mountain started its descent toward the sea. The wind pressure generated by the falling mountain unleashed a towering tsunami, soaring dozens of meters high. Should the upside-down mountain truly descend, it would likely unleash a terrifying tsunami upon the southern regions of Haoran-Jiuzhou. Old Lu, I implore you to act. Lu Chengzhou revealed his true form. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as a colossal dragon body, stretching thousands of meters, flickered amidst the clouds. With each resonant dragon cry from Lu Chengzhou, immense creatures emerged from the depths of the sea, responding to his command. Together, they utilized their innate divine powers to diminish the tsunami's force layer by layer, until the final waves crashed against these titanic beings without causing them to budge an inch. Witnessing the descending upside-down mountain, the celestial monarch disregarded Zhao Zheng for the moment, summoning his own formidable artifact while manifesting his Dharma form, positioning himself beneath the mountain to uphold it with both hands. When the suspended mountain truly pressed down upon him, the celestial sovereign profoundly realized the disparity between himself and his master's profound teachings. His life-bound artifact supplanted the treasured relic, reinstating itself as the fulcrum of the suspended mountain, manifesting a divine form to counterbalance its descent. Despite the assistance of several disciples on the mountain,